Chapter 1. The new recruit Yudian. At the Naval Headquarters, the military stronghold of Marineford. The new recruit training camp lies under the blazing sun, with not a whisper of breeze in the air. The freshly enlisted recruits stand in formation, each one drenched in sweat, enduring the sweltering heat. Yet, not a single one dares to utter a sound, for the legendary instructor, Zephyr, stands before them. Who would have thought we would actually meet Mr. Zephyr in person? The recruits are filled with excitement, momentarily forgetting the oppressive heat. Once a fleet admiral, Zephyr has transitioned into a mentor, guiding the current 3 admirals and numerous vice admirals and rear admirals, making him an idolized hero in the hearts of these newcomers. Beside Zephyr stands a stunning beauty Guion, a vice admiral and candidate for admiral, known by her naval codename Peach Rabbit. The presence of 2 heavyweight figures in the Navy leaves the freshly minted recruits both exhilarated and anxious, barely daring to breathe loudly for fear of leaving a poor impression on their idols. Noticing the tension in the air, Zephyr chuckles and gestures for everyone to relax. There's no need for such nervousness. It's not as if we are heading into battle against pirates. Under his approachable demeanor, the recruits envision their first expedition against pirates, and their anxiety intensifies. It's just going to the battlefield after a few more experiences. You'll get used to it, Zephyr says with a grin. However, the recruits below remain unable to share in the humor. If not for the fear of repercussions, many would have shouted, "Please stop talking." Perhaps sensing their silent protests, Zephyr abruptly changes the topic. All right, let's switch to a lighter subject. Let's begin with self-introductions. He gestures for the recruits to step forward one by one to share their names, interests, and specialties, intending to enliven the atmosphere while also gaining a general understanding of their personal qualities. As each recruit introduces themselves, the initial tension indeed dissipates somewhat. However, this public speaking exercise proves less than friendly for those of a more introverted disposition, such as Yudian. Why are we even doing self-introductions? It's as tedious as the first day of college. He watches as recruits step forward, feeling increasingly agitated. Soon, it is his turn to step forward. My name is Yudian, and I hail from the East Blue. His introduction is succinct. Across from him, Zephyr observes this golden-haired youth with a smile, waving his hand. Don't be shy, feel free to share anything you'd like, especially your hobbies and specialties. This encouragement yields results. If it's about specialties, Yudian has something to say. My hobby? Well, it's just lying down. As for my specialty, he nearly mentions that lying around all day without eating counts as a specialty, but refrains, not wishing to make a poor impression on such high-ranking officials on his first day. Instead, he adopts a more serious tone. My specialty is the use of Armament Haki. The recruits are left bewildered. What is Armament Haki? Zephyr, who has been smiling, is also taken aback. A new recruit proficient in Armament Haki? Meanwhile, the observer, Peach Rabbit, bursts into laughter I never would have guessed. You're skilled in Armament Haki? Her flippant attitude prompts Yudian to frown slightly. He struggles to understand why his ability to wield Armament Haki is considered amusing. In contrast, Zephyr maintains his composure. When did you learn to use Armament Haki, and from whom did you acquire it? He aims to clarify, recognizing that someone capable of mastering and teaching Armament Haki would certainly have some notoriety, might even know them. However, what appears to be a simple inquiry leaves Yudian in a quandary, furrowing his brow and hesitating to respond. What's wrong? Did you learn Armament Haki from a pirate? Peach Rabbit asks cheerfully. In truth, even if he had studied under pirates, she wouldn't care. The Navy has absorbed many genuine pirates, and having once been a pirate is hardly scandalous. She simply finds Yudian's discomfort amusing and wishes to tease the new recruit. Enough, Peach Rabbit, don't torment him. Zephyr interjects, halting her playful jabs. He then turns to Yudian with a friendly demeanor, assuring him that even if he had been a pirate in the past, it would not be held against him. In this amiable atmosphere, Yudian scratches his head and shyly admits, actually, my Armament Haki wasn't something I learned, it's something I was born with. Born with it? Both Zephyr and Peach Rabbit exclaim in astonishment. As seasoned powerhouses, they can tell that Yudian is not lying. He speaks nothing but the truth. Yet this truth is astonishing. Who is born with Armament Haki? I've only heard of those born with Conqueror's Haki. This is the first time I've encountered someone with innate Armament Haki. Peach Rabbit gazes at Yudian, her beautiful face brimming with curiosity. Hearing her words, Yudian suddenly recalls another detail. Oh, I also possess Conqueror's Haki, and that too is innate. He states, as if struck by a revelation. Zephyr and Peach Rabbit exchange glances, bewildered. The room falls silent. Chapter 2. An accidental collapse of the Naval Headquarters. The recruits, standing in formation, widen their eyes in disbelief. Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki. These terms sound incredibly powerful, and it is their first time hearing them. For them, regardless of whether Yudian's claims are true or false, they have certainly learned something new, enriching their knowledge and experience. For Zephyr and Peach Rabbit, however, if Yudian's words are indeed factual, then it is nothing short of extraordinary. Is that true? You were born with both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Peach Rabbit scrutinizes Yudian with skepticism, her expression one of disbelief. Not to mention Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift that appears in one out of millions. She cannot shake the feeling that Yudian is merely an ordinary recruit, timid and introverted, far from the essence of a kingly figure. If you can truly do it, then show us. She urges Yudian with a glint of mischief in her eyes, her curiosity palpable. However, the glint in her eyes betrays her desire to tease Yudian. This time, Zephyr does not intervene to stop this bullying of a new recruit. In fact, he is also quite curious. Yudian does not seem to be lying, however. The notion of being born with the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki is indeed hard to fathom. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Today, Zephyr intends to witness what this new recruit possesses that gives him the confidence to claim mastery over both Armament and Conqueror's Haki. Is it so strange to possess Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Yudian finds Zephyr and Peach Rabbit's curiosity puzzling. While others might be unaware, he knows well that there are indeed many individuals in this world who possess the rare Conqueror's Haki. As for Armament Haki, the numbers are even greater. In the New World, one would be embarrassed to claim they could fight without Armament Haki. Considering his identity as a recruit, possessing both types of Haki seems rather unremarkable. Thank goodness I didn't mention my innate observation Haki. Yudian muses inwardly. Then, upon reflection, he thinks that since he has already made the claim, he might as well demonstrate it. Do I need to prepare? Zephyr kindly suggests, wanting to ensure Yudian warms up, preventing any potential accidents, such as struggling to unleash his Haki. No need for preparation. Yudian waves his hand dismissively, turning to face an empty space away from the recruits. In the distance looms the colossal structure of the Naval Headquarters, a symbol of justice throughout the world. Once settled, Yudian extends his right hand, pointing toward the distant Naval Headquarters building. Peach Rabbit cannot contain herself, giggling as she thinks. Is he planning to unleash Armament Haki to strike the Naval Headquarters? Soon, she realizes her guess was correct. In the next moment, Yudian silently channels the power of Armament Haki. Zzz. A thick mist begins to rise from his arm, and soon, his right arm is enveloped in a swirling dark purple hue of Armament Haki. This sight earns Zephyr's silent approval. This recruit indeed possesses Armament Haki. He can indeed utilize Armament Haki, quite impressive. Peach Rabbit nods with a grin. As events unfold, while somewhat unexpected, they remain within the realm of the ordinary. The subsequent scene left both Zephyr and Taudu utterly bewildered. Before them, they beheld the sight of a dark purple hue of Armament Haki, coiling around Yudian's right arm and extending down to his palm. Then, with a resonant hum, a visible surge of Haki erupted from his palm with tremendous force. This is the externalization of Armament Haki. Zephyr and Taudu's eyes widened in astonishment. The externalization of Armament Haki is a technique that belongs to the upper echelons of Haki mastery, a power reserved for true warriors. How can a mere naval recruit wield such an advanced technique? Since when did the externalization of Haki become so commonplace? Moreover, was the amount of Haki this rookie unleashed not a tad excessive? With their minds swirling with questions, Zifa and Tautu stood in a daze, fixated on the colossal wave of armament haki that Yudian had unleashed. It surged forth like a tsunami, crashing towards the distant naval headquarters. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed from afar. The immensely sturdy naval headquarters was ruthlessly battered, collapsing halfway under the onslaught of the tsunami-like armament haki. What in the world? Why is the headquarters collapsing? Someone is attacking the naval headquarters. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless naval officers hurriedly converged towards the crumbling headquarters. The alert for an enemy incursion blared, resonating throughout Marineford. It was only at that moment that Zifa and Tautu were jolted awake by the increasingly deafening alarm. They gazed at the naval personnel, anxiously searching for the enemy's whereabouts, still grappling with a surreal sense of disbelief. Is this real? Did the headquarters really collapse just from the externalization of Armament Haki? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Tautu would have found it utterly implausible. The strength of this Armament Haki. Zifa furrowed his brow, a flicker of recollection crossing his eyes as if he were conjuring memories of formidable figures from a distant past. Just as the two remained ensnared in their astonishment, Yudian suddenly raised his hand, scratching his head with one hand while pointing at the partially collapsed naval headquarters with the other, sheepishly remarking, "I couldn't control the force and accidentally broke something. I won't be liable for damages, will I?" Tautu, Zepha. Both found themselves reluctant to engage in further conversation with Yudian. Chapitre 3, Extraordinary Promotion. Admiral of the Navy. In the barracks of the naval recruits at Marineford, Yudian lay on his bed, his gaze absently fixed on the drifting clouds outside the window. At that moment, his mind lingered on the earlier demonstration of Armament Haki. In a moment of carelessness, he had inadvertently caused a significant disaster. Half of the naval headquarters, a symbol of global justice, had been reduced to rubble. Weren't they boasting about the impenetrable strength of the naval headquarters? To me, it appeared more akin to a shoddy construction. This is a real predicament. On just his second day in the Navy, he had managed to demolish the headquarters. How would he continue to live on after this? I never anticipated that 1,000 points in Armament Haki would possess such formidable power. The system certainly could have provided me with a prior warning. Yudian discreetly summoned the system's data interface. He was a transmigrator. Just days prior, he had awakened within the body of a native in this world of One Piece. Upon his arrival, before he could fully comprehend his new reality, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Attribute system successfully bound. Upon the host's initial activation of the system, a novice reward of 1,000 free attribute points has been automatically granted. Host, Yudian. Armament Haki, 0. Observation Haki, 0. Conqueror's Haki, 0. Swordsmanship. Free attribute points, 1,000. Gazing at the rows of zeros in the attribute columns, alongside the final tally of 1,000 free attribute points, Yudian quickly grasped the situation. It was time to allocate his attribute points. 1,000 free points were neither too plentiful nor too meager. As for how to allocate these points, Yudian, with his extensive experience in various online games, possessed unique insights and analyses. One must allocate their resources wisely. Attribute points should be directed towards the most potent abilities. Setting aside the powers of the devil fruits, the strongest universal abilities in the world of One Piece were widely debated. However, without the might of Haki, swordsmen and martial artists would struggle to contend against the natural fruit users. Among the three forms of Haki, the most formidable was undoubtedly the Conqueror's Haki. Not only can the Conqueror's Haki intimidate foes, but can also be entwined like Armament Haki, with effects that far surpass it. Thus, Yudian refrained from allocating his attribute points to Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through training. It can only be strengthened through the growth of the user's inherent strength. Suddenly, Yudian had an epiphany. If the potential for growth could bolster Conqueror's Haki, why not invest in enhancing other abilities? Strengthening other attributes will lead to growth, and Conqueror's Haki should also benefit from that. With this thought in mind, Yudian allocated all of his attribute points to Armament Haki. He did not invest in swordsmanship. as finding a superior sword would be a cumbersome endeavor. As for martial arts, it seemed unnecessary. With the power of Armament Haki, the question of whether others could breach his defenses became moot. What need had he for martial arts? As anticipated, the results of his allocation to Armament Haki were indeed as Yujian had predicted. With the augmentation of his Armament Haki attributes, his Conqueror's Haki was simultaneously fortified. Even the Observation Haki is similarly affected. The attributes of the Armed Haki increased by 1,000 points. Unlock Armed Haki Wrapping. Unlock Armed Haki Hardening. Unlock Armed Haki Emission. Unlock Armed Haki Internal Destruction. The enhancement of Observation Haki increases the attributes by 100. The enhancement of Conqueror's Haki increases the attributes by 500. Host. Udian Armed Haki. 1,000 Observation Haki. 100 Conqueror's Haki. 500. Free Attribute Points. 0. The enhancement level of Conqueror's Haki is equivalent to half that of Armed Haki. This is quite a gain. The final outcome leaves Idian immensely satisfied. However, the subsequent methods of acquiring free attribute points seem rather cumbersome to him. The attribute system does not actively assign tasks. The sole means of acquiring free attribute points is through the Devil Fruit. The system extracts energy from the Devil Fruit, allowing Yujian to obtain a certain number of free attribute points. However, where can one find such a thing as the Devil Fruit? Even in the black market, it is not guaranteed to be available. Never mind, it is too troublesome. The current attribute points are sufficient for now. Yujian retracted his thoughts, ceasing to ponder further, and closed his eyes, preparing to rest for the day. At the same time, within the collapsed Naval Headquarters, in a temporary conference room, Admiral Sengoku squinted, frowning as he listened to Peach Rabbit's report. He held a document in his hands, seemingly a personal resume. Is it truly the case that only armed color haki was utilized? After quietly listening, Sengoku still found it hard to believe. Haha, I can empathize with your feelings. Were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it either. Zifa, seated on the sofa, laughed heartily and waved his hand, expressing a shared sentiment. This piqued Karp's interest even further. Such an intriguing newcomer, I must meet him. Upon hearing this, Zifa smirked. You rascal, your fists are itching again. Aren't they? But I must warn you. Yudin is my student. You are not permitted to lay a hand on him indiscriminately. The warning was quite severe, exuding an air that any disagreement could lead to a physical confrontation. Karp had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and continue enjoying his rice crackers. At that moment, the figure behind the desk of the Warring States suddenly lifted his head, his expression solemn. I have made my decision. I hereby nominate this Yudin for the position of Admiral. His demeanor was grave, clearly indicating he was not jesting. This left the three individuals present exchanging bewildered glances. Even Zephyr appeared almost dazed. I merely intended to apply for a colonel position for Yudian, at most a major general. Yet how did it escalate to a nomination for admiral? Sengoku's unexpected decision had nearly left Zephyr at a loss. However, Sengoku had his own well-considered reasoning. Chapter 4. The troublesome task arrives. When Yudin arrived at the temporary conference room and was informed of his selection for the nomination of admiral, a singular thought echoed in his mind. This is going to be troublesome. He wholeheartedly agreed with Garp's assertion that to seek freedom, one must not hold too high a position. Moreover, the admiral represented the pinnacle of naval power. In the event of any disturbances from the four emperors, it would fall upon the admirals to respond. For someone like Yudian, who dreaded complications, this was indeed a monumental hassle. Yet, there were benefits to consider. I have submitted a proposal for your exceptional promotion to admiral. Once the formal appointment is finalized, you will be allocated a devil fruit, Sengoku remarked, explaining the process of the admiral appointment. The mention of the devil fruit immediately invigorated Yudian. He had no desire to scour the world in search of such a treasure. Being appointed as an admiral, while also receiving a devil fruit, didn't seem like a bad deal after all. As for the task at hand, the new world was being watched by Akainu and his cohorts. Thus, your assignment is to travel to Bonero Island and retrieve the pirate prisoner, Ace, from Blackbeard. Compared to engaging in combat with the four emperors in the New World, escorting a prisoner was decidedly simpler. Furthermore, Sengoku had mentioned that Blackbeard had previously obtained a devil fruit through trade. This task seems fortuitous. I'll gladly accept it. Yudin readily accepted the assignment and simultaneously took on another minor task, summoning Empress Hancock for the naval convocation. Once Yudin exited the conference room, Garp entered with a grim expression. Ace. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times before finally sighing and shaking his head. Garp, do not forget your identity. You are a hero of the Navy. Sengoku coldly reminded him. Meanwhile, Yudian, accompanied by a contingent of the Navy, arrived at the headquarters port. Shortly thereafter, a large warship departed, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Within the Naval Headquarters, news of Yudian's nomination as admiral spread rapidly. Sengoku had not made any effort to conceal this significant event. Such a substantial promotion required the Navy to have time to digest the implications. Yudian's exceptional rise to the rank of admiral? How impressive! Tontada, upon hearing the news, was left agape. Just recently, she had been teasing this rookie, and now he had ascended to the rank of admiral? Meanwhile, she remained a mere vice admiral. A candidate for admiral at best. Perhaps Yudian would soon become her direct superior. Would he seek revenge on her in the future? Tontada mused anxiously. Other candidates for the admiral position, such as Chibuta and his peers, were filled with indignation. I've been a candidate for so long. And now a rookie has become an admiral? Is this fair? They were quite dissatisfied. Promoting a rookie to admiral implied that they, as candidates, were inferior even to new recruits. However, aside from the candidates, other vice admirals maintained a more stable demeanor, including many seasoned vice admirals. Marshal Sengoku would not make irrational decisions. Since he had chosen to promote someone exceptionally, there must be deeper reasons behind it. Having served as a vice admiral for over 20 years, Mongoose knew Sengoku's character well. Hearing that the newly appointed Admiral Yudian had just departed on a mission, he resolved to observe him upon his return to discern his true character. The seasoned vice admiral, Fire Mountain, prudently suggested this, gaining the agreement of many others. Just as the vice admirals were engaged in fervent discussion in the New World at the G5 branch base, the current base commander, Vice Admiral Ghost Bamboo Virgo, dismissed his subordinates and proceeded to his secret chamber. He activated a specially designed Din Mushi to relay the intelligence of the Navy's new admiral nomination. On the other end of the line was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the current king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Virgo, is your information accurate? Has the Navy truly elevated a 4th admiral? Da Flamingo, while trusting Virgo's integrity, still expressed skepticism regarding the authenticity of the information, as it seemed too outlandish. Especially at such a critical juncture. The information is absolutely accurate. It was personally nominated by Admiral Sengoku and has been communicated within the Navy. The official appointment will be issued within days. Virgo replied with utmost certainty. Fufufu. The scales of victory have tilted excessively in favor of the Navy. This does not align with our interests. Upon confirming the information, Doflamingo's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting with conspiratorial intent. Unbeknownst to Yudian, who was oblivious to the discussions and schemes unfolding behind the scenes, he had arrived near the windless zone where Snake Princess Island was located after several days of sailing. Bonero Island was not far from this sea area, making the task of summoning Empress Hancock conveniently aligned with his route. Once the notification was made, he intended to proceed without delay. Yudian was resolute in ignoring the reactions from Snake Princess Island, the island of women. He viewed his mission merely as conveying a message. As for other matters, he would leave it to Hancock to negotiate with the Naval Headquarters. He was reluctant to become entangled in those affairs. He needed to hasten to locate Blackbeard. Should he arrive late and miss Blackbeard, it would indeed be a significant loss. Yudian firmly believed in a maxim, not earning is equivalent to losing. Moreover, having traveled such a distance for a mission without any yield would be far more than a minor loss. Additionally, since the 9 snake pirates had not ventured out to raid, he could not encounter them en route and would have to head directly to Snake Princess Island to deliver the message. Soon, the large warship entered the windless zone. Beneath the calm, undisturbed surface of the sea dwelled countless ferocious creatures of the world, the Sea Kings. Chapter 5, The Arrogant Pirate Empress. The windless zone served as the nesting grounds for the Sea Kings. Beneath the seemingly tranquil waters lurked immense dangers. Originally, only the pirate vessels from Snake Princess Island could navigate freely through this region due to their ability to tame the Sea Kings. However, now the Navy utilized new warships, covered with sea stone at the hull, capable of sailing through the windless zone using propellers. Yet, in terms of speed, it was undeniably inferior to that of wind-driven vessels. The moderate pace of navigation afforded the naval officers aboard an opportunity to scrutinize the windless zone closely. Indeed, this area was devoid of any breeze. Was it true that the Sea Kings resided below? Oddly, not a single Sea King was in sight. Shoo, keep your voice down. We mustn't attract the Sea Kings. Most of the Navy personnel aboard the warship were entering the windless zone for the first time, exercising extreme caution. They even lowered their voices intentionally, fearing the attention of the Sea Kings. After notifying Empress Hancock, they planned to turn back and leave the windless zone promptly. The naval officers understood that although the new warship could navigate safely through windless zones, prolonged stays could still render it vulnerable to attacks from the sea creatures. To evade such assaults, the optimal strategy was to make swift entries and exits, minimizing time spent in the windless areas. Fortunately, the location of 9 Serpent Island was not excessively deep within these regions. After a little over an hour, the large warship approached the vicinity of 9 Serpent Island. The Guardian warriors patrolling the island detected the vessel's presence and promptly reported it. Soon, a colossal pirate ship set sail from 9 Serpent Island, heading directly towards the warship. The pirate ship, harnessed by 2 colossal sea serpents, served as the flagship of the 9 Snake Pirates. Standing at the bow was the Empress Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, exuding an air of superiority as she gazed disdainfully at the crew aboard the opposing warship. Wow, is that really the legendary Empress of Amazon Lily? She is truly a stunning beauty. So exquisite. I would gladly lay down my life for her. The moment Hancock appeared, she captivated the attention of the Navy personnel, each face reflecting a foolish infatuation, their eyes glued to her visage, sparkling with adoration. Yet, in stark contrast to the Navy's admiration, Hancock displayed nothing but contempt, her expression twisted in disgust. She was so repulsed that she refused to utter a word, merely furrowing her brow and gesturing dismissively to a companion nearby. At her signal, another individual stepped forward. "This place is not welcoming to the Navy. State your business swiftly," spoke Boa Sandersonia, Hancock's younger sister, her tone icy and uninviting. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, she was quite haughty. Udian rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging in trivial banter with these female pirates. He turned to signal a Navy colonel to relay the summons from the warlords. However, before the colonel could finish his words, Hancock abruptly interrupted. "I am not a pawn that you Navy can manipulate at will." Hancock's fury was palpable, her delicate fists clenched, her gaze scanning the opposing warship's crew with an ominous intensity, as if ready to strike at any moment. Even though she was aware that the new 4th Admiral was leading the opposing ship, she remained unfazed. "Are you refusing the Navy's summons?" Udian inquired, dismissing the colonel. "Indeed, I am refusing. What of it? Do you have an issue with my decision?" Hancock retorted coldly, her fruitability already surging within her. Udian felt a twinge of exasperation at her overreaction. He had merely sought confirmation. "Since your stance is unwavering, I shall report this accurately," he replied casually, waving his hand dismissively before issuing orders to set sail. "Humph, you think you can threaten me and simply depart?" Hancock's voice, laced with hidden anger, pierced the air. "Let all of you be turned to stone." Before Udian could fully turn around, Hancock struck. She clasped her delicate hands together, forming a heart shape, unleashing her sweet, sweet fruit power. Sweet, sweet wind. A beam of pink, heart-shaped light shot forth. The Navy personnel struck by the beam were instantly petrified, their faces frozen in lecherous expressions. In no time, nearly all aboard the ship were turned to stone, save for Udian. To his surprise, a stunning beauty had resorted to a sneak attack. Udian frowned as he spun around. A coat of Armament Haki enveloped his body like a shield, effectively blocking the oncoming pink heart-shaped rays. The sweet, sweet fruit's ability was rendered ineffective against him. A devil fruit user? Hancock mused, momentarily taken aback as she pondered which power Udian possessed, though she did not consider the possibility of his Armament Haki. "Humph, you managed to withstand my previous attack. I shall let you off this time," Hancock conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Her intention had been merely to issue a warning to the Navy. "Remember my words. Never dare to treat me as a pawn, to be manipulated at will." Hancock issued her final warning. Without waiting for Udian's response, she turned away, seemingly unwilling to behold his face any longer. The massive pirate vessel began to pivot, preparing to return to Amazon Lily. As for the petrified Navy personnel, none of the female pirates showed any concern. Simply refraining from seizing them was already a significant act of mercy. Sighing quietly, Udian rose to the bow. "You think you can leave after turning my men to stone? It seems you do not regard the Navy Admiral." Upon hearing Udian's challenge, Hancock swiftly turned back. Her eyes narrowed, radiating a murderous intent. Chapter 6. To turn me to stone is quite impossible. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Hancock slowly turned, her countenance brimming with lethal intent. In that moment, Her Majesty as the Empress was unmistakably revealed. The pirate ship ceased its maneuvering, remaining in place. The captain, visibly enraged, was certainly not inclined to depart without a fight. The female pirates aboard were not so lacking in discernment. On the opposing warship, Udian gazed at the furious Hancock, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had he truly provoked her ire merely by speaking a few truths? He began to wonder if the striking beauty across from him might be somewhat unhinged. "I'm not threatening you. I am merely stating a fact," he finally explained, primarily to avoid being misunderstood without cause. Ironically, his words only served to infuriate the crew aboard the pirate ship even more, as they perceived his remarks as mockery. The situation has spiraled completely out of control. It feels as though a powder keg has been ignited, and the collective fury of the crowd surged dramatically. "Lord Hancock, let us proceed." The officers among the female pirates, filled with righteous indignation, eagerly volunteered for battle. Even though they were fully aware that they would be confronting a Marine admiral, they remained undaunted, their spirits high, exuding a fierce and fearless aura. Is this what it means to be a pirate? One cannot help but wonder whether to regard them as valiant or foolish. Udian observed with a cold smirk, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, he began to comprehend why, despite the presence of a Marine admiral, so many pirates still roamed the seas. Fearlessness, coupled with a certain folly, renders them impervious to intimidation. "Sister, let us vanquish that fellow." Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold emerged together. They were the second strongest fighters on Amazon Lily, equivalent to the highest-ranking officers of the Kuja pirates. Both were formidable devil fruit users, their powers formidable. Yet, Hancock raised her hand, dismissing them. "This is a battle for the Kuja. No one else is permitted to intervene." Her tone was cold and haughty. She had already set her sights on Udian as her prey and would not allow others to interfere. Sandersonia and Marigold, recognizing their sister's genuine fury, had no choice but to withdraw. They understood that the Marine lad was doomed, especially since he was reportedly the 4th Marine Admiral. They held immense confidence in Hancock. Meanwhile, on the warship, Udian scrutinized Hancock, his mind racing through the information he had gathered about her. Suddenly, he realized that since becoming a warlord of the sea, she had seemingly never faced defeat. Perhaps this was the source of the Kuja pirates' formidable confidence? "You truly do not regard me, the 4th Marine Admiral, with any seriousness." Udian scoffed, his gaze turning icy. Though he found the situation troublesome, he prepared to take action. However, before he could make a move, a flurry of pink light shot toward him from the pirate ship. Hancock had struck first. Another sneak attack? Such a lack of martial decorum, my dear. Udian languidly stood his ground as his haki surged forth. A vast amount of Armament Haki erupted, forming a protective shield in front of him, successfully blocking the oncoming pink light. Just then, Hancock leaped into the air without warning, charging toward him with blinding speed. Upon closing in, she unleashed a powerful kick, Perfume Fist. Her alluring, long, white legs propelled a devastating kick imbued with her petrifying devil fruit ability toward Udian. Bang! In the next instant, Hancock's foot collided with the shield of Armament Haki. She felt as though she had struck the world's hardest steel plate. A jolt reverberated through her entire leg. Having missed her target, she was forced to retreat, wary of a potential counterattack from Udian. What kind of devil fruit ability could he possess? Perhaps a barrier fruit? As she withdrew, Hancock furrowed her brow in contemplation. Engaging in battle without knowledge of her opponent's abilities would undoubtedly put her at a significant disadvantage. Even if it is a barrier fruit, it cannot withstand the power of the Kuja. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Hancock's eyes as she retreated to a distance. She then raised her delicate fingers to her red lips, transforming them into a large pink heart. Drawing back the pink heart as if it were a bow, she released a flurry of pink arrows that shot forth with great speed, hurtling toward Udian. These exquisite pink arrows possessed the power to petrify anything, even inanimate objects. Bang! 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 The pink arrows struck the shield of Armament Haki like a torrential downpour, yet they merely adhered to its surface. Ultimately, they failed to turn the shield to stone. Before long, all the arrows dissipated into thin air. Hancock's assault proved fruitless. "You wish to petrify me? Such a feat is impossible. Your abilities hold no sway over me," Udian remarked coldly, remaining steadfast in his position without a single step taken. In other words, the attack from the Empress of the 7 Warlords could not even compel him to move. "You insufferable wretch!" Hancock seethed, biting her lips until they bled. "Do not be so arrogant. I am the Empress of Amazon Lily." In a fit of rage, Hancock ultimately unleashed her most formidable technique. With a graceful gesture, she caressed her crimson lips, conjuring a colossal pink heart between her palms. Subsequently, the immense heart was violently elevated, releasing an impenetrable barrage of arrows into the sky. As these arrows ascended to a certain altitude, they began to plummet rapidly. The dense rain of pink arrows not only enveloped the land below, known as Udian, but also shrouded the entire massive warship. A sweet, torrential downpour. Chapter 7. The Terrifying Impact of Armament Haki. Part 1. At this moment, countless pink arrows descended from the heavens, their density akin to a torrential downpour of rosy rain. The massive warship below was entirely enveloped. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant of contact with the pink arrows, the vessel was swiftly petrified. These arrows, whether biological or non-biological, will petrify anything they come into contact with. Given the current situation, it won't be long before the colossal warship, forged from steel, was on the brink of transforming into a stone vessel, destined to sink to the depths of the sea. However, even as the ship succumbed to petrification, Yujian remained unscathed upon its deck. A formidable barrier of haki enveloped his form, warding off the torrential onslaught of pink arrows that rained down like a deluge. Upon contact with the protective shield, the dense barrage of arrows shattered and disintegrated, akin to snow melting under the fierce sun, rapidly dissipating. Yet, despite Yujian's relative safety within the confines of his haki, the warship beneath him was nearing its breaking point. Should this petrification continue unabated, the vessel would inevitably sink, leaving him without a foothold. In truth, Hancock unleashed her terrifying sweet rain of pink arrows, partly intending to render the massive warship immobile and submerged. She was eager to witness whether this ability user could survive without the support of a ship amidst the tumultuous sea. As the warship continued its transformation into stone, a triumphant smile crept across Hancock's face, her cunning plan unfolding perfectly. If she could not petrify Yujian, surely the ship could not be spared. Without a vessel to stand upon, the landlocked ability user would be left to drown in the depths of the ocean. Moreover, after executing the sweet rain, Hancock ordered her subordinates to steer their pirate ship away from the warship, thus preventing Yujian from seeking refuge on their vessel. Observing this turn of events, Yujian finally grasped the adversary's intent. Aha! This was a classic diversionary tactic. Though lacking extensive combat experience, he was not devoid of intellect. The other party's intentions were now glaringly apparent, leaving no room for misinterpretation. These pirates, indeed, possessed an array of cunning strategies. Hancock's demeanor, the Empress, reshaped Yujian's preconceived notions about pirates, challenging his belief that they were merely brash fighters. This is truly remarkable, a rogue skilled in martial arts, all merely a fade. However, now that he has come to understand this, he will certainly not allow the opponent's intentions to come to fruition. Quite cunning indeed. Yet to think such tactics could defeat me is to underestimate my capabilities. Yujian perceives that the opposing empress possesses not only mediocre strength, but also a lack of insight. If one could be so easily ensnared and defeated, what purpose would there be in her role as a naval admiral? She might as well return home to till the fields. In the next moment, Yujian raised his hand, and the totality of his emitted armament haki surged dramatically. With a resounding boom, a torrent of armament haki forcefully surged upward against the deluge of pink arrows raining down. Soon, a colossal barrier materialized above the warship, absorbing and dissolving all the descending arrows. As the armament haki erupted, the crew aboard the pirate ship felt an intense whirlwind rush upon them, nearly forcing their eyes shut. This time, due to the immense quantity of armament haki unleashed by Yujian, the female pirates finally comprehended the nature of this power. Could it be the external manifestation of armament haki? Is there truly someone in this world capable of projecting armament haki to such an extent? Aboard the pirate vessel, regardless of height, weight, or beauty, the women all widened their eyes and parted their lips in astonishment, their expressions nearly identical. In fact, throughout history, Amazon Lily has preserved a legacy of armament haki, encompassing both its cultivation and application. The female warriors on the island could even project armament haki onto their arrows, enhancing their power significantly. Shattering stones with a single shot was well within their capabilities. Yet, in their centuries of lineage, no records existed of anyone utilizing armament haki in such a manner as Yujian. His method of employing armament haki seemed as though it were without cost, utilized freely. Did he not fear the immense consumption it would entail? Boa Sandersonia murmured in shock. The use of armament haki, especially its external manifestation, is profoundly taxing. Sandersonia mentally simulated her own efforts. Should she exert herself to that extent, it would take less than a minute before she collapsed from exhaustion. Yet, observing Yujian's relaxed demeanor, it was evident he had not yet exerted himself to the fullest, remaining effortlessly composed. Truly a monster. All these naval admirals are monsters. Boa Marigold, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, finally recognized the true essence of the naval admirals. They are all monsters. In contrast to her two sisters, Hancock appeared significantly more composed. Though it was merely a fade, it seems I cannot resolve this matter today. Hancock clenched her teeth in silence. Her previous move had already been her most formidable technique. If even her strongest attack bore no effect, then retreat must be considered. However, for the sake of the Empress's dignity, she hesitated. Retreating now would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Just as she wavered, the barrier of Armament Haki unleashed by Yudian had already intercepted all the pink arrows. During this period, he noticed the changes in the expressions of the members of the Kuja pirates and found it somewhat peculiar. Was it truly necessary to be so astonished by my mere release of a fraction of my haki? He mused, having only unleashed less than a tenth of his haki. Their shock seemed exaggerated. If he were to fully exert his haki, would they not be utterly terrified? After all, in his full state, he had previously demolished half of the Navy headquarters. Well then, having warmed up sufficiently, it was time to get serious. In the next moment, Yudian slowly raised both hands, palms facing forward. A shockwave of haki erupted suddenly. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Haki Shockwave. Part 2. Do you wish to retaliate against me? On the pirate ship, Hancock observed Yudian's deliberate gesture of raising his hand and immediately narrowed her eyes, becoming quietly vigilant. At that moment, she suddenly realized Yudian had been in a passive defense, never having launched an active attack. What kind of power could a Marine admiral, capable of withstanding her mightiest blow, unleash when counterattacking? Soon enough, she would discover the answer. As Yudian thrust his palm forward, the Kuja pirates had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. They hastily drew their bows, stringing them taut and aiming at Yudian. In the next instant, they profoundly understood the folly of their actions. Boom! Yudian unleashed an immense amount of haki from his palm, exerting nearly half of his power. In an instant, the released haki transformed into a violent shockwave, sweeping across everything like an unstoppable tsunami. What is this? A tsunami? Faced with the dark purple wave of haki, the female pirates, bowstrings taut, found themselves unable to maintain their aim. Surely, they could not shoot at a tsunami-like force. How is that any different from striking a stone with an egg? And as members of the Seven Warlords, the combat prowess of these female pirates is indeed commendable. Consequently, they swiftly took to the ground, seeking to avoid being swept away by the formidable waves of haki. It is crucial to note that the waters surrounding the ship are not teeming with small fish, but rather with fearsome sea kings that devour their prey. I, for one, shall not be daunted by such an assault. As her subordinates fell to the ground, Hancock remained unyielding, standing tall in defiance. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming waves of haki, her figure appeared as a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, utterly vulnerable. Sister, Sanda Sonia and Marigold, flanking her, rushed forward to provide protection. The two women transformed using their fruit abilities into the forms of a serpent and a python, respectively. The two grand serpents encircled Hancock, shielding her at the center. Shortly thereafter, the trio was engulfed entirely by the surging waves of haki. Boom. At this moment, the armed color haki unleashed a shockwave akin to a genuine tsunami, rampaging with fervor and resonating with the thunderous roar of colossal waves. The massive pirate ship was hurled back to the distant Nine Snake Island. Yet, the momentum of the armed shockwave showed no signs of abating, continuing its relentless assault on Nine Snake Island, toppling numerous towering trees before gradually subsiding. It seemed as though excessive force had been employed. Yudian gazed at the wreckage of the pirate ship along the island's shore, realizing that the situation might prove somewhat troublesome. His intention was merely to impart a lesson to the lionesses of Nine Snake Island. However, it appeared that his control over his power was lacking. With the ship nearly in ruins, the Empress Hancock lay dazed upon the coastline. The once formidable Nine Snake pirates found themselves nearly incapacitated. Yudian internally chastised himself for his inexperience. Had he moderated his strength a bit more, the outcome would have been different. The lack of combat experience had led him into this predicament. After all, if Hancock were to come to harm, those petrified Navy personnel would be beyond recovery. Consequently, Yudian would find himself in a precarious position. Such a colossal warship is beyond the capacity of a single individual to maneuver. Navigating it would pose a significant challenge. Fortunately, the valiant warriors of Nine Snake Island have consistently monitored the activities at sea. Before long, numerous female warriors emerged from the dense foliage, hastily rescuing Hancock and her companions, which brought a sense of relief to Yudian. Several hours later, Yudian reclined within the opulent hall, relishing exquisite delicacies. A group of beautiful maidens flanked him, their expressions cautious and attentive, ever ready to cater to his whims, fearful of inciting his displeasure. Opposite him, Hancock, bandaged and with a countenance fraught with complexity, gazed at Yudian, her eyes devoid of any trace of malice, her once proud demeanor utterly diminished. Having been rendered unconscious by her defeat, what pride could she possibly retain? At this moment, Hancock's expression was a tapestry of emotions. As she reflected on the events, she realized she had never encountered anyone by the name of Udian within the ranks of the Navy. The enigmatic fourth admiral who emerged from nowhere possesses an unparalleled strength. I, who have never before heard of a formidable warrior named Udian, found myself bewildered when Hancock, unable to restrain her curiosity, inquired about him. Not long ago, I was in the Navy's recruit camp. Thus he would not have heard of me, Udian replied with a smile, savoring his fine wine. The beautiful attendant beside him promptly refilled his glass. A recruit in the Navy? Aren't you an admiral? Hancock's confusion deepened. To clarify, Udian recounted the incident of inadvertently collapsing the Navy's headquarters, which led to his unexpected promotion by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The absurdity of the entire affair seemed almost unbelievable to an ordinary person. However, given Udian's previously displayed formidable prowess, Hancock and the others found it relatively easy to accept his ascension to admiral. Strength, after all, commands recognition at any time. Sandersonia and Marigold no longer harbored doubts regarding the Navy's decision to promote Udian. The other women warriors present shared this understanding. On Snake Princess Island, known for its calms and harsh geography, the inhabitants, all women, were inherently exceptional warriors who adhered to the law of the strong. They now acknowledged Udian's strength and status. Well, it is getting late. Let us prepare to depart. After finishing his drink, Udian, feeling satisfied, rose to leave. He still had the matter of the devil fruit on his mind. Although Daughter Island was delightful, he could not afford to indulge any longer. Chapter 9. The Arrogant Blackbeard. Hancock's pirate ship lay in ruins, irreparable in the short term, compelling her to accompany Udian on his warship. The Navy personnel, having been released from their petrified state, finally set sail on the large warship. Their next destination was Bonero Island, where they would retrieve the pirate prisoner, Ace, from the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, far across the seas, the newly returned Admiral Kizaru lounged on a sofa, casually perusing a newspaper in the Admiral's conference room. Behind the desk, Fleet Admiral Sengoku held a recent intelligence report from Snake Princess Island, his serious demeanor easing slightly. Udian had successfully enlisted the formidable Empress Hancock. This woman was indeed powerful. Our chances of victory have significantly increased. He smiled as he set aside the report. Sengoku had already devised a plan in anticipation of a possible failure to recruit Hancock. The ability to secure the rebellious Empress indicated that Udian was wholly qualified to be an admiral. I was right about him. Promoting a mere recruit to the rank of admiral placed immense pressure on Sengoku. Even within the Navy, many questioned his decision. Udian's current display of strength undoubtedly brought Sengoku a sense of relief. To have subdued Empress Hancock, Admiral Udian is truly remarkable, Kizaru remarked, setting down his newspaper with a smirk. Though he appeared amused, his eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. An individual promoted by Fleet Admiral Sengoku would surely not be weak upon his return. I must seek his counsel on combat matters. Kizaru spoke slowly, his gaze sharpening with intent. Clearly, he wished to personally assess Udian's capabilities. Kizaru, a great battle approaches. Do not act recklessly. Sengoku warned in a grave tone, recognizing Kizaru's intentions. Any issues must wait until after we defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing this admonition, Kizaru waved his hands dismissively. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku nodded slowly. He then picked up another report from his desk, his brow furrowing once more. The recruitment of Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, was merely an ancillary task. Udian's primary mission was to secure the pirate prisoner, Fire Fist Ace, from the Blackbeard pirates. This task was imperative. Ace, the former vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, was of utmost importance to Sengoku. Without the capture of Ace, the plan to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates would be rendered futile. During this period, all his efforts seemed to be in vain. Had it not been for the previous vigilance of the 3 admirals in the New World, monitoring the influence of the 4 emperors, Sengoku would undoubtedly have dispatched a general to retrieve the prisoner Ace. However, Udian's performance on Amazon Lily has greatly exceeded his expectations, thus instilling him with greater confidence in Udian's subsequent actions. That Blackbeard fellow is indeed a formidable adversary. Kizaru smirked slightly, seemingly uttering a casual remark, before returning to his newspaper. Meanwhile, a large warship, having departed from Amazon Lily, was sailing at full speed towards Bonero Island. Although Bonero Island is not too distant from Amazon Lily, it took the massive vessel a full 3 days to reach its destination. The island was originally desolate, sparsely populated. Following the fierce battle between Blackbeard Teach and Ace, it became even more deserted. When the large warship of Udian arrived at the island, Blackbeard was already waiting on the shore with his crew. The pirate prisoner, Ace, was shackled with sea stone, confined nearby. Ha ha ha, you finally arrived. I was beginning to lose my patience. Blackbeard Teach exclaimed, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, his laughter mocking. His gaze towards the Navy was imbued with palpable irritation. Soon, his displeasure fixated on Udian, particularly noting the uniform adorned with the insignia of a general. A Navy admiral? When did another admiral join their ranks? Who is this fourth admiral? Blackbeard ruminated, rifling through his memories, unable to recall any formidable figure named Udian in the Navy. However, this was of little consequence to him. He had long since secured the price of the deal with the world government and the Navy. Now, he merely needed to transfer Ace onto the warship, and his transaction with the Navy would be complete. Before long, the warship docked. The members of Blackbeard's crew stood aside, silently observing as the Navy escorted the pirate prisoner, Ace, aboard the ship. During this period, as Blackbeard Teach surveyed the naval vessels, he chanced upon Hancock amidst the crowd of sailors, his eyes instantly alight with admiration. What a stunning woman she is. He swiftly recognized Hancock's identity and found himself envious of both her beauty and the power she wielded. You are the Empress Hancock, aren't you? Would you care to become my woman? Teach boasted with arrogant laughter. The audacious and frivolous demeanor instantly provoked Hancock's ire. In a flash, she sprang into action, delivering a fierce kick towards Blackbeard Teach beneath the warship. The fragrant foot, imbued with petrifying strength, descended with tremendous force. However, Blackbeard remained unfazed. He coldly smirked and raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of darkness. Dark hole. A muffled thud resonated as Hancock's kick struck the dark flow, only to find herself ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to wield her devil fruit powers. She swiftly retreated, her expression turning grave. Yet, Blackbeard was relentless. The released dark flow in hot pursuit. Enough. Cease your actions. On the warship, Udian languidly unleashed a powerful Armament Haki towards the battlefield. The outward burst of Armament Haki surged with astonishing speed, colliding with Blackbeard's dark flow in an instant. Boom. Amidst the deafening noise, Blackbeard's dark hole was directly obliterated by the Armament Haki. Chapter 10. Successfully capturing the prisoner, demanding a natural devil fruit. Blackbeard Teach's gaze sharpened, his jovial demeanor dissipating. Armament Haki unleashed? To think that mere Armament Haki could thwart my dark hole. Upon realizing this, Blackbeard's expression grew increasingly solemn. Ultimately, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. So you are the newly appointed Marine Admiral Udian? Quite impressive. No wonder you were promoted by Sengoku. At this moment, Udian descended from the warship with an air of detachment, showing little interest in engaging with Blackbeard. The Empress Hancock followed suit to the island's shore, arms crossed, casting a cold glare at Blackbeard, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. Blackbeard's earlier insolence had left her quite vexed. As the two disembarked, a portion of the Marine soldiers accompanied them as guardians, while others remained aboard the warship, readying their guns and cannons, aiming at Blackbeard's crew on the shore. In contrast, the members of the Blackbeard pirates, including Lafitte, Burgess, and Poison Q, gathered around Blackbeard Teach, all but Van Augur wearing cold smirks, exuding an air of hostility that suggested an imminent clash. Neither side trusted the other, perpetually on guard. Enough. Udian's gaze was frigid as he spoke. Where's the prisoner, Ace? Hand him over promptly. Do not waste my time. These unceremonious words caused Blackbeard Teach's expression to darken, and the faces of his companions, such as Bias, were marked with anger as they seemed ready to take action. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to halt. Humph! How could I carelessly set aside such a crucial bargaining chip? Blackbeard Teach uttered coldly, his malevolent gaze flickering as if contemplating some nefarious plot. Ultimately, however, he waved his hand, sneeringly commanding, Bages, bring Ace here. Aye, Captain. Bages swiftly turned and ran towards the depths of the island. Before long, he returned to the shore, escorting a person shackled with seastone handcuffs. It was the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The Navy present instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions tinged with tension. The name Fire Fist Ace, while not particularly renowned across the world, was overshadowed by the almost universally recognized name of Whitebeard, whose reputation resonated throughout the globe. Publicly executing the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard would elevate our Navy's prestige above that of Whitebeard himself. With such thoughts and a surge of excitement in their hearts, two elite soldiers firmly grasped their weapons and approached to take custody of the pirate prisoner, Ace. The entire process unfolded without a hitch, devoid of any unexpected developments. Blackbeard Teach and his band of pirates stood by, coldly observing with sinister smiles. Though their expressions were filled with malice, they refrained from launching an attack. This revelation brought a silent sigh of relief from the vigilant Navy. It seemed that this mission would proceed smoothly. Compared to Ace, the Navy was far more concerned about the threat posed by Blackbeard and his crew. As long as Blackbeard Teach did not initiate an attack, they could successfully escort the prisoner Ace back. Just as the Navy soldiers were lost in their thoughts, preparing to return to their warship, they suddenly noticed that Admiral Udin had not turned around. He remained coldly fixated on Blackbeard and his crew. Was there something left unfinished for Admiral Udin? The soldiers felt perplexed. They were at a loss, and the crew of Blackbeard was even more baffled. What does this kid intend to do? Blackbeard Teach furrowed his brow, keenly sensing something amiss, and discreetly began to remain on guard. At this moment, Udin suddenly spoke up. According to our agreement, you should have obtained a devil fruit, correct? Do you have that devil fruit on you? Upon hearing this, both the Navy and pirates present were left in utter confusion, unable to comprehend why Udin would mention such an unrelated matter. However, Blackbeard Teach seemed to sense something amiss. With a cold smirk, he produced a devil fruit and placed it before Udin's eyes. I am quite pleased with this natural-type devil fruit sent by your Navy, he exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Natural-type fruits are indeed a rarity among devil fruits, commanding prices of at least 500 million in the black market, and they are notoriously difficult to procure. It is indeed a fine specimen, Udin acknowledged, nodding with satisfaction. I want that. Hand it over. The Blackbeard crew was momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, scrutinizing Udin and the Navy behind him, seemingly trying to ascertain who was who. Are they really Navy officers? They appear more like pirates than we do. Udin's words had cast doubt upon the confidence of Blackbeard's crew. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers behind Udin were equally incredulous. Was Admiral Udin about to? They refrained from using the term rob, as it seemed inappropriate to apply such a word to pirates. Yet, they found themselves at a loss for suitable terminology. Is your devil fruit truly a legitimate item of trade? I suspect it is stolen property, Udin stated calmly. Blackbeard Teach, now infuriated, retorted, even if it were stolen, the Navy has no authority over me. The 7 warlords, in essence, are pirates with official licenses for plunder, akin to privateers sanctioned by the British Empire on Earth. However, Udin was aware that the status of these 7 warlords would soon be revoked. Your appointment as a 7 warlord has not been formally announced. Your status does not yet hold full validity. Udin's expression gradually hardened. Should you defy my orders as a Navy admiral, I shall revoke your title on the spot. Chapter 11. Armament Haki versus Dark Fruit. It appears you are deliberately opposing me. Blackbeard Teach's demeanor also darkened, his expression as grim as the depths of the ocean. He had not anticipated such a turn of events at the conclusion of their transaction, nor this intolerable provocation. Nearby, Bages, Lafitte, and others raised their weapons or fists, their gazes fierce as they glared at Udin. Yet, their resolve wavered, for before them stood a Navy admiral. Do not think that just because you are an admiral, I will be intimidated. Blackbeard Teach growled, his eyes reflecting a dangerous glint. His fists clenched tightly, dark energy surging from them as the power of the dark fruit surged forth. If you desire my possession, then come and test your mettle. Blackbeard sneered. Yet he refrained from striking first. It was not due to his correction of the ruthless habits of pirates that he hesitated to act against the formidable adversary, but rather out of an apprehension of recklessly engaging without fully comprehending Udin's capabilities. After all, this was no ordinary opponent. He was a Marine admiral, the epitome of naval power. Observing the fierce countenance of his opponent, who dared not strike, Udin smiled and declared, Since you refuse to comply, you are disobeying orders. As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of Armament Haki from within. The dark, overwhelming force of the Armament Haki surged forth like a torrential flood towards the notorious Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. This is some sort of devil fruit ability? Blackbeard, for a moment, failed to recognize the Armament Haki. Typically, the emanation of Armament Haki is but a small fraction with a limited range, lingering close to the body. He had never witnessed such a formidable release, akin to a raging beast, as exhibited by Udin. Ha ha ha. A devil fruit user dares to threaten me? Truly a fool. Blackbeard regained his confidence, laughing boisterously. He was certain of his own dark fruit ability, a power that could nullify all other devil fruits. Perhaps I shall become the first to defeat a Marine admiral as a warlord of the sea. Blackbeard was elated. He raised both hands as his dark fruit ability surged within him, releasing torrents of darkness. Dark hole. Streams of darkness surged forth like colossal tentacles, clashing with the shockwave of Yudian's released Armament Haki. The collision of these two forces occurred with blinding speed, and in an instant, they collided. Boom. The resounding explosion caused the very island beneath their feet to tremble. A fierce gust of energy swept outward like a hurricane, nearly blinding those present. Magus raised his arm to shield his eyes, straining to see the unfolding battle. Ha ha ha. That Marine Admiral won't last much longer, he exclaimed, filled with excitement. Nearby, Lafitte, Van Oka, and Poison Q opened their eyes wide, surveying the battlefield. Indeed, Captain Blackbeard appeared to hold the upper hand. Lafitte nodded, chuckling, while Poison Q grinned wickedly. I haven't had the chance to experiment with a Marine Admiral yet. The group felt a surge of confidence, except for Van Oka, who wore a frown behind his eyepiece. It seemed as though it was not the Marine Admiral being suppressed, but the captain. After careful observation, he spoke gravely. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes back to the fray. Both Yudian and Blackbeard wielded forces of a dark hue, while there may have been subtle differences. The fierce winds made it difficult to discern. The reality on the battlefield was that Yudian's released Armament Haki was systematically overpowering the streams of darkness unleashed by Blackbeard. The torrents of darkness visibly retreated under the pressure of the Armament Haki. Damn it! What kind of devil fruit ability is this kid using? How can it suppress even my dark fruit? Cold sweat dripped from Blackbeard's brow as he clenched his jagged teeth, evidently under immense pressure. The strain was so great he could scarcely speak. Otherwise, he would have rallied his subordinates to attack by now. In contrast, Yudian maintained his dominance over Blackbeard with just one hand, his Armament Haki not even released to its full extent. It is worth noting that if he were to unleash his full power, even the Marine Headquarters would be obliterated. Truly, he was a Marine Admiral, effortlessly subduing a warlord of the sea. The Marines aboard the warship were awestruck, their doubts about Yudian's true strength utterly dispelled. Even an exceptional admiral possessed monstrous capabilities. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Boom. Yudian exerted himself once more, and the surging Armament Haki shattered the final defenses of the dark stream. With a thunderous sound, the vast waves of darkness were directly obliterated. The unleashed Armament Haki struck Blackbeard with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, Blackbeard Teach felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration, a formidable force reverberating within him, causing blood to trickle from his mouth, nose, and ears. What? It is Haki of Armament. Only after sustaining grave injuries did Blackbeard Teach finally comprehend the nature of the power wielded by Yudian. This force of internal devastation, it can undoubtedly be attributed to Haki of Armament. How could his Haki of Armament be so potent? Its intensity surpasses even that of Whitebeard's Haki. Blackbeard wore a face of sheer terror. Chapter 12. The Frightened Blackbeard. Blackbeard Teach is not a novice just setting sail. Once a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he has witnessed numerous powerful warriors in combat, including the Pirate King, Roger. Furthermore, he himself had once inflicted injury upon one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, leaving a conspicuous scar on the latter's face. He is thoroughly acquainted with the 3 forms of Haki employed by those top-tier warriors. During the epic clash between Whitebeard and the Pirate King Roger, such formidable Armament Haki was never unleashed. The external manifestation of Armament Haki that Yudian had just employed left even a seasoned pirate like Blackbeard Teach, who had weathered many storms, feeling utterly astonished. Such a level of Armament Haki, not to mention him, even the formidable Whitebeard would struggle to withstand it. It is inconceivable for him to possess such strength, otherwise he would have been renowned across the world long ago. Blackbeard Teach remained somewhat skeptical and desired to engage in further competition with Yudian. This time, he intended to unleash his most formidable technique. The power of my dark fruit can envelop an entire island. No matter how potent your Haki, it cannot possibly achieve such an extent. With this thought, Blackbeard Teach regained his confidence. Yet, before making his move, he raised his hand and called out to his subordinates behind him. What are you waiting for? Charge forward. At his command, Burgess and the others sprang into action. Burgess swung his muscular arm like a locomotive, crashing forcefully toward Yudian. Lafitte, with his hands wielding a scythe, sprouted white wings from his back and soared toward Yudian. The sinister laughter of Poison Q echoed as he unleashed a torrent of toxic mist wherever it passed. The flora withered instantly, the toxicity alarmingly potent. Only Van Auger remained stationary, his expression impassive as he aimed his gun at Yudian. As the captain, Blackbeard Teach exuded the most formidable aura, raising both hands high as a surge of darkness momentarily obscured the sky. The island seemed to be inexorably engulfed by the night. The sudden turn of events left the Navy aboard the warships on high alert, preparing for battle. Stand guard. Stand guard. All personnel, assume combat readiness. Target, the Blackbeard pirate crew. The deck of the warship resonated with the sound of hurried footsteps as figures anxiously maneuvered to their respective combat positions. Confronted by the imposing aura of the Blackbeard pirates, the soldiers felt as though they could sense the scent of death in the air. Yet, they steadfastly clutched their weapons. Tense but resolute. However, the intended targets of Blackbeard's crew were not the warships. At that moment, all assaults converged upon Yudian, who stood at the water's edge. Is this truly your utmost strength? Yudian spoke with a calm demeanor, raising a hand to halt Hancock, who was poised to strike beside him. Did they truly believe they could intimidate an admiral of the Navy with such a trivial display? With an expression of indifference, Yudian made his move. He did not even bother to lift his arm. Instead, he simply stood there, unleashing both his Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. This time, he no longer held back. The formidable Armament Haki, infused with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, surged forth like a dark tsunami. The islands, primarily composed of rock, crumbled instantaneously under the onslaught of this Haki, resembling mere tofu in the face of such might. The entire island began to fracture rapidly. The dark currents unleashed by Blackbeard Teach were utterly powerless against it. In the presence of the powerful shockwave from the Armament Haki, the shroud of darkness that obscured the sky failed to withstand even 3 seconds. Soon, the dark veil was shattered, and sunlight cascaded down once more. As for Blackbeard's pirate subordinates, they were immediately rendered unconscious, overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki intermingled with the Armament Haki. Although Yudian's Conqueror's Haki attribute was merely 500, the disparity in effectiveness between Conqueror's and Armament Haki was significant, yet it proved more than sufficient to deal with the likes of Bagus and his crew. Thud, thud, thud. Blackbeard and his cohorts fell heavily to the ground. The island beneath Yudian's feet was reduced to nothing more than a small battleground, while the rest was obliterated by the Armament Haki and sank beneath the waves. Merely by unleashing his Armament Haki, he had shattered an entire island. His power was terrifying. Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened in horror, blood staining his face. If the opponent could demolish an island with Armament Haki, then crushing him would be a mere trifle. Such a formidable adversary could effortlessly take his life. Blackbeard Teach completely retracted his arrogance and bravado, leaving only trepidation on his face, fearful of provoking Yudian. At that moment, he even contemplated how to atone for his misdeeds. Forgive my foolishness. I can immediately disband my crew as an apology. If assistance is required, allow me to apprehend them for you. Blackbeard Teach pointed towards the unconscious Bagus, Lafitte, and others nearby, unhesitatingly betraying his own subordinates. The Navy soldiers were taken aback by this revelation. These were all his loyal followers. Could Blackbeard truly be willing to forsake them? Did he genuinely intend to turn over a new leaf? His combat prowess was indeed impressive. The naval soldiers, beguiled by Blackbeard's facade, began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, Yudian showed little surprise at Blackbeard's act of betrayal and plea for mercy. Such individuals possess such a character. However, he never intended to take Blackbeard's life. What about that Logia-type devil fruit? Yudian stepped forward, extending his hand coldly. Here it is. Blackbeard Teach hurriedly produced the Logia-type devil fruit he had just acquired from the Navy, still warm from his grasp, and tremulously handed it to Yudian. Well, splendid. Yudian cast a cursory glance before stowing it away, choosing not to utilize it immediately. He then turned on his heel and returned directly to the warship, dismissing Blackbeard with indifference. Chapter 13. Enhancement of Armament Haki. The materialization of Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the battle concluded. With the Logia-type devil fruit in hand, Yudian returned to the warship, closely followed by Hancock. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, glancing anxiously around, fearful of being discarded like refuse, neglected to even wipe the blood from his face as he hurriedly boarded the warship after Yudian. Originally, he had intended to seize the Navy's warship as his own pirate vessel following the transaction. Yet, he never anticipated that he would end up aboard the warship in this manner. As for his subordinates left on the shattered island, Blackbeard had completely forgotten about them, not even contemplating how to manage their situation. Ultimately, some Navy soldiers dragged Lafitte and the others onto the warship. After all, according to the orders from the Navy headquarters, they needed to summon the Blackbeard pirates of the Shichibukai to the headquarters. Report to Admiral Yudian. Prisoner Ace has been incarcerated in the Sea Prism Stone cell. How should we handle the Blackbeard pirates of the Shichibukai? A Navy major approached Yudian to report. Yudian, standing on the deck and preparing to return to his office, casually glanced at Blackbeard and his crew, who were hanging their heads nearby. He waved his hand dismissively. Arrange a room for them in the cabin. Oh, let them be neighbors with Ace. The Sea Prism Stone cell for prisoners is located at the lowest level of the warship, primarily for security reasons. Having made the arrangements, Yudian returned to his quarters. Compared to the scenic views on deck, he had more pressing matters to attend to. The Devil Fruit could grant him free attribute points. Yudian eagerly retrieved the still-warm Logia-type Devil Fruit. According to the system, harnessing the energy of the Devil Fruit would bestow upon Yudian a certain number of free attribute points, which he could allocate at will. Uncertain of how to proceed, Yudian examined the Devil Fruit from various angles. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! A Logia-type Devil Fruit has been detected in the possession of the host. Would you like to absorb the energy of this Logia-type Devil Fruit immediately? Hearing the system prompt, Yudian suddenly realized, so this is what the system meant by absorption. Without further hesitation, he commanded, absorb. Absorbing the energy of the Devil Fruit. Absorption complete. Commencing transformation of free attribute points. Ding. The host has acquired a total of 800 free attribute points this time. This includes an additional 300 points from the Logia-type Devil Fruit. The energy of the Logia-type Devil Fruit has an additional bonus? Yudian exclaimed in delight. The rarer the Devil Fruit, the higher the energy conversion efficiency. The system provided an explanation and subsequently notified him that the free attribute points had been issued. Upon reviewing his status data, Yudian discovered the number 800 added to the free attribute points section. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to allocate all points to Armament Haki. In recent days, he has clearly perceived the formidable power of Armament Haki. Furthermore, by enhancing Armament Haki, one can also achieve a corresponding improvement in Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. It is undoubtedly a guaranteed profit. Without further hesitation, Yudian immediately commenced his operations, allocating all 800 free attribute points to Armament Haki. The host's Armament Haki attribute increased by 800 points. Observation Haki has been fortified, with an increase of 100 points. Conqueror's Haki has been enhanced, with an increase of 400 points. The ability for Conqueror's Haki to manifest tangible attacks has been unlocked. Host, Yudian Armament Haki. 1800 Observation Haki. 200 Conqueror's Haki. 900 Observation Haki has risen by 100 points. Yudian was somewhat astonished. The last time his Armament Haki increased by 1,000 points, Observation Haki had only seen a modest rise of 100 points. However, in comparison to Armament and Conqueror's Haki, the attribute of Observation Haki still appeared rather meager. He pondered whether, upon the next acquisition of attribute points, he should invest in Observation Haki to achieve a better balance. Otherwise, the disparity in attributes seemed somewhat lopsided. Moreover, the battles Yudian had previously experienced were all decisively won through the overwhelming force of his Armament Haki. If he were to encounter an opponent of comparable strength, the shortcomings of Observation Haki might become glaringly apparent. The enhancement of Armament Haki simultaneously bestows significant fortification upon Conqueror's Haki. He wondered if the elevation of Observation Haki would yield a similar effect, greatly strengthening Conqueror's Haki as well. Perhaps he could experiment with this next time. Yudian contemplated quietly. At that moment, a sudden knock reverberated through the door, accompanied by Hancock's voice from outside. After the pirate empress entered the room, she directly stated her purpose. She hoped you could assist her in preserving her title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and in return, she would aid you in collecting devil fruits. Clearly, from the recent incident where Yudian seized a devil fruit from Blackbeard Teach, Hancock had discerned Yudian's need for these rare fruits. Although she might not fully understand the specific use Yudian intended for the devil fruits, the mere knowledge of a demand was sufficient for her to consider it a potential trade. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Yudian silently acknowledged this in her mind, maintaining an impassive facade as she calmly inquired, how long would it take to collect a single devil fruit? Upon hearing this, Hancock's eyes lit up, realizing that there was a chance for the transaction to succeed. She quickly replied, I cannot guarantee the exact time for collection, but I assure you that I will be able to procure 1 devil fruit within a year. 1 a year? Yudian shook her head and coldly remarked, that's unacceptable. It is far too few. You must collect at least 10 within a year. Upon hearing this, Hancock's complexion changed. 10? That is quite challenging. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare throughout the world. In the black market, a common devil fruit costs 100 million berries. but whether one can even acquire it depends on luck. This item lacks a stable supply channel. Even though Hancock, as the Empress of a nation and one of the 7 warlords, still cannot guarantee the collection of 10 within a year. I shall do my utmost. Hancock bit her lip tightly. Well, you should return and ponder this for a while. Yudian waved his hand to dismiss her. Chapter 14. The Trial of the 3 Admirals. Thud. The door closed, and Yudian withdrew his gaze, continuing to assess the changes following the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki. This time, his Conqueror's attribute increased by 400 points, unlocking the power of Haki manifestation. With my current 900 points in Conqueror's Haki, my prowess should be comparable to that of a superior level. I silently compared in my heart. The universal effect of Conqueror's Haki typically involves using 1's aura to intimidate foes, functioning as a psychological attack. In contrast, the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki directly inflicts physical damage. One of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, has mastered this level of power. However, Yudian has yet to confront Shanks directly. Hence, he cannot ascertain the current strength of his Conqueror's Haki. The manifestation of Haki is a manifestation of the ability's enhancement to a certain degree. It is likely that a formidable figure like Shanks mastered Haki manifestation many years ago. Nonetheless, one thing is certain, Yudian's current Conqueror's strength undoubtedly places him among the elite of the world. My Conqueror's Haki can manifest, yet it cannot yet entwine. Perhaps my attributes are still insufficiently high. Next, I must find ways to continue collecting devil fruits. Yudian pondered quietly. At this moment, the warship had begun to sail at full speed, returning to the Navy headquarters. During the return journey, no unforeseen events occurred. After all, they were traversing the special express route, the Gate of Justice. Upon arriving at the Navy headquarters, Yudian disembarked directly and did not personally escort the prisoner Ace to impel down. The task of escorting was entrusted to a Navy Rear Admiral. Both Hancock, the Empress of the Warlords, and Blackbeard Teach also left the warship, entering the Navy headquarters. The headquarters had long made arrangements for their accommodations. As they parted, Hancock wore a beautiful yet furrowed brow, appearing quite troubled. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach frequently glanced back at Yudian, wary of a potential ambush, still haunted by the fright he experienced on Bonero Island. Admiral Yudian, Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your immediate presence in the conference room. A Navy lieutenant informed him. Yudian nodded, and upon entering the Fleet Admiral's conference room, he discovered that not only Sengoku and Garp were present. Other admirals, previously dispatched to the New World to monitor the movements of the 4 emperors, had returned and were seated on the sofa. As Yudian pushed the door open, all 3 admirals turned in unison to face him, an overwhelming aura of pressure washing over him. Why do I feel as though these 3 are somewhat targeting me? Yudian furrowed his brow slightly. However, he chose to disregard it. Although the admirals exuded formidable presence, it was merely that to him. He walked directly to the desk and reported in a calm voice, "The task of receiving the prisoner Ace has been completed. The Empress of the Warlords, Hancock, and Blackbeard Teach have arrived at headquarters." Upon hearing the report, Sengoku rubbed his forehead with a hint of exasperation. He stood up, gesturing, "Admiral Yudian, please take a seat. You executed this mission remarkably well, but there was no need for you to engage in combat while summoning the 7 warlords, was there?" As he mentioned this, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly exasperated. "Clearly, you were sent to summon the 7 warlords. How did it result in a fight? Not only did you engage with the Empress, but you also took on Blackbeard." However, Sengoku refrained from mentioning Blackbeard's devil fruit, tacitly affirming Yudian's custody of the devil fruit. Custody? Certainly, it was custody. Would the righteous Navy ever resort to stealing a devil fruit for themselves? It was merely a temporary safeguarding from the hands of wicked pirates, preventing them from exploiting the natural fruit for nefarious purposes. Everything is for the sake of justice. Whether you believe it or not, Sengoku holds this conviction. Those 7 warlords refused to heed persuasion. Hence, I had to employ certain measures, Yudian replied with an air of inevitability, finding nothing amiss in his actions. "And I even acquired some spoils." "No, not spoils," Sengoku interjected sternly, "it is custody. You are temporarily safeguarding the assets of the 7 warlords." "Custody?" Yudian wore a puzzled expression, frowning. "Those spoils, I do not intend to return if they acquire those items. It would only lead to greater and more severe destruction in the world." The forthright remarks left Sengoku momentarily speechless. "Oh dear, General Yudian is indeed quite candid," chuckled Kazara with a grin. Beside him, Akiji displayed an air of indifference, stating, "Referring to it as spoils of war seems acceptable. Only Akainu wore a solemn expression, declaring, I concur with General Eugen's sentiment. We must not allow pirates to seize vital resources, or absolute justice will become increasingly difficult to uphold. His serious tone marked a profound discussion. Witnessing this, Sengoku lost his temper entirely and waved his hand, choosing to bypass the topic altogether. Upon hearing this, Eugen was taken aback, glancing at the three admirals on the sofa, silently nodding. He anticipated such a congenial atmosphere during their first meeting. It seemed he would quickly bond with these fellows. As he contemplated this, Akainu suddenly stood up, his demeanor grave as he addressed Eugen. General Eugen, our return to headquarters is to assess your strength. Chapter 15. The Admiral's Showdown. Eugen was momentarily stunned. Why the sudden shift to testing strength? As for the method of assessment, it was undoubtedly through practical combat. Just moments ago, Eugen had been eager to forge camaraderie with the three admirals, yet here they were, ready to engage in battle. The trio would soon head to the New World, as Sengoku elaborated. According to him, the evaluation by the three admirals served as the final procedure before an official appointment. Of course, this was an unwritten rule, not something documented. It resembled the procedure for vying for the position of Fleet Admiral, where the strongest would prevail. Eugen thought to himself, understanding the rationale behind it. Before long, the group exited the Fleet Admiral's conference room and entered the expansive plaza before the headquarters. General Eugen, I've heard your Busashoko Haki is powerful enough to shatter the Navy headquarters? Kizaru remarked, stroking his chin with keen interest. His choice of words was deliberate. He said shatter rather than collapse, as the latter seemed far-fetched, and he was somewhat skeptical. In truth, all three admirals present possessed the capability to destroy the Navy headquarters. But demolishing it solely through Busashoko Haki was a formidable challenge. Your Busashoko Haki must also confer impressive defensive capabilities, correct? Kizaru continued with a smile. Then, nonchalantly, he raised his hand and pointed a finger at Eugen, his fingertip abruptly erupting with a beam of laser light. Bayu. The searing light surged toward Eugen in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. Although Eugen could have evaded the laser with his Kinbunshika Haki, he chose not to. The laser struck his chest, and a brilliant explosion of light engulfed the area. Oh my, he didn't even dodge. How confident? Kizaru grinned widely. Beside him, Akainu crossed his arms, his expression serious, revealing no discernible reaction. Akiji, however, furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Clearly puzzled as to why Eugen remained stationary to absorb the laser strike. If even the admiral was baffled, the other naval officers present were even more perplexed. Only Zephyr laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Kizaru, you seem overly confident in your Pika Pika no Mi abilities. As a legendary instructor of the Navy, Zephyr had trained countless naval officers, including the three admirals present, many of whom were his disciples. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding naval officers were filled with doubt. Could it be that General Eugen possessed some unique ability? Even if it were extraordinary, it was inconceivable that he could withstand a laser strike unscathed, right? As the officers murmured among themselves, the blinding light from the explosion gradually subsided, revealing Eugen before them, completely unharmed. Not a single crease marred his clothing, appearing as pristine as if it were new. This is impossible. How did he achieve this? Exclaimed Rear Admiral Weasel in astonishment. Not only he, but even Akainu and Akiji displayed signs of surprise. Oh dear, even my laser had no effect. His defensive prowess is truly formidable. Kizaru mused, his previously nonchalant demeanor now tinged with seriousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Iron Fist Garp seemed to catch on. Chuckling and shaking his head, the outward Busashoko Haki negated the laser. Such a lavish use of Haki, even for a master of martial arts like him. Eugen's earlier actions appeared extravagant. The way he employed Busashoko Haki seemed almost frivolous. Youth truly has its advantages, Garp thought, growing increasingly envious. At that moment, Akiji suddenly sprang into action. He raised his hand and waved, summoning several ice spears that materialized around him, aimed directly at Eugen. Be careful, General Eugen, Akiji called out, intending to issue a warning rather than initiate a surprise attack. Whoosh! In the next instant, numerous ice spears shot forth like arrows, speeding toward their target. The ice spears, exuding an aura of frigid cold, froze the moisture in their wake, leaving distinct traces of frost in the air. In the blink of an eye, the cluster of ice spears surged toward Eugen. At that moment, Eugen once again unleashed his armed color Haki. Boom! The formidable force of his Haki shattered the ice spears with ease. As he watched the ice splinter into fragments, Carp couldn't help but shake his head, pondering whether this lad ever considered the matter of consumption. Beside him, Zephyr let out a hearty laugh, brimming with pride. Carp, do not underestimate my disciple. Such consumption is trivial to him. The naval commanders nearby exchanged glances, astonished. Such a degree of consumption is deemed insignificant? Just as they were processing this revelation, Akainu, who had been a mere spectator among the three admirals, finally rose to take action. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him. Chapter 16. The three admirals acknowledge. Admiral Akainu is finally ready to engage. The mere presence of Akainu instantly captivated everyone present. Although the three admirals did not have an official ranking, many believed that Akainu possessed the most formidable strength. At this moment, even as he simply stepped forward without making a move, his every gesture exuded an oppressive weight. Udian, standing closest, faced Akainu directly. At such proximity, he could even detect the acrid scent emanating from him, the unmistakable odor of sulfur from molten lava. Your strength appears commendable. Perhaps you truly possess the qualifications to ascend to the rank of admiral, Akainu stated solemnly as he approached Udian, his tone imbued with gravity. This signifies that his subsequent move will be executed with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Udian smiled subtly, preparing to speak. Just at that moment, Akainu made his move. He lifted his right hand, which transformed into searing magma at an astonishing pace during the ascent. By the time his arm reached the height for a punch, his entire right arm had morphed into a blazing crimson lava, continuously emitting thick plumes of smoke. Hellhound. In the next instant, Akainu thrust his right fist forward with a speed so swift that onlookers were rendered incapable of reacting. This is the close-range technique that Akainu excels at. With swift strikes, before the enemy has a chance to react, the magma fist has already obliterated them. Boom. In an instant, the expanding magma fist struck Udian. Large chunks of lava shattered, scattering like sparks. Where the lava hit, thick plumes of scalding steam rose up. At this moment, those observing could see the trajectory of Akainu's magma fist lingering in the air, a clear testament to the power of the move, evoking a visceral sense of awe among the onlookers. Has the battle truly come to an end? Exclaimed Marine Vice Admiral Weasel, his eyes wide with astonishment. Humph. Of course. It is over. How could such an attack be withstood? Vice Admiral Doberman coldly remarked, arms crossed. The other Marine leaders nodded in agreement. They had barely caught a glimpse of Akainu's strike, let alone defend against it. Yet, amidst the thick mist, a cold voice suddenly emerged. As a Marine Admiral, I am, after all, considered your comrade. Do you think such an attack is appropriate? Udian said coldly, his figure gradually becoming clearer through the fog. He was furious that Akainu had launched a surprise attack without even a word of warning. I was merely testing your strength. This is a battlefield. Akainu replied solemnly, his demeanor serious. On the battlefield, there is no consideration of appropriateness, only survival or death. His chilling words resonated, silencing all the Marines, as if they were struck by the gravity of his statement. Speaking of life and death as if you were truly formidable? Udian scoffed, raising his hand to point at Akainu. Akainu showed little reaction to this gesture, but the onlookers, Hancock and Blackbeard Teach, were visibly moved. Is Admiral Udian planning to defeat Akainu directly? Hancock thought, recalling the terrifying sight of Udian unleashing a tsunami like Haki, her eyes widening in shock. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he whispered, Akainu is about to be defeated. The nearby Marine leaders shot them incredulous glances. Admiral Akainu is our Navy's strongest force. How could he be so easily vanquished? You warlords of the sea truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. You are utterly ignorant. Silence yourselves. The leaders scornfully retorted. In contrast, Akainu on the battlefield remained far more cautious. His entire body transformed into burning magma, thick smoke billowing upwards. Unleash whatever abilities you possess, Akainu commanded in a deep voice. Simultaneously, Kizaru and Akiji positioned themselves on either side of Udian, forming a triangle around him. However, out of respect for fairness, Kizaru and Akiji refrained from attacking for the moment. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for three admirals to assault a single opponent. I hope you won't retreat later, Udian said calmly, unleashing a surge of Armament Haki. At that moment, his 1,800 attribute points of Armament Haki were fully activated and released. Waves of dark purple Haki surged like a tempest around him. Indeed, Udian's unleashed Haki did not simply target Akainu. It also split into two streams, crashing towards Kizaru and Akiji. The torrent of deep, dark Haki made it exceedingly difficult for the three admirals to evade through elementalization. Normally, opponents would merely coat their weapons or fist with haki, allowing the three admirals to predict attack positions using observation haki and evade in advance. But now, they faced a deluge of armament haki. They were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the externalized haki. How could they possibly dodge? Oh dear. Is this Admiral Adyun's haki tsunami? How terrifying. Kazara chuckled as he transformed into light and retreated, showing no intention of facing it head-on. On the other side, Akiji furrowed his brow tightly, squinting at the torrent of haki before him, concluding in his mind, there's no way to evade. I can only retreat. The next moment, he too sprang into action, swiftly retreating. Meanwhile, Akainu, standing opposite Udyun, was engulfed in a massive wave of magma, conjuring a tidal wave of molten rock that surged directly toward the torrent of haki. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the torrent of haki collided with the magma wave, the searing lava cresting to heights of over 100 meters. Endless magma cascaded down like raindrops. The observing marine leaders hurriedly retreated, aware that contact with such heated lava would spell their doom. Akainu's power has grown even stronger. Sengoku observed the sky filled with magma, nodding slightly. Haha. Yet it seems Akainu is on the verge of being suppressed. Garp grinned broadly. Sure enough, before Garp's words had fully settled, the dynamics of the battlefield took a drastic turn. The dark torrent of armament haki had begun to suppress the magma wave, causing the latter's crest to continuously lower. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Soon, all the lava was forcefully pressed down by the externalized armament haki, unable to rise even a fraction. Chapter 17. Official announcement of the 4th Admiral. Global situation. Unbelievable. Admiral Akainu's magma fruit ability has actually been suppressed. Marine Vice Admiral Weasel struggled to widen his eyes, his face a mask of shock. Not only him, but the expressions of the other nearby marine leaders mirrored his astonishment. The magma fruit of Admiral Akainu could melt mountains, and yet it is being suppressed? If I hadn't witnessed this myself, I would never have believed it. Admiral Adyun's strength is indeed astonishingly formidable. The elite marine leaders exclaimed, their jaws agape in disbelief. Indeed, he has subdued Sakazuki. Sengoku nodded slightly, but then added, however, it is merely a superficial suppression. Sakazuki has not sustained any injuries. Indeed, Karp affirmed, agreeing with him. Their remarks left Zephyr quite displeased. Humph. If Adyun can suppress Sakazuki once, he can do so a second and third time, almost as if to validate his words. The externalized torrent of armament haki continued to press down on Akainu, transforming him into magma that gradually sank into the ground. From the swirling currents of magma, it was evident that Akainu was continuously resisting, attempting to break free from the haki's suppression, yet he could not succeed. Enough, let this end here. Finally, Sengoku could no longer bear to watch and commanded the 4 admirals to cease their actions. If this continues, the headquarters square will be reduced to rubble. Sengoku glanced at the ground, which had become a battlefield. In just this brief moment, the square was riddled with craters. The area where Akainu was being suppressed as magma was particularly burned into a deep, charred pit. Such destruction would take days to repair. Of course, if the fighting continued. The time for repairs would be uncertain, potentially even leading to the destruction of the Marine Headquarters itself. In that case, repairs would be impossible. Not even by the time of the execution day. Haha, you've performed splendidly, truly worthy of being my disciple. Zifa erupted into hearty laughter, then crossed his arms and cast a glance towards Sengoku, his gaze seemingly inquiring. Are there any more issues? Do you dare to question me again? Sengoku, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and turned away, unwilling to endure Zifa's mockery in such a setting. However, the attention of the majority of the naval officers present was firmly fixed on the 4 admirals in the arena. The recent display of power by the admirals had profoundly shaken the hearts of the thousands of elite naval personnel. At this moment on the battlefield, Udyun had already retracted his armament haki, and Akainu had finally ceased his elemental transformation. A figure, formed from a mass of seething magma, emerged amidst the billowing smoke. And Akainu's voice resonated. Your strength is commendable. You are indeed worthy of the rank of admiral. Although Akainu's tone remained grave and somber, the fierceness in his gaze had subsided. Suddenly, he rose and, under the watchful eyes of thousands of sailors, approached Udyun. Extending his right hand, I apologize for my earlier attack. From this day forth, you shall be the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Upon hearing this, Udyun couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering, what a stubborn old fool who only acknowledges strength. As if you have the authority to decide my appointment as an admiral. Nevertheless, Udyun extended his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with Akainu. Subsequently, both Kizaru and Fujitora arrived in turn, each extending a handshake to Yudian. Such behavior may appear unremarkable at first glance. However, upon deeper reflection, Yudian realizes it carries profound significance. The three great generals extending their hands to him not only acknowledges his position as the fourth general, but also manifests the unity and collaborative spirit among the generals. Such an attitude proves to be particularly significant in the face of the impending grand event, capable of stabilizing the hearts of many. Indeed, the naval admiral is not to be underestimated. Yudian suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated these three naval admirals. As the three admirals shook hands in acknowledgement, the fourth admiral was thus established and swiftly announced officially. This so-called official announcement entails the publication of news regarding the naval fourth admiral in the world's most widely circulated official newspaper. This news will surely astonish certain individuals. Won't it? Karp smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling with profound meaning. Days later, the news of the Navy's unprecedented promotion of the fourth admiral spread throughout the entire world. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, a voice thundered. You mean to say you had no prior knowledge of the Navy's extraordinary promotion of an admiral? What use are you if you know nothing? The reverberating roar shook the massive Oni head structure. It was Kaido, one of the four emperors and the governor of the Beast Pirates, expressing his fury. I don't want to hear any more excuses. Kaido bellowed into the transponder snail, subsequently shattering it into pieces. However, his anger remained unabated as he turned to his subordinates with fury. What do you think the Navy intends to accomplish by suddenly promoting an admiral? The members of the crew exchanged glances in silence, none daring to speak. For a moment, the island resonated solely with the sounds of Kaido angrily smashing objects. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates on Cake Island, a grand cake banquet was in full swing. One of the four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, sat at the head of the table, joyfully indulging in cake, her eyes squinting with delight. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders, approached and unfurled the latest newspaper before Big Mom. Mother, the Navy has just appointed a new admiral, Katakuri reported in a somber tone. Chapter 18, A New Mission. Monitor the Four Emperors. Oh, it's Katakuri. What is it? Big Mom responded casually, evidently too engrossed in her cake to have comprehended what Katakuri had just said. Mother, they've appointed a new admiral, the fourth one. This is a significant event. Katakuri's expression remained impassive, though his tone grew more emphatic. Oh, it's just the appointment of an admiral. Nothing to worry about. Big Mom chuckled dismissively, more interested in savoring her new flavor of cake. Katakuri sighed quietly, realizing he could not resist his mother's whims and reluctantly joined in the festivities. The atmosphere of the banquet grew even more jubilant. Meanwhile, in the New World, the red-haired pirates' flagship, the Red Force, had just departed from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. One of the four emperors, Shanks, stood alone at the bow of the ship, his countenance dark, reflecting his displeasure. That stubborn old fool is utterly unreasonable. Shanks fumed, the flames of anger within him refusing to subside. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Captain, big news. The rotund lackey rushed over, his short legs moving swiftly, a newspaper in hand. What is the matter? Shanks inquired, taking the newspaper and, upon scanning it, his expression shifted dramatically. It had been several years since the Navy appointed an admiral. Why had they suddenly promoted someone? Upon thorough examination of the article, he discovered that the new admiral had been promoted directly from the rank of major, a rarity in the annals of naval history. The only circumstance that could warrant such recognition from Sengoku was grave indeed. Shanks set down the newspaper and turned to gaze out at the waters behind him. His demeanor serious. That was the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The newly appointed admiral, Yudian, possessed monstrous strength. Simultaneously, on the deck of the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the remaining 14 commanders had gathered to discuss a strategy to rescue Ace, following Sachi's death and Ace's capture. Whitebeard sat in his esteemed position, holding a newspaper, his expression grim. Those bastards in the Navy think they can intimidate me simply by appointing a greenhorn as an admiral? Do they believe I've grown too old to wield my blade? I am Whitebeard. Furious, Whitebeard rose and issued a direct command. Summon all my pirate crews at once. Prepare to rescue Ace. Yes, father. The commanders responded in unison. Over 10 days had passed since the Navy's announcement of the fourth admiral. The initial shockwaves reverberating throughout the world began to subside. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu and the other two admirals, after assessing Yudian's strength, returned to the New World to continue monitoring the movements of the four emperors, with particular focus on the Whitebeard pirates. Monitoring the activities of 4 Emperor-class powers with just 3 admirals seemed to be somewhat insufficient. On this day, Sengoku summoned Yudian to the commander's conference room to deliberate on the matter of dispatching additional personnel to the New World Seas. The elite naval forces and the 7 warlords had yet to be fully assembled, making this period particularly prone to unforeseen events. Sengoku's expression was notably grave as he outlined the prevailing situation. Thus I resolved to send another team to the New World. The mission of this team would be to monitor the movements of the beast pirates among the 4 emperors. They would pass through the kingdom of Dressrosa, allowing for an opportunity to urge the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo to respond promptly to the summons and report to the Naval Headquarters. Each warlord is notoriously obstinate, and summoning them is always a challenge. However, Sengoku harbored little concern for da Flamingo. Despite his unique status, he had never declined a summons. As for the leader of the team, I would like it to be you or to receive your recommendation for a suitable candidate. Sengoku nodded towards Yudian, who was seated on the sofa. The options for the team leader were limited. Aside from Sengoku and himself, only Garp was present. As Sengoku must remain at the Naval Headquarters, the only individuals capable of leading a team to surveil the 4 emperors were he and Garp. Just as Yudian was about to speak, Garp suddenly chuckled and said, "This old body of mine can hardly withstand any tumult. Let young Yudian take the lead. Besides, he is a general, while I am merely a vice-admiral." Upon hearing this, Yudian could not help but scoff. Can one who can obliterate a mountain with a single punch still be called old? Clearly, you simply wish to avoid the hassle. In this moment, he recalled a phrase once uttered by Garp: "If you wish to avoid excessive fatigue, do not accept a position of too great responsibility." So, Yudian, what is your stance? Zhang Guo turned to inquire about Yudian's opinion. Clearly, Zhang Guo himself was also uncertain. Yudian intended to decline, but before the words could escape his lips, he suddenly recalled something, prompting an immediate change of heart. He nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall lead the team for this surveillance mission." "I see. Then it shall be you who leads." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guo ultimately reached a decision and elaborated. "The duration of surveillance will be 1 month. You must return immediately upon its conclusion. In just over a month, it would be the day of Ace's execution." Chapter 19. The Kingdom of Dressrosa. A few days later, in the New World Seas, the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Presently, Dressrosa has evolved into a tourist haven, adorned with numerous man-made attractions. It is renowned globally as a tropical resort island, popularly dubbed the country of love, passion, and toys. With the influx of tourists, the port is naturally filled with various sea vessels. However, one ship stands out remarkably. It flies the Jolly Roger, marking it as a pirate ship. Many pirates visit Dressrosa, yet a typical pirate vessel would hardly garner much attention. Why is everyone fixated on that ship? It is merely a pirate ship, after all. Nearby, on a merchant ship that had just docked, a group of elegantly dressed upper-class individuals conversed in astonishment. "Hush! Quiet down. That is the ship of the beast pirates." The captain of the merchant vessel hurriedly approached to disperse the crowd. He had no desire to invite disaster upon his ship. The beast's pirates, one of the 4 emperors. The group of upper-class individuals ceased their discussions in awe. No matter how they prided themselves on their status, they dared not provoke one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Why would a member of the 4 emperors be present here? A throng of confused tourists disembarked onto the island. At this moment, within the highest palace of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, led by da Flamingo, was gathered. Their expressions grave, as though they were lined up to offer a formal welcome. Such an honor, reserved for the Shichibukai, could only be bestowed upon a force of even greater power. "All the goods are here, Lord Jack." Darren Giet cheerfully gestured to the crates at his feet. The crates were adorned with markings reminiscent of the devil fruits, totaling 15 in number. Opposite Dirinji stood a group of pirates led by Jack, known as Drought, one of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates, infamous throughout the world. "Is this all there is? Just 15? Jack cast a glance at the crates at his feet, his brow furrowing as he coldly inquired, "Why is the shipment so meager?" The members of the Don Quixote family exchanged uneasy glances. The wrath of the Yonko pirates was not something to be taken lightly. At this moment, Da Flamingo emerged, exclaiming, "Fu-fu-fu. The recent tensions have indeed impacted the factory. If you wish to assign blame, seek trouble with the Navy." As one of the 7 warlords, Da Flamingo remained composed even in the presence of the formidable Drought Jack. "Humph. Remember, just this once, clown," Jack coldly declared, revealing Da Flamingo's infamous black market moniker. Few within the great powers were aware that Da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords, was the notorious clown of the underworld. At that moment, The transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates was a quintessential black market deal. In our next transaction, I expect to see a sufficient quantity of goods. Jack turned away, delivering a final icy threat. Do not use the Navy as an excuse. I fear no Navy. As Jack and his band of pirates reached the entrance, several members of the Don Quixote family rushed into the hall. Young master, the Navy is coming. Their panic and urgency heightened the tension among the Don Quixote family officials present. What is the matter? Explain. Diamante stepped forward, slapping several of the anxious individuals to bring them to their senses. A Navy warship is rapidly approaching the kingdom of Dressrosa, led by the newly appointed Admiral Udien. The members, clutching their swollen faces, clarified the situation. At the entrance of the hall, Jack, who had been preparing to leave, abruptly halted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The new admiral? Is that the youngest admiral in history? Subsequently, everyone exited the hall to gaze out at the distant sea. The royal palace was situated at the highest peak of Dressrosa Island, offering a panoramic view of the entire kingdom. At this moment, Doflamingo peered through his telescope and indeed observed several warships swiftly advancing towards Dressrosa Island. On the foremost flagship's deck, Udien's figure was clearly visible. So it is him. Doflamingo's expression darkened. This new admiral was unpredictable and challenging to deal with. Just recently, he had personally attacked female Emperor Hancock and Blackbeard among the 7 warlords. Doflamingo's extensive intelligence network had already acquired information regarding Udien's previous battles against Hancock and Blackbeard. Battles in which only the Navy and the involved pirates were present, and the relevant news had been suppressed by the world government. Humph. So that new admiral is coming for you, one of the 7 warlords? Jack's voice brimmed with anger. I will not allow anyone to disrupt our transaction. As he spoke, Jack rose, preparing to head to the port to confront the Navy. Concerned, CYPS had tried to dissuade him, saying, Lord Jack, he is an admiral, and he may not be here to engage in battle. However, before he could finish, Jack whirled around and glared fiercely at him. Nonsense. What if he is an admiral? This battle is mine to fight. In the waters surrounding Dressrosa Island, Admiral Udien stood silently on the flagship, his demeanor calm. Behind him stood Vice Admiral Muskrat and several rear admirals. Since the primary objective of this operation was to monitor the movements of the Beast Pirates, the Navy had allocated Udien a significant force, ample enough to obliterate a common nation. Admiral Udien, is it prudent for us to directly invade the kingdom of Dressrosa? Vice Admiral Muskrat furrowed his brows, voicing his concerns. We are here to summon the 7 warlord Doflamingo. Acting in this manner will only make Doflamingo wary, and he may even reject the summons. As a vice admiral, Muskrat's stance towards the 7 warlords was cautious, given their formidable strength. In stark contrast, Udien's tone was resolute. If Doflamingo refuses the summons, we shall strip him of his title as a 7 warlord. He privately mused, given Doflamingo's temperament, he will likely resist. And then matters will become easier to handle. He was not merely here to convey a message. The effects of consuming artificial devil fruits differ from those of natural ones, and the attributes gained might vary as well. As long as a single fruit could yield more than 10 points of attributes, it would be deemed valuable. Doflamingo possessed a complete production line for artificial devil fruits. Even if each fruit only provided 10 points, with an unlimited supply, 10, 100, 1,000, eventually the attributes would accumulate. Udien pondered whether there were any completed artificial devil fruits on Dressrosa Island. As he contemplated, he raised his telescope to observe the distant massive island. And then he suddenly smiled. It seemed that his thoughts had manifested. What occurred? Vice Admiral Muskrat was taken aback, unsure why Udien had laughed. He and the other rear admirals peered through their telescopes to observe the distant island, but saw nothing amiss. However, being a capable vice admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Muskrat, after a careful examination, seemed to have made a discovery, his face displaying astonishment. That ship, could it be? Indeed, that is the ship of the Beast Pirates. Udien stated directly. The other officers on board immediately resumed their observation of the island, focusing on the distant port. After a thorough search, they indeed spotted the pirate ship belonging to the Beast Pirates. Based on the ship's flag, it belonged to Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. A rear admiral reported calmly. Drought Jack. The expressions of the Navy soldiers shifted, though no commotion ensued, nor did anyone whisper. Jack's reputation was formidable, even in the New World, capable of intimidating numerous factions. However, there was an admiral stationed aboard the warship. Admiral Udien, should we encircle Dressrosa Island? Muskrat suggested in a grave tone, his attitude having changed significantly. Before the appearance of the Beast Pirates, their intended destination was an area recognized by the world government as the territory of a Seven Warlord. However, with the arrival of the Beast Pirate ship, the situation had entirely altered. An alliance between a Seven Warlord and the Four Emperors was publicly intolerable. Moreover, the primary purpose of their operation was to monitor the movements of the Beast Pirates. The collusion between the Seven Warlords and the Four Emperors requires reporting to headquarters, declared a serious Rear Admiral. Yudian waved his hand to interrupt, smiling as he gazed at the distant Dressrosa Island. The frontline situation will be assessed accordingly. We can manage here. He then began issuing orders, dispersing the more than 10 warships to tightly encircle all of Dressrosa Island. In truth, this island was not large. Although it was a nation, its size was comparable to that of Nine Snake Island, Daughter Island. Shortly thereafter, the flotilla completed the encirclement of Dressrosa Island. At this juncture, Yudian had already boarded the flagship and entered the island's port, docking right beside Jack's pirate ship. To openly moor a pirate vessel in the kingdom's largest port during broad daylight was a blatant act of defiance. The Weasel General fixated on the pirate ship across from him, his gaze laden with hostility. On the pirate vessel, the remaining crew, alerted to the situation, brandished their weapons on deck, displaying an audacious bravado. I am a subordinate of Lord Jack. You despicable Navy scum. Get lost. Do not interfere with our trade. A pirate with an X-shaped scar across his face bellowed menacingly. Yudian glanced casually at the scene and nodded to the Weasel beside him, instructing, that pirate ship. You handle it. Drought Jack should be within the territory of Dressrosa. Understood. The Weasel sprang into action, propelled by pent-up fury. Leaping onto the pirate ship with his sword drawn, its blade glinting ominously. Slicing through flesh with a sickening sound, blood spewed forth, staining the deck crimson as it flowed like a stream over the ship's edge, cascading into the sea. The pirates left behind were mere amateurs, lacking even a giver. The Navy general was wreaking havoc, as the opposing crew had no capable fighters among them. After all, this was the domain of the Don Quixote family. Who would have anticipated a sudden assault by the Navy, led by a vice admiral no less? Damn it, Lord Jack. Will avenge us. The last pirate shouted as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Yudian had already descended from the warship, arriving at the port. The Navy had barely disembarked when they encountered another group, led by Drought Jack. What have you done? Jack, sensing the metallic tang of blood carried by the sea breeze, erupted with murderous intent, roaring, You dare to kill my men. Without waiting for Yudian's response, Jack unsheathed his weapons, rising to confront him. His arsenal consisted of 2 uniquely shaped weapons, one resembling a straight blade and the other a scythe, known as the shotel, renowned in the pirate world. Die. With both shotels enveloped in potent haki, he swung them viciously toward Yudian's head. In the face of this perilous strike, Yudian remained composed, by attacking a Navy admiral. I am entitled to apprehend you according to Navy regulations. At that instant, he moved as Jack's shotel descended towards him. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from Yudian. Conqueror's Haki. With 900 points of attributes, his Haki had materialized. The overwhelming pressure caused the nearby rocky ground to crack with ominous sounds. Fissures spreading across the surface, even the distant walls fracturing under the strain. Ugh! The givers Siphus and Jinrami let out cries, only to fall silent, collapsing into deep unconsciousness. The ordinary pirates were rendered into a state of severe stupor, not even able to utter a whimper. Conqueror's Haki materialized. Jack gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Although he had charged toward Yudian, he was forcibly staggered by the powerful surge of Haki, compelled to halt. Even he, at such a close range, found it difficult to withstand the brunt of the materialized Haki's impact. This fellow's Haki could almost be compared to Kaido's. Jack silently heightened his vigilance, no longer underestimating the opponent. Not long ago, he had dismissed the new Navy admiral as a trivial threat. Now, his mindset had completely shifted. Your strength is indeed formidable. Thus I shall give my all. Jack gripped his dual blades tightly, their surfaces entwined with intense Haki, ready to unleash a counterattack. Opposite him, Yudian raised a hand indifferently. Your prattle is excessive. Before his words settled, Yudian unleashed a slashing strike. A blade of Haki condensed into a projectile that soared toward Jack's head like a flying knife. Humph! You think such an attack can harm me? Jack scoffed, crossing his massive shotels above his head. Above him, the dark blade of Haki descended with blinding speed. Clang! A sharp and violent sound erupted as Jack's shotel shattered instantly. Chapter 21, Mammoth Form. Jack was furious. He had crossed his shotels above his head, each blade wrapped in intense haki. Yet, the topmost shotel had already broken, the front half cleaved away, leaving only the rear half intact. In that critical moment, Jack sensed something amiss. As the shotel fractured, he moved at full speed, narrowly dodging the incoming haki blade. However, the edge of the haki still grazed his right arm, causing blood to gush forth. Damn it! Jack glared at the gory wound on his arm, a mix of shock and rage surging within him. His shotel had been severed. What in the world was that? At that moment, he still could not comprehend how Yudin had executed that strike. After all, he had never heard of anyone producing sword energy with their palm, let alone one powerful enough to rival a large blade. Was it some form of a devil fruit power? A paramecia-type ability? Jack raised his head, his gaze fixed on Yudin, silently speculating about his fruit powers. The world-renowned trio of Navy admirals were all users of devil fruits, particularly rare and powerful Logia types. If Yudin, as the newly appointed admiral, were also a fruit user, it would seem quite reasonable. Even the formidable Drought Jack was being overpowered. On a distant palace hill, Baby 5 watched the unfolding battle with astonishment. Alongside her were other members of the Don Quixote family, all perched on the high ground, observing the battlefield through telescopes. Doflamingo turned to Diamante, inquiring, "What do you think of that just now?" "Fufufu. Did you not notice? That was the manifestation of Haki." Doflamingo chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "Who am I? Of course I noticed. I merely asked you casually," Diamante responded, somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, Buffalo suddenly sought Doflamingo's counsel. "Master, shall we not support Drought Jack?" The others turned their attention to Doflamingo, awaiting his command. In truth, witnessing the notorious Drought Jack being so easily subdued transformed the impressions of those present. Their trust in his strength diminished. Who would have thought that the fearsome Drought Jack, who could instill fear to the point of keeping people indoors at night, was merely this formidable? Truly disappointing. Diamante chuckled, then turned to Doflamingo, adding, "However, if this fellow is captured by the Navy, our transaction with the Beast Pirates will be thoroughly jeopardized, don't you think, Doflamingo?" No one spoke, and the crowd waited in silence. Doflamingo gazed out at the battlefield in the distant harbor, his face adorned with an eerie smile, as if everything were under his control. "Fufufu. There is no need for haste, we simply must wait." Doflamingo chuckled coldly, already having made his decision. "The longer we wait, the higher the bid we shall receive." Most of the officials present did not comprehend the meaning of his words, exchanging puzzled glances. However, Diamante laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You intend to wait for Jack to request our assistance? Haha. Truly, you are remarkable, Doflamingo." Upon hearing this, the other officials quickly grasped the implication. If the Drought Jack were to actively seek the aid of the Don Quixote family, he would undoubtedly have to offer something of value in return. Truly, our young master is exceptional. Dillinger clapped his hands in excitement. "With our young master here, the Don Quixote family shall undoubtedly dominate the world." The officials were filled with enthusiasm and confidence. Meanwhile, the battle in the distant harbor grew increasingly intense. Jack discarded his damaged shottle knife and gripped the last remaining one tightly, enveloping it entirely in his strongest Armament Haki. When Yudin unleashed another blade of Armament Haki, Jack astonishingly blocked it with his final shottle knife. Humph. Indeed, he is utilizing the external manifestation of Armament Haki. After several encounters, Jack recognized the nature of Yudin's power. To wield Armament Haki to such an extent certainly marked one as a master. However, to defeat me, you are still far from adequate. After repeatedly blocking the blade of Armament Haki, Drought Jack felt invigorated, believing that Yudin had exhausted his means while he had yet to reveal his true lethal technique. Clang. Jack once more defended against the blade of Armament Haki, roaring defiantly, "Is that your only method of attack? If so, you might as well surrender now. I shall spare your life." His furious roar echoed through the skies, and his words caused the Navy personnel outside the battlefield to change color in shock. Such arrogance! To demand the surrender of an admiral? This is an affront to our Navy. Drought Jack must be captured. The Navy personnel seethed with anger and, under the leadership of several rear admirals, rose to their feet. They found it difficult to intervene in the battle between Yudin and Jack, so they set out to deal with Jack's subordinates instead. Abilities vary, and so do the tasks executed. Yet, all understood that the ultimate determination of this battle's victor lay in the confrontation between Yudin and Jack. After capturing all of Jack's subordinates present, the Navy encircled the center of the battlefield, closely monitoring the situation's developments. Admiral Yudin made his move. This time, he would surely capture that drought. Everyone widened their eyes in anticipation. Once again, a blade of Armament Haki appeared on the battlefield. It hardly required further elaboration, having employed this technique repeatedly. This blade had nearly become Yudian's signature ability. How many more times do you think you can use the same technique? Jack sneered as he advanced, raising his shuttle knife high and severing the blade of Armament Haki. Then, seizing the advantage, he stomped fiercely on the ground, his figure darting like lightning until he stood before Yudian. Since you refuse to surrender, then prepare to die. Jack raised his shuttle knife, striking down fiercely towards Yudian's head. Bang! The blow, powerful enough to cleave a small mountain, collided with a deep-colored shield, which resolutely blocked it. A shield as dark as ink materialized above Yudian's head, impervious to all of Jack's relentless attempts to penetrate its formidable defenses. Curse it! Could his Haki truly possess such strength? Jack was consumed by a tempest of fury and disbelief. To his astonishment, the Haki displayed by Yudian seemed to rival even the formidable strength of Kaido, one of the four emperors. Unable to breach even my shield? Yudian languidly stood there and remarked, "Is everyone in the Beast Pirates as inexperienced as you?" Jack, incensed by such arrogance, erupted in rage. In the next moment, he unleashed the powers of his devil fruit. Boom! With a resounding crash, the colossal figure of a mammoth materialized before them. This is the most formidable form of Drought Jack. Chapter 22. Toppling the Mammoth. Immediate arrest. Oh, is this the ability of the ancient type of devil fruit, rarer than those of the natural type? Udian stood in place, watching with great interest as Drought Jack transformed. The Zoan type, elephant fruit, ancient type, mammoth form. This transformation is the renowned Drought image. A swarm of insignificant ants. Jack looked down upon everyone on the battlefield. In his human form, Jack stood at a towering height of 8 meters, and now in his mammoth form, his size had multiplied several times. Everyone present, including Udian, could only gaze up at Jack. To Jack in his mammoth form, all individuals on and off the battlefield appeared as tiny as ants. In the next moment, Jack raised his colossal tusk and brought it crashing down upon Udian, while his trunk swung violently, sending the nearest 10 or so Navy soldiers flying. Damn pirates, do not be too arrogant. Several Navy rear admirals, filled with rage, drew their swords and charged at the mammoth Jack. Slash! One admiral managed to strike Jack's trunk, leaving a deep gash. Another struck his hoof, creating a wound deep enough to see bone. Yet another, from midair, swung down with a sword, striking Jack's back, but was unable to pierce even the skin. The back of the mammoth was indeed its most fortified area. After the admiral's coordinated assault, they had achieved some measure of success, but as they retreated, Jack's mammoth form was already riddled with wounds. Blood flowed profusely from the injuries, further igniting Jack's fury. How dare you provoke me? Finally, Jack could no longer contain his rage and let out a deafening roar, raising his massive hooves and striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though an earthquake had erupted, causing the rocky ground to undulate violently. The Navy soldiers outside the battlefield were shaken, some even toppling over. Yet beyond that, there was little else they could do. Such astonishing power! The Navy personnel marveled in awe. It must be said, while Jack's move, Quake of the Earth, caused no substantial damage, the shockwave was undeniably impressive. Oh, are you angry? Quite terrifying indeed. Udian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he lifted his hand. It seemed he too must exert some of his strength. A single pirate suppressing the scene? That was simply intolerable. In the next moment, Udian clenched his right fist, gathering energy, then unleashed a powerful strike. Virum. As he threw his right fist forward, a gigantic fist emerged in the air before him, formed by the emitted Armament Haki. You insolent fool! I am not some jester for you to mock. Jack was thoroughly incensed by Udian's smile. He coated his trunk with high-level Armament Haki and swung it fiercely. Boom! The black trunk collided with the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. However, against the overwhelming Armament Haki fist descending from above, Jack's swinging trunk seemed like a mere child's toy. In a heartbeat, the Armament Haki fist descended upon and struck the black trunk. Bang! Jack exerted all his strength to withstand it, but the immense force caused the ground beneath him to fracture. Rumble! A torrent of earth and stone erupted, as Jack's massive mammoth form was forcibly driven underground, engulfed in a cloud of dust that completely concealed his enormous figure. Have we won? Udian, the admiral, has defeated the nefarious Drought. Victory belongs to the Navy, to justice. The Navy personnel erupted in excited cheers, their morale significantly bolstered. Even as mere spectators, they had felt the heart-stopping thrill of the battle. Drought Jack. Could he truly be so easily vanquished? Rear Admiral Weasel, having dealt with other pirates, arrived on the battlefield, frowning as he stared into the swirling dust ahead. As a seasoned Navy officer with over 20 years of combat experience at sea, he had faced many notorious pirates. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jack would not be so easily defeated. Even a grasshopper in autumn can still manage a few hops, let alone a mammoth. Udian lazily raised his hand, pointing towards the dust, saying, "You are, after all, a renowned pirate. Do not feign death." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in shock. What? Jack is unharmed? The battle is not over? While everyone was astonished, Rear Admiral Weasel had already drawn his sword, his eyes narrowing, ready to strike at any moment. He had been delayed while dealing with Jack's subordinates and had not reached the scene of the battle in time. This time, he was determined not to miss the opportunity. A gust of wind swept through the arena, swiftly dispersing the dust and fog. Beneath the haze lay a deep pit, from which a colossal figure was slowly rising. It was Jack, in the form of a mammoth. At this moment, Jack was covered in blood, with crimson stains marring his entire body. Blood oozed from his skin, and 2 streams trickled from the corners of his eyes, giving him the ghastly appearance of a resurrected specter. In an instant, the weasel, without hesitation, sprang to his feet, wielding a sharp sword that struck fiercely against the massive back of the mammoth. The sound of metal slicing flesh echoed through the air as the formidable defenses of the mammoth's back were breached, sending blood and gore flying. Damn it! Jack roared in fury, compelled to revert to his human form. He was gravely injured, struggling to muster even a fraction of his powerful haki, which had allowed the weasel to pierce through his mammoth form so easily. Had he been able to harness his haki effectively, the weasel's swordsmanship would have stood no chance of inflicting harm. The weasel had wounded Jack. The surrounding Navy personnel gasped in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, under the leadership of several rear admirals, the elite Navy forces opened fire, surrounding Jack with a relentless barrage. In his prime, Jack might have withstood their assault with ease. But now, gravely wounded, he could hardly summon much of his haki. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons were wheeled into position, unleashing a barrage upon Jack, while others took aim with powerful firearms, relentlessly firing. Amidst the chaotic bombardment, the area where Jack stood was engulfed in smoke and flames. From a distant vantage point atop the palace heights, the Don Quixote family officials surveyed the battlefield, their expressions grim. Doflamingo, it appears Jack is on the verge of defeat. Diamante remarked, his previous mirth replaced by a serious demeanor. You must decide swiftly whether we will intervene. The other officials turned their gazes toward him. Doflamingo remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the distant battlefield at the port, his silence profound. Meanwhile, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the Navy discovered the gravely injured and unconscious Jack. Despite the ferocity of their earlier assault, they had not been able to kill him outright. His formidable vitality astonished the onlookers and sent shivers down their spines. If Admiral Udian hadn't been present, we would never have been able to defeat this drought, the soldiers mused, occasionally glancing toward the Admiral. Udian, however, had already shifted his focus away from Jack, now gazing toward the distant palace heights. That was his primary objective for this mission. Chapter 23, The Flames of War Spread. The Don Quixote family in disarray. With Jack captured, there was no one left to thwart the Navy. Soon, Jack and several members of the Beast Pirates were shackled with handcuffs and sea stone restraints, and were subsequently herded back to the warships for confinement. Before today, this band of pirates had roamed the seas of the New World with great audacity, but now they found themselves stripped of all dignity, treated like refuse and driven away. How infuriating! The pirates seethed with anger, nearly grinding their teeth to dust, yet felt utterly powerless. Some of them gazed longingly towards the distant heights of Dressrosa's palace, their eyes glimmering with hope. Surely, Don Quixote Doflamingo will come to our rescue? After all, he is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords. They yearned for the Don Quixote family to extend a helping hand. However, as silence lingered from the palace, their hopes dwindled further. Some pirates even noticed the Don Quixote family officials present at the palace, yet they remained passive, merely spectating without taking action. How dare Doflamingo abandon us? Their anticipation swiftly morphed into fury. Amidst their escalating rage, they were herded onto a warship. Disaster Jack was the last aboard, turning to glance back at Udian. His face devoid of fear, his gaze still fierce as he coldly declared, "Do not think this matter will end easily. You shall suffer the most severe retribution from our beast pirates." Udian, standing below at the port, listened quietly, then smiled and nodded, summoning a messenger to assign Disaster Jack the most uncomfortable cell. As for special services, a mere glance sufficed for the seasoned soldiers to understand the implied orders. Once the pirates were arranged, a naval rear admiral approached to report, "All members of the Beast Pirates have been detained, and the summons for the 7 warlords has been communicated to Doflamingo. Are we prepared to set sail for Wano?" The headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima, lies within Wano, making it essential to monitor their activities in the nearby waters. However, upon hearing the report, Udian shook his head firmly and earnestly stated, "The Beast Pirates are engaged in clandestine dealings with Doflamingo. We must conduct a thorough investigation." The surrounding navy was momentarily taken aback, though not entirely surprised. In truth, once Disaster Jack and his crew made their appearance, the naval personnel had tacitly accepted the notion of collusion between the Beast Pirates and Doflamingo. Yet, given the current unique global situation, the Navy required the combat prowess of the 7 warlords to confront the impending conflict. Thus, the naval commanders, initially furious, had since calmed down and refrained from discussing the pirates' collusion. "We lack evidence. A forced investigation could backfire," Rear Admiral Weasel stepped forward, frowning as he explained. "I possess unequivocal evidence of the Don Quixote family's covert dealings in artificial devil fruits with the Beast Pirates," Udian confidently proclaimed. "Doflamingo is none other than the infamous Joker of the black market." "Joker?" Rear Admiral Weasel's gaze sharpened. He had heard of the Joker's notoriety as a titan in the black market. However, he was puzzled. When did Udian acquire evidence of the clandestine transactions between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors? Truly, he is an admirable admiral, having conducted such thorough investigations. The other naval officers held no doubts, only marveling at Udian's capabilities. No wonder the headquarters promoted Admiral Udian so exceptionally. In that case, let us proceed to capture them. The Navy's morale surged, eager to seize another faction of the 7 warlords. But could this be too rash? Rear Admiral Weasel hesitated. "I act with prudence." Udian waved his hand decisively, leaving no room for refusal. "Prepare to assault Dressrosa's palace, where Doflamingo conducts his trades of artificial devil fruits with the 4 emperors." "I see now, my hesitation was unwarranted," Weasel nodded, casting aside any lingering doubts. The assembly turned their gaze towards the distant heights of Dressrosa's palace. Meanwhile, as the Navy observed the palace, the officials of the Don Quixote family atop the heights were also watching the Navy's movements. "Jack has been captured," someone remarked. An immediate silence fell over the group. Perhaps the Navy's formidable presence had intimidated them, or perhaps it was a case of shared despair. In any case, no one dared to speak. Even the 3 highest-ranking officials present fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly let out a chilling laugh, as if reveling in his own cunning scheme. "Ha ha ha. They've actually captured Jack. What a fool to seek his own demise." The other cadres began to comprehend the implications. Indeed, with Jack apprehended, Kaido of the Beast would undoubtedly be incensed, and the Navy would soon bear the brunt of the wrath from the Yonko pirate crew. Truly, the young master has considered this aspect thoroughly. The cadre members became increasingly exhilarated. Previously, they had feared that the Droughtbringer Jack would be captured within the territory of Dressrosa, and their inaction would invite Kaido's retaliation. However, they overlooked the fact that Kaido as primary targets for revenge would inevitably be the Navy that executed the capture. "Let us relay this news to Kaido," one proposed. "No, let us wait until those Navy personnel depart to avoid any unforeseen complications." The group commenced discussions regarding their forthcoming plans. Yet, they soon sensed something amiss. Why haven't those Navy officers departed? Dringy furrowed his brow. "It seems they are observing us." The other cadres turned their gazes toward the distant harbor, only to witness the Navy team, led by Udian, advancing toward the palace high ground. What could this mean? Diamante sensed the looming crisis, his expression darkening. Do they intend to attack us? Are these Navy personnel truly defying the world government's accords to initiate aggression against the 7 warlords? Buffalo exclaimed in shock. The expressions of the Don Quixote family cadres turned furious. "We have not intervened at all. The Navy is going too far." As the Navy troops swiftly approached the palace high ground below, the fury on the cadres' faces intensified. At this juncture, Doflamingo too adopted a serious demeanor. Yet he waved his hand dismissively, calmly stating, "The Navy must be here to convey the summons from the 7 warlords. I had yet to respond to their previous communication. Very well, I shall reply to them in person." With that, Doflamingo advised the other cadres present, "Do not speak. Refrain from provoking the Navy. Let Kaido handle them later." Just as he spoke, Udian led the Navy troops to the front of the palace high ground, standing face to face with the Don Quixote family cadres. Doflamingo, I, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, hereby arrest you. Udian declared directly, without room for refusal. Should you dare resist, I shall revoke your status as a warlord and apprehend all members of the Don Quixote family. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were instantly taken aback. Chapter 24, Two Choices. The unyielding Doflamingo. The cadres of the Don Quixote family, upon hearing Udian's proclamation, were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they were not here to convey any summons. The words spoken were tantamount to a verdict. Moreover, it was a verdict that brooked no opposition. This individual was more formidable than a Yonko. Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words came from a Navy Vice Admiral. What a scoundrel! He is as mad as a rabid dog. Doflamingo, standing nearby, could no longer maintain his composure. He realized that Udian was singularly focused, with the clear intent to capture him. The overwhelming, aggressive demeanor of Udian prompted Doflamingo to question, could this be an order from Marioa? Or perhaps I have unknowingly offended this new Vice Admiral. Unfortunately, before he could clarify his thoughts, he noticed that Udian's brow had furrowed. The low mutterings of Doflamingo had reached Udian's ears. It wasn't only Udian who heard. Other Navy officers and some soldiers present had also caught wind of it. Defying orders and cursing a Navy Vice Admiral, you, a warlord, are rather audacious, Udian remarked with a cold smirk. At the same time, a furious Navy Rear Admiral stepped forward. The Vice Admiral represents our Navy's utmost strength, embodying the Navy Headquarters. How dare you openly curse a Vice Admiral? This is a challenge to the entire Navy. The conflict escalated, now involving the entirety of the Navy. Essentially, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were declaring war against the entire Navy. Incidentally, the Rear Admiral who had just spoken had previously assisted Udian in subduing the Blackbeard pirates and had commended Udian's actions against them. Meanwhile, Udian nodded approvingly at the Rear Admiral. Speak up if you have something to say. Once again, the Don Quixote family cadres were left in stunned silence, bewildered. What was happening with these Navy personnel? Mere words had drawn them into a confrontation with the entire Navy? Buffalo appeared perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Beside him, Baby, Five smacked Buffalo's head in frustration, scolding, fool. That's the Navy's trap. The sticky Torbold chuckled derisively. They won and snare us so easily. Our Doflamingo is officially designated as a warlord of the sea by the world government. Each appointment of a warlord was publicly announced in the most widely circulated official newspaper, effectively conveying to the world the acknowledgement of the warlord's rights to piracy. It was reminiscent of the former British system of privateers. The full title of the warlords is Warlords of the Sea, indicating their allegiance to the world's sovereign, the Celestial Dragons. Ha ha ha. You wish to revoke my status as a warlord? Doflamingo scoffed derisively. First, obtain permission from the world government. If the world government agrees to rescind my warlord status, then I may willingly submit to your capture, even to be imprisoned and impelled down. Doflamingo exuded confidence, seemingly certain that the world government would favor his position. The three highest-ranking cadres beside him appeared to recall something, their composure returning as they exchanged cold smirks with the Navy personnel. If you dare to apprehend Doflamingo, then by all means try. The Navy commanders were incensed, ready to rise and seize Doflamingo at once. They seemed to have a certain backing. Rear Admiral Squirrel maintained his composure, frowning as he analyzed. Merely the status of a warlord is insufficient. There must be some deeper affiliations. At this moment, Squirrel held a suspicion but lacked the certainty to voice it. Udian, in a nonchalant manner, remarked, what you rely on is that so-called Celestial Dragon identity, ISNT it. Upon hearing this, both the Navy present and the ordinary cadres of the Don Quixote family were taken aback. Celestial Dragon? This warlord Doflamingo is actually a Celestial Dragon? Why would a Celestial Dragon be content to serve as a warlord? The Navy personnel, shocked, felt a wave of confusion wash over them. The term Warlord of the Sea literally translates to serving the world as sovereign, the Celestial Dragons, placing them below the Celestial Dragons in status. It was akin to a rightful emperor forsaking his throne to become a mere eunuch. However, the cadres of the Don Quixote family did not ponder such implications. They were simply overjoyed at the revelation of their young master's Celestial Dragon identity. The young master kept this from even me. Violet cast a surprised glance at Doflamingo, her expression a blend of playful reproach and laughter, albeit one that was somewhat piercing to the eyes. The other officials exhibited genuine smiles, yet Diamante, Tori Pole, and Pica, the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, displayed no overt signs of astonishment, as if they were already privy to this revelation. Unbeknownst to the delighted officials, Violet, the princess of the royal family of the Force Library and currently an officer of the Don Quixote family, wore a rather displeased expression. Soon after, Eugene interjected, extinguishing the official's excitement with chilling clarity. Doflamingo, you must be well aware that your celestial dragon status was revoked many years ago. Your parents were besieged and robbed by civilians after losing their status, and now you are merely a commoner. Eugene's words laid bare Doflamingo's true identity and predicament, instantly alleviating the Navy's apprehensions. The privileges of the celestial dragons are deeply ingrained and not easily dismissed. Fu. Doflamingo let out a cold laugh, but to the Navy, his demeanor appeared as nothing more than a facade of composure. Before Doflamingo could articulate a response, Eugene said with an indifferent expression, now, I present you with two choices. Surrender the complete production chain of the artificial devil fruits, leaving no trace for yourself. Or, wait until I apprehend your Don Quixote family and uncover your production chain at my leisure. After delivering his ultimatum, Eugene stood there, seemingly awaiting Doflamingo's reply. Meanwhile, the officials of the Don Quixote family exchanged apprehensive glances. How could he possibly know about the artificial devil fruits? Was there a leak? In an instant, numerous possibilities and speculations flooded their minds. Doflamingo, we cannot let go of the artificial devil fruit business, Diamante declared with a serious demeanor. Doflamingo remained silent, his gaze flickering as if in deep contemplation. Moments later, he made his decision and nodded at Eugene. I can surrender the complete production chain of the artificial devil fruits. But you must guarantee that no member of the Don Quixote family will be captured. Upon hearing this, Eugene smiled. Your delay in response indicates you have already devised a plan to counter us, hasn't it? I cannot place my trust in you. So it would be better to apprehend all members of the Don Quixote family. At that moment, Doflamingo could no longer contain his fury. You insolent fool. Do you dare to play me for a fool? Chapter 25. The Don Quixote family's all-out effort. Doflamingo was infrequently consumed by rage. He could no longer tolerate Eugene's insults and mockery, and more importantly, his clandestine schemes had utterly unraveled. Indeed, his earlier agreement to surrender the complete production chain of the artificial devil fruits was part of a larger plot. He intended to retain the core of the production chain, namely Caesar and others, while relinquishing everything else. By this means, the responsibility can be entirely shifted onto the Navy, leaving Kaido to trouble them while sustaining minimal loss himself, as he retains his core assets. In order for the scheme to succeed, Don Quixote Doflamingo feigned contemplation for a moment, refraining from an immediate response to avoid revealing his preparedness. Little did he know that Eugene's rejection of his reply stemmed precisely from that moment of hesitation. The humiliation stemming from his thwarted machinations was more infuriating than any verbal insult, provoking a righteous fury within Doflamingo. It appeared that further dialogue was futile. His expression darkened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he declared, I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Eugene regarded him with indifference. And once Doflamingo had finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand, announcing, the former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is hereby rejected from any cooperation with the Navy, and his title as a warlord is revoked on the spot. As a Marine Admiral, I command the arrest of all members of the Don Quixote family. Behind him, the Navy soldiers had already prepared in silence, and at that moment, a command was issued, unleashing a volley of firearms. The dark muzzles of guns and cannons formed a fan shape, completely encircling the Don Quixote family. Each member of the Don Quixote family faced at least 10 firearms aimed at them. Prepare to fire, shouted Vice Admiral Mongoose, drawing his sword and issuing the command. They truly do not regard us seriously. Doflamingo's gaze turned icy, a derisive smile gracing his face. You cannot possibly believe those weapons threaten us. Beside him, Diamante seethed with anger, exclaiming, Doflamingo, do these Navy bastards look down on me? As he spoke, Diamante drew his rapier and, with a flick of his wrist akin to cracking a whip, unleashed his attack. Snake sword. The blade of the rapier coiled forward like a serpent, striking at Eugene from an astonishing angle. Clang. In the next instant, a resounding metallic clash echoed as Diamante's snake sword halted merely a meter from Eugene, unable to advance any further, as if an invisible barrier had blocked its path. This ability is the emission of Armament Haki? Diamante gasped in astonishment. Previously, while observing Jack and Eugene battle from a distance, he had not perceived anything particularly formidable about Eugene's Haki. Now, in close combat, he recognized the terrifying control Eugene wielded over his Haki, capable of effortlessly creating a barrier. Such precise mastery was nothing short of terrifying. Diamante could not help but murmur in awe. Allow me. A sharp voice rang out, as Pika initiated his move. At that moment, Vice Admiral Mongoose suddenly charged forward, exclaiming, "Do not assume that the Navy only has admirals." He lunged at Pika, ready to confront him. However, Pika did not rise. Instead, he swiftly sank into the ground, as if the solid earth beneath him transformed into a quagmire. A devil fruit user, Mongoose realized instantly, scanning his surroundings warily while employing observation haki. Suddenly, the ground tremored violently, reminiscent of a great earthquake. Subsequently, a massive arm burst forth from the cliffside, a colossal stone hand blotting out the sun as it descended heavily towards the Navy. Pika had made his move, targeting not Mongoose but the entire Navy, intent on crushing them all with a single blow. Do not be so arrogant. Mongoose leaped into the air, executing a slashing attack. With a resounding SZZ, the sound of rock being cleaved echoed as Pika's colossal arm was severed. The massive stone hand plummeted towards the Navy's position. "Fire!" shouted a Navy Rear Admiral. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, gunfire erupted, countless bullets and shells striking the falling stone hand, causing it to disintegrate midair. Fragments of rock rained down, yet posed no significant threat. Such terrifying power. Is this the true strength of the Don Quixote family members? A Navy Rear Admiral pondered, recalling the enormous stone hand with a lingering sense of dread. Merely one member possessed such formidable power. What are the others present? The expressions of the Navy grew grave. "There is no need for panic. We have admirals," Mongoose urged, rallying the troops. He then charged forward, leading the way to boost morale. However, his blade was intercepted mid-strike. Suddenly, a massive stone arm shot up from beneath the ground, its rocky fist aiming directly for Mongoose in midair. The strike arrived with astonishing speed, almost as if it were a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the weasel. However, the weasel's observation haki had already sensed the impending attack. In midair, he forcefully twisted the blade, aiming it downward to intercept the colossal rock fist that surged toward him. A thunderous sound resonated, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as the massive rocky arm was cleaved in two by the sword's aura, sending shards of stone scattering in all directions. What a formidable adversary! After several thwarted assaults, the weasel shifted his focus to the ground beneath him. The enigmatic Pika, who had previously melded into the earth, remained concealed, evidently still hidden within the subterranean rock. That individual must possess a fruit ability related to stone. A seasoned warrior, the weasel quickly formulated a reasonable hypothesis regarding Pika's powers. To contend with such a foe, the most prudent strategy would be to identify their true form. Just as the weasel contemplated his next move, the ground below quaked violently once more. Pika was preparing to strike again. Simultaneously, across the battlefield, Don Quixote Doflamingo revealed a sinister smile, gesturing grandly. "Go ahead. Teach those arrogant Navy scoundrels a lesson." The audacity of the pirates incited rage within the Navy ranks. These brigands were utterly brazen, defying all order. Yet before any Navy personnel could voice their indignation, the officers of the Don Quixote family charged forward with ferocity. Each member unleashed their respective fruit abilities or martial techniques. In an instant, a myriad of attacks descended upon them, overwhelming the senses. "Hold your ground," a Navy captain shouted through gritted teeth, resolutely preparing to engage. The other Navy officers steeled themselves in silent determination. At that moment, Eugen made his move. Chapter 26, The Collapse of the Royal Palace Heights. Boom! Eugen raised his hand, and with it, the armed haki within him erupted like a landslide. This time, Eugen directed a portion of his emitted armament haki downward, causing the trembling rocky ground to suddenly settle into tranquility. The capabilities of Pika's stone fruit were forcefully thwarted by the armament haki. Another half of the emitted haki surged forward, forming a colossal shield of armament haki. Soon, all the attacks unleashed by the Don Quixote family officials collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Indeed, the Vice Admiral of the Navy is formidable. I must exert myself to the utmost. Raoji clenched his fists, his muscles bulging. His ordinary, diminutive old man's frame rapidly transformed into that of a muscular giant over 3 meters tall. The ultimate secret technique of the Diome Punch, Battle Preservation Fist. This technique allows the old man to maintain his peak combat state even when afflicted by illness or injury, harnessing the strength accumulated during his vigorous youth and preserving it within his body. Rao Ji roared upward, unleashing the full potential within him. He then raised both hands, forming the letter G, and charged at the nearby shield of armament haki with great speed. G's imprint, a strike powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, crashed heavily against the shield. "Shatter it," Rao Ji bellowed. Yet, Nothing happened. The shield of Armament Haki did not even ripple. What is going on? Rao Ji's roar abruptly ceased, his mind replete with questions. Suddenly, the previously steadfast shield erupted with a shockwave. The external impact of the Armament Haki surged forth. Boom. Rao Ji was instantly blasted away, colliding with the distant palace wall. Crack. Crack. The sturdy rocky wall was marred with fissures, and the severely impacted Rao Ji was embedded within the thick wall. The violent tremors and impact plunging him into a deep unconsciousness. The Don Quixote family suffered the immediate loss of a cadre. Truly, Yudian is remarkable. Even the searching Vice Admiral Squirrel could not help but exclaim in awe. Attack! Let us eliminate them in one fell swoop. The morale of the Navy surged as they bravely launched their offensive. In contrast, the spirits of the Don Quixote family officials evidently waned. Can Armament Haki be wielded in such a manner? Buffalo's jaw dropped, astonished by Yudian's prowess. I have never witnessed such a master of Armament Haki. Even Diamante's expression turned grave, no longer able to maintain his carefree demeanor in battle, as he felt an immense pressure. The other officials also wore somber expressions. First witnessing their own attacks thwarted by the shield, followed by Rao Ji, who had entered a state of fury, being swiftly defeated by a single blow from the adversary. The series of unexpected events severely undermined their confidence, even leading them to doubt themselves. Your Vice Admiral is strong, but that does not imply you are as well. Doflamingo sneered. His words served as a reminder to the Don Quixote family officials present. Hee. Doflamingo is correct. These Navy lads are gravely mistaken if they believe they can seize the opportunity to attack. Torpole chuckled ominously. Subsequently, he abruptly expanded in size, roaring as he made his move. Sticky bombardment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense clumps of viscous substance erupted from his body, hurtling towards the advancing Navy personnel at great speed. Soldiers struck by the clumps found themselves pinned in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, Gladius unleashed his most powerful technique, explosive rock, super grand performance. He activated the detonation mechanism beneath the ground, causing a violent explosion below. The shockwave from the explosion caused the earth to rise dramatically, and the higher the ground rose, the greater the power of Gladius's technique. In due time, the explosive shockwave would propel fragments of stone at an extraordinary velocity, each shard possessing a force that far surpassed that of a cannonball. However, at this moment, Yudian suddenly raised his hand, releasing Armament Haki outward to suppress the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated from beneath the surface. Yet the ground above remained unscathed by the shockwaves. In fact, as the Armament Haki continued to exert its pressure, the upheaved ground gradually returned to a state of calm. This is impossible. Gladius's eyes widened, filled with horror. His ultimate technique had never missed its mark. This time, a miscalculation occurred, inadvertently inflicting harm upon Pika. Pika's true form lies concealed deep within the mountains below. The explosion orchestrated by Gladius failed to breach the surface, resulting in the force of the explosion being retained within the subterranean terrain. Pika desperately evaded but was still struck by several shockwaves, sustaining minor injuries. Yet, these injuries pale in significance compared to the imminent danger. The mountain peak beneath their feet is swiftly collapsing due to the internal detonation. Humph! What does it matter if you shielded yourselves from the explosion's shockwaves? You are still destined to perish. Gladius exclaimed with exhilaration, believing his scheme had succeeded. The mountain's collapse bore little consequence for the officers of the Don Quixote family, each of whom possessed formidable strength, many being users of devil fruit abilities. A few hundred meters in height was of no concern to them. However, for the Navy, even the elite soldiers stationed at headquarters would find it arduous to survive in such a collapsing environment. Merely a small hill, Yujian regarded the mountain beneath him with disdain. Previously, when his Busashoka Haki was only at a mere 1,000, he could obliterate nearly half of the Marine headquarters with his full power. Now, with his Busashoku Haki elevated to 1,800, what unimaginable effects could he unleash when fully manifested? The Don Quixote family would soon learn the answer. Today, the palace heights of Dressrosa would cease to exist. Yujian pressed his hands downward, unleashing the full force of his Busashoka Haki. Boom! In an instant, the mountain beneath his feet caved in by half. Originally, even with Gladius igniting the mountain, the collapse would not transpire swiftly. After all, it was a mountain, and such processes require time. Gladius had not mastered modern directional demolition techniques but merely maximized the power of his devil fruit ability. Rumble. The Busashoka Haki continued to suppress and bombard the mountain beneath the crowd, countless fragments scattering in every direction. Yet, no debris struck the ground, all being subdued by UDN's external Busashoka Haki. Damn it! In midair, utilizing the powers of the Ito Ito no Mi, Doflamingo watched helplessly as the mountain crumbled. His fury evident as he exclaimed, "How dare you destroy my palace?" Yes, his grand and opulent palace was reduced to dust by the unleashed Busashoka Haki. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Dressrosa, the citizens heard the tremendous noise. They turned to follow the sound, only to witness the collapse of the palace heights, a symbol of Dressrosa's royal authority, now in ruins. Chapter 27. Doflamingo's Downfall. The palace of Dressrosa was erected at the highest point of the nation, symbolizing supreme authority. Yet, at this moment, the populace was struck with shock as they beheld the destruction of this emblematic stronghold. Not only the palace, but the entire elevated mountain was crumbling rapidly, shattering and raising clouds of dust. Am I seeing things? The palace heights have collapsed? I see it too. It cannot be an illusion. The collapse of the palace heights soon ignited a considerable uproar within the kingdom. Many citizens, amidst shock and panic, speculated, has Dressrosa come under attack? Who could be responsible? I saw a group of Marines entering the palace heights, and the commander seemed to be an admiral. An eyewitness revealed the truth. Why would the Navy launch an assault? Our king is a warlord of the sea. Some expressed disbelief. Yet, an increasing number of people recognized that a significant upheaval had occurred, and safety was no longer guaranteed. Crowds rushed toward the port, seeking vessels to hasten their departure from the island. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the mountain's collapse persisted, with the rising dust obscuring the sun. Doflamingo, utilizing the Ito Ito no Mi to tether the clouds above, suspended himself in midair. He gazed in disbelief as the palace heights crumbled. His anger palpable. You Marines are insufferable. Years of painstaking effort devoted to the palace had been obliterated within mere minutes. The outcome was one that Don Quixote Doflamingo found hard to accept. In the next moment, he surged into the battlefield with a whoosh. Yet the collapse of the highland had already reached its final stage. His entrance could not salvage anything. Mad dogs. Are all you admirals of the Navy mad dogs? Doflamingo bellowed in fury. Do not presume that being an admiral of the Navy headquarters grants you the liberty to do as you please. Even if I were to slay all of you, the world government would not hold me accountable. Doflamingo's resolve was formidable, emanating a palpable aura of menace. No longer concealing his murderous intent towards the Navy personnel present, including Admiral Udien. It seems you have entirely disregarded the admirals of the Navy, Udien remarked, shaking his head before glancing at the time, urging, enough with the idle chatter. I'm pressed for time and shall not indulge in your ramblings. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo did not retort in anger. Instead, he tempered his furious expression, fixating on Udien with a grave seriousness. The members of the Don Quixote family nearby could distinctly sense Doflamingo's tension, despite his earlier ferocity when it came to facing an admiral of the Navy. Even this warlord felt the weight of apprehension. The formidable strength of the admirals had long been ingrained in the hearts of many. The young master is being targeted by an admiral, Dirinji exclaimed in alarm, prompting the surrounding members of the Don Quixote family to turn in shock. This is perilous. That is the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. Babafaro stammered, his anxiety evident. On the other side, Diamante displayed resolute determination, rising immediately. We must provide support for Doflamingo. However, scarcely had he risen when he was obstructed by a figure, Navy Rear Admiral Muskrat. Damn rodent, do not block my path. Diamante frowned and struck out, dismissing the Navy Rear Admiral with disdain. The power of the flap fruit was unleashed, causing his rapier to slither forward like a serpent, its trajectory unpredictable. Muskrat retaliated with his sword, the sharp blade executing the flying snake sword technique, its fierce aura grazing Diamante's scalp, causing blood to gush forth. The intense pain jolted Diamante into full awareness, and he finally began to fight with all his might, resulting in a fierce clash between the two, the scattered sword energy shattering the ground beneath them. At this moment, Diamante found himself obstructed by a flying squirrel, while other officials were similarly besieged by a contingent of naval rear admirals. Nevertheless, both Udien and Doflamingo refrained from intervening. The collapse of the Highland Mountain continued unabated. Although they stood on solid ground, their elevation relative to sea level was perpetually diminishing. Ultimately, the landslide reached its climax, and the ground upon which everyone stood was violently thrust against the island under the force of gravity. Boom. It resembled the detonation of explosives powerful enough to annihilate an entire city, with a resounding explosion that caused the entire island to tremble violently. This is no illusion. The inhabitants of the kingdom of Dressrosa are all affected by the tremors of the island. Many individuals are even hurled into the air, only to crash heavily back to the ground. The shock waves emanate swiftly, generating colossal waves towering dozens of meters high across the sea. Pirate ships, just departing from the shore, are engulfed entirely by the surging waters, claiming the lives of countless pirates beneath the ocean's depths. Within the entirety of the kingdom of Dressrosa, the sole location impervious to the tremors is, paradoxically, the battlefield. Centered around Udian, the battlefield, along with the surrounding naval forces, remains unscathed. Its ground undisturbed despite the violent onslaught. This originates from the protective shield of the Armament Haki. How could they not have perished? Gladiolus widened his eyes, filled with resentment. As his scheme had once again met with failure, the executives of the Don Quixote family, engaged in fierce combat with the Navy, also landed smoothly, seemingly benefiting from the favor of the Udin's Armament Haki shield, yet they harbored no sense of gratitude. On the contrary, their inability to witness the Navy's demise from such heights incited their fury, prompting them to strike with even greater ferocity, each blow imbued with lethal intent. At this moment, Don Quixote da Flamingo sprang into action, truly entering the fray. Divine Judgment. He unleashed his most formidable technique. The colossal white line, imbued with high-intensity Armament Haki, surged forth at an astonishing speed towards Udin's head. The white line, a power only attainable after the awakening of the string fruit, possessed formidable strength far surpassing that of a typical string fruit ability. When entwined with dense Armament Haki, it transformed into an indomitable Divine Judgment line. However, Doflamingo had only unleashed a single Divine Judgment line, seemingly testing the waters. "Is this your strongest technique?" Udin exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to launch a surprise attack with his utmost power. As he spoke, the Divine Judgment line had already approached, leaving a distinct trail in the air due to its incredible speed. Clang! Boom! In the next instant, the air several meters in front of Udin abruptly exploded, a result of the collision between the Divine Judgment line and the Armament Haki shield. The invulnerable Divine Judgment line was firmly blocked by the Dark Shield. Despite being mere meters away from Udin, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Indeed, Doflamingo showed no surprise at the outcome, his expression impassive as he remarked, "I shall not underestimate an admiral of the Navy." He then struck once more, this time unleashing his full might. Chapter 28, Doflamingo's Defeat, Birdcage. 16 Sacred Death Bullets, Divine Judgment. Doflamingo's voice was cold and merciless as he unleashed 16 strands of the colossal white line, entwined with high-density Armament Haki. The colossal white waves surged towards Udin from various directions, seemingly enveloping him from all angles without exception, whether from his back or his crown, even beneath his feet. There loomed a massive white wave, having first breached the surface before emerging from below, aimed directly between Udin's legs. In his relentless pursuit of victory, Doflamingo spared no efforts, dismissing any concerns for his dignity. The victor shall inscribe history, while the vanquished shall lose everything. Doflamingo, having cunningly seized the throne of the Dressrosa kingdom, was adept at such treachery. 16 colossal white waves surged forth, precisely following Doflamingo's anticipated trajectory, all directed towards Udin. No matter how formidable one's haki, complete defense was an impossibility. Doflamingo harbored no belief that anyone could simultaneously unleash haki in a 360-degree radius without flaw. His gaze remained fixed on Udin, eager to witness the latter's expression of terror. Then, he beheld Udin slowly raise his right hand, unleashing a vast expanse of haki. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted in rapid succession, a total of 16 detonations occurring in mere moments. The 16 colossal white waves were entirely thwarted by the shield of haki, the resultant shockwaves violently uprooting the earth beneath Udin's feet, creating a massive, semicircular crater. Defeated, Doflamingo clenched his teeth so fiercely that his nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt nothing. His fury peaked to an unbearable height. "Your strongest move is indeed commendable," Udin remarked, nodding in acknowledgement, suggesting that with further practice, perhaps he might one day shatter his haki shield. To Doflamingo, these words were undoubtedly a profound mockery. However, before he could respond in anger, Udin had already raised his palm, unleashing a wave of Armament Haki. This time, Udin endeavored to concentrate the power of Armament Haki into a small area ahead, striving to avoid inadvertently obliterating the distant residential streets. Initially, he believed this task would be straightforward, yet upon execution, he discovered it to be quite challenging. No wonder someone remarked that possessing the strength to crush an ant without killing it is exceedingly difficult to control. Udin gasped for breath, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. The effort he exerted to thwart the entire Don Quixote family's assault paled in comparison to the strain he now felt. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit. The formidable Armament Haki shockwave was accurately contained within the vicinity of Doflamingo, sparing the more distant structures from harm. Naturally, Doflamingo was not one to remain passive. As Udian raised his hand to unleash the armament shockwave, Doflamingo unleashed the full might of his awakened string fruit powers. Shield white line, shield of the gods. With a series of swift gestures, the ground beneath him erupted, forming dozens of broad lines, each enveloped in high-density armament haki, layered like a shield before Doflamingo. Even in defense, he poured forth every ounce of his strength, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Boom! In the next moment, the armament haki collided with the shield white line, causing the massive and solid shield to tremble violently. To Doflamingo's shock, he discovered that his pride, the strongest shield, was fracturing with web-like fissures. It appeared that this shield was on the verge of shattering. No, I shall not be defeated here. Doflamingo frantically waved his hands, conjuring more shield white lines in a desperate attempt to halt the armament shockwave. Unfortunately, Udian's armament shockwave was not a fleeting force. It was persistent and unrelenting. As Doflamingo hastily created new shield white lines to reinforce his shield of the gods, the armament haki continued its relentless assault. Clearly, the speed at which Doflamingo could fabricate the shield white lines was far outpaced by the destructive force of the armament haki. The fissures in the shield appeared at an accelerating rate, eventually reaching a critical point, and the immense and thick shield of the gods erupted into a cacophony of fragments. The violent explosion scattered countless shattered strands, many of which hurtled toward Doflamingo. Just before truly experiencing the wrath of the armament haki, Doflamingo was violently propelled by his own created lines. While still airborne, he was subsequently caught by the shockwave, his body nearly torn asunder. Boom. After crashing through numerous structures, Doflamingo finally came to a halt, his body broken in countless places, his face soaked in blood. At that moment, all sounds on the battlefield fell silent. The members of the Don Quixote family noted the defeat of Doflamingo, who had been hurled away, their eyes reddening with concern. Young master. They roared in fury, eager to rush to his aid, yet were thwarted by the naval commanders, plunging once more into fierce combat. HM? He is neither unconscious nor dead? Using his observation haki, Udian sensed Doflamingo's condition, his expression tinged with surprise. It appeared he wished to continue the fight. Indeed, he discerned that Doflamingo was not only conscious but had also risen, raising his hands as if to unleash some ability. It seemed that his intentions were not directed at me. Udian was astonished by this revelation. The observation haki allowed him to predict his opponent's movements, and he realized that Doflamingo's target was not him at that moment. Could it be? Suddenly, Udian recalled a certain ability of Doflamingo's. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins in the distance, Doflamingo appeared resolute, ferociously employing his power. Birdcage. In an instant, countless threads emanated from Doflamingo's fingers. These lines surge into the sky like a volcanic eruption, converging at a certain point before cascading downwards like celestial maidens scattering flowers, reminiscent of a meteor shower. As they descend to the earth, delicate threads extend from a singular point in midair to the designated spot on the ground, weaving an immense arc-shaped birdcage formed by countless strands that bridge the heavens and the earth. The birdcage possesses an extraordinarily sharp severing capability, inflicting injury with the slightest touch. Thus, this technique resembles a true birdcage, ensnaring nearly everyone within and rendering them incapable of escape. The threads composing the birdcage can also block electromagnetic waves or wireless signals used for communication, preventing those trapped inside from seeking help using their phone books. Furthermore, it can contract at will, inflicting lethal harm upon those confined within. It can be said that this is indeed Don Quixote Doflamingo's most formidable and nefarious technique, as he exploits the very populace of the Dressrosa Kingdom as leverage. Chapter 29, Betrayal, the Great Crisis of the Don Quixote Family. The young master has finally unleashed that. Mahabais, a member of the Don Quixote family, gazed upward at the formation of the birdcage, a cruel smile gracing his lips. This time, the Navy is doomed. The birdcage. Each time the young master employs it, there are no survivors. Dringer laughed joyfully, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel felt a sense of confusion, sensing that something was amiss. That so-called birdcage is certainly to our detriment. Although the Navy was unaware of the specifics of Doflamingo's impending technique, they could glean hints from the sudden exhilaration displayed by the Don Quixote family members. "Do not panic, our esteemed admiral is present," shouted the weasel-like rear admiral, rallying the spirits of his comrades. In response, they turned their gazes toward the figure at the forefront of the battlefield, Admiral Yudian. Indeed, Admiral Yudian is here. And regardless of the techniques employed by the 7 warlords, they shall not match him. A Navy Vice Admiral, who held great admiration for Yudian, voiced his support. The words of the Rear Admiral and the Vice Admiral swiftly calmed the Navy personnel. What humans truly fear is not merely fear itself, but the unknown fear that accompanies it. Yet before the Navy stood a figure capable of quelling such dread, the Chief Admiral. Haha, what a bunch of foolish beings. Diamante scoffed at the Navy, his demeanor shifting from cold severity to unrestrained laughter. Within Doflamingo's birdcage, even the Navy admirals cannot protect you. Beside him, Torpal's words were even more direct. You have already been abandoned by your admiral. He. Indeed. No one can escape the birdcage except for the Navy admiral. He. Dringer egged them on with enthusiasm. As the architect of this chaos, Doflamingo hovered above, gazing down at Yudian. Do you wish to stop me? Doflamingo, drenched in blood and nearly deranged, shouted frantically, if you can halt me, then come and try. Meanwhile, the weasel-like Rear Admiral furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. He is provoking the authority of the Navy. As he spoke, the Rear Admiral rose and charged toward the airborne Doflamingo. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, moving with lightning speed to confront Doflamingo, his sword raised to strike. Get lost. You are not worthy to challenge me. Doflamingo coldly waved his hand, unleashing a massive wave of white threads. The clash resounded as the Rear Admiral's strike was deflected by the high-density, armed white threads, sending him flying away. Could even the Rear Admiral not impede him? The Navy personnel were shaken, beginning to believe the earlier words of the Don Quixote family members. Among those present, aside from Yudian, the most formidable was the Rear Admiral. Yet at this moment, he was sent hurtling away by a single attack. Clearly not a match for Doflamingo. In the meantime, the countless threads released by Doflamingo completely enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa Island, taking the form of a birdcage. Is this what they call a birdcage? The Navy gazed upward, awestruck by the scene before them. The intricate web of threads enveloped the island, with gaps so narrow that no individual could pass through. Even more astonishing was the tightening of these threads, which, during their constriction, sliced through everything in their path, be it towering trees, solid rocks, or sturdy structures, reducing them to mere fragments. These lines resemble slender, sharp blades, relentlessly slicing through everything in their path. With a swift and gruesome sound, an unfortunate soul soon collided with the lines, their body instantaneously cleaved into multiple pieces, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. These scoundrels exhibit a complete lack of humanity. A Rear Admiral seethed, discovering that the recently deceased was a member of the Don Quixote family. How could Doflamingo even turn against his own kin? Why would you slaughter your own family members? Do you truly intend to annihilate everyone in this kingdom? The weasel, filled with rage, questioned vehemently. Ha. Family. My family does not encompass those worthless wretches. Doflamingo cackled without restraint, declaring that only the officers of the Don Quixote family are my true kin. As for those useless members, let them willingly perish for me. When I ascend as the Pirate King, I shall remember their contributions. Ha. Such words sent a chill through even the opposing naval forces. The ordinary members of the Don Quixote family were so frightened by Doflamingo's remarks that they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Young master, please do not abandon us. Save us. A vast crowd knelt in supplication, with not a single soul daring to resist. Have these individuals forgotten even the will to rebel? Weasel scornfully berated. No wonder you are deemed worthless. On the brink of death, and yet you lack the courage to fight back? But that person is the young master. A nearby family member stammered in fear. And what of the young master? If you wish to survive, you must seize your own opportunities. Weasel thundered. Every individual is entitled to pursue fairness and justice. Yet such ideals can only be attained through struggle. The Don Quixote family members present absorbed his words, their hearts shaking with realization. Some began to rise, forsaking their kneeling position, while others remained prostrate. Yet more, upon witnessing their peers standing, followed suit. Soon, those standing surpassed half the crowd. They seized their weapons and initiated a rebellion against the Don Quixote family officials. If we eliminate you, we shall secure our lives, they proclaimed, emboldened by their conviction. Ha. What do the trash think they're doing, conspiring against us? Diamante laughed derisively. He then raised his hand, unleashing the Sword of Serpents, mercilessly reaping lives. However, at that moment, the Navy launched their offensive, with naval officers leading teams to besiege each Don Quixote family official. With the defection of Don Quixote family members, the numbers attacking the officials surged, intensifying the pressure on them. They held these members in contempt, referring to them as trash. Yet now they found themselves besieged by a throng of trash, nearly unable to withstand the onslaught. Who gave you the audacity to betray us? Torpol shouted in fury, attempting to intimidate the defectors, but his efforts were in vain. Scoundrels! I should have eliminated you long ago. Doflamingo hovered in the air, helplessly witnessing this scene unfold. His cherished family under siege, his rage boiling, yet powerless to intervene. The earlier release of the birdcage had already drained his wounded body to the brink of exhaustion. Any further exertion would truly be a matter of life and death. What is this? Are they not your most valued family members? Why do you not rescue them? Udin mocked Doflamingo, who was torn between anxiety and hesitation, smiling derisively. Or perhaps you do not hold those so-called family in any regard. The only one you truly value is yourself. Doflamingo seethed with rage. Silence. Chapter 30. Breaking the birdcage. Doflamingo surrendered. Be quiet. Doflamingo shouted in fury, his face flushed with anger. His sunglasses failing to conceal the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the frenzied glint of madness, as though he was incensed beyond measure. However, he refrained from uttering any explanatory words, merely seething with anger, fuming even more. I have encountered many like you. Eugene shook his head, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Yet this only served to calm Doflamingo, who, laughing maniacally, declared, if my family perishes, I shall take every soul in this kingdom with me, including you Navy fools. Ha ha ha. With that, he laughed even more triumphantly. I eagerly await to see how you intend to stop me, if you are capable. As they exchanged these brief words, the birdcage had already contracted significantly, now less than 1,000 meters from the battlefield. To the average person, 1,000 meters might not seem short. Many would struggle to run even 500 meters without gasping for breath. Yet, at the rate the birdcage was shrinking, it would take less than a minute. However, it appeared that the Don Quixote family officials could not endure even that long. You scoundrels! You bastards! Derlinger cried out in terror. Overwhelmed by a throng, being mercilessly beaten, he was the youngest of the Don Quixote family and the first official to be defeated. One downfall led to another, and soon, Buffalo was also brought down, his body covered in wounds, blood gushing forth. Following him were Mahabais, Say or Pink, Jorah. One by one, the officials fell. The front line of the Don Quixote family crumbling rapidly. Only a few, such as Diamante and Torpol, continued to resist, yet it appeared they could not hold out much longer. Kill. Slay them all before the birdcage arrives. The defected family members, their eyes blazing red, seemed to have forgotten their own survival. Fixated solely on taking down one more Don Quixote family official before meeting their end. You bastards! Doflamingo's eyes bulged with fury, exerting every effort to hasten the birdcage's contraction. The lines of the birdcage accelerated wildly, sweeping away countless stones and debris, accompanied by a shower of severed limbs and blood. Outside the battlefield, it resembled a hellish battleground. Gruesome and terrifying. Die. All of you, perish. Doflamingo was utterly deranged, recklessly waving his hand to manipulate the birdcage. At that moment, Udien made his move. It was time to bring the farce to a halt. Udien yawned, as if he had just witnessed an exceedingly tedious performance. With a casual gesture, he raised his hand, swatting as if to chase away a fly. What followed was an eruption of Armament Haki, a shockwave powerful enough to obliterate a mountain. Boom. The intense, high-density compressed air of the Armament Haki generated a series of thunderous roars, rolling forth like a colossal tsunami. This time, his armed color shockwave, through precise control, traversed the ranks of the Navy, surging forward towards the receding lines of the birdcage. Clang. Boom. The piercing sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously, followed by an explosive roar. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the rapidly contracting birdcage came to an unexpected halt, unable to advance a single inch. The birdcage was thwarted. The members of the Don Quixote family who had turned against them were left in utter shock. Admiral Eugene had succeeded. The Navy erupted in cheers, their morale soaring even higher. In stark contrast, the remaining officials of the Don Quixote family stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, filled with resentment. It was so close. Damn it. Meanwhile, the suspended Doflamingo remained composed, smirking with derision. You may block it for now, but how long can you sustain that? Once I unleash my birdcage, it shall not cease. Indeed, the strength of his technique lay in its capacity for sustained activation with minimal exertion. He could maintain the birdcage's operation for days and nights on end. In moments of frenzy, one often forgets their greatest vulnerability. Eudian remarked softly, as long as I defeat you, the birdcage will automatically dissolve, correct? Humph. You are mistaken. This birdcage will continue to function even without my control. Doflamingo replied, his voice low and heavy. Yet, The shadow of anxiety mixed with his grim demeanor suggested a concealed weakness had been unveiled. Haha, there's no need to be anxious. Udrin smirked and waved his hand dismissively. While I could defeat you, that is not my intention at the moment. I wish to test my own strength. As he spoke, another wave of armed color Haki erupted from within him. This time, an overwhelming force was unleashed as the full might of the 1,800-point Armament Haki erupted. Boom. Although the people on the battlefield were not specifically targeted by the Armament Haki, they felt an intense pressure and unease, as if they might explode at any moment. Had Udin not controlled the outward force of the Armament Haki, their indiscriminate assault would have indeed resulted in bodily destruction. However, Udin managed to restrain it, directing the majority of the Haki's impact towards the outermost lines of the birdcage. Crack, crackle, bang. In an instant, the birdcage's lines could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered under the impact. Those razor-sharp lines, seemingly unyielding, splintered into fragments of varying lengths, falling away piece by piece. Once freed from Doflamingo's control, these lines were merely more resilient than ordinary threads, devoid of the power to sever rock and stone. After decisively breaching the birdcage, Udin withdrew. Shaking his head in disappointment, it was still inadequate. He appeared unsatisfied with his current strength, though the specifics of his discontent remained a mystery to others. Subsequently, Udin glanced up at the hovering Doflamingo, raised a finger, and languidly remarked, "Come down, don't waste my time. If we set sail soon, perhaps I can catch a nap aboard the ship." Doflamingo, gritting his teeth in silence, understood he had been defeated, lacking even the opportunity to escape. Such terrifying Armament Haki was beyond his ability to withstand, and he had no confidence in fleeing before the oncoming wave of Haki. Manipulating the threads, he lowered his body, surrendering without resistance. Chapter 31. The Artificial Devil Fruit in Hand. Doflamingo's expression was calm, a stark contrast to his previous near-manic demeanor. As he controlled the threads to lower himself to the ground, he then stood still, allowing the naval soldiers to approach and secure him with sea-stone handcuffs. The entire process unfolded smoothly, without a hint of turbulence, and Doflamingo made no further attempts to struggle. He seemed to have accepted the reality of his defeat. Indeed, a clever man, with the potential for great deeds, Udin silently nodded in approval. Doflamingo's earlier frenzy was a desperate attempt to fight. But once he recognized the inevitability of his defeat, he promptly accepted the truth. By adopting this approach, he could minimize his losses following defeat, or rather, preserve himself to the greatest extent possible. After all, refraining from resistance might merely result in death, whereas continuing to resist would certainly lead to demise. This is the most prudent choice you could make today. Udin observed the handcuffed Doflamingo before him and smiled. With Doflamingo's capture, the other members of the Don Quixote family began to falter or surrender in succession. However, one individual steadfastly refused to yield, relentlessly launching attacks in a desperate attempt to rescue Doflamingo and the others. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the ground trembled violently, earth and stone erupting like a volcanic explosion. The ground beneath their feet seemed to conceal a colossal beast, the violent tremors rendering it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. It was Pika utilizing his devil fruit powers underground. After the palace's high ground collapsed, he had transferred his essence beneath the surface, still wielding the capability to attack. This fellow has concealed his true form, making him quite troublesome to deal with. The weasel squinted, surveying the ground below with a sense of unease. Just as he prepared to seek out Pika's true body once more, Udin waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I shall bring him up myself." Udin, unwilling to squander any more time, extended his palm, unleashing his Haki to form a colossal spear. The spear penetrated the ground, and through his observation Haki, Udin accurately located Pika's true position, impaling him with the armed spear. The ground's tremors abruptly ceased, and no further disturbances arose. Soon, the grievously injured Pika was brought to the surface, a gaping wound traversing his abdomen, with a portion of his intestines spilling out. However, for a being of such formidable caliber, this degree of injury would not result in immediate death. A brief treatment would suffice to alleviate the severity. The injured Pika was also captured and subsequently joined the other members of the Don Quixote family, all handcuffed and standing in a line, surrounded by the Navy who monitored the group of prisoners. "Are we to surrender those items, Doflamingo?" Diamante quietly inquired of Doflamingo. Yet, he received no response. The latter had remained silent since his capture, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Udin had long since noted Doflamingo's peculiar demeanor, but took little heed. What the opponent contemplated was of no consequence. Udin sought only results. At this moment, he pointed at Doflamingo and said, lead the way. Let us explore your underground kingdom." The term underground kingdom left the Navy personnel perplexed, yet the members of the Don Quixote family turned pale at the mention. Even Doflamingo narrowed his eyes suddenly, his expression darkening as he remarked, "You know?" Clearly, they had deduced that Udian's reference to the underground kingdom pertained to the underground factory producing artificial devil fruits. Smile. However, Doflamingo's grim countenance soon returned to calm, at least on the surface. "Even without my guidance, your men would uncover it." After uttering this, Doflamingo fell silent once more, refusing to rise and lead the way, seemingly intent on preserving his last vestiges of pride, a remnant of his former status as a celestial dragon. Udian smirked, finding the behavior of this former warlord and former king of Dressrosa rather unimpressive. He could indeed command his soldiers to conduct a thorough search of the island's underground factory, but such an endeavor would be time-consuming and laborious. After a brief moment of contemplation, Udian suddenly lifted his gaze to survey the members of the Don Quixote family before him, ultimately resting his eyes upon a curvaceous and enchanting figure. "Violet, you shall lead the way." Udian accurately called out the name of the young woman. Instantly, the expressions of the other Don Quixote family members shifted, their gazes toward Violet now infused with anger and hatred, believing her to be a traitor. After all, Violet was the daughter of the former king of Dressrosa, King Riku, thus a former princess. In the absence of a prince, the princess held a significant chance of becoming queen. More importantly, there existed profound enmity between the Don Quixote family and Violet. At this moment, it is imperative to mention that Don Quixote Doflamingo, in his choice of associates, whether out of excessive confidence or a genuine magnanimity, audaciously welcomed a vengeful former princess into the Don Quixote family. From Udian's perspective, Doflamingo was merely arrogant, placing undue faith in his own prowess, convinced that Violet would not dare to rebel and that the possibility of her succeeding in such an endeavor was negligible. Thus, he absorbed her for the utility of her devil fruit abilities. However, this situation proved fortuitous, as she could serve as a guide, saving him considerable time. Originally, he had intended to depart today, but it appeared that this would not be feasible. Udian glanced up at the distant sunset. Subsequently, during the course of Violet's guidance, Udian received further intelligence. Today marked the date of the transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates concerning the artificial devil fruits, which were stored within the remnants of the former royal palace. Upon hearing this news, Udian promptly commanded a search of the palace ruins for the batch of artificial devil fruits. A team was dispatched to scour the ruins, while others expressed confusion. Surely, the palace had crumbled into ruins, and the artificial devil fruits must have been destroyed long ago. Devil fruits are not so fragile, even if they are artificial. They remain resilient, Udian casually explained. Shortly thereafter, the search party returned, indeed bringing back 15 artificial devil fruits. These artificial devil fruits were stacked in the captain's quarters of the warship, which also served as Udian's office aboard. Subsequently, under the guidance of Violet, the group proceeded to the factory that produces these synthetic devil fruits. There are 2 factories on Dressrosa Island, one of which is the Smile Factory, where the synthetic Zoan-type devil fruits are predominantly traded with the Beast Pirates. Udian instructed the Weasel to seal off these factories one by one. Once this was accomplished, night fell, enveloping the surroundings in darkness and revealing a sky adorned with countless stars. Navigating at night poses considerable dangers, and as the crew required rest, they decided to remain on the island for the night. The following day, the crew returned to the warship, prepared for departure, yet a dilemma arose. Chapter 32, G5 Branch. The outbreak of the Calamity of Flames. Udian, the admiral, was approached by a Navy rear admiral who inquired about the fate of the former Don Quixote family members and how to manage the survivors on the island. Below the warship, a large crowd had gathered, consisting of former members of the Don Quixote family and surviving civilians. Among them were indeed pirates, but they concealed themselves well, necessitating careful identification. Dressrosa, being a renowned tourist destination, attracted a diverse populace, including many pirates and unscrupulous merchants, as it lies within the New World. Previously, Udian had been preoccupied with the issue of the artificial devil fruits, but upon observing the dense throng below, he recalled the pressing matter at hand. This situation had not crossed his mind beforehand, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. He turned to the rear admiral, asking for his suggestions. "In my experience, we should first secure these individuals, then systematically investigate their identities and their connections to the 2 underground factories." The rear admiral detailed his proposal, exhibiting a familiarity with such matters. Udian, unfazed by the monotony, attentively listened to his report and nodded. Your plan is comprehensive. Please tell me your name. The general, suppressing his inner excitement, saluted meticulously and said, reporting to General Yudian. I am Vini, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Excellent, Rear Admiral Vini. You shall remain on Dressrosa Island and ensure that all matters are addressed, ordered Yudian. Shortly thereafter, Vini led a contingent back to the port, where a warship remained anchored. The other vessels, meanwhile, set sail, continuing their journey towards the waters of Wano. During this period, the fleet made a brief stop at the Navy's G5 branch situated in the New World waters. Doflamingo and Kaido were engaged in clandestine dealings, and if we were to bring him along to surveil the beast pirates, it is highly likely that we would face an ambush from them. The weasel approached Yudian, articulating his thoughts, suggesting that it might be prudent to temporarily detain Doflamingo at the G5 branch or to dispatch someone to escort Doflamingo and the other prisoners to the Navy headquarters. His analysis was coherent, presenting two viable solutions that offered a measure of choice. This revelation caught the attention of several nearby rear admirals, who secretly admired the intellect of the weasel. It was impressive how swiftly he identified the problem and conceived a solution, a feat that eluded them. To confine Don Quixote Doflamingo at the G5 base? That would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Yudian curled his lips in disdain. Yet he understood that the weasel was unaware of the underlying circumstances, completely ignorant of the true identity of Vice Admiral Virgo, the commanding officer of the G5 base. Doflamingo could not be imprisoned here. After a moment of contemplation, Yudian spoke softly. Virgo of the G5 base is affiliated with Doflamingo. He is a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the commanders present shifted to one of shock. The base commander of G5 was actually a pirate spy? The weasel was equally taken aback. But now was not the time for astonishment. He quickly regained his composure and analyzed. In that case, it is unfeasible to detain Doflamingo here. We must instead dispatch him back to headquarters. Yudian nodded with a smile. This is precisely why I ordered a halt at the G5 base. By now, Virgo has likely relayed the information to the beast pirates. As discussions unfolded on one side, within a subterranean chamber of the G5 branch base, Virgo wore a sullen expression, clutching a phone bug and murmuring in a low voice. Shortly thereafter, he ended the call and exited the chamber, nonchalantly returning to engage with his subordinates, including Yudian. Meanwhile, in Wano country, at the headquarters of the beast pirates on Onigashima, a figure hurriedly entered the colossal structure resembling a demon's head, only to find the absence of the governor of the beast pirates, the captain known as Kaido. What transpired? Why such haste? One of the three calamities, Flame Calamity King, emerged with a disgruntled countenance and reprimanded in a grave tone. News had arrived from the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote Doflamingo had been captured. The messenger rushed to report that. Apart from Doflamingo, most of the other Don Quixote family executives had also been apprehended, and Lord Drought Jack and his subordinates were likewise taken captive. The operation was led by the newly appointed Marine Admiral Yudian. Upon hearing the report, King S' expression shifted dramatically, yet he refrained from succumbing to rage, maintaining his composure as he inquired, who relayed this information? Is the source reliable? The informant claimed to be an executive of the Don Quixote family but refused to disclose their name. However, the code words matched. The messenger nodded repeatedly, suggesting that the source of the information should not raise concerns. It appeared that the intelligence was indeed credible. King furrowed his brow, pondering the predicament. With Governor Kaido absent from the island and unreachable, he likely wandered off to indulge in drink, perhaps already inebriated. Kaido often became intoxicated and enjoyed wandering aimlessly, occasionally even indulging in free falls from heights of 10,000 meters when boredom struck. The high-ranking members of the beast pirates have become accustomed to such occurrences. Encountering a leader who is so reckless and devoid of responsibility is truly. That Jack fellow is truly a disappointment, having been captured by the Navy. Flame Calamity Jean shook his head in resignation and then declared, I suppose I shall take matters into my own hands. In the next moment, Jean transformed into the ancient variant of the dragon fruit. Taking on the form of a toothless pterosaur, engulfed in flames, his wings unfurling as he soared swiftly into the howling winds. What a rare sight. Lord Jean is personally taking action. The pirates on Onigashima gasped in awe at this spectacle. As a formidable figure second only to Kaido within the beast pirates, Jin's strength and reputation are immensely high, and his appearances are infrequent, drawing many onlookers. It must be something significant, one pirate speculated. Humph. Whatever the matter may be, as long as Lord Jean is involved, there is certainly no cause for concern. Most pirates hold great faith in G. At the Navy G5 branch base, warships were setting sail from the harbor, departing from the port. Among these warships, there exists the vessel of the Navy's G5 branch. Standing upon the deck of the warship commanded by Admiral Udin is Virgo, the base commander of the G5 branch. Chapter 33, Dealing with Traitors. Ghost Bamboo Virgo. Admiral Udin. Is our mission to engage in battle with the beast pirates? The Vice Admiral of the G5 branch, Virgo, found himself somewhat bewildered, lacking clarity regarding the precise details of their assignment. It was only on the day of their scheduled departure that Udin unexpectedly informed him, requesting that Virgo lead a contingent to join the fleet en route to Wano. The justification for this sudden deployment was a purported shortage of personnel, as they were to confront the beast pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, led by Kaido. Virgo had no reservations regarding the necessity of additional manpower when dealing with A4 Emperor. Our task is to monitor the movements of the beast pirates, and your inclusion serves as a precautionary measure. Udin candidly disclosed the nature of their mission. Furthermore, he informed Virgo that due to the significant troop withdrawal from the G5 branch, and considering the dwindling number of soldiers remaining at the base, the officers of the Don Quixote family were not detained there to prevent any potential escape by these pirates amid the diminished guard. However, Udin did not specify where exactly these officers were held. It seemed that the young master and Diamante were still confined in the lower holds of the warship. Virgo tacitly accepted this situation, as Udin had repeatedly emphasized the need to prevent the escape of the Don Quixote family officers, indicating that securing the prisoners aboard the warship was indeed the safest course of action, since they had not been transferred to the G5 branch's detention facilities. They could only remain imprisoned in the lower holds of the vessel. Yet, Virgo was left in the dark regarding which specific warship housed them. Previously, he had only learned that the Don Quixote family had been thoroughly eradicated, with all high-ranking members, including the family head Doflamingo, captured. And even the kingdom of Dressrosa had changed hands, with former Princess Violet temporarily wielding power in the nation. However, no one had divulged information regarding the precise locations of the Don Quixote family officers' confinement. The personnel aboard the warship, both officers and soldiers, maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, revealing nothing about the whereabouts of the prisoners. Even if Virgo wished to send someone to gather intelligence, it was unfeasible. The ship was patrolled around the clock, leaving him without a viable means to act. At the moment of departure, Udin took the initiative to request Virgo to lead the troops temporarily incorporated into the fleet, presenting Virgo with an exceptional opportunity. Shortly after the fleet set sail, Virgo contrived an excuse to momentarily leave the deck and enter the ship's hold. Subsequently, he encountered a soldier in a munitions storage room. This individual is his trusted subordinate, dispatched to gather intelligence prior to boarding the ship. At this moment, the subordinate has completed his mission and informs Virgo that the members of the Don Quixote family are imprisoned in the lower deck cells of the warship owned by Udin. Indeed, it is this warship. A look of realization spreads across Virgo's face. He had long suspected as much, given Udin's meticulous nature. How could he possibly feel secure with the confinement occurring elsewhere? It is undoubtedly most reassuring to imprison them right under his nose, within the flagship. The time has come. Virgo dismisses his subordinate and ventures alone into a hidden corner of the ship, preparing for the next phase of his plan. However, this plan does not entail a direct rescue of Don Quixote Doflamingo and his associates. After all, with Doflamingo himself captured, Virgo, despite his arrogance, does not delude himself into thinking he could contend with an admiral of the Navy. He intends to contact the beast pirates, leveraging the power of the Yonko to liberate the Don Quixote family. The fleet is bound for Wano, the headquarters of the beast pirates, and there is ample time. Virgo calmly produces a specially designed transponder snail, reaches out to the beast pirates, conveys the fleet's mission and circumstances, and arranges a specific time and location for the rescue. Having completed this, he hangs up and prepares to depart. Just then, a languid voice emerges from behind. Is the task accomplished? Virgo is taken aback, swiftly turning to see Udin yawning as he steps out from the shadows. You were truly overcautious. It was merely a tip-off. Yet it took so long that I nearly fell asleep, Udin remarks with evident disinterest. Upon hearing this, Virgo's eyes twitch involuntarily, despite his vigilance. He was still ensnared by you. Is it not your words that are truly excessive? Nonetheless, Virgo does not express anger, nor does he attempt to argue at this juncture. Any words would be futile and devoid of purpose. Though I am well aware that I may not be your equal, I must make an attempt, Virgo declares. producing a bamboo stick from seemingly nowhere and pointing it at Yudian. As the seemingly ordinary bamboo swiftly entwined itself with a formidable layer of Busashoka Haki, Virgo found himself entirely enveloped in the same potent force. Demon Bamboo Virgo. Boom. In the next instant, he leaped into action, his immense power causing the air to erupt in a thunderous roar. A tempest surged through the confined space, blinding those within it. Realizing he was outmatched. Why persist in futile struggles? Yudian, clearly unimpressed, raised his hand and coldly remarked, "Surrender now to spare yourself the agony." Before long, Virgo comprehended the true meaning of pain. Yudian unleashed a shockwave of Busashoka Haki from his palm while simultaneously exuding an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. It was as if the Conqueror's Haki had taken on a tangible form. Boom. In Virgo's vision, the world seemed to erupt in cataclysm, his entire being resonating with a low hum, rendering him momentarily immobilized. The outwardly released Busashoka Haki prevented him from advancing, while the palpable might of the Conqueror's Haki instilled a profound fear within him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, the bamboo entwined with the intense Busashoka Haki continued its advance, slowly yet resolutely piercing toward Yudian. Your tragic folly lies in straying down the wrong path, oblivious to it. Yudian shook his head and turned away. At that moment, a surge of Busashoka Haki erupted from him, transforming into a blade that cleaved through the air toward Virgo. Swoosh. The individual known by the codename Red Heart, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, fell directly into a pool of blood, a gruesome wound in his abdomen revealing glimpses of his entrails. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers waiting outside rushed in, dragging Virgo away. After administering a modicum of treatment, they imprisoned him. Humph. Even if you capture me, it will be futile. I have already conveyed the message to the beast's pirates. Virgo lay on the cold floor of his cell, a blood-soaked smirk on his lips. I know you deliberately waited until I transmitted the message before making your appearance. You must be plotting something, right? Heh. Should I label you arrogant or foolish? That is the beast's pirates we are speaking of, the pirate crew of Emperor Kaido. No matter what schemes you harbor, they will amount to nothing against Kaido's might. Virgo held a profound trust in the beast's pirates, or rather, in the power of the emperors. After all, they reigned supreme in the New World, their authority akin to that of emperors, with even the world government unable to contend with them. Could a mere marine admiral and a handful of rear admirals possibly defeat an emperor's pirate crew? To the majority, such a notion would be deemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 34. The Absorption of Artificial Devil Fruits. Your arrogance has sealed your fate, Virgo continued. Even if you retreat now, you will be ambushed by the beast's pirates on your way back to Marine Headquarters. By then, with the Don Quixote family rescued, you will face a combined assault from an emperor and a warlord of the sea. Do you truly believe you can withstand that? Ha ha ha. After uttering these words, Virgo erupted into a raucous laugh. However, he soon noticed that the ordinary soldiers outside his cell were gazing at him as if he were a fool. This made him faintly feel like a fool, as if the words he had just spoken were utter nonsense. Allowing you to relay information to the beast pirates was, of course, for a reason, though not the ones you had conjured in your imagination, Udion remarked with indifference. Informing the beast pirates that the Don Quixote family and Jack were imprisoned aboard a warship would indirectly safeguard others. In fact, at the time of departure today, I had already dispatched Vice Admiral Mongoose to personally escort the Don Quixote family and Jack back to headquarters. By the time we reach Wano country, Mongoose and his crew should also return to the Navy's base. As he spoke, Udion had reached the end of the corridor, his footsteps gradually fading away. In his cell, Virgo listened to these words, feeling as if he had suddenly turned into an imbecile, mouth agape, struggling to utter a sound for an extended period. After a long while, he collapsed to the ground, his spirit shattered, muttering to himself, "It is all my fault. I have brought harm to the young master. It is completely over." At this moment, he finally understood everything. Udion had deliberately allowed him to act as a messenger, leading the beast pirates to believe that all prisoners were confined in Udion's flagship, thus preventing them from sending personnel to intercept the departing warships. In this manner, regardless of the assaults faced by the forces of Udion, it is certain that the officials of the Don Quixote family, along with Jack and others, will be escorted to the Navy headquarters. The Navy's possession of these prisoners effectively grants them hostages. Even if Udion were to be defeated and captured, his life would not be in jeopardy. One can only hope that Kaido manages to decisively vanquish Udion. Otherwise, the fate of the Don Quixote family would be dire. Virgo was acutely aware of the slim likelihood of such an occurrence, for Udion had the option to elude the grasp of the Yonko, Kaido, a naval admiral, if intent on avoiding capture, possesses numerous strategies to achieve this. Contemplating this, Virgo's eyes dulled, surrendering to a profound despondency. Meanwhile, Yudian departed from the depths of the ship's prison and returned to his quarters to rest. The Navy typically does not place great emphasis on the comfort of accommodations. Yet Yudian was an exception. In his own words, with great power comes great responsibility. If the burden is so substantial, should one not also indulge in enjoyment? At that moment, he reclined upon a plush bed, yet his thoughts were fixated upon the artificial devil fruits located not far away, where 15 of these fruits lay meticulously arranged, clearly visible. Upon the discovery of these artificial devil fruits amidst the ruins of the Dressrosa Palace, they were initially stored in the captain's quarters of the flagship. Subsequently, they were naturally transferred to the private chamber of Yudian, who personally infiltrated the Dressrosa kingdom. His ultimate aim, even amid conflict with Droutjack and the Don Quixote family, was precisely these objects before him. Now, it was time to assess the harvest. Yudian felt a sense of anticipation as he rose and approached the artificial devil fruits. These devil fruits are, after all, not of natural origin. The exact extent of their effects remains uncertain. Thus, let us commence. Yudian picked up an artificial devil fruit and silently summoned the system within his mind. Soon, he received a response from the system. Ding! A defective devil fruit has been detected in the host's possession. Would you like to immediately absorb the fruit's energy and convert it into free attribute points? It appears that, in the system's perspective, these artificial devil fruits are categorized as defective. Yudian nodded inwardly, as this assessment was quite aligned with reality. The abilities of these man-made devil fruits indeed appeared rather unimpressive. Featuring bizarre forms such as a lion's head sprouting from the abdomen or a hippopotamus head enveloping the body, in comparison to the orthodox animal-type devil fruits. The former seemed grotesque. Fortunately, Yudian was indifferent to these peculiarities, as he had no intention of consuming them. In the next moment, he issued the command to absorb, and the system swiftly began its work, assimilating the artificial devil fruit in his hand. Absorption complete. Commencing conversion to free attribute points. Ding! The host has acquired a total of 13 free attributes this time. With the system's notification, the free attribute points in his data panel transformed from 0 to 13. 13 points, you say? Not too shabby. Yudian was not particularly surprised. Previously, after absorbing the natural type fruit obtained from Blackbeard, he amassed a total of 800 free attribute points, 300 of which were additional bonuses from the natural type, akin to a rare enhancement. The rarer the devil fruit variety, the higher the energy conversion efficiency. According to the system, the enhancements from supernatural fruits are generally minimal, apart from a few exceptional types, such as the tremor fruit, which provide substantial bonuses. Otherwise, they merely offer a 100-point enhancement with a base energy attribute of 200. In contrast to the natural type's 500, that's a deficit of 300. The animal type fares the worst, as its fruits are the easiest to obtain, with the highest circulation and stock in the market being animal-type fruits and abilities. Thus, aside from the exceedingly rare ancient and mythical types, ordinary animal-type fruits offer no additional bonuses, and their base energy attribute points are a mere 100. The artificial devil fruits Yudian had acquired this time were all animal types and, being defective, a yield of 13 points was still acceptable. After all, he intended to pursue quantity, planning to mass-produce and absorb these items. Following the significant event, he aimed to restore the Smile Factory to manufacture artificial devil fruits en masse. Even if each fruit offered only a handful of attributes, accumulating hundreds would equate to a single natural-type fruit. Yudian had already devised his plan. Subsequently, he continued with the absorption process, during which the system unexpectedly detected scrapped artificial devil fruits, yielding a pitiful 3 attribute points upon absorption. These scrapped fruits were likely failures among the artificial devil fruits, rendering the consumer incapable of acquiring any abilities and reducing them to a state of perpetual laughter. Yudian was aware that within the Beast Pirates, there existed a faction called the Joyful Ones, comprised entirely of pirates who had consumed such failed products. Naturally, these failures were deemed worthless, and the side effect of laughter rendered them even more undesirable than refuse. The system's ability to recycle such waste was, indeed, a pleasant surprise. Before long, he had absorbed 15 artificial devil fruits. Overall, the gains were satisfactory, falling within expectations. Yudian felt content with this harvest. Chapter 35. Before arrival, the Cliff Waterfall. The acquisition of artificial devil fruits may not be monumental, but it is certainly not useless. Of course, the greatest advantage lies with the system, which can absorb the energies of these artificial fruits, including those scrapped ones, converting them into a few attribute points. This method even allows for the identification of failures. The technology behind artificial devil fruits is not yet mature, leading to the emergence of failed products. Consuming such failures not only deprives one of the corresponding abilities but also strips them of all expressions except for laughter. Yet, even the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates cannot discern these failures. Only Udin's system possesses that capability. Is the cleanup in Dressrosa nearing completion? On the island of Dressrosa, Udin had left a contingency, a naval force led by Major Vini. The cadres of the Don Quixote family had been dealt with, and the remaining pirates posed little threat. Major Vini and his crew could easily handle them. Once he reached Wano country, he would contact Vini and prepare to attempt the establishment of an artificial devil fruit factory. However, he was uncertain how much raw material remained in Dressrosa. Udin did not harbor overly optimistic expectations for the operation of the artificial devil fruit factory. After all, the production of artificial devil fruits necessitates special materials, SAD. The technology to manufacture SAD is solely possessed by Caesar Clown, who, along with the SAD production apparatus, resides on Punk Hazard Island. Udin's current mission is to monitor the Beast Pirates. Dressrosa is merely a waypoint. He had refrained from visiting Punk Hazard previously to avoid alerting Doflamingo and to prevent any preparations on his part. Moreover, he was uncertain of the effectiveness of the artificial devil fruits. What if absorption yielded no energy increase? That would leave him empty-handed. Udin certainly had no interest in engaging the Don Quixote family only to return with a trove of worthless refuse, which was not his desired outcome. After completing the mission, he would make a trip to Punk Hazard. Udin mused quietly, though he was not particularly concerned. The acquisition of free attribute points is not solely dependent on artificial devil fruits. Provided one has sufficient currency, berries, one can procure them in the black market. It is not an insurmountable task. Returning to his thoughts, Udin focused on his data panel, discovering that he had amassed over 100 free attribute points this time. A total of 126 free attributes, averaging less than 9 points per artificial devil fruit. The primary issue lay with the abundance of scrapped products. Astonishingly, 8 out of the 15 fruits were failures, yielding a staggering failure rate. Reflecting on this, Udin felt somewhat speechless. Simultaneously understanding why there were so many pirates consuming failed products within Kaido's crew, even forming a legion, the joyful ones. Kaido must be quite carefree. Or perhaps he simply does not care. With such a high failure rate, even the world government would hesitate to deploy them on a grand scale, wouldn't they? Udin shook his head, realizing that these matters held little relevance to him. His gaze returned to the data panel as he contemplated how to allocate his points. After a moment's consideration, he made his decision to enhance his Armament Haki. First, he would elevate his Armament Haki to 2,000 points, then supplement his Observation Haki. It is essential to develop comprehensively, ensuring a balanced capability. Having resolved this, Udin immediately proceeded with the allocation, completing it in an instant. The system's feedback sounded promptly. Ding. Host's Armament Haki attribute increased by 126 points. Host's Observation Haki was strengthened, increasing by 20 points. Host Conqueror's Haki was reinforced, gaining an additional 60 points. Host, Udin Armament Haki, 1926 Observation Haki, 220 Conqueror's Haki, 960. The attributes not being whole numbers appeared somewhat awkward. Udin felt a slight discomfort. Fortunately, he did not suffer from obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Otherwise, merely gazing at these figures would have become an unbearable ordeal. As it stood, he was only mildly unsettled. Akin to the feeling one experiences upon encountering a striking beauty or a formidable tank. Never mind, let it be for now. With the task accomplished, Udin ceased to dwell on it and reclined back onto the plush bed, allowing himself to rest peacefully. Time passed swiftly as they drifted across the sea. Several days later, the fleet under Udin's command had arrived in the waters near the Land of Harmony. Report, General Udin. The cliffs over there lead directly to the Land of Harmony. A major general approached the bow of the ship, delivering his report. The geographical features of the Land of Harmony are remarkably unique. It boasts no coastal shores, being entirely encircled by cliffs and waterfalls. Beyond those cliffs and waterfalls lies the inner sea of the Land of Harmony, which houses 2 significant islands, the original main island of the Land of Harmony and the Island of Demons. Notably, the Island of Demons serves as the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, led by the formidable 4 emperors, Kaido. The general recounted his narrative with clarity and conciseness, painting a vivid geographical portrait of Wano country in the minds of his listeners. Should we wish to surveil the Beast Pirates, it can be accomplished in the offshore regions. However, to penetrate the inland seas of Wano, one must traverse the perilous cliffside waterfalls, where an assault from the beast pirates may be imminent. The naval rear admiral offered his counsel. Udian listened in silence, refraining from vocal response, his expression betraying a non-committal demeanor. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with a different matter. Virgo had clandestinely conspired with the beast pirates to ambush their fleet along the route. Yet no trace of the beast pirates had been encountered throughout their voyage. Could it be that they were poised to launch an ambush here? He lifted his gaze, fixated upon the distant waterfall cascading from the cliffs leading to Wano country. This geographical setting requires no introduction. He is acutely aware that this location serves as an impeccable ambush site. In fact, he knows that 2 years hence, the Flame Calamity would successfully utilize this very cliffside waterfall to launch an assault on the ship of the 4 Emperor, Big M. Charlotte Linlin. However, at this moment, Kaido is not present on Onigashima. Udin has received word from headquarters that Kaido has ventured into the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and has engaged in some conflict with Whitebeard there. The intelligence was naturally acquired by headquarters from the Navy, which had been monitoring the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in the loss of several naval vessels. With Kaido absent, the most formidable members of the Beast Pirates are Play Quinn and Flame Ember. These two are no match for me. Udin is not arrogant. He possesses ample confidence in his own strength. Soon, he commanded the fleet to set sail towards the inland seas of Wano. With an admiral firmly in command, the troops aboard the warships were undaunted. A dozen warships raced forward at full speed, swiftly arriving at the precipice of the waterfall. This is the most perilous region. Chapter 36, Landing in the Land of the Gods. The swift currents render navigation for the warships exceedingly challenging, while the steep cliffs instill a profound sense of dread, causing one's legs to tremble at just a glance. Here lies the precipice of the waterfall, a locale fraught with peril, where in the original tale, the formidable Big Mom's ship was capsized by the ferocious flames of Inferno Ash. All personnel are to heighten their vigilance. Remain alert to prevent ambush. On every naval vessel, commanding officers issue loud commands, with soldiers' focus and alertness at their zenith. Subsequently, the fleet traverses the waterfall unscathed, arriving at the coastline of the main island within the inland sea of Wano. Upon disembarking, the members of the Beast Pirates fail to make an appearance, leaving Udion perplexed. Is it due to Kaido's absence that they dare not launch an assault? Or perhaps, after careful contemplation, he begins to surmise certain truths. Although Virgo had previously notified the Beast Pirates and even arranged for a coordinated effort, his capture resulted in a lack of subsequent intelligence, leading the Beast Pirates to exercise caution and refrain from recklessly attacking the naval fleet. Who claims that the Beast Pirates are merely a horde of mindless brutes? Udion realizes that his perception of the Beast Pirates must undergo a transformation. Simultaneously, on Onigashima, the Navy opts to land on the largest main island rather than Onigashima itself. A prudent choice as they currently wish to avoid confrontation with the Beast Pirates. To directly invade an enemy's headquarters would inevitably incite a conflict. However, numerous factories on the main island produce weapons, primarily for the trade of artificial devil fruits. Consequently, the Beast Pirates harbor significant concern regarding the main island, continuously dispatching personnel to closely monitor the movements of Udion's naval fleet, even meticulously recording the precise moment he sets foot upon the main island. Soon, this intelligence reaches Onigashima. Within the colossal skeletal structure of the island, the affairs of the pirate crew are temporarily overseen by Plague Queen and Inferno Ash. Upon receiving the latest information, Inferno Ash ponders for a moment before remarking, as anticipated, these individuals are here to surveil us, not to engage in battle. On the other hand, Plague Queen, setting aside his instruments of torture, scoffs derisively. What foresight are you speaking of? They have encroached upon our doorstep, and you still lack the courage to strike first. Truly pathetic. Inferno Ash retorts with a scoff, countering, if you possess such confidence, why not lead an attack against their fleet? Me? This matter does not fall within my purview. Plague Queen shrugs dismissively. Returning to his grim tools, surrounding pirates shudder at the sight of the menacing array of torture implements that clutter his workspace. All within the Beast Pirates are aware of Plague Queen's peculiar penchant for utilizing an assortment of devices to execute his foes in increasingly grotesque manners. Merely gazing upon those horrific instruments is enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. However, Inferno Ash remains unfazed, continuing to taunt Plague Queen, which soon escalates into a heated argument. Alas, if only Lord Kaido were present, those naval forces would have been dealt with swiftly. The pirates observe the two calamities bickering, yet none dare intervene. Disputes rarely yield resolutions. in this instance proves no different. With Inferno Ash and Plague Queen unable to reach a consensus, and without their leadership, the entire Beast Pirates lack the audacity to unilaterally assault the Navy, especially with a fleet admiral in command. Once the Navy establishes their presence on the main island, they temporarily settle in, fulfilling their surveillance duties. Originally, according to the Naval Headquarters plans, Udion's fleet was intended to remain stationed in the waters off Wano, specifically in the vicinity of the Waterfall's base, to carry out their monitoring tasks. This approach is also intended to prevent provoking Kaido excessively, which could lead this Yonko to personally attack the Navy. In such a scenario, the Navy would be unable to allocate sufficient manpower for support, especially considering the need to pay special attention to the Whitebeard pirates. To provoke two formidable Yonko crews simultaneously would be far beyond the Navy's capacity. The distribution of combat power would be greatly inadequate. However, the situation would be entirely different in Kaido's absence. Has there been any activity from the Beast Pirates? Every day, Udion routinely inquires about the surveillance situation, and the responses have invariably been negative. Without Kaido present, those pirates would have to be deranged to even consider challenging a Navy admiral. Until Kaido returns, the Beast Pirates should not pose much of a problem. Contemplating this, Udion nodded discreetly, then inquired about another matter. Have we located that girl? Upon landing, Udion had arranged for personnel to search for her, and now over 10 days had passed. I apologize, Admiral Udion, said the Navy's rear admiral, bowing slightly, his expression one of remorse. We have scoured Kibi village, but we have yet to find the girl you mentioned, named Ayu. The main island of Wano is divided into several regions: Flower Capital, Kibi, Shimatsuki, Udon, and Sujo, with Kibi village situated within the Kibi region. As a traveler from another world, Udion is aware that 2 years hence, he will encounter the user of the dango fruit, Ayu, who resides in Kibi village and is a disciple of Tengyama Hitetsu. In truth, this small area, divided into so many districts and villages, is a source of confusion for Udion himself. However, such details are of little consequence. Tengyama Hitetsu possesses the illustrious sword, Inma, one of the 21 great grade swords. This renowned sword is one of the objectives that Udion has set his sights on upon entering the land of Wano. Regrettably, nearly 2 years have passed without any leads, and it seems he may return empty-handed this time. His primary mission revolves around the artificial devil fruit. Everything else is merely ancillary, and the lack of leads on the person of interest is of little consequence. After all, a significant upheaval is expected in Wano 2 years hence, at which point these famed swords shall undoubtedly emerge, requiring only a bit more patience. However, just as Udion was preparing to abandon his search and head to the Flower Capital for leisure and relaxation, a sudden report from the Rear Admiral caught his attention. We have uncovered some clues regarding the other individual you requested to find. The Admiral's report left Udion momentarily astonished. Have you located the courtesan, Kozumi? He inquired, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that finding the courtesan would be comparatively easier. After all, her fame is widespread, and she does not conceal herself from the public. Yes, the courtesan Koizumi is in the Flower Capital. The Admiral proceeded to relay the full details of the findings. Udion listened intently, a smile gracing his lips. This time, I have indeed made some progress. Chapter 37, The Courtesan Koizumi and the Deal with Enma. The Flower Capital, the most prosperous area of the main island in the land of Wano, is considered the epitome of high society. The courtesan is the most celebrated female entertainer within Wano, or rather, a geisha. To meet a courtesan, one must not only possess substantial wealth but also a respectable status. Ordinary citizens must wait for the annual parade to catch a glimpse of one. As a vice admiral of the Navy, Udion encountered no such expenses and was granted an audience with Koizumi, but this privilege was limited. True to her status, the courtesan's residence was luxurious beyond compare in all of Wano. Upon entering the establishment where Koizumi performed, Udion found himself in an opulently adorned hall. Shortly thereafter, the current courtesan, Koizumi, entered gracefully, her face partially concealed by a paper fan, adhering to customary practices for the opening. Before long, Koizumi began to play the shamisen, performing the piece Tsukiheim. The shamisen, an instrument native to Wano, bears a resemblance to a simplified version of the pipa from the East. The Tsukiheim piece is Koizumi's signature performance, traditionally reserved for grand festivals. At this moment, the merchants accompanying Udion were utterly entranced by the melody. Udion, however, remained indifferent to their rapture, quietly assessing Koizumi's appearance and nodding slightly. Her looks are satisfactory. She must be the one. For the people of Wano, The courtesan Kozumi is shrouded in mystery, and even the true ruler of Wano, the Shogun Kaido, is unaware of her true identity. The courtesan Kozumi is, in fact, Hiyori Kazuki. One of the two swords passed down through the Kazuki clan, Inma, is gripped in her hands. Were it an ordinary weapon or a typical sword from the 21 great swords, Yujin would hardly concern himself with it. He has never been particularly fond of wielding weapons, especially given his ability to precisely control the emitted Busashoka Haki, transforming it into weapons such as the Busashoka blade. Yet, the sword that Koizumi possesses, Inma, is a different matter altogether. Inma, reputed to be a blade capable of annihilating even the depths of hell, has the unique ability to absorb the wielder's Busashoka Haki. Yujin is keenly aware of Inma's capabilities. If wielded by an ordinary individual, it would indiscriminately siphon their Busashoka Haki, potentially draining them entirely and leading to fatal exhaustion, while simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming power. In the original narrative, Zoro once used Inma to sever a cliff with a single stroke, yet he himself suffered from excessive Haki depletion, leaving his arm emaciated. For an ordinary person, this sword is undoubtedly a cursed object, a so-called demon blade. However, for Yujin, it is perfectly suited. The total amount of Busashoka Haki within him, if released, could obliterate even the Naval Headquarters. Nevertheless, this courtesan Kozumi is neither a pirate nor a villain. A fair transaction seems most appropriate. Yujin's gaze swept over Koizumi, and a resolution began to form within him. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he recognizes that she is not a pirate or a nefarious traitor, nor a criminal. Thus, employing coercive tactics would be morally and ethically inappropriate. Soon, as the Tsukihime peace concluded, Koizumi rose to depart. Indeed, this courtesan had only performed a single piece before preparing to exit. And even this was done out of respect for the vice admiral's esteemed position. This is the courtesan, a figure akin to the modern-day superstars of Earth. Yet the grandeur surrounding her surpasses even that of these celebrities. Yujin remains unfazed. He never came to listen to the melodies. At this moment, he finds an excuse to exit the hall alone and, employing his observation haki, effortlessly locates the courtesan, Xiaozi. At this moment, the courtesan, Xiaozi, was alone in her chamber, gazing intently at a long object wrapped in fabric on the stage. That sword must be the legendary Yama, passed down through your family, right? Without any preamble, Yujin directly expressed his desire to negotiate for the Yama. Initially startled, Xiaozi quickly regained her composure, refraining from panicking or calling for help. Having witnessed grand spectacles before and possessing a unique identity, her temperament far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, she remained cautious about Yujin's arrival, reluctant to divulge too much information or engage in conversation. I am aware of your true identity and your background, but these matters are beyond my purview for the time being. Do you understand? Yujin, not wishing to waste time, bluntly revealed Xiaozi's real name. His surveillance mission spanned 1 month, meaning he could only remain in Wano for a limited time, with just a few days remaining. If the Navy headquarters recalled him early, his time would be even shorter. Thus, he sought to avoid any unnecessary tests and spoke with great directness. You wish to trade for the Yama? Xiaozi, being astute, shifted the conversation to the trade after a moment of silence. However, her conditions were rather demanding. If you can slay Kaido, I shall gift you the Yama. Upon hearing this stipulation, even Yujin, who had lived 2 lives, found himself speechless, wanting to retort, You are beautiful, but your expectations are even more fantastical. Did this girl think Kaido was merely some common pirate? Moreover, Kaido was not even at his lair, Onigashima. Where could one possibly locate him? Yujin shrugged and flatly rejected her offer, stating that he could not agree to such terms. A sword in exchange for the head of an emperor? If such a bargain existed, would the world government allow the emperors of the New World to retain their power? Fortunately, Xiaozi did not insist on this demand. With a charming smile, she proposed an alternative, or assisting the Kazuki clan in their restoration would suffice. This condition was akin to slaying Kaido. No. It was even more challenging, as it would require defeating the entire Beast Pirates. Yujin was at a loss for words. Finally, he could not help but exclaim, Do you gaze into a mirror every day, leading you to dream of such impossible feats? Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such mockery before. After all, she was a courtesan, adored by the people of Wano, far surpassing mere school beauties. Could she be considered the national flower? Or perhaps, the goddess of the nation? However, before she could collect herself and respond in indignation, Yujin shook his head and continued, Eradicating pirates is the Navy's duty. The reason I cannot acquiesce to your request lies in other factors. Within 2 years at most, the beast pirates will be annihilated. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi initially intended to scoff, but the seriousness reflected in Yu Dian's demeanor swayed her, and she too adopted a serious expression. In due time, a significant event will transpire at Navy Headquarters. You may use it to validate my words. For now, what I can offer is to exchange the Yama for your national treasure, the sword Akiyuki belonging to the legendary swordsman Ryoma. Now, do not regard me with such suspicion. I did not steal Ryoma's grave. As a Navy admiral, I have no interest in grave robbing, and I did not pilfer the Akiyuki. But I do know who possesses it. Yu Dian clarified, lest the vengeful young beauty perceive him as a grave robber. Before departing, he added, in no more than 16 days, I shall set sail, leading the fleet back to headquarters. Before then, I hope to receive your response. Inside the chamber, Xiaozi stared blankly at Yu Dian's retreating figure until her maid, Huko, burst in, bringing her back to reality. Huko, I need you to assist me with a task. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiaozi's eyes. Chapter 38. The Acquisition of Yama and the Oncoming Inferno. Kaido had yet to return to Onigashima, and the Navy and pirates in Wano had been coexisting peacefully. Since Yu Dian's previous visit and proposal for a trade, there had been no response from Xiaozi. As if her words had vanished into the abyss. Time flew by, and 15 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, the communications personnel aboard the warship received a directive from headquarters, instructing them to return a day earlier than planned. It seemed that the elusive Yama would remain out of reach for the time being. Yu Dian stood on the deck, casting a wistful glance towards the direction of the capital of the Land of Harmony, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. However, it was of little consequence. For Yu Dian, acquiring such weaponry was preferable, yet its absence was not a matter of great concern. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. Given his prowess, even the mightiest of the supreme blades, the 12 great knives, could eventually be his, considering that their wielders were hardly paragons of virtue. Well then, let us set sail. Just as Yu Dian was about to issue the order to return, a naval major hurriedly approached, presenting an item of significance. It is an elongated object wrapped in cloth, seemingly concealing a sword within. Yu Dian immediately recognized its origin. It was Enma, the sword of Kazuki Oden. This was a gift requested by the courtesan Kamurasaki from the flower capital, intended for the esteemed Admiral Yu Dian. The meticulous Navy major reported this with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, several nearby rear admirals exchanged knowing glances, then cast Yu Dian an understanding look, as if to say, they were aware of his visit to the flower capital a fortnight ago to witness Kamurasaki's performance. The item wrapped in cloth was naturally perceived as a token of affection, akin to a love pledge. Acknowledging this unspoken understanding, Yu Dian nonchalantly accepted the wrapped Enma, opting not to elaborate to the rear admirals. After all, this sword had been acquired through a certain condition, and its significance was somewhat of a secret. As soon as Yu Dian grasped Enma, he felt the renowned blade pulsating in his hand, as if it were alive with excitement, transmitting a surge of exhilaration into his mind. It seemed that the immense quantity of haki within Yu Dian's body had stirred Enma into a fervor, akin to a mouse that had stumbled into a grain bin. The ability of a sword to express such emotion was astonishing. This blade was on the verge of sentience. This unexpected phenomenon left Yu Dian in awe. Within the world of One Piece, the distinction between knives and swords often blurs. For instance, Hakamahawk wields the supreme blade known as Ru, yet he is dubbed the greatest swordsman in the world. Henceforth, one may regard these two types of weaponry as one, without unnecessary entanglement. While Yu Dian marveled at this revelation, his observation Haki detected something unusual. He turned his gaze toward a particular stretch of coastline and, as anticipated, spotted a figure completely enveloped in a long coat. Even with the voluminous garment obscuring them, one could still discern the graceful contours of their form. Though masked, Yu Dian could surmise their identity. It was the courtesan Kamurasaki. Thank you. Yu Dian nodded in acknowledgement. The concealed Kamurasaki at a distance also offered a slight nod before turning away. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to have a conversation with the Straw Hat Pirates. Yu Dian sheathed in with resolve. This sword did not come by chance. It must be exchanged for the renowned blade Xiaoshui, crafted by the same master, De Kwai Dao. Moreover, Yu Dian is not one to break his word. Thus he plans to return and converse with the Straw Hat Pirates, to see if they are willing to part with freedom in exchange for the illustrious sword. He is confident they would acquiesce. Shortly thereafter, the fleet departed from the shore, arriving once more at the precipice of the waterfall, which marks the boundary between the inland and outer seas of Wano country. Unlike their previous approach, When they navigated upwards from below the waterfall, a perilous endeavor fraught with the risk of ambush, this time they would descend from above, significantly reducing both danger and difficulty. Nonetheless, complacency was not an option. Utmost vigilance was imperative. Every naval vessel was under the command of officers who shouted orders with fervor. Although this was their second passage through the waterfall, the sailors remained alert, diligently surveying their surroundings. No sign of the beast's pirates was detected in the direction of Wano. One rear admiral, utilizing a telescope, observed the distant waters, his tense disposition gradually easing, sensing that danger was unlikely this time. His companion, another rear admiral, nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, until Kaido returns, those scoundrels of the beast pirates lack the audacity to recklessly assault a fleet commanded by a marine admiral." In the next moment, alarms blared suddenly, and the lookout soldier announced urgently, "Enemy spotted from the sky." Currently, only one enemy detected. The crew on deck looked up, and indeed, they beheld a colossal shadow above the fleet, resembling a great bird. It was as Yujin had anticipated. He had sensed the arrival of their foe and gazed upward, unfazed, issuing commands. It was Calamity Jin of the Beast's pirates. He ordered the other ships to converge upon the flagship, for Jin could launch aerial assaults. If the vessels were too dispersed, Yujin would expend unnecessary resources to protect them. Soon, the order was relayed, and the nearby ships drew closer as the fleet approached the waterfall. Now less than 100 meters from the chasm. In such tumultuous waters, this distance could be traversed in mere seconds. Simultaneously, the shadow in the sky descended, growing ever more imposing in their view. It was the ancient Zoan form of the dragon fruit, the pterosaur. Jin, transformed into a pterosaur, was enveloped in raging flames. The sheer ferocity of the fire was terrifying. There was no need for him to topple the warships, as the flames alone could incinerate the naval personnel. Just right. I shall test the might of this Yama. Yujin gazed up at the rapidly approaching Calamity Jin, a smile gracing his face. He then reached for the cloth covering, unveiling the true form of the Yama sword. Chapter 39, Cleaving the Celestial Veil. In the heavens, the transformed Calamity Jin soared majestically, casting a disdainful gaze upon the fleet below. Quick to react. Is he planning to concentrate his forces? Jin observed the assembly of ships gathered before the waterfall, erupting into laughter. Aha. It seems my arrival has instilled considerable pressure upon them. He appeared somewhat surprised yet exhilarated, due to Kaido's absence from the Beast Pirates' headquarters on Onigashima. During Yujin's surveillance of the pirate crew, none dared to act rashly. Even when Yujin ventured close to their lair, these brash fellows exhibited no inclination to retaliate. Under normal circumstances, these muscle-bound ruffians would have rushed forward, eager to eliminate any provocateurs. Even Jin's purpose for appearing was primarily reconnaissance regarding the Navy's movements. Hence he came alone, soaring forth with fervor. However, the Navy's reaction just now prompted Jin to contemplate other possibilities. Although the reason eluded him, it was evident that the Navy harbored a certain fear of him. Jin circled in the air, quietly observing the movements of the naval fleet. He noted that as the ships drew closer, they began to sail in unison, seemingly believing this formation provided adequate safety. This incited great fury in Flame Calamity Jin. Did he believe such tactics could subdue him? Was he underestimating him? He felt his reputation had been challenged, after all. He was the renowned Flame Calamity Jin, the foremost of the three calamities within the Beast Pirates, a figure capable of instilling fear in children. However, Plague Calamity Queen also claimed to be the foremost among the three calamities, a fact widely acknowledged within the Beast Pirates. Was the Marine Admiral truly formidable? Flame Calamity Jin fixed his gaze upon the Marine flagship below, his hawk-like eyes precisely locking onto Admiral Yujin. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as flames within him began to stir, eager to engage the Marine Admiral. Previously, when Yujin had come to Wano, Jin had refrained from acting rashly due to a lack of subsequent information regarding Virgo, suspecting that the latter had been discovered and captured. Their conspiracy was likely exposed, and fearing the Marines were prepared, he chose caution to avoid falling into their trap. Even now, Flame Calamity Jin had no intention of launching a full-scale assault against the Marine forces led by the Admiral, as he remained uncertain whether the Don Quixote family was still aboard those warships. Without sufficient stakes, he could not be swayed, for if the rewards were substantial enough, these pirates would readily reveal their reckless nature. Through his recent reconnaissance, he was nearly certain that Doflamingo was not among the naval fleet. Flame Calamity Jin mused, a cruel smile emerging upon his face. Lacking adequate incentives, there was no need to confront the Marine Admiral head-on. Yet creating a bit of trouble for the Marines was merely a trivial task for him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he conjured a fierce whirlwind, intermingled with flames, creating an exceedingly rare firestorm. Subsequently, Flame Calamity Jin pointed towards the fleet below, and the firestorm surged downward with great speed. Should anyone manage to withstand this tempest, they would be spared. However, just as he awaited the flames to engulf the marine fleet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he frantically flapped his wings, seemingly attempting to evade an impending threat. With a resounding slash, an extraordinarily sharp and massive blade of air shot heavenward, obliterating the firestorm and slicing past Flame Calamity Jin before soaring into the boundless sky. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The colossal cloud mass above was forcibly severed, the two halves scattering like startled rabbits. To Flame Calamity Jin, the onlooking Marines, the residents of Wano, and the pirates on Onigashima, that single strike appeared to cleave the very heavens. What transpired? On Onigashima, numerous pirates rushed from the enormous skeletal structure, their faces contorted in astonishment as they beheld the distinctly divided sky. Was it the doing of that Flame Calamity fellow? Plague Calamity Queen, aware of Jin's formidable swordsmanship and his recent troubles with the Marines, pondered the magnitude of the disturbance. Surely, those Marines would be utterly annihilated. Contemplating this, he swiftly turned and commanded, "Search near the cliff waterfall and bring any captured Marines to me." Perfect timing, as I have recently developed a few new toys. Plague Calamity Queen casually fiddled with several gruesome instruments exuding a strong metallic scent. Simultaneously, in Wano, at Kibi Village, Tengu Yamato emerged from the woods, gazing solemnly at the distant sky. Which powerful swordsman could this be? Moreover, I sensed the presence of Enma. Thunder rumbled ominously. At this moment, the lingering aura of sword energy in the sky mysteriously summoned forth additional clouds. Soon, vast expanses of cloud congregated, casting a shadow over the city. The area where the clouds were most dense corresponded directly to the precipice of the waterfall in the Land of Harmony. At this time, the naval fleet had arrived before the waterfall, poised to plunge over the cliff at any moment. Such terrain poses significant dangers even during normal navigation. Alas, that was indeed perilous. The Inferno disaster, with its wings thrashing violently, felt a tumultuous unrest within, nearly severed in two. Was it the Admiral Yudrin who struck? First, it cast a glance at the overcast sky, then shifted its gaze to a figure aboard the vessel below. The intelligence regarding the newly appointed Admiral Yudin had been perused by the Inferno disaster, and it was the most recent information, including Yudin's infamous act of collapsing the Naval Headquarters with his Haki. Yet, it had never heard of the latter possessing such formidable swordsmanship. A master of Haki and a swordsmanship virtuoso are entirely distinct entities. Had he deliberately concealed his true prowess? The expression of Inferno disaster darkened. What a treacherous individual. The recent brush with death weighed heavily on its mind, anger surging within. A swordsman? A swordmaster, perhaps? Humph. In the next moment, Inferno disaster abruptly dove off the cliff's precipice. But its target was not the naval fleet. Rather, it aimed for the turbulent waters 100 meters away from the fleet. Splash. With vigorous flaps of its wings, it summoned towering waves soaring dozens of meters high. The colossal waves surged rapidly toward the fleet, rendering escape impossible. Hey, allow me to expedite your departure. No need for thanks. Inferno disaster sneered. Crack. Rumbling. At this moment, ominous clouds loomed in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the resounding crash of thunder, shaking the very essence of existence. Soon, torrential rain poured down, rendering the cascading waterfall from the cliffs even more perilous. Strangely, this deluge did not extinguish the flames burning upon the figure known as Inferno disaster. Amidst the downpour, these flames continued to blaze fiercely. Chapter 40, Capturing Inferno Disaster. On the deck of the naval fleet's flagship, Yudin caressed the blade of the Yama sword, casually observing the surging waves created by Inferno disaster in the distance. Indeed, this Yama possessed remarkable abilities. He was quite pleased with the sword's recent performance. Even those unacquainted with the art of swordsmanship could unleash formidable slashes by harnessing Armament Haki. The very reason Yudin valued Yama lay in this fact. After all, he had neither the time to start from scratch with sword training nor the surplus attribute points to enhance his swordsmanship. Now, with Yama in hand, as long as one wielded Armament Haki, the sword would unleash its power. The stronger the Haki, the mightier the sword's capabilities. However, improper use could lead to the depletion of one's own Armament Haki, absorbed entirely by Yama. Yudin felt no apprehension regarding this flaw and danger. As he stroked Yama, it pulsated slightly, conveying an odd emotion, akin to a human's sense of being full or burping. My armament haki, if you wish to consume it. Do so to your heart's content. Yudian communicated with Yama. Subsequently, the enchanted blade leapt into his grasp. Instantly, the aura of armament haki surged, and Yudian slashed forward with his sword. Swoosh. The sailors aboard the fleet beheld a long arc of sword energy cleaving towards the distant waves, and to their astonishment, they realized that the ship beneath their feet had ceased its violent shaking. Previously, due to the turbulent waters, even the massive vessel had been affected, swaying back and forth. Luckily, the sailors were accustomed to such sensations, and none experienced seasickness. But now, they found the ship steady, and even the torrential rain above had diminished significantly. It was as if, in an instant, the world had grown tranquil. No, the water flow has ceased, a naval rear admiral exclaimed, shocked as he discerned the situation. Not far from the fleet, the water rushing towards the waterfall had indeed halted, and the colossal waves stirred by Inferno disaster were also stilled at the other end of the disrupted flow. It was the sword energy from Yama that had severed the waters. The resounding sword energy lingered, preventing the advancing waves from progressing even a fraction. It seems we are descending. Another rear admiral sensed the change in their surroundings and commanded loudly, all hands, attention. The fleet is passing through the waterfall. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Just ahead loomed the waterfall, its torrential cascade clearly visible, yet their vessel was not above it. The waterfall is falling? A naval major's eyes widened, as if witnessing an unfathomable scene. The warships were plummeting, and the waterfall was also in descent. At that moment, they realized that the waterfall had been severed, or rather, an entire segment of the edge of the waterfall had been cleaved away, now cascading alongside the fleet into the sea below, and they sensed that the fleet was descending at an even greater speed. Boom! Just as the warships were about to collide violently with the ocean's surface, an immense surge of armament haki erupted. A fraction of the haki rushed toward the sea, counteracting much of the fleet's gravitational acceleration. Meanwhile, the majority of the haki surged upward, transforming into a shockwave that swept along the path the fleet had traversed. At the highest point, a figure was vaguely visible, Inferno Disaster in its toothless dragon form. What is that? Inferno Disaster, hovering above the severed waterfall. Sensed the approaching wave of energy as the naval fleet descended, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within. Was that the legendary armament shockwave akin to a natural disaster? It flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to ascend and evade, yet it was already too late. The incoming shockwave of armament haki was unlike the previous sword energy. There was no escaping this time. The wave of armed color surged forth like a tsunami, extending over 1,000 meters, overwhelming and unavoidable. Damn it. Is there truly someone who utilizes armed color haki in such a manner? At that moment, Flame Calamity Jean finally comprehended why so many formidable warriors had fallen to the hands of Yudian. He was merely a master of armed color haki, primarily employing it externally, yet he had vanquished countless strong opponents. Until today, Jean had perceived Yudian's external armed color haki as nothing more than a commonplace variant. Effective over a limited area, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, yet limited in offensive power. It was akin to the 3 admirals stationed at the Navy headquarters, using external armed color haki to block Whitebird's shockwaves. To counter such a level of armed color haki impact, one must resort to swordsmanship. Alas, Flame Calamity Jean intended to revert to his human form and draw his sword for a strike, but was suddenly quelled by an overwhelming aura, rendering him momentarily rigid. Thus, he maintained his toothless dragon form and plummeted headfirst. That just now was Conqueror's Haki. Flame Calamity Jean did not lose consciousness. His mind remained alert. Yet his body was temporarily beyond his control. His limbs stiffened. He swiftly realized that within the armed color haki shockwave lay a potent surge of Conqueror's Haki. The urgency of the situation had prevented him from examining it closely. He had only noticed the armed color wave while neglecting the concealed Conqueror's impact, falling victim in the process. How treacherous. This admiral is more insidious than the most ferocious pirate. Flame Calamity Jean seethed in his heart. Nevertheless, he was utterly incapable of controlling his body, descending rapidly towards the ocean beneath the waterfall. Splash! A spray of water erupted as Flame Calamity Jean plunged into the sea. Retrieve that pirate and confine him with Sea Prism Stone. Weak and dazed, Flame Calamity Jean vaguely heard commands being issued. Shortly thereafter, he awoke to find himself lying in a dark, damp cell, his limbs shackled tightly by Sea Prism Stone. He turned his head to scan the surroundings and soon spotted a figure in the adjacent cell, staring at him in astonishment. "You are Flame Calamity Jean of the Beast Pirates?" How did you end up here? Upon hearing this, Flame Calamity Gene slowly turned his head, remaining silent. Chapter 41. The Acquisition of the Artificial Devil Fruit Channel. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's conference room, the current Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku, pressed his forehead. A look of frustration etched across his face. Yudian, you truly are a source of concern. In the room, seated on the sofa was Yudian, who had successfully completed the surveillance mission on the Beast Pirates. After several days of navigation, he had returned to headquarters and had just briefed Sengoku on the significant events that transpired during his mission. This included the clandestine collusion between the Don Quixote family and Jack, as well as the incident where the Marine fleet was ambushed by Flame Calamity Gene upon their return. Ultimately, he had no choice but to apprehend the troublemaking Don Quixote family and Jack along with Flame Calamity Gene. There was no alternative. They had practically delivered themselves to him, compelling him to act. Marshal Sengoku, I did not anticipate these pirates would brazenly attack the Marine fleet. Yudian shrugged helplessly, lamenting, pirates today are growing increasingly audacious, daring to assault the Marines. Sengoku, seated behind the desk, fell silent at this remark, while Carp, sitting on the sofa and munching on rice crackers, nearly spat it out, with the pressure you applied. It's peculiar if they didn't resist. However, he was in full support of Yudian's approach, as was Zifa, Yudian's mentor. Those pirates have always been bold. Well done, Yudian. Zifa praised Yudian with a thumbs up, seemingly teasing Sengoku with a wink. Sengoku shot him a glare, only to be met with indifference. In the room, besides Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Yudian, there was another figure, the Admiral Kizaru. The only admirals to return to headquarters were Kizaru and Yudian, while the other two remained in the New World, monitoring the movements of the four emperors and particularly caring for the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Kizaru simply sat there, smiling as he observed the conversation between Sengoku and the others, seemingly with no intention to interject, maintaining his neutrality. Overall, during this exceptional period, no unforeseen events could be allowed to arise. Sengoku, with a headache, glanced at Yudian and earnestly advised, justice must be executed, but not simultaneously. Our marine forces are quite limited. Indeed, Zifa immediately took over the conversation, his expression serious as he addressed Yudian. Our marine forces remain weak. We lack the capability to eliminate all pirates in the world. Therefore, if you encounter pirates in the future, it is best to flee swiftly. The recent wave of sarcasm has left Sengoku quite flustered, with steam visibly rising from his head as he angrily exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting, Zephyr? Is that what I meant? Haha. Zephyr, there is no need to mock Sengoku so harshly. He has been under considerable pressure from above. Carp chuckled, extending his finger in an upward gesture. Yes, I've heard about this, Zephyr nodded, his expression turning grave. For the identity of Don Quixote Doflamingo was indeed not to be trifled with. I will handle the matter concerning Doflamingo, Sengoku huffed, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Although Doflamingo's status made the Navy somewhat apprehensive, it did not grant him free rein to act as he pleased. Upon hearing this, both Zephyr and Carp nodded slightly in agreement. After enduring several rounds of Sengoku's admonishments and commands to avoid trouble, Yudian finally concluded his report and exited the Marine Headquarters conference room. Sengoku appeared quite tense. As Yudian glanced back at the conference room, he mused that normally, provoking the ire of two formidable pirate crews classified as four emperors would not be a prudent course of action. However, what concern was it of his? If the sky were to fall, there would naturally be someone tall enough to bear the weight. He was merely a Marine admiral, after all. Above him were the fleet admiral, the world commander, and the 5 elders of the world government. There were plenty of tall figures to shoulder such burdens, far beyond his own capacity to worry. The so-called Marine admiral was simply a high-ranking enforcer. Yudian smirked, showing no inclination towards the notion of sacrificing everything for the sake of justice. Once he departed, the doors of the conference room swung open again, revealing Marine Admiral Kizaru. The execution day for Ace is fast approaching. I should take some time off for myself before that. Kizaru mused with a smile, stroking his chin as he gazed at Yudian's retreating figure. Having one admiral remain at headquarters should suffice. In the next moment, a flash of light illuminated the room as Kizaru vanished, his destination unknown as he sought leisure elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yudian returned to his residence in a nearby town adjacent to the Marine Headquarters. The Marine Headquarters was home to thousands of elite soldiers, along with numerous logistical personnel and some family members. Naturally, not everyone resided in the military barracks at the base. Thus, A large town nearby was established to accommodate logistical staff and their families, with some senior officers also having residences there. Creak. Yudian opened the door, stepped inside, and opened the window to gaze at the tranquil sea in the distance before reclining on his comfortable bed. The refreshing sea breeze wafted in, invigorating his spirit. Buzz buzz. The transponder snail rang, and upon answering, Yudian discovered it was a communication from Rear Admiral Vini of Dressrosa. He had returned directly to Marine Headquarters after completing his surveillance mission without stopping in Dressrosa. Admiral Yudian, the tasks you assigned have all been accomplished. Rear Admiral Vini reported meticulously. Queen Violetta has ascended to the throne in Dressrosa. The 2 artificial devil fruit factories within the kingdom have resumed production, and new contracts have been signed with the little people. His report succinctly conveyed the current state of Dressrosa. In summary, everything was progressing according to Yudian's planned agenda. Indeed, most of Rear Admiral Vini's actions were in accordance with Yudian's directives. However, the successful execution of these tasks showcased his extraordinary capabilities. Violetta, being the daughter of the royal family of the Force Library, possessed legitimate claims to the throne and would undoubtedly garner the support of the citizens, allowing order to be swiftly restored. Consequently, the artificial devil fruit factories would continuously and reliably produce their commodities. Yudian nodded in approval, acknowledging that half of his objective had been achieved. The remaining half pertained to the sourcing of raw materials. He retrieved a specialized transponder snail to contact another Marine Vice Admiral, Mongoose. Vice Admiral Mongoose was stationed at the G5 Marine base in the New World, where Yudian had dispatched him to escort the Don Quixote family and other pirate prisoners back to headquarters. Additionally, he had been assigned another task, to dispatch troops to monitor developments on Punk Hazard Island. The production site for the raw materials of the artificial devil fruits was located within a secret base on Punk Hazard Island. Chapter 42, A World-Shattering Event. Buzz buzz. After dialing, a response came shortly. This is Marine Vice Admiral Mongoose. Yudian identified himself and inquired about the situation on Punk Hazard Island. Are there any developments there? Have the Don Quixote family members Monet and the mad scientist Caesar Clown made an appearance? The relationship between these 2 individuals pertains to the channels for sourcing the materials for artificial devil fruits. However, Yudian is currently preoccupied with numerous matters, particularly as Ace's execution day approaches. Monet and Caesar Clown have not made an appearance, and there have been reports of severe tremors on Punk Hazard Island, suspected to be an earthquake. Vice Admiral Mongoose is expected to provide a response. Throughout this time, Mongoose has not mentioned anything related to the materials for artificial devil fruits, as he is utterly unaware of this information. When Yudian initially assigned the task, he instructed Mongoose to monitor the members of the Don Quixote family who had escaped capture, as well as the notorious mad scientist who was wanted for causing significant incidents. Mongoose was merely following orders. As for the production chain of the artificial devil fruits, he is not Yudian and has no knowledge of how this chain operates. Of course, even if these matters were to come to light, it would not pose a significant problem. Previously, when Yudian reported on his mission, Sengoku did not mention anything about artificial devil fruits, tacitly entrusting the entire matter to Yudian. Should any developments arise, he was to report them to Yudian immediately. After a few final instructions, Yudian emphasized the need for Mongoose to closely monitor the situation, particularly ensuring that Monet and Caesar Clown do not escape. Following this, he hung up the phone, contemplating the next steps in his plan. Vini is expected to complete his tasks within a week, after which he will take over Mongoose's duties to continue surveillance on Punk Hazard Island. Yudian intends to deal with the 2 individuals on Punk Hazard Island after the impending Marineford War. Concerning the materials for artificial devil fruits, there are still ample reserves on Dressrosa Island, remnants of the Don Quixote family's previous stockpiling. After all, this group belongs to the 7 warlords of the sea and is not short-sighted enough to only store materials for immediate use. In fact, the remaining materials on Dressrosa are sufficient for 3 months' usage, while Yudian manages matters related to artificial devil fruits. News of his eradication of the Don Quixote family and the capture of the Beast's pirates' prominent figures, Disaster Jack and Flame Kineman, began to circulate. Nothing remains concealed in this world, especially concerning such significant events. The apprehension of all 7 warlords and the highest-ranking members of the Yonko pirates is an occurrence that has not transpired for many years. Even with the world government and the Navy's efforts to suppress the information, given that the king of Dressrosa has been replaced, how could they continue to conceal the truth? Soon, the related events made headlines, with the largest font capturing attention in the world's top 3 selling newspapers, the World Economic Journal. The world government also has its official newspaper with high sales. However, this time, they chose not to report on the events, but they could not suppress other news outlets. Due to the extensive circulation of the World Economic Journal, the latest edition reached most regions of the world within just a few days. In the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the 14 captains and elite members from various divisions gathered, seemingly preparing for an operation. At that moment, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, approached Whitebeard and presented the latest newspaper. Old man. Breaking news. The newly appointed Admiral Udin has captured the Don Quixote family. Along with Jack and Kineman, the Don Quixote family and the headquarters of the Beast's pirates are situated in the New World, familiar yet not entirely unknown to Whitebeard. Particularly, just days ago, Kaido had sought trouble with them. Jack? Kineman? Those 2 brats have been captured? Whitebeard bypassed the Don Quixote family, raising an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. Is the Navy attempting to challenge 2 Yonko powers simultaneously? Gururara. It seems that the prolonged peace has made the Navy arrogant. Whitebeard remarked with a cold chuckle. The captains below deck also erupted in excited laughter. The Navy is absolutely incapable of confronting 2 Yonko powers at once. Our chances of rescuing Ace have increased. The crew was jubilant, viewing this as an extraordinary opportunity. With the Navy's arrogance, our plan is bound to succeed, Marco asserted confidently. His gaze shifting to the distant sea where the silhouettes of warships could be discerned. In the New World, at the headquarters of the red-haired Shanks pirates. Shanks stared gravely at the newspaper in his hands, his expression riddled with confusion. Engaging the Whitebeard pirates while provoking the Beast's pirates? What exactly does the Navy intend to accomplish? Puzzled, he instinctively turned to his first mate, Ben Beckman. Ben, the strategist of the red-haired pirates, wore a similarly bewildered expression and chuckled while shaking his head. Sengoku's thoughts are truly inscrutable. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? How could it possibly be a coincidence? Shanks laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to them, in a certain sense, this incident was indeed a coincidence. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, appeared to be in a foul mood, her face dark as she sat upon her throne. Why is there no cake? Did the supply ship encounter trouble? Regardless of the reason, I demand to see cake within the hour. Cake. Charlotte Lin's furious roar caused the magnificent palace to tremble violently, her fierce gaze seeming to devour anyone in sight. This rendered the members of the Big Mom pirate crew below trembling in fear, with none daring to utter a word. As they were acutely aware that when Big Mom lost her sanity, she could very well devour her own offspring. Indeed, she would consume people. Mama. A significant event. Suddenly, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the Sweet 3 generals, strode into the palace, making his way directly to Big Mom, presenting her with a meticulously detailed intelligence report. The newly appointed admiral, Udin, had apprehended Drought Jack and Flame Kineman of the Beast Pirates. Was Katakuri not afraid for his life? Did he not fear being consumed by Mama? The cadre members below widened their eyes, anxiously observing the scene. Then, they noted that after perusing the intelligence report, Big Mom's initially grim expression swiftly transformed, even revealing a smile. It appeared that Kaido had suffered a setback. This Admiral Udin was indeed commendable. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, laughed, akin to a child who had just spotted a beloved toy. Her eyes brimming with longing and hope, even drooling in anticipation. The prowess of Haki, was it? How intriguing. Perhaps he belonged to some fabled lineage. Truly, I must have him. Chapter 43, Kaido's Scheme, the 4 Emperors Unite. The New World Sea, Naval Fleet. The Naval Fleet, led by Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, has successfully completed its mission of monitoring the 4 Emperors' pirate crews and is hastily returning to the Navy headquarters. The day of Ace's execution approaches, and the Navy is consolidating its elite forces worldwide in anticipation of the impending significant event. It is evident to any discerning observer that the day of Ace's execution will coincide with the onset of hostilities between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, with the battleground being the Navy headquarters, transformed into an execution site. In preparation for combat against one of the 4 emperors, the Navy cannot afford to lack the top-tier strength of its admirals. At this moment, Akainu and Akiji lead their team back to headquarters with urgency, receiving detailed intelligence regarding the capture of the Don Quixote family and the disaster jack along the way. The situation has escalated dramatically. Kaido may soon take action. Akiji furrows his brow as he examines the intelligence report, his expression darkening. He and Akainu had received initial reports from headquarters about Admiral Yudian's conflict with the Beast pirates before Yudian returned to the Navy base. However, being on the front lines and communicating via transponder snail posed risks of eavesdropping, preventing them from discussing many critical details regarding the clash with the Beast pirates. Only today did they learn the complete account of events, albeit with some insignificant details omitted from Yudian's report. Provoking another emperor at this juncture is undoubtedly unwise. Akiji sets down the intelligence report, his fist clenched tightly as he states solemnly that he must advise Fleet Admiral Sengoku, asserting that during such a critical period, reckless behavior cannot be tolerated. He is incensed, believing that Yudian's recklessness jeopardizes the overall situation and places the Navy in a perilous position. Admiral Yudian's actions were not erroneous. Akainu interjects, coldly asserting that these pirates conspire with one another and even form alliances in secret, which will inevitably pose a tremendous threat to the Navy in the future. If they do not eliminate the problem now, will they simply watch as these pirates grow stronger and then threaten them? Exuding an iron-blooded aura, Akainu concludes. I believe we should support Admiral Yudian's actions this time. Our paths diverge. There is nothing more to discuss. Akiji turns and departs. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Beast's pirates on Onigashima, Kaido has just returned after an extended absence and is infuriated to learn of the capture of Disaster Jack and the entire Don Quixote family. Damn it. Why am I only being informed of such a critical matter now? His thunderous roar reverberates through the skeletal structures, causing them to tremble incessantly. Most of the Beast Pirates officers, including the elite members, have fled the vicinity of the enraged Kaido, fearing that they might inadvertently become collateral damage. At this time, the elite pirates overhear Kaido's furious shouts from within the building and cannot help but mutter to themselves, "You were the one who didn't answer the phone. We were nearly driven mad trying to reach you." Nonetheless, they also recognize that their captain, while formidable in battle, lacks acumen. In terms of combat prowess, he fears no one in the world, renowned for his unmatched strength. Yet, in terms of intellect, one could easily find someone to rival him. His methods are characterized by impulsiveness. Regardless of the enemy's strategies, he charges in headfirst. However, the current concentration of Navy elites at Marineford presents a daunting challenge. Even Kaido, against over 100,000 naval elites, would face dire consequences. The officers perceive the situation as increasingly grim, with global tensions escalating. The conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is common knowledge, and the Beast pirates are acutely aware of the current circumstances. The Navy headquarters is heavily fortified, and attacking now would be tantamount to seeking one's demise. Thus, they can only silently pray that their captain does not recklessly charge into battle. If war is indeed to be waged, it must at least wait until the day of execution, when they can leverage the might of the Whitebeard pirates. One pirate internally muses. Kaido seems to hear this thought, for after a moment of furious roaring, he refrains from ordering an immediate assault on the Navy headquarters. Nor does he recklessly set off alone to confront them. Once his internal fury has slightly subsided, Kaido retrieves a special transponder snail, one that has not been used in decades. A rare look of hesitation crosses his face, but ultimately he decides to make the call. Soon, the transponder snail connects, and the voice of the 4 Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, comes through. "How surprising, Kaido. I never expected you to call me," she exclaims, clearly taken aback yet subtly intrigued. "I have something important to discuss, Linlin," Kaido states solemnly, outlining his plan. Below, Plague Quinn is astounded. Kaido is actually able to converse normally with that old madwoman, Charlotte Linlin. Typically, Kaido refers to her as that old hag, and nearly all members of the Beast Pirates are aware of this, with most believing she is genuinely insane. Only a few, like Plague Quinn, consider her merely eccentric. If they can communicate normally, there might actually be a chance for Kaido's proposed plan to succeed. Quinn's eyes shine with hope. Yet, his optimism is short-lived. The seemingly harmonious exchange suddenly devolves into a heated argument, with both Kaido and Linlin unleashing their internal fury, unintentionally manifesting their conqueror's haki. Boom. The overwhelming pressure sends a wave crashing through their ranks. Comparatively, the members surrounding Linlin suffer more severely as her ministers, gathered closely around her, succumb to the overwhelming force and lose consciousness. Kaido's pirates, mostly having fled the skeletal structure, endure less impact, while Plague Quinn, being robust, withstands the onslaught of haki. "We must unite, no matter what," Kaido bellows in fury. Surprisingly, Linlin does not counter his assertion but rather agrees with a hearty laugh. "Yudian, I shall have him." Linlin's eyes glimmer with desire. Chapter 44. Nature-type devil fruit or fully armed color. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, several days have passed since Udian returned. As the day of execution draws near, a tense atmosphere envelopes the Navy base, with numerous warships bustling in and out of the large port daily. Almost every Navy soldier entering or exiting the base wears a serious expression, diligently executing their tasks. Before the impending battle, no one dares to slack off. Udian gazes out at the soldiers marching in formation in the distant square, sighing to himself. However, this does not concern me for now. He swiftly averted his gaze, then turned and reclined upon his sumptuous bed. In the preceding days, he had been tirelessly traversing the tumultuous seas, often aboard a warship besieged by violent waves. Even when he lay upon the bed, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if his body were swaying with the ship amidst the tempest. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was indeed delightful, he mused within. The great conflict loomed on the horizon, yet it had not yet arrived. This interval before the storm was a rare opportunity for respite. The reassuring solidity of the earth, the plush comfort of the bed, and the gentle, warm sea breeze enveloped him in tranquility. This entire situation solidified Udian's resolve. Even if there were advantages, he would remain in his bed until the peak battle commenced. Suddenly, the phone rang, an urgent communication from Admiral Sengoku. After a brief exchange, Udian sprang from his warm, comfortable bed like a coiled spring. Although he had just decided to stay in bed, the offer was simply too enticing. Sengoku was presenting him with a natural-type devil fruit. Upon arriving at the Admiral's conference room, Udian found Sengoku alone. Even his close ally, Carp, was absent. Sengoku, seated behind his desk, was leisurely enjoying some senbei, appearing rather refined without Carp to snatch the snacks. He even invited Udian, asking if he had eaten and offering him some, before delving into serious matters. Sengoku handed him some senbei, and they discussed the natural-type devil fruit. Previously, Sengoku had only mentioned during their call that he would be giving Udian a natural-type fruit, without revealing the specifics. However, it became clear as Sengoku explained that this was the fruit he had reported for his promotion to Admiral. As he spoke, Sengoku retrieved a devil fruit from a nearby cabinet, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns. The exact type of this fruit remained unknown. Sengoku then handed the fruit to Udian, signaling that it was time to address the main topic. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, signaling a transition into a professional state. Udian rolled his eyes, having anticipated that this natural fruit would come with conditions. Relax, it's nothing too serious, Sengoku assured with a smile, no matter how significant. It pales in comparison to the impending grand event. Udian, uninterested in the Admiral's cryptic hints, directly inquired about the troublesome assignment awaiting him. "Ah, don't say that." Sengoku chuckled. "I don't only assign you troublesome tasks." Udian speculated that this mission would indeed be both troublesome and perilous. At that moment, Sengoku's expression turned grave as he announced, "I am assigning you the task of escorting Ace." Udian had previously led the mission to Banero Island to retrieve the prisoner Ace from Blackbeard. Now, he was to lead a team to impel down to escort Ace to the execution platform at Navy headquarters. Sengoku paused, smiling, and asked, "So, do you have confidence?" Udian, unfazed, accepted the assignment and promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his residence in Marineford and reclined once more, this time with a natural-type devil fruit in hand. Based on prior experience, absorbing this fruit's energy should grant him approximately 800 free attribute points. He did not rush to absorb it. Instead, he held the fruit and activated his observation haki to investigate it, hoping to compare it with the one he had previously obtained from Blackbeard. After a moment of fruitless scrutiny, he opened his eyes in disappointment, having found no discernible differences. The rarer the fruit, the higher the energy conversion efficiency and, consequently, the greater the attribute points gained. The artificial devil fruits, produced in large quantities, lacked the rarity of natural ones. Udian pondered this quietly, recognizing that without the high output of artificial fruits, each individual fruit offered only minimal attribute points, a true hindrance. In natural-type fruits, there exists a hierarchical distinction among abilities, such as between magma and flame fruits. Unfortunately, he had yet to identify a pair of natural-type fruits to compare their energy conversion efficiencies. He resolved to seek opportunities to delve deeper into the efficiency of energy transformation among different fruits and compile the data. Shifting his attention back to the fruit in hand, he casually tossed it, silently issuing the command to absorb its energy. Ding! Absorption complete. The host has gained a total of 900 free attribute points, including an additional 350 points from the fruit's rarity. Indeed, there was a difference. Yudian noted that this natural fruit provided 100 more free attribute points than the previous one from Blackbeard. Next, he prepared to allocate these points. Scanning through the categories of Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror S Haki. Ultimately, he resolved to invest all points into Armament Haki, as enhancing this attribute would concurrently strengthen both Conqueror S and Observation Haki. With the imminent battle of Marineford approaching, maximizing his strength was paramount. Other attributes could be addressed after the battle. Yudian felt a sense of caution. Despite his considerable strength, he acknowledged the need for prudence. After all, even the mightiest heroes remained vigilant. In the next moment, he allocated all free attribute points to Armament Haki, receiving a system notification in return. Chapter 45. Armament Haki 2,826 points. Internal Destruction. Ding. The host's Armament Haki increased by 900 points. The host's Observation Haki was enhanced, increasing by 120 points. The host's Conqueror's Haki was enhanced, increasing by 450 points. Host. Yudian Armament Haki, 2826 Observation Haki, 340 Conqueror's Haki, 1410 at that moment. Yudian realized that his attribute points were far from aligning neatly. He mused that his perfectionist tendencies would surely be irked by the uneven distribution of his 3 Haki attributes. However, he himself was not overly concerned, though the disparity was somewhat discomforting. In truth, he was more focused on the power represented by the attribute points. With a sudden surge of 900 points to his Armament Haki, he anticipated a significant increase in power. Eager to test the enhanced potency of his Armament Haki, he prepared to find a suitable place for experimentation, only for the system notification to chime once more. Ding! The host's Armament Haki has surpassed 2,000 points, automatically unlocking the internal destruction ability. Ding! The host's Armament Haki has surpassed 2,500 points, automatically unlocking the long-distance internal destruction ability. As the notifications faded, Yudian felt a deeper understanding of his Armament Haki, having grasped the methodology behind a certain technique. This sensation is truly marvelous. Akin to a sudden epiphany, I can perform such a technique? However, internal destruction? Yudian furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that internal destruction is a method of utilizing armed color Haki. The external manifestation of armed color can penetrate the surface of the target object, inflicting internal damage directly, a sophisticated application of armed color. To unlock the internal destruction ability requires 2,000 points. Surely, with an armed color Haki attribute of 2,000 points, its power must already be formidable? Yudian felt perplexed. Although internal destruction is deemed a high-level technique, it shouldn't necessitate 2,000 attribute points for usage, right? After all, when his armed color Haki attribute was merely 1,000 points, he could already obliterate the Navy headquarters with the external manifestation of armed color. With lingering questions, he inquired with the system, receiving a mechanical response that somewhat alleviated his doubts. Essentially, the system's primary function is to absorb energy to aid in increasing attribute points, while the unlocking of technique abilities is merely a supplementary benefit, Yudian summarized. According to the system, the unlocked abilities such as internal destruction are classified as additional rewards. When Yudian's attribute points reach a certain threshold, the system will conduct an assessment. If he has yet to acquire the corresponding technique, the system will facilitate the unlocking. Conversely, if he has already mastered it, like this instance, before allocating points to armed color Haki, the system will not provide the additional unlocking. This acts as a form of assurance, ensuring that upon reaching a certain attribute level, one can grasp advanced techniques. Yudian comprehended completely, nodding to himself. Indeed, acquiring such techniques requires considerable time, making direct unlocking exceedingly convenient. With a clear understanding of the system's ability unlocking principles, Yudian's focus shifted back to long-range internal destruction. This capability is, in essence, an enhanced version of internal destruction. The typical internal destruction has a limited range, whereas long-range internal destruction can affect targets over distances exceeding 100 meters. Furthermore, as the prowess of Yudian's armed color Haki increases, the effective range of long-range internal destruction will continue to expand. Yudian quietly sensed the extent of his abilities. Realizing that the current range of his long-range internal destruction is approximately within 10,000 meters. Standing still, he deployed internal destruction, allowing his emitted armed color Haki to penetrate any object within that distance, striking enemies with precision. However, this seems rather insignificant. Is there even a 10,000-meter thick wall? Yudian has yet to ascertain the optimal conditions for utilizing long-range internal destruction. Nevertheless, this enhanced version of eternal destruction is not easily acquired through training. It is a unique technique in Udin's application of armed color haki. Moreover, with the impending top-tier battle that promises to shake the world, every increment in his strength translates to greater assurance in confronting unforeseen challenges. Naturally, before the impending conflict, Udin believes that the most crucial task is to rest thoroughly. He must recuperate, as he will soon be tasked with escorting prisoners. Bearing such a heavy responsibility, Udin feels justified in his desire to relax. After all, there are no pressing matters to attend to before the top-tier battle. The only event that could be deemed significant is the Celestial Dragon incident in the Sabaody archipelago. Such occurrences are of no concern to Udin. With Kazara stationed at headquarters, he will undoubtedly delegate the task to him when the time comes. Udin contemplates taking a moment to speak with Kizaru, requesting his assistance in retrieving the Autumn Water, the Great Knife 21 that the Straw Hat pirates possess, thus sparing him another trip. As time passes, the entire world anticipates the execution day of Ace amidst a tense atmosphere. While the eyes of the world are fixated on the movements of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters, certain individuals quietly prepare to instigate turmoil. In a certain sea area dozens of nautical miles from Impel Down, a colossal warship cuts through the waves with a formidable presence, sailing with the intent to annihilate all in its path. Even the towering waves appear feeble before it, utterly destroyed without mercy. This is the flagship of the Beast Pirates, personally commanded by Kaido, with the crew comprising the elite members of the Beast Pirates, almost akin to a full-scale mobilization. The terrifying might of a Yonko-level force can be discerned from the heightened atmosphere of readiness at the Navy headquarters. In anticipation of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the Yonko, the Navy has concentrated nearly all available combat power and elite personnel, truly putting forth their utmost effort. However, this time, the target of the Beast Pirates, also a Yonko-level force, is not the Navy headquarters, at least not at this moment. How far is it to Impel Down? Kaido inquired impatiently from the bow of the ship, nursing a bottle of liquor. A subordinate, not wanting to provoke his ire, quickly responded, "We are still over 50 nautical miles away. We should arrive at Impel Down by this afternoon." This subordinate held a certain standing within the Beast Pirates, comparable to a cadre within the organization. Afternoon? Kaido frowned, contemplating before coldly asking, "What about Old Hag?" Upon hearing the term Old Hag, the subordinate momentarily froze, only to realize that Kaido was referring to another Yonko, Big Mom. In the days following the alliance between the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, Kaido had consistently addressed her as Linling during their conversations, leading the crew to become accustomed to it. The sudden mention of Old Hag caught the subordinate off guard. Earlier that morning, news had arrived from the Big Mom Pirates that they would reach the agreed-upon location by evening. The subordinate, regaining his composure, promptly relayed the information. "That is good," Kaido replied with a cold expression, his eyes gleaming with battle intent, brimming with eagerness to engage in conflict. At this rate, it seemed that Impel Down was destined for turmoil. However, at that moment, a pirate rushed from the rear, urgently delivering critical intelligence. Chapter 46, The Yellow Monkey has fled. Boss Kaido. The newcomer, another subordinate, breathlessly reported a sudden turn of events. There has been an incident at Sabaody archipelago. It is said that several of this year's supernovas have assaulted a celestial dragon, and now a substantial naval force is heading towards Sabaody archipelago. Our people there are preparing to retreat. After the urgent report from the true combatant, there was no response. Kaido appeared indifferent to the news, remarking that supernovas emerged every year, and the commotion caused by a few so-called supernovas was inconsequential. Was it the celestial dragons who were attacked? At that moment, Babanuki approached, his serious demeanor revealing a trace of astonishment. A large elephant's head adorned his chest, and as he walked, his elongated trunk swayed comically. However, his strength was formidable. He was an absolute powerhouse within the ranks of true combatants, holding a captain's position. As Babanuki made his way, the two true combatants behind Kaido instinctively cleared a path, for the celestial dragons held privileges. Upon reaching Kaido's side, Babanuki spoke gravely. There have been persistent rumors that attacking a celestial dragon will provoke the admirals of the Navy. Indeed, this was why few dared to provoke the celestial dragons. One nearby true combatant scoffed, "Getting entangled with these fellows is troublesome and utterly unnecessary. Even the most vicious pirates, as long as their wits remain intact, will consider costs and benefits. Robbing the celestial dragons yields little profit. The celestial gold tribute from around the world is transported by designated personnel, and attacking the vessels carrying celestial gold does not equate to robbing the celestial dragons." In contrast, The costs of robbing the celestial dragons are exorbitant, inviting relentless retaliation from the world government and the Navy. After all, the celestial dragons to some extent represent the dignity of the world government, making the saying provoking the celestial dragons will attract Navy admirals quite understandable. However, another true combatant who had come to report the news expressed skepticism, shaking his head. The Navy headquarters is currently on high alert, and their admirals in the New World have yet to return to the headquarters. Furthermore, they must also guard against Whitebeard's attacks. It is improbable they would dispatch an admiral for such trivial matters in Sabaody Archipelago. Fool, Babanuki coldly reprimanded. What you deem trivial, the world government does not. Even if the Navy headquarters lacks an admiral on standby, the world government will certainly demand an admiral be dispatched from elsewhere. This debate piqued Kaido's interest, and he turned his gaze toward the direction of the Sabaody Archipelago, contemplating an admiral of the Navy, simultaneously at the Navy headquarters. In the Marshal's conference room, the incident involving the celestial dragons at the Sabaody Archipelago had reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Previously, the Navy had suffered considerable losses, with over 10 warships destroyed during an attack on a fleet monitoring the Whitebeard pirates, leaving Sengoku in a state of distress. Suddenly, this new event arose, one that necessitated urgent attention as it pertained to the dignity of the world government. Where's Kizaru? Let him handle it. Sengoku mused briefly before deciding to send the admiral with the light fruit abilities, Kizaru, to address the situation. The reasoning was clear. Kizaru was exceptionally swift. However, soon after, an officer rushed in with news. Admiral Kizaru left headquarters 10 days ago and is currently in the West Sea, unable to reach the Sabaody Archipelago in a short time. What? Kizaru has gone to the West Sea? The unexpected revelation stunned Sengoku, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could not recall issuing orders for Kizaru to head to the West Sea. It appears Admiral Kizaru mentioned he was going to the West Sea to deal with some pirate robbery incidents, the sweating lieutenant explained, his voice dwindling. Clearly aware that such reasoning lacked conviction. Sengoku, however, was acutely aware of Kizaru's temperament, having been his subordinate for many years. With a pained expression, he covered his forehead. That rascal Kizaru is looking to slack off again. He had long noted Kizaru's tendency to take it easy, but most of the time, it was inconsequential and did not affect the tasks at hand. Kizaru was generally quite astute regarding the tasks assigned to him, of course. Whether he exerted his utmost effort during execution was solely known to him. For instance, it was reasonable that an admiral had failed to capture the legendary pirate Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. This incident was sudden, and Sengoku believed it improbable that Kizaru had foreseen it. Silently, he dismissed the possibility of Kizaru deliberately slacking off. Just then, as Sengoku pondered, the transponder snail rang. It was a call from the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. The brief conversation encapsulated the stance of the highest authorities of the world government. The 5 elders spoke with sternness, their meaning unmistakable. They demanded that Sengoku promptly dispatch a marine admiral to the Sabaody Archipelago to address the celestial dragon incident and apprehend all individuals involved. After issuing the command, the 5 elders abruptly ended the call, seemingly preoccupied with other pressing matters, as the impending war loomed and the responsibilities of the world government multiplied. There was no room for delay. Sengoku collected the transponder snail, sighed, and shook his head, contemplating his options. Akainu and Akiji were still engaged in the New World waters dealing with Whitebeard, while Kizaru was in the West Blue, and currently the headquarters. After much deliberation, he realized that the only marine admiral who could reach the Sabaody Archipelago in the shortest time was the one stationed at headquarters, Yudian. Yet, he pondered, was Yudian truly suitable? Sengoku furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Although he recognized Yudian's potential, the rapidity of his ascent, from joining the Navy to becoming an admiral in less than 6 months, gave him pause. Such rapid advancement, coupled with a lack of tempering and character, poses a risk, especially during the impetuous youth of Yudian, making it more likely for him to incite trouble. In simpler terms, Sengoku is concerned that Yudian might be unable to resist the urge to strike the celestial dragons, considering these arrogant beings have grown accustomed to looking down on others, including even the admirals of the Navy, treating them as mere servants to command at will. However, despite his brief tenure in the Navy, Yudian consistently accomplishes his missions with excellence. Sengoku reflects deeply, meticulously recalling Yudian's actions and demeanor since his enlistment. He approaches the matter with utmost caution, wary of any missteps that could lead to dire consequences. Upon careful reflection, Sengoku notes that Yudian generally exhibits a gentle demeanor, unlike someone prone to explosive tempers. His manner of speaking starkly contrasts with the perpetually grim visage of Akainu. Yudian is courteous, humble, and respectful in his interactions. With a nod of approval, Sengoku ultimately resolves to entrust this support mission to Yudian. Soon, Yudian's phone rings. Hello? Admiral Sengoku? What is this about the Sabaody archipelago? Yudian, still groggy from sleep, takes a moment to fully awaken and comprehend the task assigned by Sengoku. You mean, you want me to support the Sabaody archipelago? Yudian is now fully alert. Chapter 47. The Celestial Dragon Incident. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Initially, Yudian had devised a solid plan, envisioning that the Celestial Dragon Incident in the Sabaody archipelago would be managed by Admiral Kizaru, as he was well suited for such matters. Yudian himself anticipated a period of restful reprieve before the onset of the Marineford War. Unfortunately, he discovers at the last moment that Kizaru, one of the key figures, is conspicuously absent from headquarters. That rascal Kizaru, could he have sensed something? Yudian harbors suspicions regarding Kizaru's motivations for leaving the base prematurely. However, upon closer examination, such conspiracy theories reveal numerous flaws. At the very least, Kizaru could not have foreseen the emergence of the Celestial Dragon Incident in the Sabaody archipelago, unless his observation Haki could predict events more than half a month into the future, and that seems highly improbable. Alternatively, he may simply wish to take it easy. Given his notorious reputation as the lazing admiral, Yudian finds himself at a loss. Dealing with such a lazy admiral leaves little recourse, particularly since Kizaru has not committed any heinous acts or violated Navy regulations. Even his laziness remains within acceptable limits. Consequently, aside from Yudian, there are no other suitable candidates to handle the Celestial Dragon Incident. To address this situation, an admiral must be dispatched, and he realizes he is the sole viable option left at headquarters, not one to shy away from duty. Despite the inconvenience, Yudian prepares himself, dons a fresh uniform, and departs his quarters, making his way directly to the Navy headquarters port. Upon arrival, he finds a fleet of warships fully equipped and ready to set sail for the Sabaody archipelago. Which rear admirals will accompany us? He inquires of his subordinates during the journey, seeking to understand the composition of the naval commanders joining him. He learns that all 6 rear admirals stationed at headquarters have been dispatched to assist in managing the Celestial Dragon Incident. It should be noted that with 6 rear admirals and over 10 warships, they could initiate a Demon Slayer military operation. Additionally, special warfare units from the Science Department, the Pacifistas, are also being mobilized. Leading such an elite force, Yudian possesses the capability to decimate the entirety of the Sabaody archipelago. Perhaps it was the general of the warring states who harbored concerns regarding the capabilities of this new commander, fearing potential mishaps, or perhaps there were other underlying reasons. Regardless, the provision of personnel for this mission was exceedingly adequate. The resources were abundant, leaving no room for objection. Soon, Yudian arrived at the port, where 6 vice admirals, over a dozen rear admirals, and thousands of elite naval forces, along with numerous large warships, stood poised for action. As Yudian boarded the vessel, the fleet in the harbor swiftly set sail, navigating the waves with determination towards the naval headquarters. These were the formidable instruments of warfare, the pacifists. On board the warship, Yudian encountered the pacifists for the first time in a truly profound manner. These formidable weapons, developed under the auspices of the world's foremost scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, bear a striking resemblance to the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as the latter served as the original prototype for the pacifistas, designated PX-0. At this moment, these colossal war machines stand imposing on the deck. The massive hull of the battleship accommodates the presence of 4 pacifistas on the deck without a hint of discord. These 4 are presumably the initial experimental models. Yudian is aware that the scientific base has already produced a formal mass production version, which will soon make its appearance in the forthcoming Marineford War. However, this time, the individual leading the pacifistas into battle is not Bartholomew Kuma. As the personal bodyguard of the eminent scientist Dr. Vegapunk, Kuma has not accompanied the pacifistas on this occasion. This may also be a change resulting from Kizaru's failure to support the Sabaody archipelago. Just as Eustace Kid's crew was making their way to the Sabaody archipelago, the human auction house on Island Number 1 was in disarray. All the visitors had fled, leaving only members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Heart Pirates, and Kid Pirates, along with a few others still inside. Outside, the Navy forces had assembled, tightly encircling the massive structure. which was the reason for the others' hasty retreat. The naval cannons were fully loaded. Who would remain to face such bombardment? Naturally, those still within the auction house were unperturbed by the prospect of cannon fire. Report: the human auction house has been completely sealed off. The assailants who attacked the celestial dragons are still inside. A naval major communicated to the headquarters via a din-din mushi, detailing the situation at the front lines. Other naval personnel remained vigilant, with ammunition chambered and cannons primed, ready to launch an assault at any moment. The 3 celestial dragons remained within the auction house. Should we charge in to rescue them? A naval colonel sought guidance from the rear admiral commanding the scene. Before the rear admiral could respond, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the auction house. Soon, those 3 figures stepped out. Confirmed. The Captain Eustace Kid with a bounty of 315 million berries. The Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 300 million berries. The Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law with a bounty of 200 million berries. Attention! Attention! They are all supernovas. The herald shouted loudly, prompting everyone to widen their eyes and heighten their vigilance. The trio inside the auction house walked out calmly under the watchful gaze of the crowd, and then, without warning, they struck. Several nautical miles away from Impel Down, a colossal pirate ship was anchored upon the tumultuous sea. Despite the raging winds and waves in the vicinity, the ship remained firmly rooted in place, as if it had taken root in the ocean itself. This is the flagship of the Beast Pirates, where Kaido stands on the bow, his gaze icy as he stares in the direction of the Sabaody archipelago, silent and seemingly awaiting something. What is the situation over at Sabaody? What? No news yet. You useless lot. Can you not put your heart into your work? Behind them, Plague Quinn, clutching a transponder snail, was fuming with rage. Soon, however, Plague Quinn managed to temper his anger, for he had received the news he desired. "Brother Kaido," exclaimed Plague Quinn. Approaching Kaido with palpable excitement, the Navy headquarters has dispatched Admiral Udian to the Sabaody archipelago. They have no other admirals left at their base. With no admirals available for deployment from the Navy headquarters, our plan to advance on the city will surely proceed smoothly. Upon hearing this, the other members around them displayed expressions of astonishment. Kaido, however, suddenly turned around, a fierce light glinting in his eyes. "Did you just say that the admiral supporting the Sabaody archipelago is Udian?" A cold smile crept across his face. Chapter 48. The Eager Supernovas. The Sabaody archipelago is a cluster of islands, each featuring a colossal yarchman tree, the largest tree in the world. Its roots protrude from the sea, forming the foundational surface of the islands, which have accumulated over the years to create the present-day Sabaody archipelago. One could say that a single yarchman tree constitutes an island. The entire Sabaody archipelago boasts a total of 79 yarchman trees. These trees have withstood countless battles, and yet have resiliently survived, illustrating their remarkable vitality. Each Alchemon Red tree is marked with a unique number ranging from 1 to 79, facilitating the identification of various island regions. At this moment, the fleet led by Udian has arrived in the waters near the Sabaody archipelago and is preparing to land. Although the archipelago is vast, not every stretch of coastline is suitable for landing. Some coastal areas consist of sheer cliffs. While Udian can ascend such terrain with ease, his troops would find it exceedingly difficult to make landfall. Therefore, they must utilize the port docks, and there are several along the archipelago. As Sabaody is renowned as a tourist destination and serves as the last major supply harbor before entering the New World. Consequently, the influx of personnel traveling to and from Sabaody is considerable, necessitating the construction of multiple ports to prevent congestion. The specific port where Udian's fleet intends to land is located on the 27th island. The number seems vaguely familiar. Suddenly, Udian recalls that the Alchemon Red tree marked with 27 is indeed the very one that was kicked down by Admiral Kizaru in the original story. Does this imply that my landing site coincides with that of Kizaru? Upon further reflection, the recent Celestial Dragon incident occurred on the first island, and this port appears to be the most suitable landing point nearby. What seems like mere coincidence is, in fact, laced with a sense of inevitability. General Udian, should we proceed directly to the human auction site on the first island, or should we first capture a few supernova pirates from the nearby islands? Vice Admiral Dalberman stepped forward to consult. He is one of the 6 vice admirals accompanying Udian, seasoned by numerous battles and possessing extensive battlefield experience. As he spoke, an aura of menace emanated from him, a primal instinct honed by proximity to combat. As Dalberman made his inquiry, other vice admirals turned their attention toward him, some offering suggestions and perspectives. One vice admiral argued for prioritizing the rescue of the celestial dragons, while another insisted that they could not turn a blind eye to evil and should instead advance and capture all pirates in their path. Indeed, your arguments hold merit. Yudian responded, nodding slightly as if deeply contemplating the matter, although in truth, he was indifferent. He had already resolved to treat this expedition as a leisure trip, unwilling to exert effort in rescuing any celestial dragons. After all, Kazara had exhibited a similar attitude in the original narrative, indicating that such a course of action was entirely within the bounds of procedure. Yudian harbors little fondness for the celestial dragons and has no intentions of rescuing them. His primary motives for this journey are relaxation and obtaining the sword Akiyuki from the Straw Hat crew. However, these genuine thoughts must not be disclosed readily, especially since some officers in attendance exhibit a fervent desire to assist the celestial dragons. Thus, after a period of considered reflection, Yudian decisively stated, since opinions are divided, let us split our forces. He proceeded to allocate tasks. Those wishing to rescue the celestial dragons would do so, while those eager to capture the supernova pirates would pursue that goal. As for himself, he declared, I shall remain in the rear to provide support as needed. His true intention, of course, was to prevent the Straw Hat crew from slipping away before he could acquire Akiyuki. After all, should he arrive at the human auction site only to find that the Straw Hats had already departed, it would pose a significant problem. He is not a user of the glint fruit and cannot match their speed. Yudian's plan was clear. First, let the vice admirals locate the Straw Hat crew and hold them in place, and then he would proceed to deal with the situation. The other commanders present had no objections to his task distribution. In fact, they were unable to conceive a more effective personnel allocation. Before long, the various teams began to mobilize. Groups led by naval commanders disembarked from their ships and landed at the port. The sheer number of participants exceeded 10,000. Advancing toward the island like a colossal wave, the pirates gathered at the port, preparing to board their vessels, were left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are there suddenly so many Navy personnel? Look at all those vice admirals, so many generals. Are they planning to unleash the demon slaughter order to obliterate the Shambadi archipelago? Wow. The generals are here. Everyone, run. The pirates, gripped by fear, scattered in a frantic bid for survival. However, the forces landing comprised the Navy's elite, moving swiftly to apprehend a multitude of pirates. Among those who had shouted the loudest, many were captured, pleading for mercy and claiming they were mistaken for someone else. Yet, the Navy soldiers retorted, if you are not a pirate, why did you flee upon seeing us? Navies around the world vary in their conduct. Some may exhibit corruption or collude with local pirates. However, in Shambadi, close to the Navy headquarters, the islanders view the Navy as their saviors. And the forces from the headquarters have yet to decline to the point of consorting with pirates, embodying the essence of a just army. At this juncture, the landing Navy forces commenced a sweep, swiftly capturing over 100 pirates, most of whom bore bounties, while a few were obscure individuals scarcely recognized even by the Navy. Thus, the Navy troops pressed forward, capturing pirates along the way, with a separate contingent dispatched to the first island to rescue the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Yudian ambled leisurely at the back of the procession. Simultaneously, on the 24th island, in front of a restaurant, a group of supernova pirates, sensing something amiss as they prepared to depart, suddenly learned of the arrival of a Navy admiral and found themselves intrigued. Is it the newly appointed Admiral Yudian? I hear he was promoted unusually, scoffed Jewelry Bonnie, her lips curling in disdain. Is his strength truly so formidable? I beg to differ. Her demeanor was one of indifference, as she seemed in no rush, even pausing her steps to await something. Not far down the street, a crew of pirates led by Basil Hawkins similarly came to a halt. This group of individuals donned hooded cloaks reminiscent of devout followers. Meanwhile, the supernova Basil Hawkins leisurely fiddled with his tarot cards, seemingly engaged in divination. I sense a glimmer of hope. Soon, Hawkins lifted his gaze, a spark illuminating his eyes. Chapter 49. Before I strike, you have already fallen at this moment. The pirates encircling Hawkins, cloaked in their hoods, remained silent, neither questioning nor opposing his words. They appeared to possess a profound trust in Hawkins. If he proclaimed the possibility of defeating an admiral, then certainly there must be a chance. After all, they were speaking of a naval admiral. Did they think they could simply bully mere soldiers? Not far off, the subordinates of Supernova Capone Beach could not contain themselves. As onlookers, they felt a chill of disbelief. While Hawkins' group maintained an unsettling calm, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to their formidable strength or simply their carefree disposition. Oh, the audacity to challenge a naval admiral? How thrilling. How intriguing. On the opposite side, atop a building, supernova Skirachiman Apis gazed with keen interest. Disregarding the warnings from his subordinates, how could one miss such a captivating spectacle? In a sudden motion, Apis extended his elongated arms, grabbing two of his subordinates and pulling them close with a mischievous grin. Don't you think it would be rather amusing to toy with a naval admiral? The two captives widened their eyes in terror, their expressions nearly bulging from their sockets. Please, don't jest. They struggled desperately, yet Apis held them firmly. In stark contrast to the ambitious Hawkins and Apis, who sought to confront the admiral, there existed other supernova pirates who harbored a contrary disposition, unwilling to confront the Navy and preparing to flee. Leading them was the Supernova X, Drake, who swiftly distanced himself from the street. The incident involving the Celestial Dragons had erupted on Island Number 1, and the Navy's support forces were likely to land at the port of Island Number 27. Drake quietly assessed and speculated, revealing a familiarity with the Navy's operational methods. In truth, prior to becoming a pirate, Drake had served as a rear admiral in the Navy. His transition to piracy was even prompted by a mission from the Navy. Before long, the supernova on Island No. 24 began to take action, either remaining in place, hiding in the shadows, or, like Drake, hastily retreating before the Navy's arrival. Alas, their movements proved to be a moment too late. Just as the group led by Drake had not yet exited the street, they were suddenly confronted by a towering figure blocking their path. Concurrently, two other imposing figures emerged from different locations on the street. The pacifists had arrived. Meanwhile, near the port of Island Number 27, the naval forces surged towards the location of the supernova on Island Number 24, while Yudian strolled leisurely. The rapid advance of the naval troops left Yudian alone on the street. As for the pirates, some had been captured along the way, others fled, and some remained hidden nearby, closely monitoring Yudian's movements. Is that the new naval admiral? So young? If I eliminate him, I could achieve fame overnight. Are you out of your mind? That is a naval admiral. No worries, a naval admiral this young must have been promoted for some reason. His strength surely cannot be formidable. In the shadows, two pirates whispered, one even raising his gun to target Yudian's head from a distance. In the next moment, the pirate resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet speeding towards Yudian, poised to pierce his skull. I'm about to become famous. Just as the assailant felt assured of his success, a sudden ding echoed from afar, and the speeding bullet was deflected away. How is this possible? The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief, and he continued firing. Bullets raced towards Yudian, enveloping him entirely. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The rapid bullets, upon nearing Yudian, seemed to collide with an invisible elastic barrier, halting midair. What in the world is happening? The pirate who fired was aghast. He instinctively sought his teammate for counsel, only to find that the latter had already fled to safety. When he too attempted to escape, he was taken aback to find another figure standing before him. It's you. Yudian recognized the individual before him and nodded in surprise. He recalled that this was the nameless pirate from the original story who had attacked Kizaru. I remember you had a companion, right? Where is he? Yudian inquired with a cheerful smile, following the pirate's gaze to the distance, where he spotted a fleeing figure. In an instant, Yudian lunged forward, swiftly capturing the escaping pirate. Friends should stand united even in the face of death, should they not? On Island Number 24, on the street before a restaurant, three towering figures stood in confrontation with the pirate crew led by several supernova. This guy is Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shichibukai? The pirates exchanged glances, their eyes scanning the three pacifists in the vicinity, realizing they did not resemble the original Kuma. Even the dullest among them could discern the anomaly. It was impossible for three Kumas to appear simultaneously. However, no one knew the true nature of these three figures that bore a striking resemblance to the Shichibukai Kuma. Only Drake sensed the underlying truth. Could this be the Navy's secret weapon? He appeared to grasp some inside information. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If his conjecture were indeed correct, then they were truly in dire straits. At this moment, the three imposing pacifists arrived on the street, making no immediate actions nor launching an attack on the pirates present. They simply stood motionless, though they remained inactive. The palpable sense of oppression they exuded was sufficient to instill fear within the hearts of the pirates, compelling them to involuntarily retreat. Do not panic. The magician Hawkins raised his head from his tarot cards, his expression devoid of emotion. We still possess a glimmer of life. He slowly rose, drawing his sword from his waist, and walked towards one of the pacifists, seemingly ready to engage in battle. Scanning for detection. Identity confirmed. Pirate magician Basil Hawkins, bounty of 249 million berries. Commencing elimination. At this moment, the pacifist opposite emitted a series of mechanical beeps and finally took action, removing the glove from his right hand. He then raised his palm, pointing it at Hawkins. A hum filled the air as light converged into a single point, the glow in his palm growing increasingly radiant. This scene reminded Hawkins of someone. Could it be the laser of Admiral Kizaru? Hawkins's expression turned serious for the first time, sensing a palpable threat. In the next instant, with a beam of laser erupted from the pacifist's palm. Boom! The laser pierced through Hawkins's figure, crashing into the ground far beyond with a thunderous roar. The pirates present were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. "Quick, run for your lives!" someone shouted, and the pirates immediately scattered in chaos. Even the few supernovas who had intended to challenge the Admiral wore grim expressions, contemplating retreat. However, at this moment, the other two pacifists and attendants began their actions, emitting warning signals. Beep. Identity confirmed. Pirate Red Flag X Drake. Bounty 222 million berries. Identity confirmed. Pirate Strange Monk Urage. Bounty 108 million berries. Identity confirmed. Pirate Sea Howl Scratchman Apoy. As the mechanical voices echoed, the supernovas present found themselves targeted by the pacifists. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of laser beams erupted, overwhelming the pirates who could barely withstand the onslaught. Many unfortunate souls caught in the blasts, their bodies exploding, flesh and blood scattering across the ground. Quick, find a chance to escape. Some pirates, sensing the dire situation, sought opportunities to flee. However, they soon despaired as they discovered a large contingent of Navy forces had arrived nearby, swiftly sealing off the entire street. With the strength of these ordinary pirates, breaking through the blockade was impossible. They could only pin their hopes on the powerful supernovas. Sadly, these supernovas, once seen as their saviors, were now struggling for their own survival. The three pacifists continued unleashing lasers, the violent explosions ringing in their ears. Several supernovas quickly sustained injuries, even Hawkins, the magician who could transfer damage to his strawman, bore a gruesome wound from the laser, just as these supernovas were on the verge of collapsing under the assault of the pacifists. Udian leisurely approached from the rear of the troops, followed by two nameless pirates who, though not handcuffed, dared not flee. Are these fellows really that fragile? Upon arriving and assessing the situation, Udian was taken aback. He had not expected that before he even made a move. These supernovas, soon to be labeled as the worst generation, would already be falling like flies. Chapter 50. Hawkins's divination. Originally, Udian had anticipated that the pacifists would pose some trouble for the supernovas, yet ultimately, the latter would resolve the conflict. After all, in the original narrative, the four pacifists brought by Waritomo had two of their machines obliterated, with the remaining two spared only due to Kizaru's presence. Of course, the threat posed by these pacifists to the supernovas was significant, as many supernovas had been gravely injured. Well, this monster is too powerful. The strange monk Urage lay on the ground, covered in blood, appearing on the brink of defeat. He had endured multiple attacks from the pacifists, his body riddled with wounds, even his muscles dented from the relentless blows. Udian found himself slightly astonished by the sight before him. He recalled that in the original narrative, the strange monk Kirky had not been beaten so severely. As he turned to survey the scene, his gaze swept across a group of supernovas, each bearing wounds. None were unscathed. Among them, Urki appeared to be the most grievously injured, his tall and robust form crumpled to the ground. However, what truly surprised Udian was the magician Hawkins. Hadn't this fellow possessed a strawman ability? How could he be injured so severely? In the midst of the chaos, Hawkins hunched over, one hand clutching his chest, blood trickling through his fingers, clearly indicative of a serious injury. Yet, Udian suspected that this might be an act. Perhaps Hawkins had deliberately refrained from utilizing his strawman, conserving his strength for a deceptive ploy. Aside from Urki and Hawkins, Red Flag Drake also bore significant injuries, a gaping wound in his abdomen from which blood flowed profusely. Meanwhile, Sea Howlap had long vanished from the rooftop where he had been hiding, the remains of the structure now reduced to rubble as he sought refuge elsewhere. Notably, both Jolie Bonnie and Capone Beach, leading their respective groups, were conspicuously absent from this street, having evidently departed. As Udian's gaze traversed the scene, he counted Hawkins, Urki, and Drake, before his eyes settled on a distant house to the left. 4 supernovas remained. Even the most seasoned naval veterans failed to detect any anomalies near that house. However, under Eugene's keen observation, even a fly could not evade his notice. At that moment, App, concealed within the house and secretly observing the battlefield, felt more conspicuous to Eugene than the ordinary pirates in plain sight, his formidable presence palpable. Why does that new admiral keep looking this way? Has my position been compromised? App pondered anxiously from the shadows. Yet, he soon realized that after glancing in his direction, Eugene made no further movements and shifted his gaze elsewhere, gradually assuaging App's fears. He even began to suspect that Eugene was merely attempting to intimidate him, forcing him to reveal himself. What a cunning individual. App silently resolved to strike Eugene unexpectedly. After retracting his gaze, Eugene felt a sense of boredom and disappointment. It seemed these supernovas were not as formidable as he had imagined. Back on Earth before his traversal, he had always regarded these supernovas involved in the Celestial Dragon incident as powerful pirates, and even upon arriving in this world, he maintained that belief, considering them part of the group that would later be dubbed the Worst Generation. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the sentiments that accompany a traveler. Indeed, sentiment and reality diverged. Shaking his head, Eugene prepared to depart. If they could not withstand the assaults of the pacifistas, there was no need for his intervention. He had little interest in witnessing the brutality inflicted upon pirates. It would be far more prudent to locate the Straw Hat crew and acquire the renowned sword Autumn Water. After all, he had no inclination to remain in debt indefinitely. You two, lead the way. Let us first inspect Island 1, Eugene commanded the two pirates trailing behind him. He then turned to leave. Suddenly, from a distance, Erky rose to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, a grin spreading across his face. Now, it's my turn to attack. As he spoke, Erky's body abruptly swelled, rapidly increasing to a height comparable to that of the pacifistas. Let me deliver a punch. However, just as Erky prepared to strike, a pacifista opposite him opened its mouth and unleashed a laser attack. With a resounding crash, the beam pierced through Erky's imposing form, the light bursting forth and illuminating the area with a blinding flare. Eugene, turning halfway, shook his head in exasperation, thinking, why do these pirates chatter so incessantly? Had they struck sooner, I might have witnessed this so-called karma in action. The ground trembled violently as Erky's colossal body collapsed. Nearby, the magician Hawkins cast a blank stare at the fallen Erky before redirecting his focus onto Eugene. He was not alone. Drake mirrored his actions, even without engaging in combat. The presence of an admiral exerted immense pressure on the surrounding pirates. With an admiral present, our escape seems nearly impossible, Hawkins remarked coolly, raising his hand. It appears we have no choice. The encircling Navy personnel, perceiving his gesture, assumed he was about to launch an attack and hurriedly aimed their weapons, bracing themselves for a confrontation. To their surprise, Hawkins produced a deck of tarot cards and commenced an impromptu divination. Tarot divination? Eugene felt a flicker of intrigue. While Hawkins possessed mediocre combat prowess, the concept of tarot reading piqued his interest. Originally regarded as mere superstition, Eugene understood that Hawkins' tarot divination was unlike any ordinary practice. It seemed capable of genuinely foretelling certain future events. He speculated that this might be related to the abilities granted by his devil fruit. Before long, Hawkins completed his reading. Combat, probability of defeat, 100. Escape, probability of success, 0. Survival rate, 100. Upon concluding the divination, Hawkins himself appeared taken aback. He had performed countless readings without encountering results this peculiar. Chapter 51. Astonishing the supernovas for an entire year. I have never seen our captain so astonished. What has transpired? The crew of hooded pirates behind Hawkins expressed their surprise. They seldom witness such a significant emotional upheaval in their typically stoic captain. This is troubling, the first mate murmured, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. The probabilities of victory in combat and successful escape are both 0, with only survival at 100. This implies. His voice dropped to a whisper, we are likely to be captured alive. Imprisoned by the Navy. How could this happen? The other hooded pirates exclaimed in alarm. Being captured by the Navy would be disastrous. No, I refuse to be locked away and impelled down. They cried out in panic. At this moment, Hawkins sheathed his tarot cards, rose to draw his sword, and spoke coldly. There is no need for alarm. Our survival rate stands at 100%. We shall not perish here. Upon hearing his words, the hooded pirates fell silent. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Even if they were subsequently captured and imprisoned, that was a matter for another time. At least in the forthcoming battle, they would not meet their demise. Thus, they resolved to resist. In this fight, We shall all survive, so why not exert ourselves to the fullest? Spoke the first mate solemnly. Immediately, the spirits of the hooded pirates surged with determination. Suddenly, a laser beam shot from afar, exploding amidst the crowd. It was an act of the pacifists. Just as Yudian had said, these supernova pirates were overly verbose and sluggish in their actions, deserving of the thrashing they received. Following the recent laser strike, the hooded pirates, who had just rallied their spirits, found their courage waning as fear once again took precedence. They began to retreat. At this moment, the blinding light from the explosion had yet to dissipate. Within the radiance, Hawkins pressed forward rather than retreating, swiftly advancing towards Yudian's position. As he moved, Hawkins' form underwent a rapid transformation, sprouting long strands of straw from his flesh. When he reappeared behind Yudian, he had morphed into a colossal demonic scarecrow, the visage of demon slaying. Hawkins' 10 fingers were entwined with 10 black spikes, the sharp tips aimed directly at Yudian's head. Impressive speed, Yudian remarked with a smile, not bothering to turn around. Even with his observation haki, Hawkins' velocity was indeed remarkable. To the eyes of other spectators, this speed seemed akin to teleportation. Hawkins appeared to have instantaneously arrived behind Yudian. In the distance, the elite naval forces surrounding the battlefield hastily redirected their weapons. But it was already too late. The next moment, Hawkins exerted force with both hands, driving the black spike forcefully towards Yudian's head. Clang! Suddenly, Hawkins' movements halted. It was not an intentional pause, but rather an involuntary one. He discovered that the black spike had penetrated to within less than a meter from Yudian's head, but could advance no further. What could this possibly be? Hawkins' expression turned to one of bewilderment as he silently strained, yet the black spike remained immobile, as if an invisible barrier stood in its way. Your strength is indeed commendable, Yudian remarked casually, turning his head. Then, his gaze flickered. Boom. Hawkins was abruptly struck by a powerful force emanating from Yudian, propelling him far away. As he landed, a small, delicate straw doll emerged spontaneously from his body, already broken, and ignited in flames with a whoosh. Merely being blasted away had cost him a straw doll. Hawkins' expression darkened as he finally comprehended the nature of the power Yudian had just employed. It must be the power of Armament Haki. He recalled that the newly appointed naval admiral had been promoted due to his formidable Armament Haki. Now, as he personally engaged in battle, he grasped just how extraordinary the opponent's Haki truly was. To achieve this simply through the external manifestation of Armament Haki. In the distance, Red Flag Drake noticed the situation on Hawkins' side and felt a chill run down his spine. The earlier rumors might indeed be true. Huh? Rumors? What rumors? Ulki, who had once again fallen to the ground in agony, inquired with curiosity. Drake glanced at him, his voice low. The rumor is that this Admiral Yudian was promoted due to his ability to unleash Armament Haki, which single-handedly collapsed the Naval Headquarters. Haha. Nonsense. Ulki laughed heartily, but the force of his laughter caused him to grimace in pain, revealing his teeth. Isn't the Naval Headquarters intact? That rumor must be a fabrication. Not only Ulki, but other pirates present also doubted Drake's conjecture. After Yudian accidentally demolished the Naval Headquarters, the Navy and the world government had swiftly acted to seal off the news. This led to the influential powers being only able to acquire a rough outline of intelligence. The newly appointed Admiral Yudian is a formidable wielder of Armament Haki. As for the ordinary factions, they were unable to obtain even such scant information. Meanwhile, the supernova pirates on the Sabaody archipelago, despite their considerable notoriety as the supernovas among the new generation of pirates, possessed less strength than many long-standing ordinary factions, such as local tyrants, who at least had relatively stable and reliable sources of information. Thus, among the supernovas present, aside from Drake, who had formerly held the rank of Rear Admiral and gleaned some insights, others did not believe in the veracity of any rumors. Regardless of who he truly was, he could not obstruct our path. From a distance, Hawkins spoke with an expressionless demeanor. He rose once more, charging towards Yudian. Before the remaining time runs out, he must be defeated. Hawkins' gaze was resolute, the black nails on his fingers emanating a ghostly glow. At that moment, Yudian, whom he regarded as his target, suddenly moved. Yudian did not turn to face Hawkins. Instead, he simply raised his hand, extending his index finger, and seemingly casually pointed towards Hawkins' position. This is bad. In that instant, Hawkins felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He realized he was facing a grave crisis. However, before he could react, a flowing aura abruptly pierced through his body. Even after transforming into the devilish scarecrow form of Devil's manifestation, the wound still bled profusely. Simultaneously, 3 miniature scarecrows burst forth from within his straw body, igniting into ashes. How could this be possible? The typically composed and reserved Hawkins could not help but widen his eyes. Udian's assault did not cease. After pointing at Hawkins from a distance, he raised his hand to indicate Drake on the other side, leaving even the injured and fallen Urki and the concealed Oppo in the building unable to escape. With a series of soft thuds, the other 3 supernovas were simultaneously gravely injured. What on earth was that? Urki, in agony and frustration, couldn't even discern the technique Udian employed. Nearby, the fallen Drake struggled to lift his head. Was that technique the 6 Styles extension technique? Finger gun? Why was its power so overwhelming? He was filled with shock and confusion. The other pirate crew members present had long since been rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 52. Overwhelming Might. This is the Admiral. 6 Styles. Finger gun. In the distance, Hawkins reverted to his normal form, although there were no visible wounds. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Most importantly, Udian's recent strike had cost him the last 3 substitute scarecrows. Now, should he be attacked again, his true body could be harmed, or even face the risk of severe injury or death. Such is the consequence of being unprepared. Hawkins spoke with an impassive expression, his demeanor remaining calm. In contrast, Oppo, hidden amidst the ruins of the building, struggled to maintain his composure. Why, when it was Hawkins who attacked? Did you suddenly turn on me? Oppo could not accept the outcome before him. He felt wronged, his heart heavy with indignation. Initially, he had been leisurely observing the fierce battle from his safe hideout, watching others contend for their lives. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself under attack. Now forced to participate in a battle for survival, with the looming possibility of defeat and the loss of his own life. Such dramatic ups and downs are intolerable for anyone. Even an ordinary person might succumb to madness under such circumstances. Alas, having ventured into this arena, one must fight with all their might. Though reluctant, Apis recognized the necessity of taking action. In the next moment, he rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with peril. Subsequently, his elongated arms, characteristic of his long-handed kin, lifted. His right index finger rested upon his lips while his left hand flicked against his right arm. It was as if he were playing a trumpet. Soon, an eerie yet aesthetically pleasing melody began to resonate. However, before Apis could proceed further, a distance away, Udian abruptly raised his palm and struck the air. Bang! Apis's face was met with a forceful blow, sending him hurtling through the air, his right cheek swelling ominously. Ugh! It hurts. Damn it! Apis grimaced in pain, his speech rendered incoherent. Such grave injuries will render one incapable of engaging in combat for at least half a month. Just now, that surge of energy? On the other side, Drake's expression shifted dramatically. When Udian struck, he finally discerned the nature of that power, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. It was not the flying finger gun. It was the formidable force of the emitted Armament Haki. Although Drake could not fully comprehend the specific mechanics behind Udian's recent technique, how the emitted Armament Haki could strike a distant target in an instant. As if his arm had extended, he was certain, through the aura he sensed, that it was indeed a manifestation of Armament Haki. Emitted Armament Haki? Nearby. Urki heard Drake's analysis and turned to gaze at Udian, astonished. His emitted Armament Haki is unexpectedly powerful. As he spoke, a broad grin broke across his face, revealing a set of white teeth. Such a formidable being is precisely the target I aspire to. Remarkably, Urki managed to rise to his feet despite his grievous wounds. He then began to swell in size once more. Karma. As he activated his ability, the injuries on his body rapidly healed. At least the surface wounds appeared to close. Monk. You will reach your limits swiftly like this, exclaimed Urki's crew in alarm. Urki's crew typically refers to him as Monk rather than Captain. Urki laughed heartily, his body restored to peak condition, his eyes brimming with intense confidence. When battling a strong opponent, one must give their all, he declared, striding purposefully towards Udian. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Drake's gaze flickered, as if he were wrestling with indecision. After a moment, his expression solidified with resolve as he slowly stood up. Indeed, we have no path of retreat left. Following this, Drake's human form swiftly morphed, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal dinosaur. Animal type, dragon fruit. Ancient species, Allosaurus form. As the Allosaurus, Drake exerted power through his legs, racing at high speed towards Udian. Simultaneously, Hawkins, who stood silently behind Udian, unleashed his transformation into the demon scarecrow's demon-repelling aspect. Whoosh! In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Udian, his 10 fingers, now blackened, lunging towards the latter's crown. Almost simultaneously, both Urki and Drake, in their transformed states, arrived at the scene. Even afar, the gravely injured App, his cheeks swollen, struggled to rise, intermittently using his fruit ability to play music in an attempt to besiege Yudian. Ah, are they truly intent on fighting to the end? Yudian found their display of determination amusing rather than infuriating. Would you be angered if an ant challenged you? Thus, Yudian felt no anger, but rather found it intriguing to know one is outmatched yet still resist with all one's might. Such resolve indeed qualifies them as supernovas. He considered that while the strength of these four might be lacking, their spirit was commendable. Since that is the case, it is time for me to adopt a more serious demeanor. With a slight shift towards earnestness, he began to take action. Yudian raised both hands, pushing forward and backward as though he were maneuvering some immense weight. As he did so, two overwhelmingly powerful auras gradually erupted, one in front and one behind. This is the shockwave unleashed by the Armament Haki. Boom. In an instant, the four supernovas were struck by the armament shockwave, sent flying with blood erupting from their bodies. And even Afi, who was attacking from the debris of the nearby buildings, suffered the same fate. Meanwhile, their assaults failed to even graze the hem of Yudian's attire. The clash of power between the two sides was utterly one-sided. Yudian completely overwhelmed the four supernovas. Oh, is this the might of a Marine Admiral? The pirate crew present trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Just when they thought their demise was imminent, Yudian's transponder snail suddenly rang, signaling an urgent communication. Chapter 53, Capturing a Young Girl as a Guide. The Armament Haki shockwave dominated the scene, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. This also rendered the sound of the telephone bug on Yudian's person particularly clear. Yudian halted his steps and retrieved the telephone bug, only to be met with an urgent message. General Yudian, this is Island Number 1. We have surrounded the assailants of the Celestial Dragons, the Straw Hat crew, near the human auction site, requesting support. The voice on the other end of the telephone bug was frantic, interspersed with distant explosions, indicating that a fierce battle was still underway. Oh no, he is coming. A panicked exclamation burst forth from the telephone bug, abruptly followed by a cessation of communication. What had transpired? A nearby Vice Admiral approached. It was Fire Mountain, a seasoned and formidable Vice Admiral of the headquarters. He had overheard the message relayed by the telephone bug and furrowed his brow in confusion. Leading the charge to Island Number 1 were Doberman and Gumir. Fire Mountain pondered. Could they truly not contain the Straw Hat crew? That seemed implausible. Fire Mountain, along with Doberman and Gumir, had risen through the ranks of the Navy headquarters during the same era and had collaborated numerous times, fostering a clear understanding of each other's capabilities. From his perspective, with the strengths of Doberman and Gumir, subduing a few supernovas should not pose a significant challenge, especially since they had also secured the support of a pacifista. Thus, the presence of those supernovas remains unimpeded. The perplexity of Fireburn Mountain is profound. The unalterable reality indicates an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. Yudian languidly spoke. His casual demeanor appeared enigmatic to Fireburn Mountain, as if he possessed an omniscient calmness. As Yudian proceeded towards the street, he paused at the intersection, nodding with authority, instructing, "You all stay here. I shall go alone." He had no intention of apprehending those marauding pirates, deeming it unnecessary to rally a large entourage. Moreover, an excessive number could hinder their pace, and he certainly did not wish to let the Straw Hat crew escape. However, upon rising once more, Yudian suddenly recognized a predicament. He had never visited the Sabaody archipelago and was unfamiliar with its geographical layout. In simple terms, he was lost. He considered finding someone to guide him. Glancing back, he noticed two pirates he had previously brought from the port of Island 27. Their amusing demeanor had caught his attention then, and now they could serve as guides. Suddenly, a small figure darted past nearby, causing Yudian to pause momentarily before a smile broke across his face. He seemed to have discovered a more fitting guide. With that thought, he sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to the diminutive figure in the blink of an eye. A small girl, clad in an oversized and ill-fitting coat, appeared to be no more than a mere 10 years of age. In the presence of the girl, Yudian bestowed a benevolent smile and said, "Little one, would you be so kind as to guide me?" As he spoke, he extended his arm and gently grasped her shoulder. The demeanor and actions of this individual left many nearby naval officers perplexed, even leading some to suspect that Yudian harbored peculiar inclinations or ill intentions. However, Hua Xiaoshan remained composed, admonishing the surrounding Navy personnel. Although he had limited communication with Yudian, he firmly believed that the latter was a competent admiral, utterly incapable of engaging in any deviant behavior. Moreover, there was an unsettling familiarity about the girl in the loose jacket, which Xiaoshan scrutinized her from a distance. His brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, the little girl, gripped tightly by Yudian, trembled slightly, fear evident in her small frame. "Why are you holding me? Daddy, Mommy. Help me," she cried, resembling a child lost from her parents, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Yudian merely scoffed, delivering a sharp slap to the girl's head. "Enough chatter. Lead the way to island number 1, Jewelry Bonnie." "What?" The girl, who had been clutching her head and on the verge of tears, froze in disbelief. He actually knows? Bonnie's fruit ability allowed her to alter the age of others or herself, yet the Navy should still be unaware of the specifics of her powers. When had her secret been exposed? Bonnie clenched her teeth, her large eyes darting nervously around, searching for an opportunity to flee. As she pinpointed a direction and prepared to rise, she suddenly realized her body was immobilized. His hand. Ugh, this overwhelming presence. In that instant, Bonnie recognized that Yudian's hand resting on her shoulder felt unusually heavy, but soon she understood that it was not the weight of his hand that restrained her. Rather, she was daunted by the sheer force of his aura. The power of Conqueror's Haki. The impact of this force was directed solely at her. This individual is a master of Conqueror's Haki. Now, Bonnie comprehended the caliber of the formidable opponent she faced. The rumors were indeed true. This newly appointed young admiral is not only a master of Armament Haki but also possesses potent Conqueror's Haki, and his observation Haki is likely equally formidable. Typically, martial artists of his stature, such as Iron Fist Carp and Black Arm Zephyr, do not limit their training to just one type of Haki. They cultivate observation Haki as well, for without it, one cannot anticipate an opponent's movements. How could they contend with those swift fruit users otherwise? Bonnie speculated that Yudian was likely a rare master of all 3 Haki types, having honed each to a remarkably powerful degree. This is a rare breed of formidable individuals. For even those who cultivate martial arts may not necessarily awaken all 3 forms of Haki. Among these, the Conqueror's Haki is an innate gift, not attainable through mere training. It is a manifestation of one's inherent talent. The notion that only 1 in a million may awaken this Conqueror's Haki is not a mere exaggeration. Even the renowned martial artist Iron Fist Carp, despite his illustrious career, has only mastered the armament and observation Haki, never achieving the Conqueror's Haki. Most of those who have awakened the Conqueror's Haki possess the abilities of devil fruits, thus not belonging to the realm of pure martial artists. In a certain sense, it is these martial artists who stand a chance of becoming the true strongest, as they are unencumbered by the side effects of devil fruits and fear not the sea. Nor do they shy away from any fruit user. In this moment, Bonnie realizes that she cannot forcibly break free from her restraints and must resort to auxiliary means to orchestrate her escape. Her abilities have been seen through. Thus, she must seek assistance from others. In this world, there is no shortage of individuals overflowing with compassion. Bonnie devised a plan to portray herself as a pitiable girl in order to elicit sympathy and subsequently seize an opportunity to escape. In the next moment, she turned around to face the distant naval personnel and began to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 54. Arrival at the Human Auction House. The Navy over there would soon be drawn in, and surely an opportunity would present itself. However, the time allotted for my escape would be limited, and I must seize it wisely. As Bonnie wept, her small hands incessantly wiped away her tears. Yet her mind was already contemplating how to capitalize on the moment for her escape. After all, those naval officers were not fools. Even if they were initially deceived by her pitiful demeanor, witnessing her turn to flee would surely awaken their suspicions. At that point, should she fail and be recaptured, it would be nearly impossible to employ the same tactic of feigned helplessness to garner sympathy once more. Oh, it seems something is happening over there. Soon enough, the naval personnel in the distance noticed the anomaly and turned their attention towards Bonnie. Witnessing this, Bonnie felt a surge of joy, sensing that she had taken a significant step towards success. Yet, in the next instant, the words of the naval officers plunged her into a state of despair. Look, there seems to be something amiss with Admiral Yudian. Indeed, how strange. There was a little girl next to Admiral Yudian just a moment ago, and now she has vanished. Could that girl be a devil fruit user? Impossible. Even if she were a user, she could not escape right under the Admiral's nose. The naval officers conversed with an air of confusion, clearly unaware of Bonnie's dramatic display of tears. This left Bonnie utterly stunned, rendering her devoid of the will to continue her performance. If no one else could see her, who was she acting for? Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. and her body stiffened as she slowly raised her gaze, locking eyes with the mocking expression of Yudian. "What? Do you not comprehend?" Yudian remarked with a smile, unhurriedly explaining. "I merely unleashed a hint of my armed color, distorting the air to create an effect akin to perspective. But alas, you wouldn't grasp such notions. To put it simply, anyone beyond 3 meters cannot perceive you." He shook his head, imparting a solemn lesson. "You ought to read more. Without knowledge, even as a pirate, you shall remain a failure." Upon hearing this, Bonnie felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, her anger simmering, yet she dared not retort. When even the strategy of feigning innocence to elicit sympathy was rendered futile, it signified the complete absence of escape. The thought of resorting to violence against an admiral to flee was laughable. Should she attempt it, she would likely be slain in an instant. For Yudian was right beside her. "Rest assured, I shall not kill you." Seemingly perceiving Bonnie's inner turmoil, Yudian reassured her with a smile. "Though you engage in many subtle maneuvers, they have yet to warrant an immediate death sentence." The antics Bonnie had just displayed were trivial in Yudian's eyes, evoking no ire within him. Would one feel compelled to retaliate against an ant that threatened at their feet? Nevertheless, Yudian cautioned Bonnie, "As we proceed to island number 1, it would be wise for you to behave, for I am still unable to precisely control my strength. Crushing an ant without exterminating it is a challenging feat." Upon hearing this, Bonnie indeed became much more compliant, yet a flicker of indignation lingered. How could a supernova with a bounty of 140 million berries be compared to an ant? Her fury swelled within her. A few meters away, 2 nameless pirates, seized by Yudian, gazed at him in confusion, unable to see Bonnie and mistaking him for a man speaking to himself. However, Yudian soon retracted his armed color, allowing the distorted air to revert to normal. And the onlookers were astonished as Bonnie's figure became visible. The group, under Bonnie's guidance, commenced their journey towards island number 1. The remainder of their expedition proceeded without incident, and they soon arrived near the human auction house on island number 1. This is the origin of the Celestial Dragon incident. At this moment, a formidable naval force has gathered outside the human auction house, encircling the grand structure with layers of soldiers. Leading the encirclement are Vice Admirals Doberman and Gomir, who surprisingly have not stormed into the auction house but are instead directing the siege from the outside. Could it be that these two are merely shirking their duties? Yudian was astonished to find that there were individuals even more audacious than himself, brazenly idling at the front lines. After a moment of surprise, he decided to let it go. After all, he was not truly here to rescue any celestial dragons, and whether there was one less idle participant made little difference. The 2 nameless pirates and the girl, Jewelry Bonnie, who had initially guided him, had vanished without a trace. What is the situation? Yudian approached Doberman and inquired directly. The outlook is not optimistic. Doberman's expression was grim. He was one of the 6 vice admirals supporting the priority rescue of the celestial dragons, yet despite leading an elite force, they had been unable to breach the auction house or rescue the celestial dragons. Now, even the admirals had come to assist, which left him feeling utterly humiliated. However, in the face of his superiors, Doberman, albeit reluctantly, had to report the circumstances in detail. Soon enough, Yudian learned that the reason Doberman and his men had failed to penetrate the auction house was that the pirates inside had taken the 3 celestial dragons hostage as leverage against the Navy. It turned out that the Straw Hat crew, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates had initially charged out of the auction house and engaged in fierce combat with the Navy, after which the members of the Kid and Heart Pirates had departed. Only the Straw Hat crew, for reasons unknown, had returned to the auction house, taking 3 celestial dragons as hostages. Strange. What is this situation? Yudian, well versed in the original plot, found himself perplexed. This plot twist had not occurred in the original story. An unexpected turn of events had arisen. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, carefully considering the potential actions of the Straw Hat crew, muttering to himself, "They cannot be allowed to escape. My prize sword." Upon hearing this, Doberman immediately assured, "I will capture the Straw Hat crew and ensure that not a single perpetrator escapes." He believed Yudian had come to assist them upon realizing the unfavorable circumstances. As a vice admiral of the Navy, it would be shameful enough to fail against the supernova pirates without having to call upon an admiral for help. That would utterly ruin his reputation. "Your resolve is commendable," Yudian acknowledged with a nod, then waved his hand. "However, I must enter personally. After all, I am an admiral." With a smile, he strode towards the entrance of the auction house. Chapter 55, The Straw Hat Crew, Rayleigh appears. Due to the naval assault, the exterior of the auction house appeared somewhat dilapidated. The entrance was particularly gruesome, with the grand wooden doors having been shattered. Yudian walked straight in, As he disappeared behind the doors, Gomer rushed over from a distance to converse with Doberman. Admiral Eugen has decided to handle this personally? Is that really necessary? He did not agree with Eugen's decision and frowned, questioning why Doberman did not try to dissuade him. Doberman, initially intending to explain, suddenly changed his mind and replied solemnly, "Perhaps only Admiral Eugen can turn the tide of this situation. His involvement is for the best. Moreover, as an admiral present on site, if he does not take action, the world government might express dissatisfaction." Upon hearing this, Gomer fell silent, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. However, neither of them could anticipate the repercussions of Eugen's entry into the auction house, which would evoke more than mere dissatisfaction from the world government. Inside the auction house, Eugen cast his gaze around and quickly spotted the Straw Hat crew along with the 3 celestial dragons, not to mention 3 fishmen and an elderly man, all seemingly preoccupied with a female fishman, Cammy, who appeared to be in distress. He continued to observe, and soon identified Roronoa Zoro among the Straw Hat crew, noting the 3 swords at his waist. One of them must be Shisui, Eugen mused. Having little knowledge of swords, but feeling reassured that as long as the person was present, the sword would not elude him. After a brief pause, he resumed his stride towards the auction stage. "Hey, why is there another Navy officer here?" Usopp spotted Eugen and quickly stood, aiming his gun. "Stop right there. Leave, or I will shoot the celestial dragons." It turned out Usopp was not aiming at Eugen, but rather at the 3 celestial dragons who were being subdued nearby. However, Eugen was indifferent to the fate of those celestial dragons. With a benevolent smile, he approached the auction stage and finally caught sight of Cammy's situation through the crowd. Cammy lay unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood seeping beneath her, indicating that she had sustained severe injuries. The Straw Hat crew was fervently attempting to save her, while the elderly man also lent his assistance, valuing Cammy's life deeply. "This is dire. Cammy's breathing is becoming faint," Chopper suddenly exclaimed, panic evident in his demeanor. "Damn those celestial dragons!" "Monkey D," Luffy shouted in fury, turning his gaze towards the 3 celestial dragons not far away. "You are the ones who harmed Cammy." His anger surged, radiating an aura as fierce as a wild beast ready to unleash havoc. At that moment, Eugen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It seems she is in shock due to excessive blood loss. Perhaps I should give it a try? I might be able to save her." Prior to his crossing over, Eugen had acquired knowledge of first aid, which had been systematically organized, proving to be quite efficient. Unfortunately, none of those present believed him, casting skeptical and warning glances his way. Luffy, with blood-red eyes resembling a beast, whipped around and glared at Eugen. "Shut your mouth." In response, Eugen shrugged helplessly. "I can't even do a good deed." However, saving the girl was merely a secondary intention, since they would not allow him to assist. He decided not to press the matter further and instead focus on achieving his primary goal. His sole objective for being here was to acquire the sword Shisui. The next moment, Eugen raised his hand and pointed at Roronoa Zoro on the stage. "You are the pirate hunter Zoro, correct? Trade me your Shisui, and I shall offer you a reward of equal or even greater value." Upon hearing this, Zoro squinted, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he retorted, "Oh, what kind of reward can you offer? One of the 12 supreme blades, perhaps?" Before Eugen could respond, Luffy suddenly shouted angrily at him. "I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me?" Boom. A powerful aura erupted, causing everyone present to feel a sense of overwhelming dread, as if their very souls were being shaken. Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Luffy was still unable to precisely control his Conqueror's Haki. However, most of the released Haki surged towards Eugen with astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. Suddenly, a more powerful aura erupted from Eugen, instantly shattering Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. The force of this overwhelming presence struck Luffy with tremendous impact, sending him hurtling backward without warning, crashing violently into the thick stone wall of the distant auction house. Under the dual assault of the Conqueror's Haki and the immense force, Luffy lost consciousness in an instant, completely unaware of his surroundings. Eugen's expression turned cold, while at that moment, the other members of the Straw Hat crew awoke abruptly. Luffy, Sanji, Frankie, and the others shouted as they rushed to assess Luffy's injuries. The crew's doctor, Chopper, was equally anxious but unable to assist, as he was still occupied with the critical condition of Cammy before him. Roronoa Zoro swiftly unsheathed his sword, pointing its blade at Eugen, his demeanor serious as he remained vigilant against any potential attacks from Eugen. Eugen, maintaining his composure, responded to Zoro with indifference. "The equivalent I can offer is your life. You may judge for yourself the worth of your life in comparison to the famed sword, Autumn Water," He was disinclined to engage in lengthy discussions. Making his intentions clear, the renowned Blade Autumn Water was his target. Zoro sneered coldly, preparing to take action. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forth, positioning himself between the two. It was the venerable elder with a mane of white hair, Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the legendary Pirate King, Roger. Rayleigh? Eugene was not taken aback. He coldly inquired, "Are you here to impede me?" Haha. After years of seclusion, the new generation of the Navy still recognizes me, Rayleigh grinned, though his eyes revealed no trace of mirth. In the next instant, his smile vanished, and he coldly declared, "It is a disgrace to have someone like you in the Navy." Not only Rayleigh, but the members of the Straw Hat crew shared similar sentiments. They had never encountered a scenario where an admiral forcibly demanded the possessions of another, naturally overlooking their own identities as pirates. You, a murderous pirate, dare to speak of disgrace? Eugene could not help but laugh. Shall we discuss your youthful escapades of thievery and murder instead? Humph. Rayleigh scoffed, yet a smile crept onto his face. The very next second, without any forewarning, he launched an attack with remarkable ferocity, wielding his sword to deliver a swift strike. Chapter 56. Breaking the Barrier. Consider it my defeat. Rayleigh's sudden assault was fierce, as he unsheathed his sword and executed a slashing blow. Swoosh. At that moment, it seemed as though the fabric of space was cleaved asunder, with a distinct black trajectory slicing through the air. Truly, he is the king of the underworld, Roger's first mate. Eugene appeared to stand leisurely in place, offering commentary without making any move. Has he resigned himself to his fate, choosing not to evade? Usopp gazed in bewilderment, pondering why one would not at least attempt to dodge even when aware of imminent death. To him, it seemed Eugene was aware of his demise and had chosen to lie down and await his end, failing even to make a token effort to struggle for survival, an affront to his earlier haughty demeanor. However, nearby, Robin frowned and shook her head. That young man does not seem to be awaiting his death intentionally. He appears to possess great confidence. Robin was perplexed, unable to fathom the source of Eugene's assurance. Humph. Provocation must be met with due retribution. Nami crossed her arms, still seething with indignation. The trio unanimously believed Eugene was no match for Rayleigh, although Eugene had effortlessly sent Luffy flying in an instant. It did not imply that he was among the world's strongest. After all, Luffy had previously been launched away at the onset of a battle. And considering Eugene's youthful appearance, how formidable could his strength truly be? Was he stronger than the four emperors? Soon enough, they would discover that their estimations had indeed been flawed. Ding! Rayleigh, wielding his longsword, aimed to strike at Eugene's head, only to meet an invisible barrier, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. The sound reverberated, and Rayleigh continued his series of strikes, each met with a resounding clang around Eugene. Rayleigh's slashes were as swift as lightning, creating a cascade of sword shadows in the air like a curtain of rain, yet each blow found its mark thwarted. Remarkably, he managed to block them all. Robin's eyes widened, her hand covering her mouth, unable to contain her disbelief. Beside her, Nami and Usopp stood agape, rendered speechless. Rayleigh's strikes were powerful. Zoro, watching intently, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, astonished that the young man had managed to withstand them. Were it him, he would have been unable to withstand Rayleigh's onslaught. By the third strike, he would have sustained injuries. By the fifth, he might have been gravely wounded or even met his end. As the crowd remained in shock, Rayleigh, who had been relentlessly attacking, suddenly halted and withdrew his sword. The rain of sword shadows dissipated swiftly, revealing Eugene unharmed. You possess considerable strength, young man. Rayleigh grinned, his eyes glinting with admiration. It's no wonder Sengoku chose to promote you to admiral. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was immediately taken aback. What? He is an admiral? The newly appointed fourth admiral, Eugene? And he is so young. They had seen news of the Navy appointing a fourth admiral but had been traversing only halfway through the Grand Line at the time, making such matters feel distant. They had heard whispers of the new admiral's youth, but had not anticipated it to such an extent. Surely, he could not be older than 18. At such an age, he had already attained the rank of admiral. Usopp glanced at himself, of the same age yet merely an obscure sniper, and tears welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Robin pondered thoughtfully. It is said that the new admiral is a master of Armament Haki. Could it be that he was able to withstand Rayleigh's attack due to the power of Armament Haki? Though Nico Robin had not extensively trained in Armament Haki herself, she was relatively knowledgeable about such powers, having traversed the world for nearly 2 decades. Did he harden his body to block the strikes? Or did he release Armament Haki externally? Robin speculated inwardly. Simultaneously, she understood that, regardless of the type of ability, It was beyond their current capacity to withstand. If it weren't for Mr. Rayleigh, we would have been in dire straits today, Nami said, placing a hand over her chest, her face reflecting relief. The others nodded slightly, agreeing with Nami's sentiments. At that moment, Rayleigh, facing Yudian, overheard the conversation and could not help but chuckle wryly. You all should not hold such high expectations for this old man. With that, he sighed. I never imagined that at my age. I would still have to engage in such battles. Can't the Navy lend a hand and have me removed from the wanted list? Rayleigh spoke earnestly, seemingly genuinely contemplating a return to righteousness and retirement from his life as a pirate. It is indeed rare to find someone with such intentions for redemption. Yudian responded with a smile, though he shook his head. However, the matter of lifting your bounty is not solely within my purview. It requires extensive discussion among various parties. Subsequently, Yudian offered a suggestion with a smile that exuded reliability. How about this? I will escort you to the afterlife, and you can inquire with those whom you have slain. If you can secure their consent, I believe even the world government would not oppose. The words left everyone present in stunned silence. After a moment of astonishment, Rayleigh could not help but burst into laughter. My dear brother, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. Perhaps I should recommend you to the circus. He laughed heartily, revealing a full set of teeth. Yet his eyes emanated a menacing glint. Having lived in seclusion, Rayleigh seldom displayed such lethal intent. It had been a while since he wielded his sword, and he felt somewhat rusty. He drew his blade, scrutinizing it closely, with the gleaming edge aimed directly at Yudian. In the next instant, Rayleigh struck, erupting forth with the ferocity of thunder. A sharp arc sliced through the air, and in an instant, the sword's tip descended upon Yudian's back. This time, attacking from behind, Yudian remained unfazed, not even glancing back. Clang! Just as before, Rayleigh's strike was met with the formidable defense of Haki. Moreover, this time, the Haki emanated by Yudian revealed itself as dark tendrils of smoke, swirling around him to form a hazy shield. A closer inspection would reveal that these dark, smoke-like tendrils moved with astonishing speed, yet they emitted not a whisper of sound. Your Haki is quite powerful, Rayleigh remarked with a hint of cold amusement. However, it would prove futile. Repeatedly assaulting the same spot, no matter how strong the defense, would eventually yield to his onslaught. As he spoke, Rayleigh raised his sword, delivering a flurry of strikes within mere seconds, all aimed at the same location. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly through the air. While Rayleigh unleashed his fervent strikes, Yudian within the protective Haki shield remained utterly unconcerned. Chop away as you please. If you manage to breach the shield, I shall concede. Finally turning to face Rayleigh, he crossed his arms, as if witnessing a performance. Chapter 57. A Yonko falls from the sky. How audacious. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, his expression as cold as frost. The sight of Yudian, seemingly entertained as if watching a play, ignited a deep-seated fury within Rayleigh, leaving him devoid of humor or jest. In that moment, Rayleigh began to reclaim the formidable presence reminiscent of the Dark King, the fearsome vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. Mr. Rayleigh. Nearby, Chopper retreated in trepidation, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, his nose running in fear. Not just him, the entire Straw Hat crew was in retreat, including Rorno Azaro. Do I detect the scent of blood? Nami covered her nose, her eyes wide with terror. In this auction house, injuries and bloodshed have long since occurred, and Nami has grown accustomed to the pervasive stench of blood. However, the metallic scent she now perceives is almost palpable, as if blood were flowing beneath her feet, with streams of fresh crimson perilously close to her. This was what truly filled her with terror. It was not the scent of blood. Robin, seasoned and composed, felt cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she began to explain that it was merely an illusion induced by Mr. Riley's imposing presence. She could not finish her sentence, for not far across from her, Riley had once again launched a devastating strike. In this moment, Rayleigh's slash exuded a formidable presence, a force capable of cleaving through all obstacles. It surged forth, instilling profound psychological terror akin to that experienced by an ordinary person faced with a rapidly descending kitchen knife. Unable to evade, forced to witness the cold gleam of the blade and envision the gruesome fate of their own demise. Undoubtedly, such an image would leave an indelible mark on the psyche of any common individual. The aura emanating from Rayleigh at this juncture could instill a similar deep-seated fear even in the hearts of notorious pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. Clang, clang, clang. One strike after another rained down upon Yudian's head, each met with the protective barrier of Armament Haki. In a fleeting moment, the shadows of the swords danced through the air like blooming flowers, the luminous sparks erupting from the clashes of blade and Haki flickering like shooting stars racing across the night sky. it must be said. The spectacle of battle was visually captivating, embodying a beauty that transcended description. Yet, amidst the chaos, few took the time to appreciate this exquisite display. As the swordplay unfolded like a floral explosion in Rayleigh's hands, the piercing pressure of his aura surged forth, merely to withstand this overwhelming force. The Straw Hat crew exerted nearly all their strength. How infuriating! Is it possible I cannot withstand even this mere presence? Roronoa Zoro's eyes blazed crimson, teetering on the brink of madness. Gritting his teeth, he fervently wielded his three swords, unleashing the three-sword style with fervor. Swish, swish, swish. Zoro's strikes were fierce. With the three-sword style, the air before him was cleaved into web-like patterns. Indeed, he was attacking the very air as if enemies stood before him, pouring every ounce of his effort into his strikes. Kill. Hell. Azura. Zoro's words came out in fragments, his consciousness seemingly slipping from clarity. In the midst of the battlefield, the two combatants were oblivious to the external distractions, and even Zoro's full-force strikes posed no threat to Udian and Rayleigh. In fact, had Rayleigh not deliberately restrained the reach of his attacks, the nearby auction stage and the unconscious celestial dragons would have been reduced to a bloody pulp by the scattered sword energy. How formidable! Is this the true power of the legendary Dark King Rayleigh? At the auction stage, the cyborg Frankie had retreated to a safe distance. Yet he still felt his mechanical limbs responding sluggishly. It was astonishing that mere presence could exert such influence over him. His initial intention to launch missiles in support of Rayleigh dissipated entirely. The residual pressure alone was enough to intimidate his mechanical body. And should he attract attention by firing missiles, would he not be courting his own demise? However, his concerns were ultimately unwarranted. Even if he had indeed launched the missiles, Udian would merely applaud, appreciating the added spectacle. Ah, a thoughtful gesture, how delightful. Of course, in the aftermath, Udian might very well express his gratitude by whisking Frankie away to the Navy headquarters for a rewarding experience. Alas, was there truly no one else willing to intervene? As Udian's peripheral vision scanned the auction stage, he noted the Straw Hat crew retreating and could not help but shake his head, murmuring to himself, I had hoped to test the limits of this barrier's defense. These words caused Rayleigh, who had been relentlessly launching strikes, to momentarily falter. I am drenched in sweat here, exerting myself in a desperate assault, and your true intention is merely to test the so-called shield's defensive capabilities? Young man, do not assume that having a wall-like armor coating guarantees absolute safety. Rayleigh's gaze was icy as he uttered these words. Across from him, Udian expressed surprise. You figured it out? What he was employing at that moment was far more complex than a mere armor coating. Ordinary warriors could only perceive the surface shield, but as one of the world's elite, Rayleigh was naturally able to discern the underlying anomalies. The flowing armor coating on the surface was merely a facade. The true essence of its formidable defense lay within the thick armor coating that filled the shield. Rayleigh solemnly elucidated the principle behind the armor coating. The term thick as a wall was merely a metaphor or conjecture. He had yet to ascertain the precise depth and density of the armor coating concealed beneath the dark, flowing exterior. After all, he had not yet breached this armor coating, or what should more appropriately be termed the armor wall. Fortunately, Udian was a straightforward individual and candidly revealed the specific thickness of the internal armor coating. The vibrant hue flowing on the surface is all armor. As he spoke, Udian purposefully intensified the external armor coating strength, transforming its originally faint color into a deep, dark shade. In an instant, his figure became obscured, leaving behind only a spherical dark object. To achieve such a feat, even Rayleigh could not help but marvel. Did he not fear excessive consumption? The abilities of a devil fruit user deplete stamina, and even physical combatants experience fatigue when utilizing armor coating. While external armor coating can be honed to an impressive degree, Rayleigh, confident in his own strength, was certain he could match Udian in a direct contest of armor coating prowess. Yet, Udian's reckless expenditure of armor coating, achieving a state of absolute defense, was utterly absurd. In truth, other armor coating masters were not incapable of reaching Udian's level of absolute defense, they simply chose not to, as the consumption was too great. There are alternative methods to enhance defense that do not demand such exorbitant energy. The ongoing depletion from external armor coating is staggering. Even if one were entirely composed of armor coating, they could not withstand such exhaustion. However, Udian's approach made it exceedingly difficult to break through in the short term. Rayleigh squinted at the dark spherical form opposite him, his gaze flickering. He could merely wait there, allowing Udian to exhaust himself, and then effortlessly defeat him. Nevertheless, Rayleigh was primarily concerned about his pride. But what does pride matter? My old limbs cannot endure such a drawn-out contest. With a glimmer in his eye, Rayleigh looked up, then ultimately set aside his dignity, ceasing his assault and remaining in place, waiting for Eugen to tire. To his surprise, Eugen also halted his external armor coating and looked at Rayleigh with a puzzled expression. Have you exhausted your stamina so soon? Frankly, you should consider taking ginseng. Although I wonder if ginseng exists in this world. Eugen sighed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, although Rayleigh did not comprehend what ginseng meant, he could deduce it was not a compliment. A smile crept across his face, yet he still refrained from attacking. At this moment, Eugen also sensed something amiss and suddenly looked up. Boom. In the next instant, the sturdy dome of the human auction house shattered violently, and a figure descended, creating a deep crater upon impact. Amidst the thick dust and haze, the fallen figure emerged. Who is Eugen? Kaido bellowed furiously. Chapter 58, a scene that shocks the Sabaody archipelago. Moments earlier, a colossal figure had rapidly traversed the skies above the Sabaody archipelago. Many, including ordinary citizens, had witnessed this sight. Dragon? Mother, look at that. Is it a dragon? A little girl pointed her chubby finger at the sky, innocently exclaiming amidst the chaotic streets. Wow, look, it really is a dragon. The nearby throngs of panicked individuals gradually became aware of the immense silhouette above. Their hearts trembled, and they momentarily halted their flight, transfixed by the spectacle. Previously, due to the celestial dragon incident on Island Number 1, the entire Sabaody archipelago had descended into turmoil. Many pirates took advantage of the chaos to plunder, while the Navy launched an assault, leaving everyone fearful of stray bullets. Thus, large crowds fled in panic. However, upon the emergence of that colossal dragon in the sky, the chaotic situation across the archipelago seemed to momentarily freeze. In the streets, regardless of age or allegiance, be it Navy or pirate, everyone raised their heads to gaze upward, completely captivated by the immense figure. It was a massive azure-green dragon. Enshrouded in swirling clouds, its roars echoing as if accompanied by thunder. Even while still airborne, the dragon imparted a profound sense of pressure upon those below, rendering them breathless. There truly are dragons in this world, exclaimed a Navy officer, gazing in awe at the sight. Nearby, a vice admiral commanding the encircled supernovas suddenly grew grave upon recognizing the dragon. That is Kaido. What? You mean that dragon is one of the 4 emperors, Beast Kaido? A startled Navy major responded. The news spread rapidly, and soon the encircled supernovas were informed. Is that really the legendary Kaido? Humming Oppo wiped the blood from his lips, marveling at the azure dragon above. He truly seems formidable. Haha, I can't wait to test his strength, grinned the grounded monster Monkeyurich. On the other side, Red Flag Drake, hearing Oppo's admiration, shook his head and solemnly remarked, this is not good news for us, but it does present an opportunity. Meanwhile, Hawkins silently took out his tarot cards, beginning to divine the fate that awaited them with Kaido's arrival. The supernovas each contemplated their thoughts, while the vice admiral commanding the encirclement closely observed the azure dragon's movements. It seems he is not coming for us. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw the massive azure dragon darting toward Island Number 1, causing his expression to change drastically. This is bad. Kaido is heading for Island Number 1. At that moment, the vice admiral recalled that not only was the Straw Hat crew present on Island Number 1, but also the legendary first mate of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. If Kaido were to arrive there, it would mean 2 of the world's top pirates converging. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Vice Admiral promptly contacted the Navy headquarters via a Den Mushi to report Kaido's appearance. Subsequently, he dispatched a portion of the Navy forces to Island No. 1 for reinforcement. As a result, the number of naval vessels surrounding the scene significantly diminished, and the 4 supernova pirates trapped within the encirclement suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Nearby Island Number 1, close to the human auction site, the big eater jewelry Bonnie, previously placed there by Eudian, had not departed. Instead, she concealed herself in the jungle adjacent to the auction grounds, quietly observing the commotion from a distance. With the battle raging within the auction house, various tidings began to circulate. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh had made an appearance? What a spectacle! Humph! That naval brat must be getting thoroughly beaten right now, I wager. Jewelry Bonnie clearly harbored resentment over her recent capture by Eudian. Hey, don't you think so? Is that brat currently being battered into submission? She fumed, glancing at the 2 figures beside her. There were 2 individuals, one large and one small. The larger was a hunched old man, while the smaller was merely a crawling child. These 2 were the nameless pirate siblings previously placed by Eudian. At this moment, They had been transformed into their current forms by the fruit abilities of Jewelry Bonnie, rendering them frail and barely able to articulate their words. Humph! Jewelry Bonnie snorted derisively, turning back to observe the commotion at the auction house in the distance. Just then, a shadow loomed above her, prompting Bonnie to instinctively look up. Was that a dragon? Suddenly, realization struck her, and she exclaimed in shock. Could that dragon be Kaido? In the next instant, the colossal dragon vanished from the sky. But Bonnie noticed a figure where it had disappeared. The figure plummeted rapidly, crashing through the dome of the human auction house and landing inside. Even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, had arrived. Bonnie swallowed hard, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. How splendid. This is a rare spectacle indeed." It was certainly the right decision to stay. She laughed unabashedly, only to soon hear a voice from afar. "There's laughter over there. Go check it out." A squad of elite Navy soldiers rushed toward Bonnie's hiding spot. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone, his brow furrowed tightly. Kaido. Why is he in Sabaody Archipelago? Could he be connected to the Celestial Dragon incident? As he pondered, his headache intensified. Chapter 59. Kaido Seeks Revenge. Sengoku did not abandon his thoughts, striving to deduce the true reason for the Emperor's appearance in Sabaody Archipelago. If Kaido had come for the Celestial Dragon incident, his swift arrival indicated he was not far from Sabaody prior, while others might be unaware of the location of the beast Kaido's lair. Sengoku certainly knew it was quite distant from Sabaody. Recently, Kaido had been embroiled in conflicts with Whitebeard before returning to the lair of his pirate crew in Wano. Sengoku had dispatched Navy commanders and troops to monitor the movements of the 4 emperors, ensuring that during these critical times, no one was negligent. Kaido's movements had been closely tracked. Yet, this clarity of Kaido's trajectory only heightened Sengoku's alarm. He keenly sensed something was amiss. Why was there no news from the front lines as Kaido mobilized? Sengoku realized that those stationed on the front lines to monitor the beast pirates might have been discovered, or worse, eliminated. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. He needed to address the immediate crisis: how to deal with Kaido's incursion into Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the 4 emperors would not easily abandon their territories. And Kaido had clearly been close to Sabaody, likely intent on it. He would not be easily deterred. What scheme was Kaido concocting? If it were a plot against the Celestial Dragons? Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding, rubbed his forehead with force, and retrieved a transponder snail. Kizaru, where are you? Kaido has reached Sabaody Archipelago, and wherever you are, you must hasten there to provide support. After issuing the succinct order, Sengoku hung up the phone. Feeling the room grow stifling, he stepped out into the corridor, gazing anxiously towards the distant sea, the direction of Sabaody Archipelago. I hope Kizaru can make it in time. Sengoku muttered to himself, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. On the first island of Sabaody Archipelago, inside the human auction house. With a resounding crash, the encircling Navy forces sprang into action. Gumi was stationed outside, leading the defense, while Doberman commanded the troops to initiate an assault. Soon, a multitude of Navy soldiers flooded into the auction house, rapidly converging towards the auction stage. Indeed, there stood the former first mate of the pirate King Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, confronting Udian. Doberman's gaze swept over Rayleigh, then Udian, finally locking onto a towering figure measuring 7 meters high, his pupils constricting slightly. It was Kaido of the Beasts. How infuriating. It truly was him. Why was he here? Doberman's expression darkened, and he immediately signaled for his troops to halt, ordering all personnel to remain on guard. Many Navy soldiers, unfamiliar with the legendary figures of Rayleigh and Kaido, soon came to understand their significance. Kaido? Is that the beast Kaido from the 4 Emperors? Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King. The soldiers stopped in their tracks, seeking cover, their weapons trained on the battlefield below, watching closely. If those 2 renowned powerhouses were involved, aiding would prove exceedingly difficult. Regardless, they must find a way to support Admiral Udian. He must not fight alone. They would heed the orders of Vice Admiral Doberman. The elite Navy soldiers were undeterred by the formidable reputations of Rayleigh and Kaido, confident in Doberman's capacity to issue the correct commands. However, the weight of expectation bore heavily upon Doberman. Kaido, Rayleigh, Admiral Udian. This was a battle only suitable for admirals. Cold sweat trickled down Doberman's back, and he gripped his sword tightly, resolving to minimize casualties as best he could. But what was Kaido's purpose in coming here? Could it involve the Celestial Dragons? Doberman scanned the battlefield, attempting to discern Kaido's true objective. After all, he could not believe that a prominent emperor would travel to Sabaody merely to engage in combat. Then, in the next moment, Kaido, having landed, bellowed, Who is Yudian? His thunderous roar reverberated through the air, creating shockwaves that dispersed the dust surrounding him. Even the nearby auction seats and shattered rocks were directly obliterated. Kaido had come seeking Admiral Yudian? The elite Navy forces surrounding the auction house exchanged glances. However, among them were some soldiers who had previously accompanied Yudian on expeditions to the New World, monitoring the beast pirates in Wano. Kaido was surely here for his subordinates, Calamity Jin and Calamity Jack. These soldiers speculated quietly. Yet, this reasoning did not convince Doberman. Calamity Jin and Calamity Jack have long been imprisoned and impelled down. Doberman retorted dismissively, asserting that even if Kaido wished to rescue them, he should be heading to impelled down, not here. At this point, Doberman's gaze deepened. Gleaming with the light of wisdom, Kaido harbors grand ambitions. He seeks to overturn the existing world order. His target must be the celestial dragons. Upon realizing this, Doberman immediately ordered personnel to stealthily approach the 3 unconscious celestial dragons on the auction stage, preparing to rescue them amidst the ensuing chaos of battle. On the other side of the battlefield, Rayleigh, initially furrowing his brow and fixating on Kaido, suddenly relaxed upon hearing the latter's roaring words. So you're looking for Yudian? My young friend. Rayleigh nodded at Yudian with a smile. His words captured Kaido's attention, causing the latter to shift his gaze towards Yudian. In truth, even without Rayleigh's prompt, Kaido could deduce who the new admiral was among them. Young, powerful, and capable of standing toe-to-toe with Rayleigh. Who else could it be but Yudian? Do you know where that Yudian is? Tell him to come over here at once. Surprisingly, Kaido had misidentified Yudian, mistaking him for an ordinary Navy officer. Such an absurd situation left even the seasoned Rayleigh momentarily speechless. He reluctantly reached for his beloved flask, taking a sip to regain his composure. At that moment, the languid Yudian stretched and lazily spoke. Kaido, is it? Here for revenge? Perfect, come and test my Armament Haki shield. Suddenly recalling something, Yudian nodded at Kaido, adding, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yudian, a Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Chapter 60, Internal Sabotage Aerial Assault. After Yudian's declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the arena for a brief moment. Almost instantaneously, Kaido's beastly gaze fixated on him once more. What did you just say? Kaido growled, his right hand gripping his kanabo, muscles bulging ominously. Whoosh. In the next instant, Kaido surged forward, tightly wielding his kanabo with ferocity. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki swirling around it. He zipped past Yudian with blinding speed. Thunderous impact. Boom. The ferocious swing unleashed a violent tempest, causing the nearby Rayleigh to feel the world around him reverberate. The space he occupied seemingly cleaved into 2 realms in that moment. Fortunately, the tempest was fleeting, and the attack was not directed at Rayleigh. Other than his coat tearing in several places from the fierce winds, he remained unscathed. Sigh. It seems I'll need to ask Shaki for assistance in mending this upon my return. Rayleigh shook his head in resignation, then raised his gaze to the battlefield. There stood Kaido, having halted his advance, maintaining an imposing stance with his weapon poised forward. What was it you said? Who are you again? He inquired. Before Yudian could respond, a yawn escaped him. You can't be even 60 yet, can you? Is your memory really that poor? Without bothering to turn around, Yudian lazily cleaned his ears, nonchalantly stating, Remember, I am Yudian, a Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Should you find yourself in impelled down and forget who captured you, that would be quite unfortunate. As he spoke, Yudian blew on his fingers, dispersing the earwax with a casual demeanor. Rayleigh observed, feeling a twinge of envy. He mused that the young Vice Admiral seemed more like someone on a leisurely vacation than a military officer. Meanwhile, Kaido slowly turned, emanating a palpable aura of deep purple, a mix of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Impressive, Kaido intoned, his voice deep and resonant. Even while expressing approval, his tone remained menacing, as if he were a dangerous predator ready to strike. It's rare to encounter an opponent like you. I almost feel reluctant to eliminate you immediately. As he concluded, a gruesome smile crept across Kaido's face. Just then, Yudian responded with a wave of his hand, conjuring a dark, spherical Armament Haki shield beside him. The shield, a bastion of absolute defense, materialized once more. Are you truly intending to use such a technique so casually? Rayleigh interjected, unable to restrain himself. You might manage against me, but against Kaido, you may not endure, my friend. Kaido was renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities and combat prowess. Whenever duels were mentioned, it was often said, the strongest in one-on-one battles is undoubtedly Kaido. Such formidable individuals are naturally unafraid of a war of attrition. However, at this moment, Kaido remains somewhat oblivious to the abilities employed by Yudian in front of him. What purpose does this black sphere serve? Is it a manifestation of a devil fruit power? Kaido furrowed his brow slightly. Yet being one of the 4 emperors, his formidable strength is complemented by his extensive experience in countless battles. After a brief examination, he discerned the underlying principle. So this is the power of Armament Haki. How intriguing to utilize Armament Haki in such a manner. Even someone as resilient as Kaido has not crafted an absolute defense like you did. That would be a gross misuse of Armament Haki. However, at this moment, Kaido found himself deeply intrigued by Yudian's technique. Could such an approach truly enhance defensive capabilities? Gripping his kanabo tightly, he crouched slightly, channeling power throughout his entire being. A resounding hum erupted. At this instant, Kaido unleashed a tremendous aura, causing everything in his vicinity to shatter and rise in fragments. Yet, his aura's influence abruptly halted at the boundary set by Yudian. An invisible line of defense segregated their respective domains, the area belonging to Kaido and that of Yudian. Gradually, Kaido's aura reached its zenith, with both armament and conqueror's haki erupting from his form, resembling a luminous meteor from afar. Oh, how splendid! Onlookers such as Rayleigh marveled in astonishment. Suddenly, Kaido struck, his kanabo enveloped in a high-intensity amalgamation of armament and conqueror's haki, crashing down upon Yudian's head with the swiftness of lightning. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido bellowed. Uttering the same technique aloud seemingly amplified its potency. The kanabo swung at breakneck speed, so rapid that even Rayleigh perceived it as almost distorting. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as the kanabo collided with Yudian's Armament Haki shield. To be precise, it struck the protective barrier Yudian had conjured. Kaido and his kanabo abruptly halted, not by choice, but compelled to stop, as his advance was thwarted by the formidable Armament Haki barrier before him. Nevertheless, while his momentum was impeded, the power of the kanabo did not relent. A colossal force and the shockwave of Conqueror's Haki collided violently with the Armament Haki shield. The dark, thick barrier began to cave in significantly under the relentless assault of the kanabo, just as it appeared on the brink of shattering. Even Rayleigh outside the fray could not help but marvel at Kaido's astounding strength. Yet, the advance of the kanabo came to a definitive halt. It seems you have exerted all your strength? Yudian's voice resonated from within the Armament Haki shield. Excellent, you have greatly contributed to testing the strength of my shield. Now, I shall respond with my utmost power as a form of gratitude. As he spoke, the deep hue of Yudian's surrounding Armament Haki shield gradually faded, swiftly revealing Yudian's form. Kaido's kanabo was now less than 10 centimeters from Yudian's head. At this moment, Yudian raised his right hand, clenched into a fist within the shield, and struck outward toward Kaido's chest. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as Kaido was sent hurtling away, as his body soared through the air. Kaido could not help but spit forth a torrent of blood. Yudian's punch was not merely a shockwave. It also contained the devastating force of internal destruction from within the Armament Haki. Chapter 61. The Conqueror's Haki Shockwave of an Emperor. This was no ordinary form of internal destruction. As Kaido flew backward, droplets of blood trickled from his lips. At that moment, he realized that Yudian's application of internal destruction was far from conventional. In fact, it represented a higher echelon within the realm of internal destruction techniques. Internal destruction falls under the advanced application of Armament Haki, and even within the realm of internal destruction, the magnitude of power varies significantly. Just as Yudian's internal destruction can affect a radius of 10,000 meters, a novice's application might only encompass less than 1 meter. This illustrates the stark contrast in the potency of techniques. Remarkably, even my defenses could be shattered, as my body was propelled backward. Kaido could distinctly sense a surge of energy tumultuously swirling within him, a force of considerable destructive capability that rendered even the formidable 4 Emperor Kaido aware of imminent danger. The flowing state of the Armament Haki, externalized, resembled gas in its essence. The technique of internal destruction, as its name suggests, allows the gaseous Armament Haki to permeate the surface of an object, directly wreaking havoc upon its interior. At this moment, Kaido realized that if he did not exert force to counteract, that energy would obliterate him from within. The ability of Armament Haki to achieve such an effect elucidates why Jack and Ember were defeated. Kaido, acutely aware of the threat to his existence, experienced a sudden surge of power coursing through him. Alas, such a level was still far from sufficient for me. In the next instant, Kaido's strength erupted from his very being, an overwhelming aura engulfing the arena. Even while his body was airborne, The intensity of his released power remained astonishing. As he unleashed this formidable presence, powerful observers within and outside the battlefield could clearly perceive an aura emanating from Kaido's form, seemingly forced out by his sheer will, only to dissipate rapidly upon emerging. This was the Armament Haki that Udin had implanted within Kaido, which he had somehow expelled, averting the crisis within. With a thunderous roar, Kaido's figure crashed violently into the thick stone wall of the distant auction house. One must commend the astonishing sturdiness of this human auction structure. Despite the ongoing battle causing significant damage to multiple sections of the walls and creating vast breaches in the ceiling, it remained intact. It is evident that no shortcuts were taken in the construction, with ample materials utilized, though the building stood firm. The ferocity of Kaido's impact caused the entire structure to tremble violently, with large chunks of debris cascading from the ceiling, giving the impression of imminent collapse. However, amidst the potential for structural failure, the powerful observers were far more concerned with the unfolding dynamics of the battlefield. The intensity of the conflict had escalated to such an extent. Deo Bowman's eyes widened, elated to witness the clash between a Grand Admiral and a Four Emperor, his excitement palpable. The ferocity of the battle was so dazzling that even he, a seasoned Vice Admiral of the main fleet, struggled to discern the intricate details of Udin and Kaido's combat. In stark contrast, Rayleigh watched the fray with an air of ease. Yet, even this Dark King found himself astounded by the fierce confrontation. Had Kaido hesitated, even for a mere second, in expelling the Armament Haki, he could have been utterly torn apart. From Udin's application of the Armament Haki's internal destruction to send Kaido flying, to Kaido's subsequent collision with the distant stone wall, the entire sequence transpired within a mere few seconds. In these fleeting seconds, had Kaido hesitated even slightly or delayed his movements for just a moment, the chaotic flow of Haki within him would have torn his body asunder. After all, while Kaido's formidable defense is evident externally, the strength of his internal fortifications is considerably weaker. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Rayleigh shook his head in astonishment. He could not endure such a fierce battle, nor could he sustain a prolonged engagement. Fortunately, Kaido's objective was singular and clear, only Udin. On Udin's side, upon Kaido's arrival, it seemed he had abandoned Rayleigh as an opponent, redirecting his focus entirely onto Kaido. Perhaps, Udin now sought to have the still peak Power Emperor Kaido test his Haki shield. Having lost all hope in the frail old man Rayleigh, the disparity between the two was evident from the circumstances. Kaido, after enduring an internal strike from Haki, crashed against the wall but swiftly regained his footing, casually shaking off the debris and resuming his imposing emperor stance. Indeed, to have been struck by my earlier blow yet remained so vibrant. Udin observed Kaido from a distance as if he were an experimental subject, feeling quite pleased. Humph. Kaido let out a low grunt. As his emotion surged, his aura radiated outward, instantly reducing the surrounding debris to mere dust. This is the formidable power of Conqueror's Haki. Much like Udin's, it has materialized into a tangible force. Your Armament Haki is impressively strong, kid. Kaido's voice, though not loud, resonated with an intimidating gravitas. As he spoke, his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, rendering all but Rayleigh, Udin's, and the distant Doberman incapable of withstanding the sheer pressure emanating from a Jonko-level presence. Fortunately, the intensity of Kaido's Haki was not excessively high. Aside from the nearest and weaker individuals such as Usopp, Nami, and Chopper, others, including the more distanced elite Navy soldiers, managed to endure it. However, the shadow of Kaido's Haki still loomed ominously in the hearts of the Navy personnel. Terrifying. Just moments ago, I felt as if death was imminent. A Navy major, shaken, felt his heart racing uncontrollably. The nearby soldiers shared his trepidation. Even Doberman, a vice admiral of the Navy, struggled. He positioned his sword in front of him, attempting to mitigate the onslaught of Kaido's Haki. In contrast to the Navy and pirates present, Disco, the owner of the human auction house, who secretly observed from the preparation room, appeared unaffected, managing to move freely amidst Kaido's overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, his auction house lay in ruins, with the once grand event utterly destroyed, resulting in losses amounting to billions, causing Disco's eyes to redden with despair. In truth, he looked quite disheveled, his clothes tattered and filthy, resembling a beggar, his face smeared with blood, and a gaping wound on his head oozing profusely. Yet, Disco was oblivious to his plight, clutching a specially crafted snail phone, seemingly engaged in conversation. Yes, Kaido has arrived. Wow, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is incredibly potent. I'm fine for now. Regardless, I must preserve this auction house. It is a vital asset for the clown. However, When will I receive the payment for my last auction? All right. I hope you keep your promise. What? Let me leave? I haven't even organized my belongings yet. Kaido, Rayleigh, they won't discover my presence. At worst, I might be slightly affected by the Haki's aura. Humph. Their Haki cannot intimidate me. Wow. Just as Disco finished speaking, an immensely powerful force surged from the direction of the auction hall. The pressure struck Disco instantaneously. Buzz. Disco's eyes widened in shock, his heart seized, his mouth agape in horror as his body stiffly collapsed. The other end of the phone emitted a crisp hello, but soon fell silent, as the communicating snail succumbed to the overwhelming Haki. At that moment, the situation within the auction hall had drastically changed. Chapter 62. Kaido, your conqueror's Haki is rather weak. A sudden tempest erupted within the vast auction hall. The whirlwind swept up debris, grinding everything in its path into dust. This is no ordinary hurricane, but rather one provoked by the formidable conqueror's Haki. The essence of the conqueror's presence materialized. Rayleigh squinted, his expression turning grave and solemn. He surged onto the auction stage to assist the Straw Hat crew in countering the impact of the conqueror's Haki. The method he employed was quite straightforward. He unleashed his own conqueror's Haki to neutralize the force. However, Rayleigh soon found himself straining under the exertion of his Haki. Is this seriousness? Kaido. Rayleigh could not help but reveal a wry smile, shaking his head. I certainly do not wish to perish here. It would be prudent to depart soon, he muttered to himself, casting his gaze beyond the battlefield, calculating a suitable escape route. Fortunately, the two combatants on the field seemed oblivious to his presence. Kaido, enveloped in a deep purple glow, advanced step by step towards Udian. The dark violet aura emanating from Kaido was his conqueror's Haki, and the hurricane capable of shattering rocks was a consequence of his might. Indeed, this time the waves of force were not the result of Udian's Armament Haki. In truth, Udian was focused on testing the strength of his Armament Haki shield. As for the armament shockwaves, he had employed such techniques numerous times and had a good grasp of their potency. Among the four emperors, red-haired Shanks possessed a materialized conqueror's Haki that could shatter rocks and trees with sheer presence. Kaido's conqueror's Haki, capable of entangling, displayed a potency far surpassing that of Armament Haki. It appeared that both methods of application belonged to the advanced techniques of conqueror's Haki and were not singular in nature. Udian silently analyzed the terrifying hurricane unleashed by Kaido's conqueror's Haki. It bore little impact on him. He was far more intrigued by the techniques demonstrated by Kaido. Amidst the apocalyptic roar of the hurricane, Udian stood as if unfazed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I have essentially mastered the techniques of Armament Haki, and the skills I will unlock henceforth will be the true pinnacle of abilities. However, regarding Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki encompasses several major techniques such as hardening, entanglement, emission, and internal destruction. At this moment, Udian had even unlocked the rare long-range internal destruction technique. One could say that his level of Armament Haki abilities ranks among the finest in the world. Yet, in terms of Conqueror's Haki application, he currently only possessed mastery over free control and materialization, having yet to grasp the entanglement aspect of Conqueror's Haki. This is certainly not due to his insufficient mastery of Conqueror's Haki, but rather a lack of targeted training. The potency of Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through mere practice. However, the application of techniques can. In the original narrative, Rayleigh imparts wisdom to Luffy regarding the utilization of this formidable ability. Yet, the technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki is distinct. Despite guidance and personal effort, it remains challenging to master. The number of individuals in the world who have acquired this capability is exceedingly scarce. Perhaps only upon surpassing 2,000 points in the attribute of Conqueror's Haki can one unlock the technique of wrapping. Udian was reluctant to expend considerable time on targeted training, pondering at which attribute threshold the wrapping of Conqueror's Haki would become accessible. I could also attempt it myself. The techniques of utilizing Conqueror's Haki are not limited solely to automatic activation by the system. As Udian observed Kaido approaching from a distance, he scrutinized the deep purple radiance of Conqueror's Haki emanating from him. Undoubtedly, that was the ability of wrapping Conqueror's Haki. Perfect. While testing the strength of his Armament Haki shield, he could simultaneously investigate how Kaido employed the wrapping technique. Soon, Udian made a resolute decision. He then raised his hand and pointed towards the auction platform on the other side. Oh no, has he been discovered? This action startled Rayleigh, who feared Udian had uncovered his intention to slip away. However, in the next moment, Rayleigh realized his concerns were unfounded. Udian's target was neither him nor the Straw Hat crew behind him, nor the three celestial dragons incapacitated in the distance. Instead, it was the remarkable sword in Roronoa Zoro's grasp, the renowned blade Xiao Shui. Attempting to seize my sword? Zoro's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth and bellowed. I will not let you succeed. Suddenly, Yudin's emitted Armament Haki lashed out like a long whip, aimed directly at Zoro, specifically targeting Xiao Shui, despite Zoro's utmost effort to defend. It was in vain. The flowing whip of Armament Haki effortlessly snatched Xiao Shui from his grip. In the blink of an eye, the famed sword was firmly in Yudin's possession. Sheath and all, this sword is extraordinary. Merely grasping Xiao Shui allowed Yudin to perceive its weight, not in terms of mass, but in some extraordinary essence. Yet, he had no time to admire it. Kaido was already before him. A renowned sword? Kaido, possessing an eye for quality, briefly glanced at it, then dismissed it, remarking that no matter how sharp a weapon may be, one must possess the ability to wield it. As he spoke, Kaido swung his kanabo. His formidable conqueror's haki entwined around it, causing the massive weapon to radiate with deep purple luminescence akin to lightning. At this moment, the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged throughout the arena with even greater intensity. The elite forces of the Navy and the Straw Hat crew, including the renowned Roronoa Zoro, who boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million, were on the brink of collapse as he thrust his remaining 2 swords into the ground, striving to maintain his stance. If you possess the ability, then come and defeat me, Kaido bellowed, exuding an unparalleled aura. Opposite him, Yudin casually lifted his sword, Autumn Water, and spoke in a calm tone. Kaido, do not flaunt your conqueror's haki before me. I must inform you that your haki appears feeble and insignificant in my eyes, akin to a child's toy. Chapter 63, The Ultimate Confrontation, The Island's Collapse. Currently, Yudin's conqueror's haki attribute stands at 1,410 points. What is the true extent of the conqueror's haki's power at such a level? Even Yudin himself remains uncertain, ever since he absorbed the energy of a natural-type devil fruit. Enhancing his 3 types of haki, he has yet to test the ultimate power of his conqueror's haki. Prior to that, when his conqueror's haki attributes were merely in the hundreds, he had not attempted any trials. He predominantly employed his Armament Haki. Without practical application, there could be no comparison of damage and power. However, indirect methods of comparison do exist. With an Armament Haki attribute exceeding 1,000, its power is already formidable. Yudin recalled the time when his Armament Haki was only at 1,000 points, and the emitted force had collapsed the Marine headquarters. While it may not be straightforward to directly compare the conqueror's haki attributes to those of Armament Haki, the relative power levels represented by similar values might not be drastically different, allowing for some value in comparative data. If 1,000 points of Armament Haki could obliterate the Marine base, then even if the conqueror's haki attributes are somewhat inflated at 1,410 points, it should at the very least reach the level of an admiral capable of a contest of strength with the 4 emperors. At this moment, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, unleashed the full force of his conqueror's haki, an overwhelming aura that rendered even the most notorious pirates of the Straw Hat crew, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, utterly powerless. Thud. Roronoa Zoro, who was bracing himself with his dual swords, finally succumbed and fell to the ground. The other members of the Straw Hat crew, protected by Rayleigh, began to retreat, still conscious but visibly distressed, as if enduring an immense, crushing pressure. Further afield, the elite Marines observing the battle also began to falter. One by one, the soldiers at the forefront succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it, has Kaido gone mad? Does he intend to annihilate this place? Faced with the sight of his soldiers collapsing one after another, Marine Vice Admiral Doberman was at a loss, lacking the awakened conqueror's haki to safeguard his subordinates. Moreover, typically, the conqueror's haki released by most powerful beings dissipates quickly, providing only a momentary intimidation. Yet, Kaido's conqueror's haki on the battlefield flowed ceaselessly, its fierce intimidation unrelenting, absolutely unreasonable. Were members of the Whitebeard pirates present? They might have gasped in astonishment. Isn't this the style of conqueror's haki wielded by red-haired Shanks? Just recently, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, had visited the Whitebeard pirates, exuding a fearsome aura as he approached Whitebeard, unleashing his conqueror's haki all the way to the meeting. The potency of his haki was such that even the rookie crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, could not withstand it. Collapsing in fright, the rookie members of the Whitebeard pirates were, at the very least, considered great pirates in waters beyond the New World. Boom! Kaido's body trembled violently, his released conqueror's haki intensifying once more, as if to ensure that those who had fallen were not merely unconscious, delivering a ferocious finishing blow. The atmosphere reverberated throughout the auction house, with the ground trembling violently, causing the grand structure to sway back and forth. Boulders larger than carriages crashed down with a thunderous roar, creating deep craters upon impact. With a swift motion, Rayleigh unleashed a wave of sword energy, effortlessly shielding the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, Dalberman struggled against the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki emanating from Kaido, using his sword to shatter several massive stones. Though the fragments could still inflict superficial wounds, the crew and the Navy merely endured the residual effects of the Conqueror's Haki, far less severe than what was directed at Udyan. Had Dalberman, a rear admiral, been in Udyan's position to face Kaido's full force, he would likely have lost consciousness instantly. Yet, Udyan remained unfazed amidst the onslaught of Haki, his expression unchanged, calm and collected. "Kaido, cease your futile endeavors," Udyan remarked nonchalantly, raising his renowned blade. "Chiosue, your Conqueror's Haki is insignificant before me." His words carried an air of indifference, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Kaido, incensed, felt the weight of years of disdain boiling within him. His muscles swelled with power, radiating a brilliant deep purple light as he stomped the ground with ferocity. The earth cracked beneath his feet, fissures spreading like spider webs, while he propelled himself forward, wielding his kanabo high above to strike at Udyan's head. At that moment, Udyan also advanced, unleashing a clear crack in the air with his blade, as if slicing through the very fabric of space. Simultaneously, the armament and Conqueror's Haki surged within him. This time, he did not merely unleash the Armament Haki. He combined it with his formidable 14 10 points of Conqueror's Haki, enveloping Chiosue as he struck at Kaido. The tsunami-like shockwaves of Armament Haki intertwined with the intense Conqueror's Haki, merging to create a remarkable transformation. However, Udyan had no time to delve deeper into this phenomenon. In the blink of an eye, Chiosue collided with Kaido's kanabo, Beiji-je. The ground shattered, sending debris flying. Yet, this was merely the prelude, a testament to the sheer power of two titans clashing. The ensuing shockwave was even more ferocious. Unexpectedly, the sound that resonated from their clash was neither thunderous nor overwhelming. Those still conscious in the arena looked up in confusion. They witnessed the fierce collision of Armament and Conqueror's Haki, both forces refusing to yield, culminating in a powerful surge that shot upward. With a deafening roar, the massive and sturdy dome of the auction house was shattered. The overwhelming shockwave swept through the structure like a tempest, transforming the once enclosed venue into an open-air arena. The ceiling obliterated and portions of the walls crumbled. From above, it resembled the ruins of an ancient Roman amphitheater. The surrounding Navy troops were also affected, many soldiers succumbing to the overwhelming shockwave and losing consciousness. Those stationed farther away, possessing greater strength, were flung backward by the subsequent Armament Haki shockwave. "Retreat immediately. Distancing ourselves from the auction house is imperative," Gumi swiftly commanded, personally directing the withdrawal of his forces. However, as the Navy personnel frantically retreated, a more terrifying event unfolded. The ground beneath their feet began to crack with a series of crisp sounds. From an aerial perspective, one would witness the island fracturing, with the auction house at its epicenter, fissures rapidly spreading across the terrain. It seemed as though the island was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Kizaru, an Unfinished Battle. Oh no, the ground is sinking. The retreating Navy soldiers soon realized the anomaly, their exclamations echoing in alarm. Gumi also sensed the tremors beneath him, but upon turning to assess the situation, his expression shifted to one of horror. The island was indeed splitting. Cracks even marred the ancient Yarkaman red trees. If this continued, the entire island would succumb to ruin. He was incredulous, his body trembling slightly. This archipelago had withstood the test of time for over a millennium, having endured countless battles, yet it had remained resilient. The sturdy archman mangroves of this archipelago serve as the very foundation for its millennia-long existence. However, at this moment, the archman mangrove marked with the colossal numeral 1 on its trunk has inexplicably split from its roots, with the fissure rapidly ascending along the trunk. A split from the roots? Gummier, still incredulous, scrutinized the scene repeatedly until he finally acknowledged the grim reality. His hand trembled around his sword. For it was merely the residual force of their clash that had shattered the archman mangrove. This ancient tree, having withstood countless wars over a millennium, could never have anticipated succumbing to the aftermath of a battle between two formidable titans. Yet, the stark truth lay before him. Boom. Inside the auction house, Udyan and Kaido continued their fierce contest of might, the shockwaves wreaking havoc upon everything in their vicinity. "Alas, these old bones cannot endure such turmoil," Rayleigh remarked. Unable to suppress his exasperation, shaking his head as he began to retreat with the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew. Due to the intensity of the combat between Yudian and Kaido, the naval personnel that had previously surrounded the battlefield were either rendered unconscious or had retreated to a safe distance. This has indeed provided Riley with an opportunity to depart. The venerable Dark King guided the Straw Hat crew swiftly away from the battlefield, seizing the moment when the naval forces were in retreat. He adeptly slipped through the gaps left by their incomplete blockade. "Well, it seems we are safe now," Rayleigh said with a cheerful smile to Chopper and Jinbei. Suddenly, Rayleigh sensed something amiss and quickly looked up. Above, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, was hurtling towards them. It seems to be coming our way," Chopper exclaimed in astonishment as the luminous object drew closer. With a final whoosh, the golden light vanished, revealing a figure before them. It was the Marine Admiral, Kizaru. "Oh, I didn't expect to encounter you here. How frightening." Kizaru initially expressed surprise, but his countenance soon turned grave as he fixed his gaze on a particular figure within the opposing crowd, Roger's pirate crew's vice captain, Dark King Rayleigh. Encountering such a formidable opponent without proper preparation was utterly unforeseen. When Sengoku had dispatched Kizaru to the Sabaody archipelago for support, he had only mentioned the appearance of Kaido, one of the four emperors, without alluding to Dark King Rayleigh. Having just arrived from the West Blue, Kizaru was still bewildered by the battlefield's circumstances, only to be confronted by a powerful adversary unexpectedly. While he was astonished, a lingering doubt crept into his mind. Did Admiral Yudian previously engage in battle alone against Rayleigh and Kaido? Is he truly that strong? As Kizaru furrowed his brow in contemplation, Rayleigh unsheathed his sword once more and grinned. "I must say, encountering you is quite surprising. Yet, life's unpredictability is what makes it interesting, isn't it, Kizaru?" As he spoke, Rayleigh sprang into action, unleashing a swift strike with his blade, sending a sharp wave of sword energy directly towards Kizaru. "Against you, I cannot afford to be careless." Kizaru extended his hands, palms together, and summoned a radiant golden sword from the space between them. "Amaterasu," he declared, gripping the hilt firmly as he struck forward against Rayleigh's blade. The clash of metal rang out, and a flicker of light erupted where their swords met, suggesting that Kizaru's Amaterasu was showing signs of damage. "Oh dear, your strength remains formidable." "How terrifying," Kizaru chuckled, a cut appearing on his cheek, blood trickling forth. However, such a minor injury was inconsequential to him. At that moment, his gaze, hidden behind glasses, swept towards the Straw Hat crew in the background. Those little rascals must be the ones behind the Celestial Dragon incident, right? A cold smirk crept onto Kizaru's lips. Suddenly, he sprang into action. Raising his foot, "Lightspeed kick," he exclaimed, and in an instant, a laser beam erupted forth. With this strike, Kizaru did not hold back, for his opponent was the legendary Dark King. He fought with a degree of seriousness. Unfortunately, Rayleigh acted quickly to intervene, blocking most of the laser's might. Boom. The remaining rays struck behind, causing a violent explosion that affected the nearby Straw Hat crew. Ouch. Chopper and the others were flung backwards, battered and bruised. They were already injured, and this only exacerbated their wounds, blood oozing from each of them. Although Rayleigh did his utmost to obstruct the attack, the serious Kizaru was not easily fooled, and the laser beams continued to rain down upon the Straw Hats, placing them in dire straits. Just then, a massive figure suddenly appeared near the battlefield, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kuma? Upon recognizing the figure, Kizaru furrowed his brow, silently questioning Kuma's intentions. In the next moment, Kuma flashed forward, appearing before Luffy and delivering a swift palm strike. Whoosh! Luffy vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Kuma continued to teleport around the battlefield, effortlessly swatting away the members of the Straw Hat crew. Soon, only Rayleigh, Kizaru, and Kuma remained on the battlefield. "What do you intend to do?" Kizaru questioned coldly, visibly displeased. Kuma did not respond and simply turned away from the battlefield. "Haha. It seems today's battle is off, my younger brother Kizaru." Rayleigh glanced at Kuma's retreating figure, then sheathed his sword and waved at Kizaru, saying, "I shall take my leave. By the way, the new Admiral, Yudian, is still engaged in battle with Kaido at the auction house." As Rayleigh's voice faded, his figure swiftly disappeared. Kizaru initially considered pursuing him, but, upon hearing Rayleigh's final words, hesitated and turned to gaze at the dilapidated human auction house in the distance. Bayou. In a flash of light, Kizaru ascended, almost instantaneously arriving at the battlefield within the auction house. Kaido, prepared for a fierce battle, noticed the unexpected guest and halted his attack. Though he was combative and arrogant, he was not foolish. Challenging two admirals at once was something he would do only in moments of madness, such as when he previously faced the Navy alone. However, he was not in such a state now and had more pressing matters at hand, rescuing Disaster Jack, Flame Jin, and most importantly, his trading partner, Nightmare Don Quixote da Flamingo. Thus, Kaido ceased his assault and had no intention of continuing. On the other side, Yudian also stopped, realizing that today's battle was futile and coming to an end. Chapter 65. An unintentional major incident. Humph. You Navy folks are quick to act. Kaido no longer attacked, standing still with a cold gaze directed at Kizaru. His expression laced with disdain. He understood that with the arrival of a second admiral, the presence of two admirals would necessitate the conclusion of the ongoing battle. Yet, even in the face of two Marine admirals, Kaido remained unafraid, unconcerned about a potential encirclement by the Navy. He had challenged the entire Navy on multiple occasions. Next time we meet, I shall surely defeat you. Before departing, Kaido proclaimed with certainty, asserting that the day would not be far off. With that, he erupted into boisterous laughter, his reckless demeanor exuding defiance. Kizaru, who had just arrived at the battlefield, stroked his chin with intrigue and remarked, "It seems you have set your sights on Admiral Yudian? Such a battle piques my interest. However, if you wish to leave now, you might want to consult my opinion first." A glint flashed in Kizaru's glasses as he suddenly raised his leg and launched a kick towards Kaido from a distance. Lightspeed kick. Behold, a dazzling golden light enveloped Kizaru's foot. In the next instant, he moved at light speed to Kaido's side, delivering a powerful kick. Boom. The lightspeed strike connected with Kaido's waist, exploding with violent radiance. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing both figures once more. Kizaru maintained his kicking motion, while Kaido, struck at the waist, remained standing, unharmed. The waist, a vital and vulnerable part of the human body, appeared dark and bruised, not from the kick itself, but from the effects of Haki enveloping and enhancing his defense. Clearly, Kizaru's lightspeed kick had failed to inflict any damage on Kaido. "Ah, your defensive capabilities remain astonishing," Kizaru exclaimed in surprise. Before he could withdraw, Kaido swiftly reached out, grasping his ankle and forcefully throwing him to the ground. Kaido's attack was sudden and rapid. Leaving little room for reaction, Kizaru crashed against the rocky earth. Bang! Yow! Amid exaggerated cries, Kizaru's form shattered into light, as if his body had been utterly broken by the impact. Humph! Don't play such tricks in front of me, Kizaru. Kaido, aware that Kizaru would not be easily killed or severely injured, felt insulted and grunted in dissatisfaction. Buzz! Nearby, a flurry of light particles rapidly coalesced into a humanoid form. Soon, Kizaru emerged from the luminescent mass, laughing heartily. "Do not be alarmed. It was merely a jest. I had no intention of fooling a Yonko with such trivial tactics." Humph. Kaido turned away, casting a final cold glance at Yudian before departing. Puff. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the skies. The auction house, devoid of a ceiling, posed no obstacle. The admirals present made no move to intercept Kaido. Kizaru had little to say. He was accustomed to coasting along, having not exerted himself in the crucial Marineford War, let alone risking his life now, with insufficient reason to engage in a fierce battle with the Yonko. It was simply unrealistic. Probing actions were about the extent of his willingness. As for Yudian, his initial purpose in coming here was not to engage in combat, nor to confront Dark King Rayleigh or Yonko Kaido, but merely to observe and enjoy a leisurely visit, treating it as a relaxation before the storm. Matters such as the Celestial Dragon incident, capturing the instigators and culprits, held no interest for him. He would not seek vengeance for the Celestial Dragons. Well then, it is time for us to return. Yudian turned around and surveyed the surroundings. Kaido had departed, leaving only Yudian, Kizaru, and the three unconscious Celestial Dragons alongside other incapacitated individuals, primarily naval soldiers, with a few merchants and tourists who had been trapped in the auction house. Even the formidable Vice Admiral Doberman had retreated from the auction site, unable to withstand the aftershocks of the fierce battle between Yudian and Kaido. Among the unconscious, many had been injured due to the skirmish, with several sustaining severe wounds, including the three Celestial Dragons. At this moment, these three were bleeding profusely, with dozens of visible injuries adorning their bodies. Fortunately, the Navy had prepared doctors, highly skilled professionals who quickly arrived at the auction house to staunch the bleeding of the Celestial Dragons, promptly stabilizing their conditions. Remarkably, after administering medication, one middle-aged Celestial Dragon began to regain consciousness. "Damn it! How dare you lay hands on the noble Celestial Dragons?" This middle-aged Celestial Dragon, named Roseward, bellowed angrily at the guards and naval soldiers before him. Initially, after Kaido's departure, the naval forces on the scene had commenced their withdrawal, as there were no pirates remaining. However, Roseward obstinately commanded the Navy to pursue the pirates, particularly targeting the perpetrators known as the Straw Hat Crew. Unfortunately, the Straw Hat Crew had long since fled, leaving the naval officers present with no choice but to inform him of the truth. "What? You let the Straw Hat Crew escape?" Roseward erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at the naval vice-admiral, vehemently cursing, "You worthless naval officers. If you do not capture the Straw Hat Crew immediately, I will have you all executed." With that, Roseward pulled a firearm from his person, aiming it squarely at the vice-admiral's head. Fueled by rage, he disregarded his own severe injuries, kicking away the doctor who was treating him, and relentlessly demanded the immediate capture of the Straw Hat Crew, insisting they be brought before him before nightfall. At this moment, the naval forces found themselves devoid of any means to delay, utterly helpless, especially since the Straw Hat Crew had long since fled, refusing to linger and wait for capture. Furthermore, the latest intelligence from the front lines revealed that Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had sent the Straw Hat Crew flying, with only Kuma knowing their precise destination. The naval admiral communicating with the Celestial Dragon, Roseward, was completely at a loss. Subsequently, Doberman and Gumir arrived. Yet they too were incapable of executing the orders from the Celestial Dragon. "Incompetence. All of you naval admirals are utterly useless." Roseward berated Doberman and the other admirals vehemently. Despite Doberman's fury, his eyes narrowed and fists clenched, he refrained from retaliating, as they were in the presence of a Celestial Dragon. "Where is your naval admiral? Have him come here at once." Roseward shouted again with indignation and arrogance. Upon spotting Udian, who appeared nonchalant and was preparing to leave the auction house, he erupted in fury, outrageous. "As a naval admiral, how can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Bring the Straw Hat Crew to me immediately. Otherwise, I will have you dismissed from your position." As if still unsatisfied, Roseward added menacingly, "I shall have you imprisoned and impelled down." Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the venue. The naval officers present were acutely aware that the Celestial Dragon, Roseward, was likely to follow through on his threats, and the Navy's handling of the Celestial Dragon incident had been far from satisfactory. The commanding admiral could very well face repercussions. How infuriating! The arrogance of the Celestial Dragons knows no bounds. The naval personnel seethed with indignation, yet found themselves powerless against the Celestial Dragon's whims, turning their gazes towards Judian. At that moment, Judian was also surveying his surroundings, searching for the other admiral who had arrived earlier, Kizaru. How peculiar. Where could that fellow have vanished to? He was just here moments ago. As Judian failed to locate Kizaru, a realization struck him. This indolent monkey of an Admiral wouldn't he have fled, would he? Quite the slippery one indeed. Meanwhile, having exited the auction house, Kizaru was grinning broadly. "Haha. I'm afraid it's your turn to deal with this, Admiral Judian." Although he spoke those words, his nonchalant smile betrayed any semblance of regret. Inside the auction house, Roseward, in a fit of rage, aimed his firearm at Judian and fired without hesitation. "I am a Celestial Dragon. How dare you defy my orders? Die." With a sharp bang, the bullet hurtled towards Judian but abruptly halted mid-air, suspended as Judian unleashed his haki. "How unbearable! You detestable Celestial Dragons!" Judian retorted, turning with a disdainful snort. Suddenly, a tremendous shockwave infused with Conqueror's haki erupted forth. With a resounding crash, Roseward was sent hurtling through the air, his body shredding mid-flight and blood splattering in every direction. Outside the auction house, Kizaru, preparing to return to the base, sensed something amiss and turned sharply toward the auction venue, his expression grave. Chapter 66, A Frightening Encounter. And it's over. The naval personnel in retreat turned back in shock, witnessing the massive structure of the auction house tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. Yet, the ground beneath them felt stable, indicating that this phenomenon was confined to the auction house itself. What on earth is happening over there? The admiral leading the retreat furrowed his brow. However, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from sending anyone to investigate. Surely, with an admiral present, nothing catastrophic could occur. He reassured himself, rising once more to direct the naval forces in their withdrawal. Meanwhile, within the auction house, the shockwave of Judian's haki and Conqueror's haki persisted. Roseward, still airborne, was already bloodied and battered. The dual haki's overwhelming force had instantly torn his debauched body apart, leaving a multitude of lacerations. The most grievous wound even exposed his bone. Such severe injuries rendered survival impossible. In truth, Roseward had ceased to breathe even while suspended in the air. His eyes wide open, blood oozing from his sockets. With a dull thud, Roseward's lifeless body crashed against the wall, producing a faint sound. The celestial dragon, Roseward is dead? The guards nearby gaped in horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were the guards of the celestial dragons, akin to combat-ready slaves. Should the celestial dragon they served meet an untimely demise, they too would likely face death. Oh no. At that moment, another guard, trembling as he retreated, inadvertently stepped upon a corpse, crying out in terror. Charlos. Lord Charlos is dead too. There lay Charlos, the celestial dragon and Roseward's son. His rotund form now lifeless on the ground, split open and bleeding profusely, mirroring his father's fate. This individual did not meet his demise with his eyes wide open, nor did he even experience the pangs of pain, for he was struck by the dual-colored aura while in a state of unconsciousness, his body splitting apart, resulting in instantaneous death. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At least the deceased experienced no suffering, did they? Roseward and Charles have both perished. The guards were on the brink of madness. The demise of these two celestial dragons likely heralded their own impending demise as well. What of the Shaluya Palace? A contingent of guards hastily scanned their surroundings, eventually locating the final celestial dragon present, Shaluya, the daughter of Roseward and sister of Charles. Once haughty and imperious, Shaluya now resembled a different person entirely, cowering in a corner, her body trembling incessantly, her wide eyes staring vacantly ahead as she muttered incoherently. They're dead, all dead. Please, do not kill me. This woman had seemingly been driven to madness by fear. The traumatic impact of witnessing her father and brother succumb to a gruesome fate was insurmountable. A physician approached to assess her condition and could only shake his head in resignation. Such symptoms are exceedingly difficult to remedy. Within a mere span of minutes, 3 celestial dragons had either met their end or succumbed to insanity, a reality that the guards found impossible to accept. Shaluya Palace has gone mad. Are we truly to perish? The guards shed tears, filled with a sense of profound injustice. However, the nearby naval soldiers showed no sympathy for these individuals, fearing repercussions. They would have done well to avoid serving as guards to the celestial dragons in the first place. Those who sought to bask in the privileges of the celestial dragons should have contemplated their potential fate in advance. The soldiers watched with indifference, though they too felt a twinge of astonishment. After all, the fallen were celestial dragons, and they had been slain by the very hands of a naval admiral. Such matters will undoubtedly prompt the world government to seek accountability. Regardless of the decisions made by the world government, I shall unwaveringly support Admiral Udien. Suddenly, a naval officer spoke solemnly, articulating his stance. His words swiftly garnered the endorsement of nearly all naval personnel present. Just then, a brilliant light surged into the auction hall. It was Admiral Kazuru, who, sensing something amiss, returned to this location. However, upon his arrival, he beheld the gruesome remains of Roseward and Charlos, as well as the deranged Shaluya cowering in the corner. Kazuru paused in silence before turning to Udien, speaking gravely. Admiral Udien, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? Even he, in this moment, could not maintain his flippant demeanor and was compelled to address the situation with earnestness. Oh, they are truly dead? Udien responded, astonished, before shaking his head in resignation, remarking, these celestial dragons are utterly useless, collapsing at the slightest fright. The words left the naval personnel present in a state of astonishment. Were you under the impression that those 2 celestial dragons were merely feigning death? They were, in fact, mangled and torn apart. And do you intimidate others utilizing the Conqueror's Haki? As the crowd fell into a stunned silence, Kazara retrieved a transponder snail to contact Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Such a significant event warranted the attention of the fleet admiral, Kazara thought to himself, as he was reluctant to grapple with such a troublesome matter. Chapter 67. Just when I wanted a break. At Marineford, within the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku had just assigned several rear admirals with defensive military tasks. In the execution of this defensive mission, prior to the Day of Reckoning, the Navy's defensive measures were rendered thoroughly comprehensive, alleviating fears of potential assaults. Addressing this matter allowed the war-torn nation to experience a modicum of relief, granting them a moment to breathe. Previously, a series of unforeseen events had transpired. First, the Whitebeard pirates launched a sudden attack, annihilating over 10 naval vessels in one fell swoop. Subsequently, the Shabandi archipelago was shaken by the shocking celestial dragon incident. In addition to these occurrences, There were other significant events, such as the annihilation of the Don Quixote family by Udians and the capture of Drought Jack and Flame Ember, among others. These incidents necessitate the direct intervention of Marshal Sengoku. Otherwise, the potential for a more significant and severe fallout becomes exceedingly concerning. The capture of the Don Quixote family and the notorious Drought Jack and Flamejinx, if mishandled, could easily provoke a large-scale retaliation from one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates. In such a scenario, the Navy would find itself contending with assaults from two major factions of the four emperors. A daunting challenge even for the world's most formidable force. At last, the matters have been resolved. Sengoku removed his glasses, rubbing his forehead in weariness. Yet his tone conveyed a sense of relief, as he now awaited the day of execution in silence. He was interrupted mid-musing by the ringing of a transponder snail. It was a communication from Admiral Kizaru stationed in the Sabaody archipelago. On the other end, Kizaru succinctly relayed the unfolding crisis, each statement laden with significance. For Sengoku. Each of Kizaru's words struck like thunder, leaving him momentarily speechless. Soon, Kizaru concluded his report and promptly ended the call, displaying an eagerness to move on. Meanwhile, Sengoku remained in a daze, the implications of Kizaru's words reverberating in his mind. Two celestial dragons, deceased? One insane? The stark simplicity of this information was disconcerting. Sengoku found it difficult to accept such an outcome. He had dispatched help to rescue, not to kill. Attempting to grasp the reasoning, he ultimately attributed the matter to the inexperience and impetuosity of Admiral Udian. Regrettably, he lamented that he should have sent Kizaru for assistance instead. Upon learning of the Celestial Dragon incident, Sengoku's immediate thought had been to assign Kizaru to the Sabaody archipelago, but Kizaru had ended up in the distant West Blue. Had Sengoku sent Kizaru, the delay would have merely incurred criticism from higher-ups. He had opted for proximity, dispatching Udian instead, despite concerns regarding the latter's youthful impulsiveness. Never could he have anticipated Udian's utter recklessness, resulting in the deaths of celestial dragons. They were not merely livestock, but celestial dragons, summarily executed. This was indeed a grave predicament. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Although the situation was dire and challenging to navigate, it required resolution. After a moment of contemplation, he rose, ordering the Navy in the Sabaody archipelago to return while drafting a battle report intended for higher authorities, ultimately reaching the world government's five elders. The ramifications of the Celestial Dragon's demise were too significant for the fleet admiral to manage alone. A higher authority must decide. Before long, the doors of the admiral's conference room swung open, and figures hurried in and out, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Orders were disseminated, and documents were escalated, culminating in a presentation before the supreme power of the world government, the five elders. Concurrently, the substantial naval reinforcements that had been sent to the Sabaody archipelago returned to headquarters, with Udian among them, following the fleet back. Udian led the way, followed closely by Kizaru, a pair of admirals moving in a manner reminiscent of escorting a prisoner. In truth, due to the prior incident involving the celestial dragons, Udian's status could be considered that of a half-prisoner. Udian seemed unfazed, after all. He had inadvertently killed a celestial dragon and recognized that such actions were indefensible. He intended to clarify the situation with Marshal Sengoku earnestly. Minutes later, Udian entered the conference room, greeted by Sengoku's stern demeanor. "Speak," Sengoku commanded, standing behind the desk, his expression serious as he awaited an explanation. "You were instructed to rescue and capture pirates. How is it that the pirates escaped while two celestial dragons are dead?" Sengoku, despite his lack of fondness for the celestial dragons, acknowledged it was his duty to manage the situation. "It was an accident," Udian replied earnestly. "The pirates got away, and I became agitated, using a bit of Conqueror's Haki, and those two fools ended up dead." Realizing the inappropriateness of his phrasing, Udian quickly added, "I apologize. I couldn't find a term more fitting than fools to describe them. I doubt even a homeless person begging on the street would perish from a mere flicker of Haki." Listening to Udian's seemingly rational explanation only darkened Sengoku's expression further, revealing his ire. "Admiral Udian, do you comprehend the implications of killing those two celestial dragons?" Sengoku inhaled deeply. "Speaking with gravity, do not deflect responsibility, it is futile. Regardless of your rank as a fleet admiral, you must be held accountable." With the day of execution approaching and an inevitable confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates looming, Sengoku aimed to consolidate forces, particularly high-tier combatants. Fleet admirals can significantly alter the course of battle. Despite Udian's actions, Sengoku hoped to retain him to bolster the Navy's strength and enhance their chances of victory. Regrettably, the matter was beyond his purview. Sengoku's expression shifted, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh. I have reported this incident. The proposed course of action will likely involve your imprisonment and impel down. The consequences for different individuals are contingent upon the nature of the incident and their status. For example, if a civilian or ordinary pirate were to kill a celestial dragon, the outcome would be immediate execution. However, for a fleet admiral responsible for the demise of a celestial dragon, the response would differ significantly. Imprisonment would be the most probable course of action. Given the strength of a fleet admiral, the potential for resistance and the ensuing destruction must be considered, especially with impending war and the Navy's inability to absorb substantial losses. Thus, confinement and impel down emerges as the most prudent solution. However, while imprisonment may be preferable to execution, it nonetheless entails a loss of personal freedom, an unacceptable reality for most, particularly for fleet admirals. For instance, should Kazara be consigned to a life of darkness and impelled down, he would undoubtedly refuse. Yet for Udyan, imprisonment? Impelled down? Udyan's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight as he clapped his hands and laughed. Perfect. I was just considering taking a break. Udyan's remark stunned everyone present. Even Sengoku, seasoned and worldly, found himself momentarily taken aback. A break? Is he truly perceiving impelled down as a vacation spot? On the other hand, Kizaru echoed the incredulity, incredulously asserting, Admiral Udyan, the place you speak of is impelled down, not a tourist attraction. The admonition from Kazara carries a chilling undertone, seemingly intended to awaken Udyan to his true predicament, which could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. However, Udyan appears oblivious to the subtext, cheerfully replying, It's a vacation, isn't it? For us in the Navy, any place is just fine. Speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to vacation and impel down yet. I must make sure to explore it thoroughly. Udyan is not merely engaging in idle chatter. He genuinely intends to take the opportunity to tour once he arrives at impel down. After all, that location is renowned as the world's foremost underwater prison, instilling terror in countless pirates across the globe. The mere mention of its name can send the faint-hearted into a state of panic. Such a place, how could it not be thoroughly explored? After all, Udyan had already decided to seek out Domino, the deputy warden of the prison, as his guide, intending to meticulously traverse the 6 levels beneath impel down. As for why he did not choose Magellan, the warden, as his guide, the reason was simple. Udyan desired a beautiful guide, someone pleasing to the eye, nothing more. Haha, you truly are an optimist, General Udyan. Kazara could think of no other words and could only admire Udyan's optimistic demeanor with a smile. Regardless, this matter had little to do with him. He was merely a bystander. However, for Admiral Sengoku, who was personally handling this incident, it was not so easy. He could not afford the luxury of mere observation. Sigh. Sengoku shook his head in resignation, realizing he could offer no further persuasion. He could only articulate his premeditated plan. I will exert every effort to persuade the world government, hoping to grant you an opportunity to redeem your mistakes and establish merit. Sengoku still hoped for a chance of reprieve, believing that the more high-ranking combatants they had in the war against the Whitebeard pirates, the better. In comparison to the grave incident concerning the celestial dragons, the death of one of them seemed trivial, as long as the Gorosei agreed to temporarily suspend Udyan's imprisonment, and Udyan subsequently achieved significant merit during the war, it would be entirely possible to absolve him of the culpability for the death of a celestial dragon. Nevertheless, being confined and impelled down could indeed be seen as a form of rest. Sengoku recalled that Udyan had recently been on a continuous mission, returning to headquarters only to prepare for battle, hardly having the chance to rest properly. Perhaps spending some time in impel down to clear his mind would be a wise choice, allowing him to temper his brash personality. Contemplating this, Sengoku found himself wavering. For Udyan was still quite young and had the potential to serve as an admiral for decades. A few years of confinement would hardly matter. At this moment, both Udyan and Kazara had left the conference room, leaving Sengoku alone to ponder, uncertain and unable to find a suitable person to discuss his thoughts with. Suddenly, the din mushi rang. It was a communication from the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei. Sengoku, the newly appointed Admiral Udyan does not need to be dealt with for the time being. The first words from the Gorosei astonished Sengoku, and what followed left him utterly bewildered. The act of killing a celestial dragon is indeed an unforgivable sin. However, as he is an admiral with considerable merit, his punishment may be deferred. Remember, your primary mission as the Navy is to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. You must eliminate the so-called Yonko force in the New World. The Din Din Mushi echoed with authoritative and unwavering voices as the 5 Gorosei members spoke in succession, expressing their opinions and stances. Clearly, the Gorosei had reached a consensus. Udian would not be punished, not even verbally, and their focus would be on confronting the Whitebeard pirates. After hearing the Gorosei's decision, Sengoku suddenly recalled his earlier thought of imprisoning Udian and impelled down to temper his character. He felt a surge of realization and spoke gravely. I understand that confronting the Whitebeard pirates is our Navy's most pressing task. However, the act of killing a celestial dragon is too heinous to go unpunished. Otherwise, it could embolden other factions, leading to further deaths among the celestial dragons. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was now actively requesting punishment for Admiral Udian. Yet, more strangely, the Gorosei, hailing from the celestial dragon lineage, categorically refused. Sengoku, do not question our decision. Execute the orders. The Gorosei were resolute, firmly commanding that Udian not be punished. Ultimately, Sengoku had no choice but to accept their command. How peculiar, why were the Gorosei so insistent? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku remained perplexed, wondering incredulously why they did not wish to protect the privileges and dignity of the celestial dragons. Or perhaps there was another reason compelling them to act thus. Sengoku sat behind his desk, silently contemplating and speculating, yet he could glean nothing. He could not fathom that one of his speculations was indeed true. The Gorosei had made this decision for a very significant reason, even going so far as to personally call Sengoku to prevent him from punishing Udian. Little did he expect that there would come a day when killing a celestial dragon would go unpunished. In the grand and opulent halls of power, a voice from among the Gorosei resonated, followed by a flurry of conversations. This will undoubtedly diminish the celestial dragon's influence. We must not doubt this decision. Indeed, after all, at that moment, an announcement echoed from outside the grand hall, declaring that a celestial dragon wished to pay a visit. Chapter 69, M's Decision. The entire world is aware that the celestial dragon lineage enjoys unparalleled privileges, being regarded as the so-called world nobles, or the sovereigns of the realm. Hence the existence of the warlords of the sea. However, few are cognizant of the fact that the supreme authorities of the world government, the Gorosei, also hail from the celestial dragon lineage and hold the highest rank among them. Under such an established order, ordinary celestial dragons seldom concern themselves with the affairs of the world government. After all, why would one not relish a life of leisure, devoid of labor, where desires are readily fulfilled? Is the exquisite wine unpalatable, or have the beautiful women lost their allure? A prolonged life of indulgence has rendered most celestial dragons disinterested in the machinations of the world government. Yet today, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen, primarily due to the recent murder of a celestial dragon, which bears significant implications for them. This time, we must exert every effort to persuade the Gorosei to impose severe punishment upon the perpetrator responsible for the death of our kin. One by one, the celestial dragons entered the grand hall of supreme authority, their faces taut, their spirits weighed down, utterly disinterested in wine or women. It is no jest. When one's life is on the line, there is little room for revelry. Should the culprit not face public execution, the safety of the celestial dragons would be gravely compromised. More than 20 ordinary celestial dragons proceeded deep into the hall, standing before the Gorosei. They dispersed into a crescent formation, subtly encircling the Gorosei opposite them. What do you intend to do? One of the Gorosei inquired coldly, not even bothering to rise, clearly dismissive of the rotund figures before him. This is not a place for your kind. Return at once. Do not impede our work. A series of icy remarks reverberated throughout the hall. The once formidable cadre of celestial dragons exchanged glances, rendered mute by the scathing reprimands. Their status within the celestial dragon lineage was inherently inferior to that of the Gorosei, who could be likened to their superiors, akin to deputy leaders, perhaps. In any context, to oppose a leader is to risk being labeled as a threat to the established order, which would inevitably lead to repercussions. In a moment of heated impulse, the ordinary celestial dragons confronted the 5 elders, suddenly recalling the possibility of punishment from them after this incident. An uneasy silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. It was the 5 elders who broke the tension. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to provide you with an explanation? With your standing? The 5 elders cast a disdainful gaze upon the more than 20 celestial dragons before them. Although they were of the same lineage, they were perceived as ineffectual. Well, since you desire to know the truth, let me enlighten you. This matter was indeed meant to be communicated to you, one of the 5 elders declared. What followed left the ordinary celestial dragons in utter shock. There would be no repercussions for the perpetrator who had slain a celestial dragon. This was the decree of Lord Emu. Do you still wish to question Lord Emu's decision? After delivering this proclamation, the 5 elders fixed their piercing gazes once more on the ordinary celestial dragons. But this time, their stares were not merely frigid, they brimmed with palpable menace. No one could dare oppose Lord Emu's judgment, not even the celestial dragons themselves. Since it is Lord Emu's decision, it must undoubtedly be correct. Indeed, Lord Emu is surely right. We were in the wrong. One by one, the ordinary celestial dragons swiftly recognized their errors, bowing their proud heads, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Even those few who still harbored lingering resentment found themselves silenced under the weight of Lord Emu's authority. The celestial dragons were nominally the sovereigns of the world. The 5 elders held the highest rank among them, and Lord Emu was the true king among the celestial dragons, the only one worthy of the empty throne. Soon, amidst a flurry of fear, the ordinary celestial dragons hastily retreated from the grand hall of the world government's power. The magnificent hall once again fell into emptiness and tranquility. Did Lord Im foresee something? Although I am perplexed by Lord Im's decision this time, we must never question this esteemed figure. The course of history shall be determined by Lord Im's choices. Therefore, we stand as the bearers of the sword. Within the hall, the 5 elders engaged in solemn discourse, exchanging perspectives and speculating upon Lord Im's resolution. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Yudian had yet to receive the latest updates from Sengoku regarding the situation, but he was already prepared to embark on a vacation to Impel Down. Upon arrival, he intended to select Domino as his guide, preferring to keep the likes of Magellan and Hannibal, those brutish figures, at bay. Yudian had already chosen his vacation guide, and he harbored no concerns about the latter's willingness. After all, strength is the ultimate truth, especially in Impel Down, where power reigns supreme. In this light, it appears that life in Impel Down may be far more relaxed and enjoyable than that within the Navy. Yudian brimmed with anticipation for his forthcoming life in Impel Down. However, at that moment, his din mushy rang. Admiral Yudian, a decision regarding your case has been reached, came Sengoku's serious voice through the device. Yudian then learned that he had not faced any penalties, nor even a verbal reprimand. Such an outcome was utterly unforeseen by him. After all, how could a naval admiral ever anticipate that he would kill 2 celestial dragons and drive another to madness, only to face no repercussions? Could it be that he intended to encourage others to hunt celestial dragons? Yudian speculated that the world government's Gorosei, those 5 ancient schemers who had lived for an unfathomable time, were likely orchestrating a grand scheme to ensnare others. While many may be oblivious, he, as a traverser, possessed a clear understanding. The Gorosei were even older than the previous fleet admiral before Sengoku, the legendary Steelbone Kong, and had witnessed numerous significant events. For instance, the God Valley incident nearly 40 years ago, and the O'Hara incident over 20 years ago, during the era of the former pirate king, Rox. The Gorosei had already wielded supreme power over the world. To suggest that these individuals acted solely based on whims, devoid of any ulterior motives, would be utterly implausible to Yudian. The only logical explanation was that something sinister was afoot. Could it also involve him? Yudian was aware of Im's identity and secretly pondered whether this resolution bore Im's influence. Regardless of whether the decision-makers were the Gorosei or Im, it was evident that a profound conspiracy lay beneath. Having witnessed numerous long-term conspiratorial schemes orchestrated by those in power, Yudian had developed a keen sense for detecting the pervasive sin of intrigue. The question arose, would he accept such an outcome? For others, the resolution of a situation might appear unilateral. Whatever decisions their superiors made, they were compelled to endure. However, for Yudian, the resolution held a certain selectivity. If he disdained the outcome, he was entirely at liberty to reject it. After a moment's contemplation, a spark ignited within Yudian's mind, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Why ponder so much? As long as his strength was formidable enough, what need had he to fear any conspiracy? He recalled that this was not the Earth of his previous life, but a world where power resided within oneself. With the aid of the attribute system, his personal abilities could be infinitely amplified. In due course, would the likes of Im and the 5 elders withstand even a single blow from him? A curiosity stirred within him regarding their schemes. A smile emerged on Yudian's face. When Im and the 5 elders believed their machinations had succeeded, they would soon discover that the roles had long since reversed. They had become the prey, while Yudian was the true hunter. What expressions would these individuals wear at that moment? Yudian eagerly anticipated the revelation. Chapter 70, Akai News Warning, Whitebeard's shock. Ultimately, Udian's plan to infiltrate Impel Down met with failure. Yet, it was not a complete defeat, for in just a few days, it would be the day of execution for the prisoner Ace. Before that fateful day arrived, Ace would be extracted from the depths of Impel Down and escorted to the execution platform at the Navy headquarters. This task had been previously assigned to Udian, who would eventually enter the advancing city, not as a prisoner, but rather in the esteemed capacity of an admiral from the Navy headquarters. Thus, the Celestial Dragon incident would come to a conclusive end. However, Udian felt it premature to declare total resolution. Nevertheless, for the time being, the repercussions of this event would not further escalate. Both the Navy and the world government would now focus their energies on a singular, significant endeavor, the execution of Ace, alongside confronting one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. In the subsequent days, the two other admirals, Akainu and Akiji, who had been dispatched to the New World to monitor the activities of the four emperors, gradually returned to the Navy headquarters with their respective forces. At this juncture, all four admirals convened at the Navy headquarters, summoning over 100,000 elite naval personnel from across the globe. It could be said that 90% of the Navy's combat strength was concentrated at the headquarters, while the remaining forces, scattered throughout various global outposts, consisted merely of ordinary garrison troops with limited combat capabilities. On that day, upon returning to headquarters, Akainu and Akiji encountered Admiral Udian in the plaza of the base. Admiral Udian, I have heard that you recently accomplished something monumental. Akiji approached with a cheerful demeanor, his tone laced with genuine admiration. You even took down a celestial dragon. That is truly astonishing. Akiji's words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from sincere respect. At least, he himself would never dare to openly eliminate a celestial dragon, no matter how much he resented them, for those world nobles ultimately represent the face of the world government and must not be easily targeted. In response to Akiji's praise, Udian humbly remarked, it was merely a trivial matter. At that moment, the approaching Akainu let out a heavy cold snort upon hearing the words. His voice laced with fury. To brazenly slay a celestial dragon is utterly reckless. General Udian, how do you intend to account for this matter? Akainu's anger surged, and the magma flames erupted from his body, suggesting an imminent confrontation. However, Udian's response was strikingly indifferent. He languidly stifled a yawn and casually remarked, they're merely celestial dragons. Killing them is inconsequential. What impact does it have? Impact? Akainu erupted with rage, the magma surging to heights of several dozen meters, his fury palpable. Do you not care for the reputation of the world government and the Navy? As Akainu spoke, the magma roared violently, taking on a volcanic shape, as if ready to erupt at any moment. During this period, sporadic splashes of magma seared deep, charred pits into the nearby rocky terrain. Some of the magma splattered before Udian, yet was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Throughout the entire ordeal, Udian exhibited no indication of employing any abilities, as if his body instinctively shielded him from the molten splashes. This scene profoundly amplifies the enigmatic nature of the character, as there is a palpable gravity in Akainu's gaze directed towards Udian. At that moment, upon hearing Akainu's previous remarks, Udian's previously nonchalant demeanor abruptly shifted to one of solemnity. Akainu, we are both members of the Navy. Why should we concern ourselves with the perceptions and opinions of the world government? Udian retorted coldly, exuding no fear, and countered with an inquiry directed at Akainu. As members of the Navy, we are tasked with upholding justice. Those who transgress against it must be dealt with. So, Akainu, do the actions of the celestial dragons not violate the principles of Navy justice? Or do you, as an admiral, also endorse their supreme privileges? Udian's voice was soft, yet each word deepened the shadow upon Akainu's countenance. When he finished speaking, Akainu's entire expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. It was evident that Akainu was seething with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words to refute Udian. Previously, Akainu had always championed the doctrine of absolute justice. Yet today, he found himself confronted directly by Udian, who wielded the very principle of absolute justice against him. In truth, Akainu had largely come to tacitly accept Udian's actions against the celestial dragons, though, true to his character, he would never concede this openly. Humph, take care of yourself. With a disdainful snort, Akainu turned and departed, retracting the magma that had surged forth, returning his form to that of an ordinary human. The situation brought considerable relief to the nearby gathered naval forces. A prelude to war must not be marred by internal discord. Fortunately, the two admirals refrained from engaging in conflict. They understood that Akainu's temperament was notoriously volatile, and his decision to withdraw was, under the circumstances, the most favorable outcome. However, as the onlookers silently rejoiced, Yudian observed Akainu's retreating figure with a furrowed brow and spoke up. You think you can simply walk away after causing such a ruckus? Remember, you owe me a favor today. While others may fear Akainu, Yudian felt no such trepidation, demanding a favor publicly, despite the bewildered glances directed at him. Was a matter of principle. His declaration sent a palpable chill through the ranks of the Navy, rendering them breathless. In the distance, Akainu paused momentarily. Though it was merely a fleeting hesitation before he resumed his departure, the naval officers breathed a collective sigh of relief, believing that Akainu had dismissed Yudian's words. However, Akiji, standing nearby, grasped the situation with astonishment and remarked to Yudian, Akainu actually acknowledged your statement. That is indeed a rarity. Having been comrades with Akainu for many years, Akiji was well acquainted with his character, allowing him to make such an observation. Is that so? He recognizes that he owes me a favor? Yudian mused, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Akainu was not entirely lacking in decency after all. Yudian stroked his chin, offering a comprehensive evaluation. Meanwhile, amidst the tense and bustling preparations at the Navy headquarters, details regarding the Celestial Dragon incident began to circulate. Naturally, the dissemination of information took time. Yet for those well-informed factions, acquiring specific intelligence was not a daunting task. At this moment, aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. In a certain sea region of the New World, Whitebeard held a report concerning the Celestial Dragon incident, as he sipped his drink and perused the document. His initially indifferent demeanor gradually turned grave. 2 celestial dragons were slain, and there were no repercussions. Whitebeard was astounded upon finishing the report. Old man, the source of this intelligence is absolutely reliable, Marco stated with a serious expression, stepping forward. The newly appointed Admiral Yudian brazenly killed 2 celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. It is said the last one was driven insane with fright. Under normal circumstances, such an offense would be utterly unforgivable in the eyes of the world government. Yet, curiously, following the incident, the perpetrator, Admiral Yudian, faced no punishment whatsoever. According to the intelligence, Admiral Yudian remained unharmed and was still stationed at the Navy headquarters. Marco provided a detailed explanation, ensuring the other division members present comprehended the entire sequence of events. It was evident that any reasonably intelligent individual could discern the peculiarities surrounding this affair. Of course, there were plausible explanations. The world government must be concerned that the current strength of the Navy cannot contend with us, which is why they have temporarily refrained from dealing with Yudian, murmured Diamond Joju, the captain of the 3rd Division. The importance of admirals as combat forces was not lost on the world government, who surely wished to avoid squandering their resources. This interpretation of events is rather superficial, swiftly inviting rebuttals. You are being overly simplistic, Jaws, remarked Flower Sword Vista, crossing his arms and furrowing his brow in contemplation. The world government does not hold us in such high regard, and the notion of first appeasing, then punishing is not in their character. Upon hearing this, the attendees fell into a profound silence. Even the rebutted Diamond Jaws lowered his head in reflection. As Flower Sword Vista articulated, the world government, as the nominal rulers of the world, has always acted with an air of tyranny, rarely hesitating once a decision is made. Indeed, many aboard the Whitebeard ship still recall the world-shattering O'Hara incident. It is certain that the world government is concocting some nefarious scheme, Marco calmly analyzed. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly rose, his massive Nodachi striking the deck with a resounding force, exuding an aura of formidable strength and unwavering confidence. No matter what schemes those 5 old geezers concoct, they cannot impede me. I am Whitebeard. His thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, causing the sea to churn with waves. In the next instant, Whitebeard waved his hand. Prepare to set sail, my sons. Soon, the formidable Moby Dick, resembling a colossal whale, willingly submerged into the depths of the ocean. With several days remaining until the day of reckoning, it was evident that the Whitebeard pirates were taking proactive measures, commencing their operations in advance. In the New World, at the headquarters of the red-haired pirates, the flagship, the Red Force, bobbed rhythmically with the waves along the island shore. Most of the crew had already boarded the vessel, leaving behind a contingent of pirates led by red-haired Shanks. At that moment, a group of officials was gathered together, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding a piece of intelligence. The demise of the Celestial Dragons is a monumental event. The world government cannot simply let this pass. The corpulent Locky Lu was somewhat agitated. However, based on the current intelligence available, it was evident that Yudian had not faced any repercussions. Yasubu lowered his gaze to the intelligence, calmly responding. If this information holds true, then the implications are indeed intriguing. Does this not suggest that I might have the opportunity to personally eliminate a few celestial dragons in the future? The other officials also exchanged opinions, their expressions occasionally revealing a fierce demeanor, with a glint of murderous intent flickering in their eyes. They had long harbored disdain for those celestial dragons, yet had refrained from provoking them due to the latter's privileges, knowing that there was little to gain from such confrontations. At this moment, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, approached red-haired Shanks, a cigarette dangling casually from his lips, and inquired nonchalantly, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" While the intricacies of the situation eluded him, he was certain it was not the idea of Sengoku. Shanks lifted his gaze, a glimmer flashing in his eyes, and replied in a low voice, "Even the world commander, Steelbones Kong, lacks such authority. The only ones capable of addressing the celestial dragon's death incident are the 5 elders. It is even possible." Shanks hesitated, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and uncertainty, as if he himself was not entirely sure of his own thoughts. If it were indeed the 5 elders behind this, it could spell trouble. Ben Beckman's expression turned grave as he calmly analyzed. The day of the execution may very well be a grand conspiracy. The 5 elders likely refrained from taking action against that Marine admiral to avoid disrupting the schemes that follow. As he spoke, the figure known as the brain of the crew was shrouded in a cloud of foreboding. Truly, a figure who has lived through several eras can effortlessly orchestrate a plot against the 4 emperors. This undertaking is fraught with peril. Finally, Ben Beckman turned to red-haired Shanks. Refraining from explicitly stating his suggestion, but silently inquiring with his gaze, should we proceed with this operation? Years of camaraderie had forged an unspoken understanding between them, and Shanks comprehended Beckman's thoughts without the need for words. This incident is indeed peculiar. Even with Shanks' formidable presence, he pondered for quite some time before finally lifting his gaze. "We shall make no alterations to our plans. We will proceed as originally intended," Shanks declared with unwavering resolve. Shortly thereafter, the Red Force, docked along the coast, set sail, heading towards the Navy headquarters. Advancing several dozen miles into a tumultuous and uncharted sea, unbeknownst to anyone, the 2 formidable Emperor factions quietly converged. The Emperor Big Mom and Emperor Kaido met in this obscure maritime region, each accompanied by nearly their entire contingent of elite warriors. As the execution day approached, the Navy had scaled back its forces, with most of its principal warships returning to the Navy's main base. Even the personnel tasked with monitoring the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates had been withdrawn. At such a critical juncture, the upper echelons of the Navy could scarcely afford to concern themselves with the movements of other Emperor factions, instead directing their primary focus and military strength towards confronting the Whitebeard pirates. This also led to the personnel movements of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, while the Marines remained utterly oblivious. Killing a celestial dragon without facing any repercussions? This Yudian is truly remarkable. The Emperor Charlotte Linlin smiled as she perused the intelligence, her interest in Yudin piqued. Nearby, Kaido snorted disdainfully. "What is so impressive about slaying a few ordinary celestial dragons? I will soon annihilate the entire Holy Land Mariewa." At this point, Kaido abruptly turned, his fury directed towards the group of true hit behind him. "When can we set sail? I've grown impatient waiting." Captain Kaido, let us wait a few more days. It's best to act on execution day." The members of True Hit urged him in unison. Ultimately, Kaido restrained himself. He was determined to orchestrate a grand event, one that would upheave the very world. In the waters near Sabaody Archipelago, following the world-shattering celestial dragon incident, the Sabaody Archipelago temporarily regained its tranquility. With numerous pirates and nefarious merchants vacating the area, the overall security of the archipelago markedly improved. However, a few pirates chose not to depart for the New World immediately, instead lingering near the Sabaody Archipelago, as if awaiting something. Among this select group are the majority of the Supernovas pirates. Among these Supernovas, only Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie is privy to the true outcome of the Celestial Dragons incident, specifically regarding the news of their demise, which remains tightly under wraps. Ordinary pirates, lacking access to special intelligence sources, are utterly oblivious to the relevant information. It is precisely because Bonnie is aware of the shocking events instigated by Udine, which have gone unpunished, that she eagerly anticipates the impending clash at the Navy headquarters. To what extent does that individual's power extend? Bonnie surmises that the primary reason Udine has escaped repercussions is due to the immense strength that has captured the attention of the upper echelons of the world government. Apart from her, most of the other supernovas, with a few exceptions, have either encountered or even clashed with Udine. These supernovae are equally eager for the impending war. They even believe that this conflict will alter the global landscape. Should Whitebeard fall, it would herald the era of the Old Man. Many pirates harbor immense ambitions within their hearts. In the days leading up to the execution day, a peculiar tranquility envelopes the world. Yet beneath this calm, turbulent undercurrents are already stirring. Chapter 72, The Arrival of Execution Day. The entire world is shrouded in an odd atmosphere. Everyone can sense the oppressive and suffocating tension of an impending storm, yet the geopolitical situation appears deceptively serene. Even the most ruthless and unreasonable pirates have settled down, refraining from plundering, as if silently awaiting something monumental. The situation is fraught with uncertainty. Few factions dare to engage in any unusual activities during such a precarious time, as it would be tantamount to provoking the Navy's sensitive nerves. In other words, those who continue to act independently or even orchestrate grand gestures during this period are formidable powers unafraid of the Navy's might. The four emperors possess such stature. Among them, Whitebeard creates the most significant commotion in a remarkably short span. The Whitebeard pirates have not only gathered all their direct subordinate crews but have also summoned 43 affiliated pirate crews. These pirate crews possess considerable renown within the waters of the New World, distinguishing themselves as anything but ordinary and inconspicuous. This is almost a blatant announcement to the entire world, informing the Navy that they will embark on a mission to rescue Ace. Countless formidable and elite pirates have gathered at the Whitebeard Pirates, with the total number exceeding 50,000. This vast army was ultimately led by the formidable Whitebeard Edward Newgate, embarking on a grand expedition towards the Naval Headquarters. Although the entirety of the world was aware that the Whitebeard Pirates would make their appearance on the day of execution, it was unlikely that they would take any significant action or launch an assault beforehand. Nevertheless, the Navy remained on high alert, patrolling the headquarters day and night, never daring to relax their vigilance. Even the admirals stood ready at a moment's notice. In contrast, however, Judian displayed a remarkable calmness, treating the days leading up to the execution as a leisurely holiday. He would awaken at noon each day, meandering around the vicinity of the naval base at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, he would encounter slightly flustered Navy soldiers and would patiently offer them guidance. There are still 3 days until the execution. Whitebeard will not come. Just relax. His words had some effect, but not entirely. The soldiers, initially taken aback, soon snapped back to reality, their expressions growing more anxious as they hurried away, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm going to be late for training. I'll surely be reprimanded by Sergeant Chow." With irritation, the soldier rushed off, evidently placing the blame for his tardiness on Judian. Truly, some fail to appreciate the beauty of life. Judian sighed, continuing to savor the pleasures of existence. Such carefree days pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed, and the day of execution has arrived. At the Naval Headquarters base in the port of Maryford, a colossal warship stands ready to set sail, with thousands of elite soldiers poised and prepared aboard the vessel. Aboard the warship, not only are there rear admirals and vice admirals, but also a commanding fleet admiral leading the charge. Such an impressive display of military might serves the purpose of escorting the prisoner, Ace. Admiral Sengoku personally arrived at the port, repeatedly advising Judian, who was preparing for departure. The task of escorting Ace is of utmost importance. You must remain doubly vigilant. The execution pertains to Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Should the prisoner be intercepted midway, all the efforts exerted by the Navy in recent days would dissipate into nothingness. In truth, the Navy headquarters on the day of execution functions as a grand trap, with Ace as the bait. Without the bait, Whitebeard would surely not take the hook. During this preparatory phase before the execution, no errors are permissible. Sengoku imparted his final instructions. Subsequently, Judian boarded the grand warship and led the troops forth. After departing from the Naval Headquarters base port, this formidable warship was subsequently accompanied by a flotilla of over a dozen vessels dispatched by the warring states for protection. Meanwhile, the large warship from Udian made its way towards the advanced city, navigating through a designated route. This is by no means a trivial matter. It is indeed a remarkably special maritime route. Aside from the naval warships, other factions, particularly pirate forces, find it exceedingly difficult to obtain permission for passage. Connecting the naval headquarters and the passage to Impel Down is the colossal Gate of Justice. Once one has traversed the Gate of Justice, not even the Whitebeard pirates could hope to abduct prisoners, as no vessel can enter the special passage from any location other than the Gate of Justice. However, the route leading to the Gate of Justice is fraught with peril. Nonetheless, the naval headquarters is fortified with over 100,000 elite personnel, including 4 admirals, numerous vice admirals, and a significant contingent of rear admirals. Such a formidable lineup made it effortless to escort a warship to the Gate of Justice, even if the Whitebeard pirates were to launch an attack. The Navy had already devised a contingency plan. As for Yudian, he harbored no concerns about potential ambushes along the way. As a traveler from another time, he was acutely aware of when and where the Whitebeard pirates would make their appearance. Thus, Yudian traversed the journey leisurely, savoring fine red wine while admiring the scenery, patiently awaiting the arrival of the warship at Impel Down. At long last, the Gate of Justice came into view. Chapter 73, Magellan personally welcomes. Is that truly the Gate of Justice? Wow, it is so colossal. This is my first encounter with the Gate of Justice. Many naval officers aboard the large warship were witnessing the Gate of Justice for the first time. They gazed at the immense structure soaring into the clouds, their hearts filled only with awe. In fact, there are 3 gates of justice, which connect the Navy headquarters, Impel Down, and Judicial Island, forming a perfect triangle. Each pair of gates is interconnected, linked by a uniquely special reverse whirlpool. When vessels traverse the central area of the reverse whirlpool, their speed is dramatically increased due to the turbulent currents. However, it is utterly impossible to enter the central passage from the periphery of the whirlpool. To construct the Gate of Justice, one must first carve a passage through the reverse whirlpool, a feat exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Yudian imagined the scene of the Navy constructing the Gate of Justice. The 4 emperors lacked the capability to build it. Only the world's strongest force, the Navy, possessed such power. While he pondered, the large warship had already sailed through the waves into the Gate of Justice. The gates closed behind them, and Yudian's warship entered a swift torrent. Standing on the deck, Yudian gazed around and suddenly felt as though he were embarking on an adventure akin to rafting on Earth in a previous life. Despite the warship's vast size, it felt like a mere small boat amidst the fierce currents below. Fortunately, the water flowed in a consistent direction, devoid of chaotic turbulence. Otherwise, capsizing the large warship would have been a trivial task. Indeed, it was the reverse whirlpool. Yudian looked farther out to sea and noticed that the outer currents flowed in the opposite direction, dispersing outward. In such a turbulent aquatic environment, it is exceedingly challenging for external vessels to gain entry. Meanwhile, the large warships navigating the rapids experience a significant surge in speed, drastically reducing their time to reach the city of propulsion. Shortly thereafter, the naval personnel aboard the imposing warships finally behold a grand gateway, known as the Gate of Justice, belonging to the city of propulsion. The Gate of Justice has swung open. Without the slightest delay, the warship traversed the grand portal, and those aboard could already glimpse the architectural marvel of the advanced city rising from the sea. As the colossal vessel sailed swiftly toward its destination, 2 immense battleships lingered in a distant maritime expanse, several nautical miles away. Despite the tumultuous surface waters nearby, with violent waves crashing intermittently, the 2 warships remained utterly undisturbed, anchored firmly as if they were rooted to the ocean itself. The 2 vessels are the flagship of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates. At this moment, the Emperor Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the 100 Beasts stand at the bow, gazing into the distance towards Impel Down. Due to the considerable distance, even the keen vision of the Emperor struggles to discern the end of the sea where Impel Down resides. A telescope is necessary. Soon, pirates responsible for lookout duties arrive in succession to report the latest developments. A large warship is swiftly approaching Impel Down. Reports indicate that Admiral Yudian has been sighted aboard the warship. It has been confirmed that the Navy's target is Impel Down. The large warship has docked at the Impel Down port. Kaido, Admiral Yudian has entered Impel Down, and he is being personally welcomed by the Warden Magellan. A stream of updates continues to flow, and both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido find it increasingly hard to contain their excitement, particularly upon hearing of Yudian's arrival. Charlotte Linlin immediately orders her pirates to set sail towards Impel Down to seize individuals. Kaido's targets include Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Calamities, Jack and Enel. While Charlotte Linlin's ambition is nothing short of audacious, she aims to capture Admiral Yudian. Fortunately, Kaido intervenes just in time to quell Charlotte Linlin's fervor. Calm down, Linlin. Have you forgotten our plan? Frustrated by the interruption, Charlotte Linlin retorts, Kaido, if our plan fails, I shall take your life. The 2 engage in a fierce argument. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Impel Down, the Warden Magellan, akin to an emperor of the prison, rarely emerges from the depths of the facility, leading Vice Warden Hannibal, Chief Guard Domino, and several prison guards to greet the approaching Navy contingent. At this moment, Yudian has descended from the warship accompanied by a handful of elite soldiers, while the remaining naval officers are left aboard. In Yudian's own words, if we encounter enemies that even I, an admiral, cannot handle. Your presence would merely add to the chaos. The phrase adding to the chaos is somewhat novel to the sailors aboard, yet its meaning is unmistakably clear. While they may feel disgruntled, upon reflection, they concede the validity of his statement. Soon, the Navy contingent, led by Udian, enters impelled down under Magellan's personal guidance. With the warden leading the way, accompanied by the beautiful vice warden, how could one not feel a sense of pride? What more could one desire from life? The soldiers following Udian disembark in disbelief yet brimming with pride, their steps almost buoyant. Those remaining aboard the warship, however, are less than pleased, grumbling silently. Humph. Were it not for Admiral Udian, you would merely be treated as prisoners escorted by guards. As the sailors aboard harbor their discontent, the distant procession enters impelled down, and the gates of the underwater prison begin to close slowly. This scene incited further whispers of discontent among the Navy personnel left aboard the warship. The soldiers who followed Udian into the depths of impelled down could scarcely fathom the thoughts of their comrades on the ship. In truth, for many of these soldiers, it was their inaugural venture into this foreboding fortress. As they dutifully maintained vigilance over their surroundings, their eyes roamed in wonder, captivated by the novelty of every corner within impelled down. This was also Udian's first glimpse of the interior of the prison. Previously, he had only witnessed it through the lens of animated tales from his past life on Earth. However, Udian felt little curiosity about impelled down itself. What truly astonished him was the grand reception orchestrated by the prison's officials. Magellan, that wily character, would hardly serve as a guide without a compelling reason, unless, of course, the guest was a striking beauty. He recalled how, in the original narrative, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the alluring Boa Hancock, had been personally escorted by Magellan himself, with an exuberance that stemmed solely from her unparalleled beauty. Yet this time around, upon reflection, Udian discerned no evidence to suggest Magellan harbored any inclination towards the same sex, which alleviated some of his unease. Still, he found the situation rather distasteful. He had never intended for Magellan to be his guide. After all, who would willingly accept guidance from a burly figure such as him? With a visage like Magellan's, one could frighten children at night without the need for makeup or a mask. Initially, Udian had anticipated that the vice warden, Domino, would lead the way, not for any particular reason, but simply to provide guidance to the young women tasked with perilous duties, thereby contributing indirectly to the security of this underwater prison. With enhanced capabilities among the guards, the likelihood of prisoner escapes would surely diminish. Of course, the prospect of being accompanied by a beautiful woman was undoubtedly a significant factor as well. Thus, as they made their way to the 6th level below ground, Udian insisted that Domino serve as his guide, offering insights into the internal workings of impelled down. Chapter 74, Commanding Magellan's Attention. Mr. Udian, as you are visiting impelled down for the first time, allow me to introduce you to this formidable prison. As the group entered the spacious elevator, Domino, the vice warden, stood beside Udian, intermittently providing commentary on the various floors they passed. For the most part, however, Domino maintained a facade of indifference, her expression remaining largely unchanged whether she was addressing the director Magellan, the sycophantic vice director Hannibal, or the notorious pirate inmates that filled the prison. During this introduction of the advancing city levels to Udian, Domino's expression exhibited a rare hint of change, albeit just a slight one. However, such an attitude astounded the accompanying guards. The usually stern chief guard Domino could actually smile? These individuals are not engaging in slander. Rather, there are indeed many who have toiled for years within impelled down, and it is rare to witness the warden, Domino, display even the slightest smile. Udian is well aware of Domino's aloof demeanor. Thus he remains indifferent, quietly listening to the latter's exposition, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Impelled down, as the largest prison in the world, houses numerous notorious and malevolent pirate inmates. Depending on the severity of their crimes and their capabilities, they are incarcerated on different levels, ensuring that these criminals receive the appropriate punishment. Domino elucidates the general operations within impelled down, and as the elevator descends past the first basement level, they arrive at level 1, known as the Crimson Hell. Here, the inmates bear the lightest offenses, and their punishments can be administered with mere ordinary blades. Ah, I trust you have heard the roars of beasts. That level belongs to level 2, the Beast Hell, where we employ a multitude of ferocious beasts and monsters in lieu of traditional instruments of torture, subjecting the prisoners to both physical and psychological torment. However, it is not uncommon for inmates to go missing or even perish under such conditions. This section of floors is notably quiet, which may strike you as peculiar. In truth, This is level 3, the hunger hell, where the bounties on the inmates exceed 50 million berries, rendering them virtually sentenced to death. Consequently, we do not provide these death row inmates with sustenance or water. Those who have languished in hunger for extended periods lack even the strength to cry out, resulting in a silence surpassed only by the infinite hell. Additionally, the layer beneath this one exudes heat, rendering the entire level 3 oppressively warm. As the elevator continues its descent, Domino suddenly cautions Yudian about the rising heat, as they are about to traverse the hottest level within Impelled Down. Just then, the elevator arrives at the next level, and Yudian is immediately engulfed by a wave of heat. In reality, no flames exist, but rather an illusion caused by the excessively high temperatures. Please exercise caution. Domino reiterates, further explaining that this level is level 4, the scorching hell. The office of Director Magellan is situated on this level, which is indeed the hottest area within Impelled Down, where all inmates must undergo scorching disinfection upon their initial incarceration. Moving forward, please remain vigilant, as the lower levels stand in stark contrast to the scorching hell. Just as Domino is speaking, an icy gust of wind sweeps into the elevator. The guards and prison staff, having anticipated this, don their thick winter coats, yet the Navy soldiers are unprepared, shivering uncontrollably, with some even succumbing to stiffness. At this moment, Yudian suddenly raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming presence. The manifestation of his conqueror's haki. The aura he exuded was not directed at anyone present. Rather, it was solely intended to dispel the frigid air that had infiltrated the elevator. Soon, the chilling gusts were dissipated, and the bodies of the naval soldiers regained their sensation. Meanwhile, Domino and Magellan, standing nearby, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Although Yudian's conqueror's haki was not aimed at anyone, they could still perceive its formidable strength. Among them, Magellan himself was a top-tier powerhouse, after all. He had subdued the infamous pirates imprisoned in the 6th level below. Yet, at this moment, he was genuinely taken aback by Yudian's display. It seemed plausible that capturing Flame Calamity and Androjack and standing toe-to-toe with Kaido might indeed be true. Prior to today, Magellan had harbored doubts about these matters, as he had spent years in Impelled Down, relying solely on rumors for information from the outside world. The adage "seeing is believing" resonated with him. Without witnessing it firsthand, he was naturally reluctant to accept such claims. Creak, creak. The sound of the rope hinges echoed, shattering the silence in the room. Domino, regaining his composure, lightly cleared his throat and continued his explanation. Beneath the scorching hell lies the 5th level, level 5, the frozen hell. From this level onward, all imprisoned criminals have bounties exceeding 100 million berries, representing a high degree of danger. The notorious criminal world destroyer Bondi Waldo, who once shook the world by attacking the celestial dragons, is confined here, having been in a state of frozen death for nearly 30 years. Suddenly, as Domino spoke, the elevator abruptly halted with a click. They had arrived at the very bottom of Impelled Down. "We have arrived," Domino said, raising his gaze towards the elevator door. His expression unusually grave, as if they were about to enter a perilous zone. This was the 6th level below, the bottommost layer of Impelled Down. Level 6, the infinite hell. The prisoner you are to escort, Ace, is confined on this level. As they spoke, the group exited the elevator. The surroundings were eerily quiet, according to Domino. This level was quieter than the 3rd level starvation hell because it was the infinite hell. Before them lay a passage leading deeper into the facility, and gazing down the corridor, one could see an expanse of darkness, silent and eerie. This level housed individuals who had once caused tremors throughout the world, and it was evident that the darkness at the passage's end harbored terrifying dangers, were it not for the presence of figures like Magellan and Yudian. Ordinary guards and naval soldiers would not dare tread into this section of the prison. "Let us proceed to retrieve the prisoner," Magellan declared, leading the way down the corridor. Chapter 75, The Pirates of Level 6. As the group advanced, they gradually delved deeper into the passage. The surroundings remained silent, as if the cells were devoid of life. Yet Yudian, having released his observation haki, could distinctly sense the presence of inmates in most of the cells. Not only Yudian, but the other guards and naval soldiers, even without the benefit of observation haki, recognized that many cells housed prisoners. They had witnessed inmates moving in the shadows, with a few daring to approach the bars, silently gazing at them. Despite the numerous inmates within the cells, the entire 6th level remained relatively tranquil, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Why was it so quiet? Would those criminals suddenly burst forth from their cells? The naval soldiers tread cautiously, their hearts racing with trepidation. They were elite members of the Navy, not lacking in courage, yet in a place that held the world's most notorious criminals. They could not suppress the primal instinct for survival that incited fear within them, an instinct urging them to steer clear of danger. Stay alert. The guards of Impel Down were somewhat less tense but remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden occurrences. Among those present, only a select few managed to maintain their composure. From this cell onward, we have the newcomers who have been imprisoned in recent years, Domino said gravely, pointing to a cell on the left. Inside was the tyrant King Ebelo Pizarro, a figure notorious for his heinous acts. Opposite him, in another cell, was the extremely dangerous moonlight hunter Katarina Devon, and in that cell, they housed Big Barrel Baskerville. Domino introduced each one, yet the mentioned pirates remained silent. In contrast to the older, more experienced inmates who had been imprisoned in Level 6 for years, who had previously mocked and openly provoked Magellan, these newcomers exhibited behavior akin to that of well-behaved children. However, this impression of docility was soon shattered. As they neared the cell containing Ace, Domino pointed to a neighboring cell, stating, "The inmate here has been imprisoned for less than half a year. He is the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile." Perhaps due to the uneventful introductions thus far, Domino's mood had lightened considerably, and he spoke with a relaxed tone. When Crocodile entered, during the Hell's baptism in the scorching hell, he displayed no change in expression. He didn't even furrow his brow. I found that particularly memorable. In fact, it was not only Domino, even Magellan, the warden, recalled this newcomer Crocodile of Level 6. Upon hearing Domino's words, he cast a glance towards the adjacent cell. He then noticed a figure slowly approaching the iron door, standing behind the bars, coldly observing them. "What do you mean by this? Do you think you can treat me like a monkey in a zoo, to be casually observed?" Crocodile's voice dripped with disdain, his gaze icy and imbued with a chilling malice. Silence. Magellan furrowed his brow, feeling that his authority as the Emperor of Impel Down had been challenged. He coldly reprimanded, "Here, I am the boss. Everything must adhere to my command." However, his words only served to further incite Crocodile's fury, who retorted, "Magellan, don't threaten me with such words. Even if I'm imprisoned, I will never tolerate such an insult. This is a provocation from the notorious Luoluo," leaving Magellan in a state of embarrassment. "It seems I must utilize you to verify the identity of the Warden of Impel Down." Magellan halted, subtly unleashing the power of his poison fruit. With venom surging through his body, the mere scent emanating from him could annihilate a multitude of living beings. However, he refrained from direct assault, instead opting to convey a silent threat through his actions. Magellan understood that a prisoner like Crocodile would not succumb to fear, even if faced with aggression. As anticipated, Crocodile stood resolute before the iron gate, meeting Magellan's cold gaze without flinching or retreating. During this time, Crocodile's icy gaze swept over Domino, and the palpable aura of menace in his eyes caused her to tremble slightly. At that moment, Idun stepped forward, smiling and gesturing. "One must treat ladies with gentleness." As these words left his lips, an invisible aura emanated from him. It was the Conqueror's Haki, not unleashed but rather gently radiated, rendering it far more gentle compared to its ferocity in battle. If the explosive Conqueror's Haki in combat resembled a tyrant exuding lethal intent that instills fear, then the slowly dispersing aura now was akin to a monarch standing tall, releasing only his inherent majesty without any trace of menace. Yet, even this dignified presence was sufficient to rattle Crocodile. Once the former warlord of the sea, known as the Desert King, Crocodile found himself retreating step by step under the impact of Udyan's Conqueror's Haki. When he steadied himself and raised his gaze to Udyan once more, the defiance and arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by profound fear and apprehension. "You are a Marine Admiral?" Crocodile recognized the Marine Admiral's uniform worn by Udyan, his brow furrowed in confusion as he stammered. When did the Navy acquire such a formidable figure? At the time of Crocodile's capture and subsequent imprisonment in Impel Down, Udyan was merely a reserve soldier in the Marines' rookie training camp. Not yet renowned even within the Navy, with no one recognizing him outside the confines of the training facility. However, Udyan found no inclination to elaborate on such matters. A mere warlord was not worthy of his personal explanation. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from a nearby cell. "This young man is named Udyan, the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Navy." Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where a tall figure stepped out from the shadows of the adjacent cell. It was Flame Calamity Jean, one of the 3 major figures of the Beast Pirates. Chapter 76, Shattering Your Pride. Impel Down. Level 6, Infinite Hell. The prisoners confined in this tier have all participated in events that have profoundly shaken the world. Their heinous actions have led the world government to erase all traces of their existence from history, rendering them legendary monsters among pirates. The deeds of these most vicious and monstrous inmates have been obscured by the world government, and even a thorough search through newspapers yields no record of their exploits. This is precisely why even the guards and prison wardens tasked with overseeing the depths of the 6th level of the underground facility are reluctant to venture there. The criminals confined within are exceedingly vicious and terrifying, posing a threat that could lead to assault or even death merely by traversing the corridors. Nonetheless, even amidst the myriad formidable monsters in this infinite hell, Flame Calamity Jin's prowess ranks him among the elite of the inmates. At this moment, Jin's gaze was fixated on the figure of the Admiral, Yudian, standing beyond the cell door, and he addressed Crocodile with a distinct lack of courtesy, not long ago. It was this very Admiral Yudian who bested me. Do you believe he lacks the right to regard you as mere prey? It is imperative to comprehend your own status, and to choose your words wisely, sang Crocodile. Jin's tone was decidedly unfriendly, exuding the arrogance of one in a superior position. However, the equally irascible Crocodile refrained from retorting, merely furrowing his brow before retreating into the shadowy recesses of his cell. Within the prison, a hierarchy exists, determined by the strength of each individual. Perhaps Crocodile perceived his own status as inferior to that of Flame Calamity Jin from the Beast Pirates. Or perhaps he simply wished to avoid a futile quarrel. After all, in this prison, their exchanges were limited to distant insults, which only served to diminish their own standing. In any case, Crocodile chose to endure this time. Meanwhile, Jin's attention had long since shifted back to Yudian. The powerful are drawn to those even more powerful. You appear quite pleased with yourself, Jin remarked, his eyes glinting with cold amusement as he observed Yudian outside the cell. It is a rare sight to witness Magellan personally escorting someone. Surrounding Yudian were a throng of Navy soldiers and prison guards, with the captivating Deputy Warden Domino serving as his guide, akin to a constellation encircling the moon. Such a focal figure is difficult for others to overlook. Prisoners from nearby cells could not help but turn their gazes, murmuring in astonishment. Indeed, the high-ranking officials of Impelled Down are present. Are you distinguished personages here merely to guide that naval lad named Judian? Magellan, are you contemplating a career change from Warden of Impelled Down to a mere guide? It is utterly absurd, a spectacle akin to a troupe of jesters. Within the prison cells, the ferocious pirate inmates laughed raucously, mercilessly mocking the personnel of Impelled Down. Particularly Magellan, who, having been singled out for special treatment by these inmates, found this rare opportunity to be belittled, and he was determined to retaliate fiercely. As for the potential repercussions they might face afterward, these prisoners were indifferent. They were men who had once instilled terror in the world and feared not the consequences of vengeance. Before long, their reckless behavior succeeded in inciting Magellan's wrath. You have indeed forgotten who rules here, Magellan exclaimed in furious indignation, no longer waiting for a later reprisal. At that moment, he unleashed his power. The abilities of the venom fruit erupting forth as a torrent of deep purple venom surged from his body. Poison Dragon, Magellan shouted, and the released venom coalesced above him, forming a long, sinuous dragon of venom. In the next moment, the venomous dragon lunged toward a nearby cell. What the hell? Magellan, have you lost your mind? The prisoner within that cell gasped in terror, recognizing the formidable power of Magellan's venom fruit. He had anticipated a mere taunt would provoke such a potent assault. Bang! Soon, the poison dragon burst into the cell, and the prisoner emitted horrified screams, his body enveloped in venom, rising in mist as the deadly toxin corroded his form. Antidote, please, give me the antidote. The prisoner cried out in desperate pleas for mercy. In this prison, no one can defy me. Magellan retracted the poison dragon, casting a cold, sweeping gaze over the other cells, his threat unmistakable. A hush fell over the scene. Yet, the silence lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Moments later, a figure appeared at the door of a nearby cell, speaking coldly. Magellan, do you think I fear you? Magellan turned to the source of the voice. Recognizing the identity of the speaker, his brow furrowing in response, Droughtjack of the Beast Pirates? Flamejin and Droughtjack, both had not been long in Impelled Down, yet they were notorious troublemakers. No matter the tortures inflicted upon them, their defiance remained unwavering. They simply would not yield. Even Magellan himself had resorted to violence against them on many occasions. You two had better behave yourselves, Magellan warned in a low tone, yet he refrained from striking. He understood that any attempt to intimidate Droughtjack would only provoke further insubordination. Silence. Magellan. As expected, Droughtjack seemed incensed, blood vessels visible in his eyes. However, before Droughtjack could utter another word, another voice suddenly rang out. The voice was cold. and the manner of speaking somewhat awkward, as if the speaker had not uttered a word in a long time. In my absence over the years, many newcomers had emerged upon the sea. As the voice resonated, a figure materialized before the cell door. The current crop of newcomers appeared rather arrogant, it seemed. Among them, Droughtjack and others turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The speaker was clad in tattered impel-down prison garb, somewhat disheveled in appearance. Yet his eyes were vibrant and piercing. However, these details were not the most significant. The paramount revelation was that everyone present recognized the identity of this individual. Could it be? You are the fabled one? Droughtjack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Udian suddenly rose and approached, stating, "You are correct. The recent crop of pirate newcomers is indeed excessively arrogant." As he spoke, an aura began to emanate from Udian. "Conqueror's Haki, you are already imprisoned. So why maintain such arrogance? For whom do you put on this display? Is it for my benefit?" With a smile, Udian raised his right hand, declaring, "If that is the case, allow me to unleash a fraction of my power and shatter your unwarranted pride." The instant his words fell, an invisible pressure surged throughout the area. The corridor trembled violently. Chapter 77, The Terrified Pirate Overlords. The corridor shook violently, nearly unbalancing those within. Fortunately, the tremor was brief, and tranquility soon returned to the passage. What just transpired? Was that an earthquake? The naval soldiers present were perplexed. Impossible. This is impelled down. Earthquakes simply do not occur here. The guards and wardens were adamant that the recent disturbance was not a seismic event. They exchanged hushed whispers, only to suddenly notice a peculiar phenomenon. The prisoners within their cells had fallen silent. Were they frightened into silence? One of the guards pondered. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that many inmates had collapsed, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. It was evident that these prisoners had not willingly succumbed to unconsciousness. Conquerors. Haki. In one cell, a prisoner, still partially conscious, knelt on the ground, struggling valiantly, but ultimately succumbed, collapsing with a thud. Yet, the words he uttered before losing consciousness illuminated the understanding of the naval soldiers and guards. It was clear that the prisoners had been incapacitated by the overwhelming power of Conqueror's Haki. Strange, I did not perceive any imposing aura, a naval soldier pondered, scratching his head, then craned his neck to survey the area for the wielder of the Conqueror's Haki. It was then that he and the others realized that the source of this power was Udian. Truly, he is Admiral Udian. The naval soldiers clenched their fists in excitement. It seems Admiral Udian is in a standoff with a prisoner. Suddenly, someone noticed that Udian appeared to be directly confronting another individual. The person he faced stood within the cell, obscured by shadows. At this moment, one of the few prisoners still conscious in the arena, known as Droughtjack, spoke up. Indeed, he is the legendary demon goddess Air. Even in captivity, his presence rivals that of a marine admiral. Jack's voice was not loud, yet his tone carried a weight of gravity as his eyes widened, fixated on a figure in the distance. In fact, he was not alone. Everyone present, including the Marine guards and the other prisoners who remained awake, directed their gaze toward that direction. There stood Udian at the cell door, confronting a figure through the iron bars. It was none other than Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates, the very demon goddess Air. "So it is you," Udian remarked, taking in Barrett's towering physique with a slight nod, confirming the rumors to be true. As a time traveler, Udian was well aware of who Douglas Barrett was, possessing knowledge that even surpassed that of the prison officials regarding Barrett's current physical state. After being imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down, Barrett did not succumb to despair. Instead, he maintained an intense focus on his training. After more than 20 years in prison, his strength had not only been preserved but had grown even greater than before. Udian articulated Barrett's true condition, leaving the crowd utterly astonished into silence. Domino, the vice warden, who was well acquainted with the prisoners across all levels, shook his head in disbelief as he regained composure. "Impossible. Level 6 holds only the most dangerous criminals, all shackled with sea stone handcuffs. Douglas Barrett is among those under strict surveillance, and his sea stone restraints have never been removed. The greatest weakness of devil fruit users lies in seawater and sea stone, which renders them powerless upon contact. However, there are exceptions. Formidable users, even when bound by sea stone handcuffs, can retain a measure of strength and mobility. Most prisoners in level 6 manage to achieve this. Yet, to train and grow stronger while shackled with sea stone is a feat rarely accomplished, even in such a dire setting. Barrett is it? He truly possesses remarkable strength." Even Magellan conceded with a nod, acknowledging that Barrett must rank among the strongest prisoners in the history of Impel Down. For centuries, countless powerful pirates have been imprisoned here. Many have long since passed away, lost to the annals of history. If one considers only the formidable prisoners confined to level 6 in recent decades, they are all individuals capable of turning the seas upside down. Even Crocodile, once one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is merely of middle tier in comparison here. To stand among the few strongest in this illustrious company is no small feat. Crocodile himself provided an answer to this. I am certainly no match for him now. As he spoke, Crocodile's expression was tinged with complexity, recalling that over 20 years ago, he too wielded power comparable to Barrett's. Unfortunately, after his defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, he lost his way, seeking external power instead, and spent nearly 2 decades in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, ultimately failing to acquire the ancient weapon Pluton. It became clear that true strength lies in self-empowerment. Upon entering Impel Down, Crocodile had an epiphany, transforming his mindset and finally emerging from the shadow of his past defeat. Yet now, he remained but a minor player in this narrative. The focus of attention in the arena lay solely on the 2 figures, Udian and Barrett. They stood in confrontation, one a Marine admiral, the other a prisoner. Yet, in this moment, the imprisoned Barrett exuded an aura that rivaled that of the Marine admiral. What an astonishing presence! To maintain such intensity in captivity suggests that, if liberated, he would undoubtedly have the chance to defeat a Marine admiral. The other prominent prisoners in level 6 predicted this, firmly believing that Barrett at his peak could overcome an admiral. Most of them had encountered Marine admirals, some having been captured by them. And they understood that admirals were no mere pushovers. Each admiral's power was unfathomably formidable. Hey, that Marine, if you have the guts, let Barrett out. I bet you can't defeat him. Some prisoners jeered, attempting to provoke Udian. With one leading the charge, a chorus of ridicule soon filled the corridor. At this moment, Udian made his move. He raised his right hand, seemingly signaling the other prisoners in the cells to quiet down. However, this action only elicited louder jeers from them. In that instant, Udian lifted his palm and suddenly clenched his fist. A tremendous surge of power erupted, shaking the very ground. The Conqueror's Haki. It was time for these ruffians to recognize their place. Udian retracted his languid demeanor, unleashing the full extent of his Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, his 1,410 points of power surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming all present prisoners. In an instant, these once arrogant pirate lords fell silent. Not only did they quiet down, but they were also left stunned, as if struck by lightning. All the prisoners were thoroughly intimidated. Even those who refused to submit found themselves devoid of the courage to resist in the face of such overwhelming Haki, a power that transcends the greatest. The Conqueror's Haki. Within the cell, Barrett's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting disbelief as he realized something extraordinary. Udian's Conqueror's Haki reminded him of the legendary Pirate King. GOLD. Roger. His Haki was as terrifying as Roger's had been in his prime. Suddenly, this thought flashed through Barrett's mind, and his eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Udian outside the cell, as if he had spotted the rarest of prey. Indeed, to Barrett, Udian was a worthy target that could drive him to madness. Since Roger's death, his blood had gradually cooled, but now, Barrett's smile morphed into one of unrestrained delight, culminating in a boisterous laugh. After 20 years, he had finally found a formidable opponent. At this, Barrett's eyes widened with renewed intensity as he stared at Udian, exclaiming, I see. You possess the shadow of Roger. You wield power comparable to Roger's. His low voice echoed through the corridor, and the few who remained conscious, aside from the powerful prisoners, were the Navy soldiers and personnel of Impel Down. Barrett's words reached everyone's ears, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Even Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, displayed a change in demeanor. Roger, the Pirate King? The man who posed a headache for the legendary hero Garp. Magellan had encountered Roger, but had never fought him directly. Nonetheless, he was well aware of Roger's strength, a force that had eluded the legendary duo of Garp and Sengoku. Few people, like Magellan, knew of Roger's power. After all, 2 decades had passed, and many of the current staff at Impel Down had only heard of Roger's name. The so-called Pirate King, Roger? It is said he earned that title by traversing the entire Grand Line. Domino, who knew little about Roger, expressed confusion after her surprise. Was that Roger really so strong? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy soldiers and guards exchanged glances. In truth, most of the people present knew of Roger's title as the Pirate King. Undoubtedly, that title was significant, yet few understood the specifics of his strength. Roger. At that time, I was merely a newcomer, reflected Hannibal, the vice warden of Impel Down, reminiscing about his early days without further elaboration. He had merely heard of Roger as the Pirate King, but had never cared to learn about his strength. However, he recalled a prisoner who was particularly fixated on Roger, a pirate known as Gold Lion Shiki, who had incessantly clamored to find Roger, a man of considerable power. Nearby guards and wardens nodded in agreement, recognizing the name Gold Lion Shiki, the only prisoner in the history of Impel Down to successfully escape. They recounted the harrowing incident with a sense of dread. It was Magellan and Hannibal who had teamed up to drive Shiki away. Hannibal showed no sign of shame for this statement, displaying a calm demeanor. As for the actual events, I remember it was you who shouted for Magellan's assistance. A weary voice echoed from the distant cell, and soon Gold Lion Shiki appeared at the cell door, cigar in mouth, sneering. If I weren't in a hurry to find the legendary sword, Yoru, you would have been dead over 20 years ago. Shiki's recounting of the past served as a slap to the face. However, Hannibal remained unperturbed, casually brushing off the incident. Oh dear. I forgot you were locked up again. Shiki huffed, his gaze shifting to Yudian, narrowing his eyes. Are you the new admiral of the Navy? Named Yudian? I've never heard of such a young powerhouse. At that moment, Shiki's mind conjured another two figures, Pirate King Roger and Straw Hat Luffy. If it were 20 years ago, I would have spared no expense to recruit you into my crew, he declared, exhibiting the audacity of a legendary pirate. The decline of age and his second imprisonment had not diminished his ambition. Alas, he was now left with mere fantasies, as his current age could no longer support such aspirations. Nonetheless, with Shiki's endorsement, doubts about Yudian's strength dissipated, a force comparable to the Pirate King. The gaze of Impel Down's management shifted towards Yudian, now filled with awe. However, Yudian dismissed their reverence. Hey, why am I being compared to a pirate? Have you consulted me, the subject of this comparison? Yudian was displeased, unwilling to be likened to a pirate, even if that pirate bore the title of king. Wasn't the monarch among beggars still a beggar? If you truly wish to pay me a compliment, you might as well say I am the embodiment of Garp and Sengoku combined. Garp and Sengoku had once forced the Pirate King Roger into a corner more than 20 years ago and were recognized as the Navy's strongest duo, even surpassing the current three admirals. However, upon hearing this claim, the crowd was once again taken aback. Did he dare to assert he was comparable to the two titans? Garp and Sengoku? Did that not make him the strongest admiral in Navy history? The crowd found it incredible, struggling to believe it. Yet one individual, Barrett, believed it wholeheartedly. Very well, let us duel. Barrett's eyes sparkled with an intense yearning. Defeating Yudian would allow him to surpass Roger and become the world's strongest pirate king. He was eager to engage Yudian in combat, only to realize he was still confined, leading to an eruption of fury as he demanded Magellan remove his shackles. Stay put in your cell, Magellan admonished coldly. Subsequently, he rose to lead the group towards the cell housing Ace. Before departing, Yudian cast a final contemplative glance at Barrett in his cell, pondering the possibility that a duel with Barrett might indeed be imminent. Chapter 79. The chaos begins at Impel Down. Among the gathered individuals, whether they hailed from Impel Down or accompanied naval soldiers, none could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, this most formidable underwater prison, which had seen only a single pirate escape since its inception, was on the verge of experiencing its darkest hour. For many years, only one inmate had successfully fled, yet within the span of less than a day, countless criminals burst forth from its confines. It was akin to opening the floodgates, as prisoners surged forth like a deluge. In the course of a single day, Impel Down's defenses were breached numerous times. However, although Yudian possessed the foresight of these events, he refrained from voicing his concerns, choosing not to alert the personnel at Impel Down. After all, the prison had maintained its stability for many years. Suddenly proclaiming such dire warnings would likely be dismissed with skepticism, with a small chance of being deemed insane, while the greater probability would be that he was regarded as condescending. This was an underwater fortress, not a mere entertainment venue where anyone could come and go at will. If even the inmates could wander freely, it would render the prison akin to a brothel. Of course, while the ordinary guards and jailers might harbor disbelief, they would merely feel a twinge of discomfort or furrow their brows. However, given Magellan's temperament, he would undoubtedly perceive Yudian's remarks as hubris, unnecessarily inciting enmity. Often, it is only when calamity strikes that individuals are willing to accept the truth. Yudian turned away, no longer gazing at the rows of cells behind him. Ahead lay more dark and silent cells, and as he traversed the passage, the environment showed little variation. For the uninitiated, the prospect of escaping here was daunting, not to mention the likelihood of becoming lost. Fortunately, Magellan was well acquainted with the 6th level, possessing knowledge of the inmates locked within each cell. At that moment, he led the way and soon paused before one of the cells. The prison cell was unremarkable, resembling the many others that Udian had seen along the way. Ace, your time has come, Magellan bellowed with authority. He then gestured for several guards to step forward and open the cell, forcefully escorting the shackled fire fist Ace out. Udian stood quietly before the cell door, his gaze sweeping over the soon-to-be world-renowned prisoner, Ace. Perhaps due to prolonged confinement or lingering injuries, Ace appeared somewhat listless, his demeanor deflated. He lifted his gaze briefly to Magellan and Udian outside the cell before lowering his head as he was led away. Udian's eyes continued to scan the cell, eventually landing on Jinbei, who was restrained in a cross-shaped manner. Despite his own severe injuries and blood-soaked appearance, Jinbei remained undeterred, shouting with all his might. You cannot execute Ace. It will spark a war that engulfs the entire world. Yet, no one paid him any heed, including Udian, who was too apathetic to offer any explanations. Pirates yearned for a chaotic world of freedom. Perhaps idealistic pirates needed to add a sense of justice to their beliefs. Yet, in a world governed by strict order, the existence of pirates would be stifled. Since the advent of modern society, how many genuine free pirates had emerged? Udian cherished personal freedom, but as a time traveler, he felt that a semblance of order was preferable. Let us go. The transfer of prisoner Ace was completed beneath the watchful eyes of Udian and Magellan. He was handed over from the guards to the naval soldiers Udian had brought. With the transfer finalized, the task of delivering the prisoner was considered complete by the prison, and whatever transpired afterward was no longer their concern. However, just as the group escorted Ace to the large elevator, a guard rushed in, panicked, reporting, "Unknown individuals have breached Impel Down." Has he arrived? Udian pondered, surprised that Straw Hat Luffy had managed to infiltrate Impel Down even without the assistance of Empress Hancock. He speculated whether this was related to the so-called historical inertia. Indeed, the massive riot at Impel Down was an immensely significant event. This incident allowed Straw Hat Luffy to swiftly traverse the Gate of Justice and reach the Marine headquarters. If, in the original narrative, Luffy had not taken the Whirlpool route after passing through the Gate of Justice, he would have arrived too late to even retrieve Ace's remains. Nonetheless, this was not his concern. Udian averted his gaze and entered the elevator, awaiting descent to the prison's ground level. As for Straw Hat Luffy, the situation at Impel Down would be managed by the prison itself. As a Marine Admiral, Udian had no intention of intervening. He was not a caretaker for Impel Down. Of course, if the prison were to sincerely request his assistance, perhaps offering a few natural-type devil fruits as a bonus, Udian would reluctantly consider extending his help. Clank. The elevator's gears produced a continuous metallic clatter. During the ascent, no one had the inclination to admire the surroundings of the other prison levels. Even Domino had lost her enthusiasm for guiding them. The guards and wardens of Impel Down were primarily focused on the intruder. Meanwhile, Udian contemplated his position in the forthcoming Marineford War. Should he adopt a laid-back approach like Kizaru or exert himself like Akainu? He found himself in a state of indecision. As a Marine Admiral, engaging in battle with pirates was part of his duty, yet there were admirals like Kizaru who preferred to take it easy. Even the justice-driven Akiji didn't exert himself excessively. Only the resolute Akainu, who adhered to the philosophy of absolute justice, truly poured himself into every conflict, often emerging severely wounded. Thus, Udian acknowledged Akainu's appointment as Fleet Admiral in the original narrative. I do not aspire to become Fleet Admiral, so perhaps I shall take it easy during this Marineford War. After careful reflection, Udian resolved to adopt a more relaxed stance, intending to follow in Kizaru's footsteps. Last time, during the Celestial Dragon incident, that fellow had slipped away, and this time, he would not be allowed to evade responsibility again. Originally, the Celestial Dragon incident was to be handled by Kizaru, but he had brazenly opted to retreat to the distant West Blue, leaving Udian to bear the consequences, even resulting in the deaths of 2 Celestial Dragons. Although the world government's 5 elders did not impose any penalties afterward, the death of Celestial Dragons was a severe incident that could not be easily dismissed. The ramifications would ultimately unfold. Udian would ensure that Kizaru would be held accountable for this. In any case, during this Marineford War, Kizaru would find it more challenging to evade responsibility this time around. Thud. Unbeknownst to them, the elevator reached the ground level, connecting with a soft thud before coming to a complete halt. The group began to exit the elevator. However, before they could reach the corridor, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. It appeared that a fierce battle was underway. The entrance of the ground-level elevator was a distance from the main gate of Impel Down. necessitating passage through a corner. As the group stepped out of the elevator, the commotion grew louder from around the corner, even audible amidst the crowd. This direction led towards the entrance of the underground prison. "What is happening?" Magellan inquired, furrowing his brow and instructing his guards to investigate the situation. Ordinarily, Magellan's office was located on the 4th underground level of Impel Down, known as Hell's Heat. Given the incident of an unknown individual breaching the facility, he should have been orchestrating the response from his office, mobilizing the guards to address the matter. Yet, he had chosen to accompany Yudian and others to the ground level, preparing to escort the naval personnel outside. The rationale behind this action is twofold. Firstly, the prisoner Ace holds significant importance, directly influencing the impending conflict between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. Secondly, a rather critical factor is that it has come to his attention that the intruder is but a solitary individual. Who would dare to infiltrate Impel Down alone? Is this a deliberate act of self-entrapment? Such are Magellan's genuine thoughts at this moment. As he dispatches his subordinates to investigate, he continues to escort Yudian and the others. Suddenly, a guard rushes in to report, "Director Magellan, there has been a disturbance at the entrance to the lower level, instigated by the intruder. Moreover, we have confirmed the identity of the intruder. It is the notorious Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 300 million berries." The guard's report instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Even the previously listless prisoner, Ace, lifted his head in astonishment and exclaimed, "Luffy? Why has he come here?" Meanwhile, Magellan, observing Ace's shock, spoke in a low voice, "Do you know that pirate named Luffy? He must have come to rescue you." At this, Magellan's gaze turned sharp and icy. "To dare to invade Impel Down alone, I shall ensure he understands the consequences of such audacity." After uttering these words, he turned to apologize to Judian, saying, "I regret that I must leave you here. From this point on, let Vice Warden Domino escort you out." Without waiting for Judian's response, Magellan pivoted and strode toward the source of the commotion. The clamor from behind had become increasingly distinct, with guards shouting, "Capture him! And he must not be allowed to enter the lower levels." "Luffy!" Ace cried out anxiously. Yet, in the next moment, he was being dragged forward by naval soldiers. Soon, they exited the grand gates of Impel Down. Upon stepping through the entrance, Judian suddenly felt an unusual sensation, glancing up towards a particular direction. There was no specific reason for this. It was merely an impulsive instinct. He sensed it was a portent of something significant. However, he refrained from using his observation haki to probe further, as his haki attributes were a mere 340 points. Even if he unleashed it, he likely wouldn't discern anything of consequence. The trade-off between his conqueror's haki and armament haki was evident. Judian did not regret his choices, but he would need to reconsider the allocation of attributes in the future. Board the ship, prepare to set sail. With a wave of his hand, Judian led the soldiers, escorting prisoner Ace towards the large warship docked at the pier. Domino and the guards of Impel Down stayed back, watching as the naval personnel boarded the vessel. Shortly thereafter, the warship began to move, gradually departing the dock, then accelerating swiftly toward the distant gates of Justice shrouded in mist. As the warship approached the point of vanishing from sight, Domino finally averted his gaze, contemplating before leading the guards back into Impel Down. Magellan must have apprehended that intruder by now, he thought to himself. Just then, a guard rushed over with urgent news. "Vice Warden Domino. A prison riot has erupted from the 1st to the 3rd level. Director Magellan requests that you immediately lead personnel to the 2nd level prison to assist in quelling the unrest." Taken aback by the news, Domino stood frozen. Did Magellan fail to capture that Straw Hat Luffy? What transpired during my brief absence? A riot across 3 levels of the prison couldn't have been orchestrated in such a short span of time, even if the prisoners had been preparing. Just how much chaos could a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries cause? For reasons unknown, Domino felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. The recent prison riot at Push City is unlikely to conclude swiftly, as the unrest spreads to the lower levels of the prison, far from Push City. In a maritime expanse several nautical miles away, a colossal pirate ship's deck hosts a fierce confrontation between the Empress Big Mom and Kaido, both wearing expressions of intense anger, evidently after a recent unpleasant exchange. However, shortly thereafter, upon receiving certain news, their fury dissipates, replaced by excitement. "Brother Kaido, they've left. The Navy is retreating," exclaimed the exuberant queen, pointing towards a distant area of the sea. To the naked eye, nothing is visible in the direction he indicated, just an endless expanse of ocean. Yet, through the lens of a powerful telescope, one could discern a large naval vessel swiftly distancing itself from Push City. This was the opportunity Big Mom and Kaido had been eagerly anticipating. With just Push City to contend with, do we really need to fear a naval admiral? Big Mom declared, her excitement palpable, though she still harbored dissatisfaction towards Kaido. I want to capture that brat Udian right now. As she spoke, her expression revealed a long-held desire, with saliva almost escaping the corners of her mouth. Do not jeopardize my plans, Lin Lin. Kaido bellowed. Our objective extends beyond merely apprehending that Naval Admiral Udian. Fine, fine. It's merely the Navy headquarters, isn't it? Big Mom retorted, pouting childishly, her demeanor dismissive. In the next moment, Kaido turned his gaze toward the magnificent Push City prison, raising his hand decisively. Set sail. Let us seize Push City. Immediately. The pirates aboard erupted in a cacophony of cheers as they set the ship in motion. The two formidable emperors of the sea were officially on the move. Chapter 81. The Assault Style of the Emperors. Upon Kaido's declaration of the attack, the pirates aboard the ship erupted in jubilation, their raucous enthusiasm echoing as they embarked on their journey. To an onlooker, these individuals resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, empowered by their formidable strength. Haha. With our two great pirate crews, even the Navy headquarters cannot withstand us. Destroying Push City will be a mere trifle. A confident pirate sneered, brimming with bravado. This indeed positions the true combatants alongside Kaido's forces, while on the opposing side stand the members of the Big Mom pirates. Despite the alliance formed between the two emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, their respective crews remain distinct entities, maintaining their separate affiliations rather than merging into a singular unit. It is indeed certain that the forces at the four emperors level are extraordinarily vast, to the extent that even the Navy is unable to eradicate them and must acquiesce to their existence. Within such formidable factions, the intricacies of interpersonal relationships are exceedingly convoluted. The individuals within these organizations are far from being a monolithic entity. It is quite common for one to harbor disdain for another. However, all are ultimately beholden to a singular paramount leader, the four emperors. At present, the alliance between two factions of four emperor caliber has abruptly compelled these intricately entangled relationships to coalesce into a unified force, an impossibility in essence. As members or officers of the four emperors' pirate crew, these individuals had long grown accustomed to their lawless ways in the New World. The mere act of gathering such figures without immediate conflict spoke volumes about Big Mom and Kaido's formidable control and high prestige. Humph. At that moment, Kaido observed the details of the two factions huddled together. With a cold snort, he ominously declared that if anyone dared to disrupt his plans once the battle commenced, he would personally eliminate them. This menacing warning sent shivers down the spines of the members from both the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates. Even Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost among the Sweet commanders and second in strength only to Charlotte Lin Lin, bowed his head, too intimidated to meet Kaido's gaze. Defying Kaido could lead to our demise. Katakuri's expression darkened as he cautioned the other members behind him that even Mama might not be able to save them. Upon hearing this, the members of the Big Mom pirates grew increasingly anxious. Most of them were Charlotte Lin Lin's offspring. Yet, given her ruthless nature, even her children could fall victim to her wrath should they disobey. The crew understood that in the impending war, they must not defy the commands of their supreme leaders, previously solely Charlotte Lin Lin, now also including Kaido. In contrast, Kaido's subordinates displayed a more composed demeanor. Look at those fools, they're probably terrified. A member of the Beast Pirates mockingly observed the visibly anxious Big Mom pirates not far away. The other members nearby shared a similar attitude, exuding confidence and fervor for the approaching battle, even bordering on zealotry. This situation is significantly influenced by the competitive structure within the Beast Pirates. In this crew, should one possess unwavering confidence in their abilities, they may boldly challenge a superior of higher rank. For instance, an ordinary pirate member has the opportunity to confront the elite known as the Jinda. Should they triumph over a Jinda, they would ascend to that esteemed position. Similarly, a Jinda may challenge the higher-ranking Flying Six, a term denoting the six most formidable individuals among them, who hold a distinctive status within the group. Moreover, within the entirety of the Beast's pirates, the Flying Six rank just below the three renowned calamities that have gained notoriety across the world. In this manner, the Flying Six may also challenge the calamities, and upon victory, they would claim their place. However, challenges come at a perilous cost. Victory grants one the opportunity to usurp another's position and achieve a transcendence in rank, while defeat would inevitably lead to one's demise. This is no jest. Lives are truly at stake. However, with two of the three prominent figures, Calamity and Androut Jack, apprehended. Plague Quinn finds himself overwhelmed. Consequently, the management of the Beast Pirates now largely falls to the Flying Six. As for Kaido, aside from his habitual indulgence in alcohol and brawling, he seldom attends to the internal matters of the crew, only occasionally offering guidance on the future direction of the pirates, such as negotiating with the Don Quixote family for artificial devil fruits, aiming to transform the Beast Pirates into a legion of empowered individuals. Kaido's ultimate ambition, however, is the annihilation of the world. Indeed, he is a staunch advocate of world destruction, perceiving existence as unbearably mundane and believing that obliteration is the optimal solution. The objective behind constructing a legion of empowered beings is solely to facilitate the world's demise. Yet now, Kaido has uncovered another opportunity to utilize the Marineford War to achieve his cataclysmic aspirations. Amidst the tumult, the colossal pirate ship braves the waves, slicing through surging tides capable of shattering ordinary vessels. Too slow. One of the Flying Six members laments, echoing the sentiments of Big Mom and Kaido, who share a similar impatience. Lin, I shall investigate first. Kaido, known for his lack of patience, transforms into his Azure Dragon form, hastening towards Impel Down. However, Big Mom is even more urgent. She summons Zeus, the Thundercloud, and leaps aboard, soaring towards Impel Down. You should follow me as before, Kaido. Big Mom laughs heartily as she swiftly ascends on Zeus. Wait, Lin. Kaido promptly transforms into his Azure Dragon form, racing after her. In an instant, the two formidable emperors advance in tandem, neither willing to concede. Their rivalry remains unresolved, yet the pirate ship trailing behind is left far behind. The crew aboard grows increasingly anxious, urging for greater speed. Yet, the vessel's pace upon the waves cannot rival that of flight. By the time the massive pirate ship nears the waters surrounding Impel Down, Big Mom and Kaido have already arrived above the prison, ready to strike. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Big Mom removes her hat, known as Napoleon the Double-Horned, infusing it with her soul energy, granting it the ability to transform into a colossal sword. In an instant, Napoleon morphs into a giant blade, firmly grasped by Big Mom. She then unleashes a powerful strike towards the rooftop of Impel Down. Elbaf Spear, Nation of Kings. Boom. The immense sword energy cleaves through the thick stone of the prison's rooftop. Amidst the ensuing roar and billowing smoke, the rooftop begins to collapse, revealing the interior of the prison. Is this truly the hallmark of a Yonkou? Big Mom's assault leaves the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates utterly astounded. At this moment, Kaido, who had also arrived above the advancing city, suddenly unleashed his power. In his Azure Dragon form, Kaido tilted his head back for a deep breath, then exhaled a searing breath downwards. Heat breath. The intense heat is sufficient to evaporate an entire mountain peak. At this moment, it strikes the top of the Impel Down fortress, resulting in a violent explosion. The resounding boom reverberates, and the intense tremors can be distinctly felt even by those aboard the distant pirate ship. By the time the massive vessel reaches Impel Down, both Kaido and Big Mom have vanished, having already entered the fortress. How impatient they are. The two factions aboard the ship exchange glances before quickly regaining their enthusiasm, preparing to unleash a massacre and utterly annihilate this place. A cacophony of pirate cries erupts as they charge toward Impel Down. However, as they approach the ship's edge, they suddenly halt in their tracks. The rudimentary dock connecting to the fortress's gates has been completely obliterated by the earlier onslaught from Kaido and Big Mom. A bunch of useless fools, sneers the member of the Flying Six, Runtai, as she steps forth. With a graceful leap, her lithe form effortlessly spans a distance of over 100 meters, landing precisely before the gates of Impel Down. Runtai strides into the fortress, soon followed by the other members of the Flying Six. Meanwhile, Queen, the Plague, urges the majority of his crew to enter the fortress before he sets off himself. Inside Impel Down, chaos reigns supreme. The riot instigated by Monkey D. Luffy has escalated into a larger uprising under the suppression of the guards. The primary reason for this escalation is the increasing number of released prisoners, leading to a shortage of personnel among the guards. Although the breakout from levels 1 to 4 may present immediate challenges to the prison administrators, as long as they maintain their composure and continue to suppress the uprising, they will ultimately quell the disturbance. However, if the riot spreads to the 5th underground level, even the Warden Magellan himself may struggle to contain it. Should it reach the 6th level, known as the Infinite Hell, then it would be futile. Even Magellan's intervention would lead to inevitable defeat. In the original narrative, the true cause of the overwhelming chaos at Impel Down is the Blackbeard pirates' release of numerous prisoners from the 6th level. While these formidable pirates may not individually match Magellan's strength, their combined force would be insurmountable, even if he were to sustain injuries in the process. At this moment, the Blackbeard pirates have stealthily infiltrated Impel Down and have successfully made their way to the 6th level. Ha ha ha. How do you like my plan? Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, boasts as he walks, having cleverly concealed himself on the 1st level before descending to the 6th with ease. This is all thanks to the Navy's Udian, who helped divert a significant number of guards from Impel Down. It appears that Blackbeard and his crew had concealed themselves on the 1st level of the fortress, rather than attacking from the outside as depicted in the original story. Blackbeard anticipated that the Navy would come to extract the prisoner Ace, understanding Ace's unique identity and paramount significance. Thus, he surmised that Impel Down would deploy a large contingent of personnel, potentially even enlisting Warden Magellan himself to escort Ace. As anticipated, many of the prison's administrative staff were indeed reassigned to escort Ace. Seizing the opportunity, Blackbeard's crew penetrated deeper into the fortress, encountering little resistance. Upon reaching the 3rd level, they learned of an intruder within Impel Down, prompting the guards to rush off in pursuit of the invader and the escaping prisoners. By the time they arrived at the 4th level, they discovered the identity of the intruder, Straw Hat Luffy. Ha ha ha. Is he trying to rescue Ace? How foolish. Blackbeard, aware of some connection between Luffy and Ace, remains oblivious to the fact that they are brothers. At this moment, Blackbeard and his subordinates arrive at the 6th level, the seemingly eternal abyss of infinite hell. Ha ha ha. Who desires freedom? Blackbeard exclaims, standing in the corridor and laughing maniacally at the cells, declaring that any who wish to join him shall be granted their freedom once more. Upon the utterance of these words, the previously dark and silent cells were suddenly filled with commotion. Shadows began to gather at the cell doors, their cold gazes fixed upon the notorious Blackbeard Teach. Come forth. Engage in mutual slaughter. Let me witness who among you is the true strong. Blackbeard Teach proclaimed, laying forth his final condition. Under the intoxicating allure of freedom, the prisoners within the cells could no longer restrain themselves. Soon, the air was thick with the sounds of fierce combat emanating from countless cells. In an instant, these cells transformed into arenas of gladiatorial conflict. As chaos reigned, the relentless battles within the depths of this infernal prison neared their conclusion. Blackbeard Teach's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he observed the cells, eager to discern which formidable warriors would emerge victorious, for they were to become his future loyal subordinates. However, at that very moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the ceiling of the 6th underground level, akin to the sound of the roof about to fracture. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous noise reverberated throughout the entire 6th level. Subsequently, 2 colossal figures crashed heavily to the ground, the violent tremors causing Blackbeard's crew nearby to struggle to maintain their footing. The Emperor Big Mom and Kaido had arrived. The two had forged a path through 5 layers of prison with sheer force, hastening their way to this 6th level of infinite hell. Ah, you are Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The formidable reputation of the 4 emperors had long resonated throughout the world, and even the prisoners confined within Impel Down had heard whispers of their names. Among these prisoners are formidable individuals who are contemporaries of Kaido and Big Mom. However, upon witnessing the two forcefully breaking through the rooftop, they instantly comprehend the terrifying strength that both Big Mom and Kaido possess. The display of their overwhelming power piques the interest of a particular inmate, the demon god Air Douglas Barrett. How intriguing. Barrett gazes at Big Mom and Kaido outside the prison bars, his eyes gleaming with fierce battle intent. As a riot begins to erupt in the 6th level of the underground prison, Warden Magellan finally intercepts Straw Hat Luffy in the 5th level, known as the Extreme Cold Hell, and successfully defeats him. Just as he prepares to summon someone to detain Luffy, an urgent report crackles through the transponder snail. Warden Magellan? A significant incident has occurred. The Blackbeard pirates have unlawfully breached the 6th level of the underground prison and are releasing the inmates there. Upon hearing this, Magellan's brow furrows as he immediately issues a stern command. We must stop them. We cannot allow the prisoners of the 6th level to escape. Warden Magellan, we are unable to prevent it. Besides Blackbeard's crew, Big Mom and Kaido are also present in the 6th level. They have directly breached the 5th level and entered the 6th. Upon receiving this report, Magellan, who had been somewhat puzzled as to why so many guards could not thwart Blackbeard's crew, is left in stunned silence. The 4 emperors? Big Mom and Kaido? They have entered Impel Down? Magellan stands frozen, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events that leaves him questioning everything. Chapter 83. Kaido intercepts. Blackbeard's frustration. In the infinite hell of Impelled Down's 6th level, the arrival of Kaido and Big Mom completely disrupts Blackbeard's prior arrangements. Why are these two here? Surely, they do not intend to steal my recruits? Blackbeard feels a surge of anxiety and irritation. His meticulously crafted plan was on the verge of success, only to be interrupted by unexpected guests, two of the world's most formidable forces, the Four Emperors. Captain, do we stand a chance against those Four Emperors? The demon guard Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates expresses his unease, losing the calm confidence he once had. After all, they are Four Emperors. The reputation of the Four Emperors is enough to make the world tremble. No matter how self-assured Blackbeard's crew was beforehand, their confidence is severely shaken in the presence of the Four Emperors. However, the fighting champion Jesus Burgess seems relatively unaffected, brimming with fighting spirit as he provocatively faces Kaido from a distance. I've yet to duel with a Four Emperor. What a rare opportunity. He raises his muscular arms high. Not far away, Kaido notices Burgess's actions and casts a cold glance in his direction. Kaido, somewhat displeased, snorts as his Conqueror's Haki surges forth. Boom. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki instantly engulfs the area. In this indiscriminate display of power, everyone present, from Blackbeard's crew to the prisoners of the 6th level, including even Big Mom, falls under the impact of Kaido's Haki. Under such a formidable and indiscriminate assault, the disparity in strength among the gathered individuals becomes glaringly apparent. The first to collapse is Jesus Burgess. Initially, Kaido's intervention was prompted by Burgess's provocation. After the shockwave of Conqueror's Haki struck, this champion from the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island is instantly overwhelmed and loses consciousness. Also succumbing to the pressure are the sniper Soundless Van Augur and the ship's Dr. Death God Q. Only Blackbeard and Lafitte manage to endure. Blackbeard, possessing notable strength, stands firm against the Haki's onslaught, while Lafitte struggles but ultimately holds his ground, avoiding unconsciousness. In contrast, the prisoners in the cells exhibit resilience, with only a few succumbing to the Haki. The inmates of the 6th level are predominantly powerful individuals, many of whom have previously shaken the world, renowned figures among pirates. Furthermore, when Uditan visited the 6th level, he unleashed an even more potent Conqueror's Haki, causing those relatively weaker prisoners to faint long ago. Those still standing in this monster-infested 6th level are truly elite. At this moment, Kaido notices that the majority of prisoners remain conscious, expressing his surprise. When did so many capable individuals emerge to withstand my Conqueror's Haki? Unbeknownst to him, the previous display of Haki by Uditan had effectively filtered out the weaker prisoners. Yet, despite his confusion, Kaido feels exhilarated by the sight of so many formidable individuals. You lot are quite strong. Come and serve as my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard almost erupts. His greatest fear has come to fruition, filling him with both rage and dread. He is furious that Kaido has disrupted his plans, and terrified of the overwhelming power that the Four Emperors wield. Damn you, Kaido! Blackbeard internally roars, his eyes reddening with fury and bloodshot veins, especially at such a time. What a detestable scoundrel! If his plan succeeds, he would possess the strength of a Four Emperor, and then he would have no fear of Kaido. However, just as his plan was nearing completion, it is interrupted, and the power and authority he anticipated dissolve into nothingness. This stark contrast drives Blackbeard to the brink of explosion as he glares intently at Kaido from a distance. Such a gaze filled with hatred cannot escape the perception of a Four Emperor. The next moment, Kaido turns his head to look at Blackbeard. His tone chillingly calm. You seem to be quite dissatisfied with me? Then come and defeat me. If you can defeat me, I will grant you your freedom. It turns out that Kaido has included Blackbeard in his list of targets, intending to recruit him as well. Damn you, Kaido. Ultimately unable to contain his rage, Blackbeard launches an assault against Kaido. Dark Hole. Blackbeard extends his palms, unleashing torrents of darkness that flow like rivers, his hands channeling two streams of shadow. The dark currents surge towards Kaido in the distance. Such an ability. Before the dark streams could approach, Kaido felt an overwhelming pull, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. What an interesting power. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate. Kaido recognized Blackbeard Teach's capabilities and unequivocally declared him as his subordinate. Simultaneously, he raised his kanabo, and with a sudden burst of strength, charged ferociously towards Blackbeard Teach. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. The kanabo, enveloped in the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, brutally shattered the dark currents and struck Blackbeard Teach in an instant. Blackbeard Teach spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. However, he had not yet lost consciousness. His innate strength was considerable, for otherwise he would not have ascended to the rank of the 4 emperors after acquiring the Tremor fruit. On the other side, after defeating Blackbeard Teach with a single blow, Kaido paid him no further heed, not even bothering to glance back. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the nearby cells, seemingly in search of his next opponent. At that moment, another emperor, Charlotte Lin, began wreaking havoc. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable Big Mom wielded the giant sword transformed from her hat Napoleon, relentlessly striking in all directions. The techniques capable of cleaving mountains were unleashed as if they cost nothing. Waves of gigantic sword energy continuously sliced through the nearby prison cells. Even though the construction materials of those cells were exceedingly robust, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of a 4 emperors' strikes. Soon, the prison doors collapsed, and one by one, the prisoners were liberated. Among the prisoners who have escaped, there are Flame Calamity Jean and Drought Jack. "Brother Kaido," Jack exclaimed with excitement, only to bow his head in guilt, apologizing for requiring Kaido to come personally to rescue them. He felt ashamed as one of the disasters in the 4 Emperors' pirate crew. He consistently held Kaido back. However, Kaido bore no resentment. He waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Where's that rascal Doflamingo? Where is he imprisoned?" "Ah, I know the location of his cell. Allow me to rescue him." Jack volunteered eagerly and swiftly made his way towards Doflamingo's confinement. Meanwhile, the number of freed prisoners continued to increase, while Kaido stood at the only exit, blocking their path. "You lot, obediently become my subordinates." Kaido's intent was unmistakable. Those unwilling to join his crew were not permitted to leave. The liberated prisoners showed little resistance. Previously, Blackbeard Teach had made similar demands, forcing the prisoners to fight amongst themselves, where only the victor would earn their freedom. Now that they were liberated, they would ultimately need to select a captain. Aligning with one or the other would make little difference. In comparison, serving under 2 of the 4 emperors certainly sounded far more appealing than being a subordinate to Blackbeard Teach, which would carry a certain stigma. Just as many prisoners began to voice their agreement with Kaido's demands, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Devil's Air Douglas Bullet. "Huh, Kaido, you are not yet worthy to command me." Bullet strode directly to stand opposite Kaido, an aura of dark purple energy enveloping him as he bellowed, "Let me see just how much strength you possess." No sooner had he spoken than Bullet unleashed his attack. Chapter 84, Bullet vs. Kaido and Big Mom. Waves of dark purple energy swirled around Bullet's entire being. This is the unique fusion of demonic aura and commanding presence that manifests in Barrett's devil form. He is the sole individual in the entire world capable of transforming into this devil form, which is the reason for his epithet, Demon Goddess Air. In this devil form, the user's abilities experience a comprehensive enhancement. Within a fraction of a second, Barrett surged towards Kaido, delivering a colossal fist, imbued with the essence of the devil form, crashing forcefully into his opponent's visage. The speed at which events unfolded was so astonishing that even the prisoners confined 6 levels underground could scarcely react, unable to discern Barrett's movements. Yet Kaido was quick to respond, his hands gripping the spiked club tightly as he swung it upwards with tremendous force. At the moment, the club struck with maximum impact. It collided directly with Barrett's colossal fist. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire underground prison, sending forth a surge of Conqueror's Haki that burst forth like purple lightning in every direction. The violent shockwave generated by the clash obliterated the nearest cell walls, propagating swiftly and causing even the formidable prisoners to lose their footing, involuntarily swept away by the force. Is there truly such a vast disparity in strength between us and those 2? One inmate gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Having braced against the earlier Conqueror's Haki of Udian and recently triumphed in a prisoner brawl, he had felt confident in his abilities. However, in the face of this genuine clash of titans, he found himself incapable of even spectating closely, realizing that he operated on an entirely different level from the battling Kaido and Barrett. Damn it, those 2 are incredibly strong. They're simply monsters. An inmate roared in frustration, but his protests could not alter his fate as he was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing into the distant, thick walls. The muffled sounds of impact echoed as if cannonballs were incessantly bombarding the walls. The ordinary cell walls could not withstand the shockwave. The prisoners were slammed against the outermost barrier that isolated them from the external seawater. The 6th level of Impel Down lay beneath the sea's surface. Where the deeper one descended, the larger the space became. The pressure increased with depth. The walls of this infernal 6th level had been constructed with immense labor and resources. capable of withstanding even the full force of a Sea King. At that moment, the prisoners collided with the outer walls, embedding themselves deeply within them. Wait, is that Barrett? He possesses remarkable strength. The imposing figure of Big Mom, who had been wreaking havoc, recognized Barrett amidst the commotion. The fierce battle between Kaido and Barrett was so intense that the residual energy could send powerful foes flying, yet it did not affect Big Mom. Standing firmly amid the shockwaves, she appeared as if rooted to the ground. She eyed the conflict with keen interest, particularly captivated by Barrett, with such strength. Surely having a child with him would yield a formidable offspring? I hear he possesses something called demon aura. Big Mom held a fascination for those with unique talents or bloodlines, often considering procreation with them if circumstances allowed. Many of her offspring bore diverse racial heritages. Barrett's demon aura was unparalleled, and she regarded him as a rare and exceptional breed. Haha, kid, you belong to me now. Big Mom's eyes sparkled as she charged towards Barrett. The ground shook violently beneath her as her excitement propelled her forward, dislodging even the prisoners embedded in the walls. What's this? An ambush? On the battlefield? Barrett noticed the approaching Big Mom, and instead of feeling anger, he erupted into laughter. Come on. Defeating both of you emperors would certainly demonstrate that my strength has surpassed Roger's. As he laughed, the ground beneath him cracked open, and fragments of rock swiftly converged towards him. The power of the combined fruit surged as the battle escalated. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 6th level, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. Indeed, the 6th level has erupted into chaos. Magellan could distinctly sense the turmoil deep within the prison, hastening his steps. Before long, he arrived at the battlefield, witnessing the fierce combat involving Kaido, Barrett, and Big Mom, along with prisoners embedded in the outer walls. Is this an internal conflict? Magellan was momentarily perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it. The prisoners' infighting was advantageous, allowing him the opportunity to capture these powerful inmates. Everyone, return to your cells. In the next moment, Magellan surged towards the battlefield, unleashing the full potency of his poison fruit. A large-scale melee erupted within the 6th level of Impel Down. Chapter 85. The situation deteriorates. Sengoku's response. At the Marine Headquarters in Marineford, a vast square had been prepared, with the gallows erected prominently. The elite of the world's navy convened in this expansive area, their formations impeccably arranged, leaving no vulnerabilities. 3 admirals stood at the rear of the formation, positioned before the headquarters building, not only to serve as the final line of defense but also to ensure the safety of the building itself. Without the protection of top-tier power, even the sturdiest of structures would crumble in the face of war. In the original narrative, the 3 admirals had already taken action to protect the headquarters. Yet the building still ultimately collapsed. Presently, aside from the 3 admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, remained atop the execution platform. The winds were fierce atop the gallows, yet Sengoku stood firm, gazing into the distance towards the horizon of the sea, the direction of the Marine Headquarters Gate of Justice. Garp sat atop the platform, his expression tinged with melancholy, as if lost in reflection. Suddenly, the sound of a din-din mushy rang out. Sengoku retrieved it, and, after listening for a moment, his countenance swiftly turned grave. A massive riot had Impel Down? The Emperor's? Where is Admiral Udian? Has he reached the Gate of Justice? He ordered the mobilization of warships to encircle Impel Down, ensuring that no prisoners escaped. After issuing his command, Sengoku put away the din-din mushy, his solemn expression unwavering. Choosing such a moment, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, the Emperors are personally assaulting Impel Down. This dire situation has tightened Sengoku's nerves. Fortunately, the warship transporting Ace had departed early and was not caught in the attack. As long as the Gate of Justice is secured, the riot at Impel Down should not adversely affect this battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates must be eliminated swiftly. With this determination, Sengoku resolved to adjust the war strategy, advancing the timing for a decisive confrontation with the top-tier powers to quickly eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Impel Down, numerous marine vessels arrived outside the prison and subsequently spread out, completely surrounding the underwater fortress. All cannons were aimed at the gates of Impel Down, their powder and shells prepared for immediate fire. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had issued orders. No prisoners were to be allowed to leave Impel Down. On one of the warships, a Marine colonel bellowed orders, declaring that all prisoners emerging from Impel Down must be executed on sight. A brutal command has been issued, and a faint scent of blood permeates the air. At this moment, the turmoil within Impel Down has escalated. following Magellan's personal descent to the 6th level underground. The remaining prisoners who escaped from other floors are being dealt with by other personnel in charge of the prison. With the chief warden Magellan absent, only the deputy warden, Hannibal, can maintain order amidst the chaos. Although the monsters of the 6th level, known as the Infinite Hell, have been temporarily contained and have yet to escape from the depths of the prison, the fugitives from the other levels prove to be equally formidable adversaries. Particularly on the 5th level, dubbed the Extreme Cold Hell, the prisoners here are notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, and their strength is formidable. In fact, most of the prison staff have congregated here to suppress these powerful escapees. Meanwhile, due to a lack of guards and personnel on the other levels, the rebellion shows no signs of abating. Rather, it intensifies. How infuriating. There are too many escapees. As Hannibal battles the fugitives, he increasingly feels overwhelmed. Where is Magellan? In the past, he would always seek Magellan's assistance in times of difficulty. And dealing with so many pirates with bounties over 100 million is clearly beyond his singular capabilities. Unbeknownst to Hannibal, the powerful Magellan is currently embroiled in a fierce struggle on the 6th level. The ground shakes with a resounding roar, and the intense vibrations even reach the level above, causing both levels of the prison to tremble. This disturbance is a result of the 4 formidable combatants, Kaido, Big Mom, Magellan, and Barrett. Each belongs to a different faction, and their battles reflect this dynamic. Barrett attacks both Kaido and Big Mom, occasionally countering Barrett's strikes, while Magellan's focus is broader, targeting all prisoners present as well as Kaido and Big Mom. All individuals in the vicinity are fair game for Magellan's assault. In this manner, the situation appeared to favor Kaido and Big Mom. However, the true circumstances of the battle were far from that. It was solely due to Barrett's formidable strength that, even without a direct alliance with Magellan, he successfully thwarted the assaults from Kaido and Big Mom. This fellow is increasingly endearing to me. Big Mom gazed intently at Barrett, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Subsequently, she could no longer restrain herself, disregarding Magellan entirely, and focused her attacks solely on Barrett. Emperor's sword, shattering blade. In the next moment, the massive sword, forged from her dual-horned hat Napoleon, ignited with fierce flames. She then brought the flaming sword crashing down upon Barrett. Sizzle! The searing flames left a charred trace in the air, as if the very atmosphere had been singed. At this juncture, Barrett, confronted with the fiery sword strike, did not evade but instead raised his fist to meet the blazing blade head-on. Bang! The edge of the flame-laden sword collided with Barrett's colossal fist in its devil form, sending a shower of sparks flying in all directions. Despite Big Mom's extraordinary strength, she was unable to injure Barrett, yet neither did she suffer any loss. Almost simultaneously, the fiery great sword and the immense fist recoiled from each other's overwhelming force, causing both Big Mom and Barrett to stagger backward in opposite directions. Oh, Barrett was somewhat surprised, yet also exhilarated. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone with such remarkable strength. In that moment, he temporarily fixated his attention on the elderly woman, preparing to engage in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the woman, as she retreated, instinctively dragged her flaming great sword along the ground, melting the sturdy rock surface beneath and leaving behind long, charred marks. Once she steadied herself, she noticed Barrett charging towards her, and her spirit soared as she rose to confront him. The two warriors grew increasingly emboldened in their combat, causing the surrounding rocky ground and prison walls to crumble under the relentless shockwaves of their fierce clash. The terrifying battle was so intense that even the prisoners on the 6th underground level were filled with trepidation. Yet they felt compelled to draw closer to the arena of confrontation between the two combatants. For, on the opposite battlefield, the situation was even more dreadful. Behold, Magellan had unleashed the awakened powers of the venom fruit, with crimson poison coalescing above his head into a colossal skeletal figure. The vivid red hue of the venom alone invoked a profound sense of peril. Indeed, as he wielded the awakened powers of the fruit and summoned the gigantic skeletal form, toxins began to spread relentlessly beneath Magellan's feet. Such toxins are not easily approached, even by Kaido. Is it the power of the poison fruit? What a nuisance! Kaido furrowed his brow, brandishing his kanabo, unleashing shockwaves, diamond arrow. He understood that if his weapon were to come into contact with that vivid crimson poison, it too would succumb to infection. However, merely releasing shockwaves would not suffice to defeat Magellan. Each time the shockwave drew near, Magellan would intercept it with the colossal skeleton giant above him, successfully blocking every onslaught. Realizing that he could not vanquish Magellan from a distance, Kaido resolved to change his approach. If long-range tactics proved futile, he would engage in close combat. Gripping his kanabo tightly, he charged directly at Magellan. The latter, noticing this reckless advance, snorted in disdain. "How foolish! Are you intending to concede? I shall show no mercy." He commanded the skeletal giant to strike. The colossal figure's fists descending upon Kaido with tremendous force. Judgment of hell. Boom. In an instant, the two collided, causing the entire prison to tremble violently. Chapter 86. The Arrival of the Emperor's Forces. Boom. The violent tremors rendered the prisoners on the 6th level unsteady, causing many to topple. Even Crocodile, a formidable Logia-type devil fruit user, hesitated to approach, despite the exit being in plain sight. Some prisoners began to strategize, while many others remained indifferent, captivated instead by the thunderous clash in the distance. Such a grand spectacle of an Emperor-level battle was a rare sight. The former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, leisurely puffed on his cigar, eagerly observing the battlefield. At that moment, a figure approached, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, formerly one of the 7 warlords. Blackbeard strode directly to Shiryu's side, a sinister smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the Calamity King and Drought Jack, dispatched by Kaido to rescue the Don Quixote family, had finally accomplished their mission. The entire Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote Doflamingo, had been successfully liberated. However, due to their incarceration, they appeared in poor condition, their spirits low and lacking in combat prowess. Particularly, Doflamingo, still suffering from injuries sustained in his defeat at the hands of Eustace Kid, had yet to recover. This is due to the fact that after his capture, he was shackled with seastone restraints, which severely impaired his physical abilities and significantly diminished his regenerative capacity. At this moment, a group of individuals has regained their freedom and gradually begun to nurture their ambitions. Could it be that Kaido and Big Mom have arrived? Don Quixote Doflamingo has already learned of the alliance between Kaido and Big Mom, a sinister smile creeping across his face. That Marine Admiral, Fujitora, has departed from Impel Down, heading towards Marine Headquarters. I recall that today marks the execution of Fire Fist Ace, does it not? Would you be interested in accompanying me to Marine Headquarters? Let us turn that place upside down. Clearly, Doflamingo still harbors resentment towards Fujitora and intends to participate in the war at Marineford. This notion aligns seamlessly with the perspectives of Flame Calamity Jin and Drought Jack. Soon, a group of individuals surged towards the prison exit, intent on reuniting with Kaido and Big Mom. However, upon nearing the exit, they were confronted with the chaotic battlefield before them. To their astonishment, Kaido and Big Mom were being subdued. A shocked member of the Don Quixote family exclaimed. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength that the 4 emperors possessed, beings of unparalleled power. Yet, in this moment, such titans were being restrained, one by Magellan's poisonous giant and the other, even more astonishingly, by Barrett's sheer force. How could this be? Flame Calamity Jin furrowed his brow deeply. Beside him, Drought Jack widened his eyes in disbelief. Was that truly the Kaido he knew? Fool! Jin chastised mercilessly. It is due to the unique abilities of their adversary. Brother Kaido is unable to fight at his full capacity. Subsequently, Flame Calamity Jin shifted his gaze to Magellan on the battlefield. That power must be the poison fruit's ability. Moreover, it appeared that the warden of Impel Down, Magellan, had activated the awakening of his fruit's power. The awakening of the poison fruit's ability. Drought Jack fell silent, his expression turning grave. He was no stranger to the concept of fruit awakening, having himself developed his Zoan-type mammoth fruit to that advanced level. The capabilities of Zoan-type fruits, once awakened, significantly enhance one's recovery and vitality, rendering such abilities terrifying. Just how potent would the powers of the awakened poison fruit be? Poison is spreading. Drought Jack observed the toxin steadily proliferating beneath Magellan's feet, feeling the pressure even himself. Yet at this moment, Kaido on the battlefield was attacking despite the overwhelming poison. He transformed into his dragon form, enveloping his arms and kanabo with thick scales. After each assault, the scales on Kaido's arms and kanabo became tainted with vivid red poison, which he would then discard, replacing them with fresh scales. This course of action may be rather taxing on one's stamina, yet it effectively circumvents the contamination of toxins. Let us proceed as well, declared Drought Jack, poised to charge into the fray. At that moment, Flame Jean sprang to his feet. Intercepting him, Brother Kaido dislikes being disturbed during battle. Upon hearing this admonition, Drought Jack immediately recalled that Brother Kaido, who has always favored one-on-one confrontations, would not tolerate any interruptions in his fight. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to remain where they were. However, they did not remain idle, for Kaido had previously instructed them to recruit the prisoners from the 6th level below. At this moment, Flame Calamity Ace and Jack cast their gazes around before rising to approach the gathering of prisoners. The inmates on the 6th level were all notorious pirate overlords, defiant and many of them unwilling to become Kaido's subordinates. In such moments, a confrontation is inevitable. The prowess of Flame Calamity and Jack remains formidable here. Not long after, the main forces of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates finally arrived at the 6th level of the underground prison. Bearing what they deemed a good news, "We've dealt with the guards in the first 5 levels," casually remarked Plague Queen, as if discussing a trivial matter. That fellow named Hannibal mentioned that their warden, Magellan, was present. Who is Magellan? Just as Plague Queen scanned the battlefield, Magellan turned his gaze in his direction. Subsequently, a colossal Crimson Skull giant swung a punch towards him. Chapter 87, Dominance of the Seas. Barrett feels death. What on earth is this? Plague Queen exclaimed, startled. The sight of the ominous Crimson Skull giant was chilling, exuding an aura of death and foreboding. Moreover, the giant's punch was immensely powerful. Even before it reached him, Plague Queen could feel the fierce gust of wind generated by its approach. Drip, drip, drip. The giant's fist oozed venom, the crimson liquid quickly corroding the rocky ground upon contact, with its toxic essence swiftly spreading outward. The poison can spread? Witnessing this scene, Plague Queen realized the gravity of the situation. Known as Plague, he possessed a considerable understanding of toxins and discerned that Magellan was a user of the poison fruit. If it were merely a toxic liquid attack, they could manage with protective measures, as a single vial of toxin would struggle to threaten top-tier warriors. However, when toxins can disseminate over inorganic substances, everything changes. Ordinary toxins might spread on rocks, but it would take considerable time. This fellow's poison spreads as swiftly as a plague. In that moment, Queen felt a jolt of astonishment and a hint of self-doubt. How is it that Magellan appears even more like a plague than he does? Although Plague Queen was renowned for his toxic abilities, he lacked the power to spread toxins over inorganic materials. Just as his self-doubt intensified, the toxins from the distant battlefield had already encroached upon him. The battle involving Magellan and his allies had persisted for quite some time. The spread of toxins was relentless, and even if the diffusion rate was slow, it must have reached far by now, especially considering the inherent speed of the toxin spread. This toxin is ferocious. One must not come into contact with it. Plague Queen instantly recognized the perilous nature of the crimson toxins and leaped backward, hopping away. In nature, the more vibrant the exterior of a creature, the more potent its venom tends to be. The same principle applies in the realm of toxins. Scatter. Avoid those scarlet zones. Plague Queen bellowed, alerting his fellow pirates. In an instant, the crew of both the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates retreated. Even Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost among the Sweet Three generals, dared not approach the ground tainted by the crimson toxins. In truth, Katakuri possessed the ability of observation haki, allowing him to glimpse fleeting images of the future. Upon entering the 6th level, he had already foreseen individuals perishing due to the crimson toxins. He had grasped the potency of those toxins before Plague Queen did. This is the power of a devil fruit. Katakuri's gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately fixating on Magellan in the distance, his expression turning grave. That individual is extremely dangerous. Even with his strength, he considered Magellan's power profoundly perilous, potentially threatening his very life. However, aside from his serious demeanor, Katakuri exhibited no signs of fear, for he envisioned an even more distant future. Although Kaido was temporarily subdued, the tide would soon turn. After observing the clash between Kaido and Magellan, Katakuri swiftly redirected his attention to another area, the battlefield between Barrett and Big Mom. After all, Big Mom is not only Katakuri's mother but also his captain. Mother is being suppressed. Katakuri furrowed his brow, as he rarely witnessed Big Mom being overpowered. He promptly employed his observation haki to foresee the future. Huh? There seems to be no change. Who on earth is that individual? Katakuri momentarily failed to recognize Barrett's identity. In reality, most of the crew from both the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates were unaware of Barrett's identity. After all, this demon god descendant had been imprisoned in the 6th level for over 20 years, and most of the pirates present were either very young or mere children over 2 decades ago. Even if they had heard tales of Barrett's battle against the Navy's demon slayer, the passage of time would have dulled those memories. Not to mention that a person's appearance can significantly change over 20 years. Could it be that the one who continues to suppress Mother is a figure from history? Katakuri recalled certain formidable individuals from the annals of history, perhaps even monsters. However, before he could deduce the identity of his opponent, the prisoners observing from the 6th level divulged Barrett's identity. Upon hearing the name Barrett, Katakuri's realization struck him, and his heart tightened. It is that monster. It is said that he single-handedly dismantled the Navy's demon slayer, yet ultimately succumbed and was captured. To think he has survived over 20 years of imprisonment. Not only Katakuri, but many pirates believed Barrett to be dead, given his disappearance for over 2 decades. There are numerous instances of individuals vanishing for many years, only to be confirmed as deceased long ago. Nevertheless, even Barrett would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the formidable Big Mom. Katakuri possesses unwavering confidence in her capabilities. Yet, in the next moment, Katakuri's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed an unimaginable spectacle. Simultaneously, across the battlefield, Big Mom's smile abruptly vanished. Her countenance contorted with fury, erupting in a fit of rage. "You are truly troublesome," she exclaimed with ire. "Would it not be better for you to obediently serve as my subordinate?" As she spoke, she unleashed a powerful strike. Wigu. A colossal wave of sword energy tore through the air, aimed directly at Barrett. In response, Barrett acted decisively, having already utilized his combined fruit ability. He simultaneously transformed into his devil form, meeting the sword energy with a massive fist. Boom! The immense sword energy shattered, while the rocks gathered upon Barrett's fist fragmented into a multitude of pieces. However, under the influence of the combined fruit's power, the broken rocks swiftly reformed. Big Mom, now thoroughly exasperated, abruptly retreated, positioning herself beside Kaido. At this juncture, the area surrounding Kaido was saturated with vibrant, crimson toxins, as it was the primary battlefield between him and Magellan. Nevertheless, Kaido's entire body was enveloped in thick scales, rendering the toxins incapable of inflicting any genuine harm upon him. For his outer scales could shed like a snake's skin. In contrast, Big Mom stood there unprotected, and the vivid red toxins rapidly spread from her feet to her body. Yet astonishingly, they could not corrode her form. This is the resilient physique of Big Mom. Not only is her defensive power astonishing, but she also possesses formidable resistance to toxins. "Kaido, end this battle quickly," Big Mom exclaimed angrily. "I must head to the Navy headquarters, and I cannot afford to delay any longer." Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately turned his head and replied gravely, Lin, you are right. We must set off promptly, or we may not arrive in time. I still intend to personally sever Whitebeard's head." In just a few exchanged words, the two seemed to have determined the outcome of the battle before them. Kaido pivoted, standing shoulder to shoulder with Big Mom. Subsequently, they simultaneously swung their weapons. Kaido wielded his massive kanabo, while Big Mom raised the giant sword transformed from her horned hat Napoleon. As they swung their weapons, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from their beings, exuding not only the presence of Armament Haki but also Conqueror's Haki, Elbaf's spear. In the next moment, both unleashed their weapons in a combined attack. Dominance of the seas. The clash of the kanabo and the colossal sword generated an explosive shockwave of unparalleled intensity. As the shockwave surged forth, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. No one could hear anything, only the blinding sword energy shockwave that dominated their vision. The target of this overwhelming force was none other than Barrett in the distance. This sensation is the feeling of death. Even Barrett, with his formidable physique, now faced a crisis of mortality. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. At the brink of death, he felt invigorated, just like this. "If I defeat you both, I will surpass Roger." In the next instant, Barrett made his move. Instead of evading, he poured all his strength into confronting the combined attack of the two emperors, dominance of the seas. Chapter 88. Impel Down has been breached. It has been a long time since I witnessed that move. At this moment, the veteran members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates were both astonished and somewhat nostalgic as they witnessed Kaido and Big Mom executing the combined attack dominance of the seas. As for the new recruits who had joined in the last decade or so, they were oblivious to such a technique and were profoundly shaken by its tremendous power. Not only them, but the prisoners observing from the 6th level below were equally astounded. Was this truly a technique that humans could wield? Terrifying. If it were aimed at me, I would undoubtedly perish. No one could withstand this move, could they? Even from a distance, although dominance of the seas was not directed at them, the notorious pirates felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if an invisible weight was suffocating them. They could hardly imagine the immense pressure Barrett was enduring while facing dominance of the seas. Surely, even Barrett could not survive such a terrifying technique, could he? They regarded Barrett's challenge of dominance of the seas with skepticism, deeming him a madman, utterly unhinged. After all, what sane person would seek death? Yet, the reality was that Barrett stood his ground resolutely. The sword energy shockwave of dominance of the seas moved with incredible speed, obliterating everything in its path, whether it was the massive, solid rocky ground or the prison bars crafted from special metals. Even the sea stone shackles were all treated equally under the onslaught of dominance of the seas, achieving a true equality of all beings. They were all annihilated, reduced to mere fragments. At last, Barrett made a decisive move, as he was not merely going to endure the impact of dominance of the seas. In an instant, he unleashed the power of his combined devil fruit abilities, drawing in a multitude of rocks and debris to his right fist, which rapidly swelled in size. As his fist grew to a considerable dimension, Barrett enveloped it with his Armament Haki, his ominous aura, and Conqueror's Haki. The strongest fist. Barrett launched his fist forward, meeting the shockwave of dominance of the seas head-on. Boom! The collision of his fist with the ferocious sword energy shockwave sent a massive tremor radiating outward. What? The prisoners watching from a distance, along with the members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, were caught off guard and propelled backward by the immense force, crashing against the rocky walls behind them. The powerful prisoners of the 6th level were somewhat resilient to the impact. However, the scene among the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates was one of chaos, with many bloodied and injured. Is watching a battle always this perilous? The pirates were filled with trepidation, as the recent events had left a lasting impression on their minds, making them acutely aware that merely spectating could prove fatal. However, they quickly realized that if the danger was so high merely from watching, what fate awaited Barrett, who was facing the shockwave of dominance of the seas directly? They hurriedly turned their attention back to the battlefield, discovering that the shockwave of dominance of the seas and Barrett's colossal fist were still locked in a stalemate, with neither side yielding. Could Barrett actually withstand the combined assault of the two emperors? The onlookers among the notorious pirates were flabbergasted, unable to fathom the reality. Some scoffed, asserting, "He is merely holding out for now. How could he possibly withstand the combined force of two emperors? Just watch. He won't last much longer." Before he could finish, Barrett's eyes suddenly widened, and he unleashed a surge of power from his fist. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the immense shockwave of dominance of the seas was forcefully repelled by Barrett, altering its trajectory and sending it soaring upwards. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions echoed as the shockwave of dominance of the sea shattered the skeletal giant's fists, barreling forward and obliterating everything in its path until it reached the outer walls of the 6th level of Impel Down. The wall, designed to shield against the encroaching seawater, stood resolute against the immense pressure from the depths of the ocean at the 6th underground level. Yet, at this moment, the shockwave from Baja struck the wall with such force that it shattered instantly, without any hesitation. A massive breach appeared in the outer wall of the prison on the 6th level, and torrents of seawater surged in. Disaster loomed. The prison was on the brink of being submerged. The pirates present were struck with terror. They could no longer afford to worry about Magellan's toxins or the dangers of the battlefield. They rushed desperately towards the prison's exit. If they did not escape now, they risked being engulfed by the rising waters, and most of them, being devil fruit users, would be rendered powerless in the sea. Lin, you've brought the wall down," Kaido scolded Big Mom in a furious tone. However, Big Mom paid him no heed, urging her comrades to join forces once more to defeat Barrett. "Let South leave this place first," Kaido insisted, his voice grave. "We are not adept at fighting in the water. We shall have ample time to pursue that brat later." As he spoke, Kaido transformed into his dragon form and propelled himself towards the 5th underground level. Meanwhile, Big Mom attempted to strike out alone, only to be startled awake by a crashing wave, prompting her to summon Zeus and descend to the level above. Others followed suit. Both Barrett and Magellan sprang into action, heading for the 5th underground level. Moments later, the 6th level, this infinite hell, was completely submerged by the ocean. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the warship commanded by Udian gradually docked, successfully delivering the prisoner Ace. Chapter 89. The battle begins at Marineford. Whitebeard arrives. At the execution plaza of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku closely monitored a Navy vessel in the distant harbor. He nodded slightly only when the ship had fully docked. The prisoner had finally arrived. On the recently docked warship, a throng of elite Marines escorted a notorious pirate prisoner down the gangway, led by Marine Admiral Udian. His mission to transport the prisoner Ace from Impel Down had been successfully completed. With the prisoner secured, the next phase was war. Udion glanced at the sea. His expression tinged with curiosity as he pondered why the Whitebeard pirates had not attempted an interception en route. Historically, whether in the original narrative or the present reality, the Whitebeard pirates chose not to ambush the vessel transporting Ace. In a world rife with extraordinary powers, it seemed peculiar that they would not exploit their abilities for reconnaissance, especially with Phoenix Marco's flight capabilities at their disposal. Although even if they had attempted an interception, Udion's presence would have rendered their efforts futile, a fact unbeknownst to the Whitebeard pirates, who were unaware of Udion's true strength. They had missed their optimal opportunity. Udion turned, making his way towards the expansive plaza, shaking his head inwardly. The impending assault on the Navy headquarters would only lead to their failure. At this moment, the Navy headquarters boasted the majority of the world's elite Marines. No force, even among the four emperors, could hope to breach its defenses. Had Udion been given the choice, he would have established a strategy at Impel Down, as breaching there would be far less challenging than assaulting the Navy headquarters. That said, the Whitebeard pirates truly stood as the foremost of the four emperors, capable of contending even against the full might of the Navy. Given another decade or two of growth, they might surpass the Navy altogether. However, history does not entertain what-ifs. Soon, Ace was escorted to the execution platform, while Iron Fist Garp remained seated, offering no reaction, his heavy heart known only to himself. As Ace was brought forth, the surrounding Marines were on high alert, vigilant against any potential attack from the Whitebeard pirates. In truth, the moment Ace appeared at the Navy headquarters, every second that followed could potentially herald an assault from the Whitebeard pirates. Heightened security. There must be no moment of relaxation. This is for justice, commanded the officers scattered across the plaza, rallying morale. For justice. The response of the Navy soldiers echoed like a roaring tide. At this time, Udion had positioned himself towards the rear of the formation. He did not approach the area occupied by the three admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, who each had their thrones atop the headquarters, affording them a comprehensive view of the plaza and the distant harbor. Although Udion refrained from joining them, a vacant seat remained beside the three admirals. While the high-ranking officers were aware that Udion was on a mission to escort Ace and would likely not occupy that seat upon his return, it still served a symbolic purpose, reflecting the Navy's stance. All admirals would be treated equally. This approach, indeed, won public favor. Udion felt a sense of comfort at the sight of the empty seat beside the three admirals, akin to the refreshing sensation of savoring chilled watermelon on a sweltering day. Sengoku seeks to motivate me to contribute more in the upcoming battle? Udion mused, standing tall and gazing towards the execution platform. He remained positioned behind the platform, as he had no intention of exerting himself in the impending conflict. The vacant admiral's throne was a trivial matter to Udion, merely a symbolic honor with little tangible benefit. Such trivial accolades held no sway over him. Udion sat down in his own chair, contemplating how he might glean insights from seasoned admirals like Kizaru and Aokiji. What knowledge? Naturally, though advanced techniques of slacking off. In the realm of office work, Udion, with his wealth of experience from Earth, could be deemed a master of the art of idling. Yet, when it came to the battlefield, he was but a novice, necessitating guidance from the old veterans like Kizaru. Just then, as Udion quietly contemplated, Sengoku's din-din mushi rang out once more. It was a communication from Impel Down, and this time the voice on the other end was urgent, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of cannon fire. What? Impel Down has been breached? The prisoners have all escaped? Damn it. Kaido. Big Mom. Those two rascals. The usually composed Sengoku faltered upon hearing the latest developments from Impel Down, his voice trembling with disbelief. Nonetheless, having served as a high-ranking officer for many years, he quickly regained his composure, reflecting for a moment before issuing new orders. Open fire immediately to sink all ships. All warships must retreat from Impel Down. Furthermore, inform the administrators of Impel Down that they must ensure the Gate of Justice remains closed. As long as the Gate of Justice is shut, those pirate fugitives within Impel Down will be unable to reach the Navy headquarters in a timely manner. Sengoku's thoughts were lucid, discerning the crux of the current dilemma, the Gate of Justice. The distance between Impel Down and the Navy headquarters is considerable. Even a large warship, under normal navigation, would require several days to arrive. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice can they reach their destination swiftly, which is why, in the original narrative, the Straw Hat Pirate, Luffy, insisted on accompanying Hancock to Judicial Island and the Gate of Justice. After making these arrangements, Sengoku still seemed somewhat uneasy. He dialed another Din Mushi to contact the control room of the Gate of Justice at the headquarters, insisting that it must not be opened until the conclusion of the battle at the headquarters. Truly, Sengoku demonstrated remarkable foresight in the face of an unexpected situation. He was able to devise such comprehensive measures in such a short span of time. Yudian, observing from below, nodded in quiet approval. Even he, well versed in the original history, would not have executed the plan better than Sengoku. Moreover, Sengoku was unaware of the subsequent historical events. His strategy was born from urgent contemplation amid an unforeseen crisis. Were it any other individual, they would likely have panicked, and in such moments of distress, decisions are prone to flaws. Alas, at times, the efforts of one individual can be limited. Yudian harbored doubts regarding Sengoku's plan. This is not solely due to his knowledge of the history of the Paramount War. Understanding that both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates suffered significant losses, resulting in Blackbeard reaping the benefits. More crucially, the pressure the Navy faces encompasses far more than just the Whitebeard pirates. The red-haired pirates, arriving towards the war's conclusion, are effectively there to impede the Navy as well. Considering that by then, Whitebeard had perished, and the Navy had ostensibly gained the upper hand. In hindsight, one might say the Navy is confronted with at least 2.5 Emperor-level forces, while its top-tier combatants, Admiral Kazu, is slacking off. Akiji is unwilling to exert his full strength, and only Garp engages earnestly when dealing with Blackbeard. It is solely Akainu and Sengoku who persist in the fight. By this calculation, there are quite a few who are shirking their duties, and I do not feel particularly out of place. Yujian shifted his posture, basking in the sun. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted from the inner seas of the Navy headquarters, sending waves crashing skyward. The entire Navy instantly tensed, rushing to investigate. Alarm! The Whitebeard pirates are attacking. The alarm echoed throughout the area. Yudian turned his gaze towards the distance. A glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Is the Paramount War finally about to commence? Chapter 90. The Escalation of War. The layout of the Navy headquarters square is not a simple square or rectangle, but features a semicircular area at its center. Viewed from above, it resembles a concave region, with the missing section naturally filled by seawater, forming an inner sea. In fact, this shape was deliberately crafted by the Navy to facilitate the construction of a port. With a considerable military presence, the Navy sees a constant influx of warships daily, far exceeding the capacity of a conventional port. Only a port shaped like this inner sea can accommodate over 100 warships simultaneously. Beyond the inner sea, the Navy headquarters has erected protective walls and other defenses. In preparation for the impending conflict, the Navy has strategically stationed numerous warships in the waters surrounding the headquarters, creating a defensive encirclement. From a bird's-eye view, the Navy headquarters appears as an iron fortress, heavily guarded, where not even a bird could hope to fly in. Under such formidable defenses, the Whitebeard pirates seemingly possess no option but to forcefully breach the front lines. However, should they opt for a direct assault, the casualties would escalate significantly, thereby alleviating the pressure on the Navy's defenses. Reluctant to engage head-on, the Whitebeard pirates are left with only the possibility of a subterranean incursion. Yudian gazed thoughtfully at the colossal, whale-like warship that had abruptly surfaced in the harbor's inner sea, pondering the implications. Yet, this course of action would forfeit any opportunity for the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. With Sengoku's sagacity, it is inconceivable that he would overlook the vulnerabilities within the defenses. Therefore, one can only surmise that Sengoku deliberately crafted a ruse, inviting the Whitebeard pirates to infiltrate the headquarters. Is the true objective to annihilate a Yonko pirate crew in this conflict? Although Yudian lacked direct evidence, even Sengoku, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Moby Dick, displayed a visage of astonishment. Nevertheless, under the existing circumstances, it is easy to deduce such a conclusion. The Navy headquarters has assembled the finest naval forces from around the globe, and is it merely to execute a prisoner, Ace? The ultimate aim must surely be the eradication of a Yonko pirate crew. If the adversary were to launch a frontal assault, even if they were unable to overcome, could they not simply retreat? But what if the escape routes were entirely sealed? However, upon such analysis, one wonders why the Navy emerged from the Marineford War with only a Pyrrhic victory. Sengoku's singular misjudgment lay in his inaccurate assessment of the comparative combat strengths. Yudian concluded, although the Navy gathered over 100,000 elite troops, the decisive factor in determining the outcome of the war remained the pinnacle of combat prowess. The foremost fighters of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Whitebeard and Marco, were resolute in their determination to save Ace, brimming with fighting spirit. In stark contrast, the Navy's formidable generals emerged from the war in varying degrees of disarray. Akainu was gravely injured, Akiji sustained light wounds, and Kizaru appeared merely disheveled. On the surface, the Navy possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage in both troop strength and elite fighters, yet when it came to fighting resolve, the two sides were not in the same league. Even Yudian contemplated taking a more leisurely approach. Ace. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, resonating throughout the entirety of the Navy headquarters. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, lifted his gaze and was struck with astonishment at the sight of familiar faces. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. Soon after, the Whitebeard pirates launched their assault. True to the historical account, every member of the Whitebeard pirates surged forth, charging toward the execution platform with fervor.